Good morning from Whilton Mill, and it's round 4 of the NKC National Kart Cup coming up. All day live coverage for you, and the track here at Whilton Mill looks absolutely splendid and glorious. We've got some fabulous weather forecast. It's going to be sunny, it's going to be warm, and not any rain so far on the forecast. Yesterday in practice, and indeed some of the first heats we got through yesterday were in atrociously wet conditions. I'm glad to see that the rain has blown away. That's left us with some very consistent track conditions for the rest of the day. Halfway through the NKC season of 2022 with 3 rounds to go, 3 rounds completed, and the championships are becoming very, very intense. I say championships because it's pretty much across all of our classes with points gaps of 2 and 3 points throughout our Minimax, Senior Rotax, Senior TKM, Rotax 177, the 100 UK and Junior Rotax classes are all becoming a little bit serious. We try and keep it on a level though, and the NKC certainly is a championship that's burgeoning, with grids beginning to increase as we get towards the final rounds. We've got some guest drivers here with us this weekend who won't be in point scoring positions. We'll try and keep a handle on that if they get into race winning situations. We're kicking off today's programme though with a little bit of a step back in time. We've got some, you may remember if you are from the karting world and if you know anything about your karting history, the Super 100s, the House of 100, brings back Formula A karting, 100cc direct drive karts, single barreled air cooled engines that do, and I quote, 20 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour in about 2 seconds. These karts are what were the forefront of world karting back in the early and mid 90s. We've got a grid of karts already making their way out on track. The 100 Super class is a retro class of karting. The karts harking back to the early mid 90s towards the 2000s. Track becoming very busy with karts. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm going to be with you all day, and alongside me all day, hopefully he's going to be hanging around all day, is my colleague Nick Damon. Nick?
Yeah, I'm going to hang around all day. Obviously, I keep running in and out as I fight various fires, but at the moment it's beautifully sunny, and such a contrast to yesterday's day where we had not any practice but the first round of heats in most of these karts. It rained virtually the entire day, and we are hopeful of a dry day. The sun's in our eyes, and we are about to get some cracking vintage karting action. At lunchtime, we'll replay out some of the interviews we did yesterday, and you'll get a chance to hear a bit more about these fantastic old Formula A karts as well. They're getting 2 warm-up laps because they are smoky joes and need to warm up.
They really are. You know what? There was people turned up yesterday, Nick, just to smell the two-stroke scent. Let's have a look at the grid, and it's mixed grids for NKC. Just to remind everybody, last time we were at the NKC was back in middle of May, so we've had a bit of a break. That's been nice for us. It's enabled us to go off and do the Le Mans 24-hour sports car race. But here we are back in the world of karting, and it's back in time with Formula A Super 100 or 100 Super to give it its full title. It's James Verity on the number 64 on pole, Ashley Curtis. You'll hear from Ashley Curtis, one of the drivers who are a big part of this 100 Super series, and we'll hear a little bit more technical aspects of the series from him in the break when we caught up with him yesterday. Leon Dolby and Tim Watts are on the second row. It's Lee Gadsby and Paul Warner on row 3. Row 4 is Robert Walton and Ben Yeomans. Row 5 is Keith Evans and Liam Rabjohns. It's Stuart Watts and Paul Seymour on row 6. I just look up and I see that the grid has formed nicely. We've got 14 rows of karts. Nick, do the maths. That's 28 karts.
Here we go.
28 Formula A 100 Super karts, and they're giving the red lights out. So we've got to start and into that very tricky section of Oblivion, and then the right-hand recruit and down the back straight towards Christmas Corner, and breaking away is number 64, James Verity. Started on the pole position, and he's got a bit of a breathing space there. Rest of the field streamed through. Nobody with any issues. Few slow-moving karts out of Christmas. Not sure
we've lost one at the top of the hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they just bogged down there.
Yeah, there's a couple here which have oiled up.
What do we mean by oil up and bogged down? Well, basically, 2-stroke karts of this vintage, let's say, we're very susceptible to the oil-fuel mixture. And if the oil is too rich with the fuel mixture, then you get the kart unable to spark and unable to fire and unable to move. And you get karts petering out. They should be fine getting things underway into lap 2. And we have got 8-minute heats. It's 8 minutes and plus 1 lap.
Plus
so
one
when
lap,
when the time disappears, we've got one more lap of racing.
We can from here actually see the gantry with the countdown clock, so we actually know when they're going to go for the last lap or not.
Yes, we do.
One of the races yesterday had a situation where it was literally went over with half a second. The man with the last lap ball because don't know where to put it out, and kind of halfway in or out. Wasn't quite sure.
It's pretty much always the same. James Verity leads though. Ashley Curtis on the number 22nd, Leon Dolby third, Ben Yeomans fourth, fifth is Paul Warner. Here they come across the line to complete what will be their second racing lap. We've got Ashley Curtis dropping 3 places on that lap, Nick. Down to 5th, he's fallen. Leon Dolby up to 2nd, Ben Yeomans 3rd, 4th is Paul Warner.
So it's a bit of a demonstration by James Verity at the moment. The difference between these, which of course were the absolute pinnacle of kart racing back 20 years ago, is because
30.
of that. No, 2000.
90s.
2000, 22 to 27 years ago. Thank you. But of course, it is the ease of use for Rotax. You press your start button, you carry on going, you run them for a few hours, and then you get them rebuilt. These things, new piston every hour of running, and new main bearing in 3 hours. But more importantly, whilst they're going round, for the ultimate performance, you're actually fiddling with the mixture as well as choking them on every lap in different corners.
Yeah, you may see the drivers just reaching down their right hand, going down to the engine there. There was James Verity. What he was doing there is he was blocking the air intake to stop the air. That richens up the mixture, and you might think, my God, that's complicated. Yes, it is. You're also looking at the mixture screw on the carb, and you're just tweaking it 1/8 of an inch either way to increase or decrease the amount of fuel lubrication mixed with the air to get the engines to run. The leaner the engine, the leaner the fuel mix, I should say, the more power you get from the engine. However, it doesn't last very long without lubrication. So it's a balance from these drivers. And the reason why you see the right hand go down across the air intake is to just stop the airflow. That gives it a very rich mix of fuel into the cylinder and lubricates the motor all the way down that straight. There's the hands going down. It becomes muscle memory, doesn't it? When you get into a kart like this, and it becomes muscle memory.
Yeah, right to the point where you forget it and you nip up.
Yes.
So we're looking at the battle here between 3rd and 4th. It's Leon Dolby and Paul Warner. Ben Yeomans has got a small gap and James Verity has got a big gap, and they're being joined actually now by Lee Gadsby. And in fact, Gadsby goes up the inside, I think, there of Warner. So it's now going to be Dolby. And then it is, it's at the 70. Yeah, I think it may be even Ron Johnson. There's a big movement forward in this lap. Wait till they come across the line again to give us the official scoring. But this is 3rd, 4th and 5th, sweeping round the pit's bend, and then they'll disappear into oblivion, literally, bang, and there they go. And they sweep down the second corner into Crook, and they start accelerating up the hill. It's actually more uphill than it looks like. On the camera, it's flat. This is quite uphill, especially when you carry a car battery.
It really is uphill. I've got to say, we've lost Ashley Curtis has dropped right at the back of the field. Ashley started on the front row, and it's a chap that we spoke to and gave us great insight into this class of retro karting, historic karting.
On the whole, it was a great insight into how difficult they are to keep running. But
yes, and he's finding that to be the case today. Just a quick rundown then. James Verity still leads. He leads by 2 seconds, and then a further 2 seconds to Ben Yeomans, to Leon Dolby in 3rd. Roy Johnson up 2 places to 4th. And with the mixed grids, Nick, we do get a lot of movers and shakers within the heat. And there's Roy Johnson already making his way up. Roy Johnson must be Amanda Watt.
Yeah, that 70 car, he'd made up so many positions. I actually misidentified him overtaking last lap round because he's got past 3 or 4 karts already. And he's on the move, absolutely. The red side pods are these very minimalist machines. When you actually look at them up close, and you compare them to a modern Rotax, there's... No, I think it's 65 kilos all in these things are.
I think so, yeah.
Very, very pure. They're the last of what you call those very pure karts that started in the 60s before we started getting really some quite advanced concepts around karts, even though it, of course, it stays a solid rear axle and everything else.
They're very fast, they're very light, and hence they are very nimble in their handling, and hence very, very physical. And the older drivers, who of course will be sort of our age now, Nick, I raced karts in the 90s, and, these days when I jump on one of these things, 5 laps, and I'm very happy to get off. So, you know, it might be 8 minutes. You might think, well, it's only 8 minutes. I tell you what, you are sweating buckets.
And it's sunny as well.
Rib protectors needed because of the massive amount of G that these machines can take corners through. These things will corner much, much quicker than your road car ever would. You'd have to get a really very expensive high-performance sports car to match the kind of power-to-weight ratio and performance levels that these carts will manage around here at Whilton Mill.
Yep. So the other mover now, Joe Scory, is moving forward as well. It's Verity from Yeomans, from Johnson. There's been a big show. Then you've got this Scory-Scullion battle we're looking at the moment. That's the lap the car lap. That's 71 is Scory. Scullion is 44. Both of them have made up a number of positions during the course of this race, and so they're already winning on points.
Man on a move, Gary Watling there from 9th to 6th on that last lap. That's kart number 111. He's moving up the order very well indeed. James Verity leads, Ben Yeoman still second, Roy Johnson, and then we've had a change for 4th. Joe Scory, Oliver Scullion, Gary Watling moving up 3, Matt Martin on the 74 and 7th. Paul Warner drops down 1 to 8, Lee Gadsby 9th, and I think that's because Leon Dolby, one of the front runners early on, Nick, he's dropping right down the order, and I think he may have even dropped out. Yes.
I think this is what we're going to see. You can already see that 26 or 27 karts started, but we've already said goodbye to competitively 10 or 11 of them. This is just the difficulty to keep these things rolling.
They're
hard to get started and they're hard to keep going, but I suppose that's the thing. The harder something is, the greater reward when you get it right.
I forgot to mention, these things will rev to 20,000 revs. They are absolutely screaming, but hence they are very stressed units. These little single barrel, single cylinder 100cc motors revving to 1,000. Any kind of discrepancy, any kind of misfire, and you're going to have the engine can obliterate itself, put the rod through the side of the block, and basically a lump of aluminium becomes what used to be your race engine.
And you can see the couple of karts that are effectively tooling round. Now, that actually is quite a good idea because there are a number of karts going to fall out. So if you look, remember, it's all about the points. You get points for each heat, and that then puts you for your grid in the final. Even your kart's not behaving itself, but is running in this class, keep it rolling. You'll get a couple of extra points because someone else will nip up or think no, and then you can go away and work out why it wasn't running during the break for the next heat.
Now, if you're familiar with the NKC, this will be the first time you've seen the House of 100, the Super 100s out. They're a guest class here at Whilton Mill, and it's hopefully going to be an annual thing to see these historic karts being brought out and being part of a round of the NKC into the final lap then for the leaders. And it's a non-championship point scoring. It's all about who's going to win today, and I think there's going to be a bit of an accolade towards who won at Whilton Mill on the first weekend of July in this class of karting.
So back with Verity, our leader, and he is on the last lap, and he is sweeping up, down the back straight is into the boot now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So into the boot on the 64.
Oh no, he's not.
Oh, he's not. No, he's on the back straight now. See, I looked at. There we are. Now he's getting the boot, and we've just got one more corner to go, which is, of course, Pitts Bend here at Whilton Mill. That's where I broke my rib. And I'll mention that almost often as you mentioned your debut at Rowra last week.
So James Verity takes the first win of the day, Heat 1 for the 100 Superclass. Ben Yeoman's in second. Got the gap down to just under a second there. And it was Roy Johnson who took third, Joe Scory fourth, Oliver Scullion on the number 44 was fifth, Gary Watling up to a fine sixth up the order, Matt Martin seventh, eighth was Paul Warner, Lee Gadsby ninth, 10th was Richard Puddle, Gareth Hunt comes in 11th, 12th is Duncan McLeod. It was Billy Thomas who will finish in 13th. Oh, sorry, no, change there, right at the line. Robert Walton finishes 13th. And then we've got out
Sorry,
of...
have you seen the race of the trolleys? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts needing rescuing.
Actually, out of 26 starters, we had 13 finishes. So this really is a class of attrition. And maybe we could kind of have a sub-formula, Nick.
Yeah, get their cart back quickest.
At the end of the heat, we can have a trolley race.
Hello WMV, hello to ZXCH111, hello John Wilmot, who says go for it, Callum Davis, Senior Rotex number 75, and hello to Karting 1.
Right, we've got one of our championship classes out next. It's Senior Rotax for their second heat. I've got details of their first heat in front of me. I'm just going to get up the championship for senior Rotax because, Nick, it's becoming a bit of a dogfight in all of our in all of our classes. Championship coming into this round. Lewis Jones leads on 465 points. Only 4 points behind is Miles Barthorpe, and then just 3 points behind that is Callum Davies. Scott Smith is in fourth, and then Luke Evans. So the points are 465, 461, 459, 444, 439. Still all to play for with 3 rounds to go.
So a couple of the carts which broke down got going again, which was quite frustrating, wasn't it, when your carts were not running
Of course
perfectly.
it did. Of course they restarted.
But the good thing about this is they'll take them apart, they'll have, all sorts of look about it, and then what they'll end up doing is they'll be back out again with a new plug or a new bit of ignition system or whatever it may be.
I remember when I raced 100 National, you would, in your overalls, you'd have a brand new plug and a plug spanner. And if your cart clapped out on track, you would basically pull over and change the plug, because once your plug oil's up, there's just no getting it back until you get back to the paddock. We have had one of the first set of heats for our championship classes. They took place yesterday in, quite frankly, appalling conditions. It wasn't very pleasant. I was glad to stay out of the weather yesterday. It was in complete contrast to what we have today. So
we have a very full grid waiting in the collecting area in glorious sunshine, Joe.
We have. It's awesome. Nathan Chattel took the win, I should say, in Heat 1. Toby Case took second. Lewis Jones, championship protagonist, came third. Miles Barthorpe, second in the championship, came fourth. Lewis Ball was fifth. Max Martin was sixth. Luke Evans, seventh. Tonino Machichi was eighth. Callum Davies was ninth. And Simon Keeble rounded off the top 10. We had 33 starters yesterday, and we've got 32 lining up on the grid for Heat 2. So 3 non-starters yesterday, 30 carts finished. In fact, took the start and finished the first heat yesterday. We've got a grid of 30 on my sheet in front of me. It's Sam Elliott who is on the pole from Andy Powell, cart 19. Alongside Jack Jones and Luke Walker are on row 2. Row 3 is Tyler Fossey and George Boxall. Row 4, we've got Alex Warnaby and Simon Keeble, with Jez Owen and Steve Bickerton on row 5. George Walker and Matthew Hildred are on row 6. Row 7 is Toby Case, Jay Lewis. Jodine Newman and Lewis Ball are on row 8. We've got Chris Rance and Reese Pope on row 9. Row 10 is Scott Smith and Scott Russell. Alexander Mirzoyan is alongside Martin Jackson on row 11. Paul Azan, you remember Paul Azan?
Apparently is a legend, according to Glenn Rayland on the chat.
He is an absolute legend. Paul Azan raced at the same time as me. A former
so he's an old legend then.
A former standby caller. He's a former British Super 1 champion. He's alongside Miles Barthorpe, who currently sits second in the championship. Paul Azan's not that far away in the championship, just not in the top 5. Max Martin and George Sanders are on row 13. Callum Davies, Dylan Tatum. Then we've got Patrick Williams, Rawhedge and Ellis Humphreys, and then Lewis Berry and Daniel Gibbs rounding off the 33 car field. Keep an eye on the number 72 on row 12, alongside the number 124, Miles Barthorpe. Those two carters are going to be coming through this field.
I think they're going to get them away. They've been very strict. They want to get them away on a one warm lap, and it looks like they are go. But we're off now. And streaking through in race orders. They come up the hill now to 1-1 off there. But I think he recovered the white cart, so that's all right. And they come up to Christmas corner now, and it is the Sam Elliott who's leading.
I'm going to give him 9.8 for his drifting there. That cart that just flashed through the picture. 9.8 there, beautiful drift. I think he stayed on remarkably.
Yeah, he did. He kind of
we've got a coming together at Ashby.
Oh, that is a coming together at Ashby, isn't it?
That's an M25
that's
looking.
4 carts.
So that's going to be something that's going to affect the middle of the field, and we'll find out just how that pans out. The leaders, though, they were well ahead of that issue, and here they come through the final turn at Pitts Bend and across the line and complete one lap. Who has it got? Who have we got in the lead? Sam Elliott leads, Jack Jones second, Andrew Powell third, Luke Walker fourth. Up into fifth has gone Alex Warnaby. Tyler Fossey sixth, Simon Keeble up 2 to 7th. 8th is Jez Owen. Toby Case up 3 places from 12th to 9th. George Boxall. This is the gap now. This is where it all happened. It's 10th Matthew Hildred, Scott Smith 11th, George Boxall down 6 places. He was one of the drivers mixed up in that fracas at Ashby. Jodie Newman 13th. Where is Paul Ozan and Miles Barthorpe? They've come through up 2 places to 19th for Ozan, up 4 places for Miles Barthorpe. But Lewis Berry, he's the man that's made the biggest progress in the field. Lewis Berry up 6 to 22nd.
Massive battle has come around the pits bend between the 44 of Elliott and the 78 of Jones. Andy Powell wants to be involved in this one as well. Warnaby and Keeble have made some movements up. Luke Walker's dropped back during the course of that lap. They come up the Christmas corner. Now the big overtaking points tends to be that people do try and get up the inside of Ashby, but you need a little bit of, let's come up this corner now, which is kind of not quite a hairpin. It's only about 140 degrees, is it? Not a whole 180.
The tricky thing with that, Nick, though, it's off camber and it's a downhill entry, so you really feel like you need to stop the cart. They're already out of there towards Chapman's through the left hand to keep it tight because there's a right hand kink onto the back straight. And this is a 3-car battle now with Andy Powell looking very micey indeed.
Having a think about that, wasn't he?
Yeah, double apex. It's kind of a squared off.
I'm not sure the inside the boot is the best place to go, but I would say we've seen a couple of the tracks we've been to. I'm not sure there are quite as many obvious overtaking places here as we've seen in some of the previous circuits we've been at, like Rower or Clay.
Yeah, when you look at the track, you think, oh, that's an overtaking spot. That's an overtaking spot. But because the corners are so fast, there's no discernible speed difference to make a difference on the brakes or even sort of keep momentum. So it's a kind of follow my leader through the infield, which is where the leaders are now.
Because as you say, the sharpest corner is Ashby, but that is not even a hairpin. You think
That's
about
right,
Rower, where we were out a few weeks ago, it was hairpin after hairpin after hairpin.
That's
Right.
right.
Break and a chance to get up the inside. So people are going to be a little bit more tactical, not just rely on lobbing up and sending it on the inside. So they're going to have to perhaps move away from the Ricciardo, lick the stamp and send it.
Looks like Powell has a bit of a problem
He's
there.
dropping back.
Coming out of the boot, he seemed to just lose momentum there.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5. It was all going well for him, and he has. Warnaby's actually picked up third now, so it's 19 kart of Warnaby's got pot, and Powell looks like he's just losing power as the black kart of Keeble also takes him, and he actually quite nicely waves there, saying thank you for letting me through. So Powell's picked up a minor problem. He now has to keep going. He can't stop. He'll lose too many points because this was one of his front starts.
There's definitely a problem. He was staying with Sam Elliott and Jack Jones. Keep an eye on in 14th and 15th place, kart 72 and kart 124. Paul Ozan with championship protagonist Miles Barthorpe just moving through the field steadily. George Sanders is ahead of them, and these 3 karts are just moving through the field like a hot knife through butter. We'll keep an eye on them and where they end up in the field.
But we're now back at the front again. Elliott and Jones. Now Powell's dropped out of the. He's sort of holding him up with his problem. We now have 4 karts. Probably separated by about a second now as they come up to Christmas corner, and the 5th kart's driving. So he's getting right possession. I'm not really sure whether Sam is that much slower than Jack, or it's just the case it's much easier to follow than to lead, and so everyone's just enjoying being behind. Don't forget, this is the first time they've got to race in racing conditions with dry track since really, if they got a run yesterday morning early, because the track was wet or not fully dry for the entirety of the rest of the day yesterday. Oh, and up the inside now. This is he can get the drive. Has Jones got it? Nope, he got closed off there. So Jones got a much narrower entry into the boot. Elliott wider, and for about that 9 centimetres he was ahead. But then there's the momentum of Elliott with the wider line takes him round.
There's 2 ways you can take the boot. You can hit the first apex and miss the second, or you can miss the first and hit the second and give you a better line out. Happy birthday to kart number 56. That's George Sanders. He was 26 last week. I was 56 last week.
You weren't, but keep going.
We'll keep going. He's in 14th at the moment. Jez Owen moves ahead of Tyler Fossey for 8th, and we've had Simon Keeble move up to 3rd ahead of Alex Warnaby. Miles Barthorpe, where's Miles Barthorpe?
15th.
Paul Ozan has gotten ahead of George Sanders, birthday boy.
Not been a lot of movement in that midfield now. I think this is the point. This is going to be interesting because it's not going to be quite so to make big numbers, but right on the tail, Jones of Elliott, they sweep round the Oblivion. And they've been joined by Keeble and Warnaby, so it's definitely the case that Elliott is not as quick as the others. Coming to Chris got the inside, and he's just trying to break it. He's got through. Fantastic. That took what? That was, well, however many laps they've been doing. That was how long it took. It's 7 laps in the making.
Textbook, wasn't it? Textbook. Out of Crook. Got the momentum down the straight, which he was able to carry into the braking area. It's not over yet, Nick. That 4-kart battle for the lead, about to be joined by, what's that? Is that 3 karts about to... Yes, it is. So we're about to have a 7-kart train at the front of the field.
Really interesting how Jones has managed to gap Elliott immediately. So Elliott is the cork in the bottle of this, and he will be as difficult to overtake for those other 6 karts as he was for Jones, who's now got away and leading very, very comfortably after just a few yards ahead.
Yeah, Sam Elliott, he hasn't quite got the pace of Jack Jones, who's now moved away to 4/10 the gap of the line there, but Sam Elliott, he's got enough pace to make the job really hard for Simon Keeble and Alex Warnaby. Andy Powell settled into that 5th place now. I'm not quite sure what may be going on there, but whatever the problem is, it seems to have cleared.
Now, what's interesting is Sam Elliott, now he's in 2nd, is much more comfortable. Now he's got someone to pace himself against in Jones. He's not being left, so suddenly he's found this following is way easier. He's not got the same. I'll tell you what he hasn't got. He hasn't got the same drive out the corner as some of the other karts, and that's been shown as he's going to lose 2nd place to Keeble, and that was all on the drive out of Chapman's. He just didn't pick up, and the others did. So that may be that someone's got a better tuned engine, or
different gearing maybe to punch out the corners, a little bit less top end, but punch out the corners. We are we're inside the final minute of this heat, Nick, as Jack Jones he's on his Jack Jones out there, isn't he, in the lead. He's now pulled out a 2nd and seems to be pulling away. Let's see if Simon Keeble, though, can close that gap. Time running out for him to challenge for the lead, maybe into the final 30 seconds or so. They are heading towards, that's Chapman's there, onto the back straight now, heading towards the boot. It's a left-hander followed by a double apex right, into what is a 180-degree sweep, into the final turn now at Pitts Bend, and that's the battle for 3rd. Oh, he hit the curb on the inside, did Sam Elliott. Ouch. That's going to cost him. Ooh. And round the outside has gone Warnaby, and that, Nick, was all about hitting that inside curb.
That moment, A, it hurts, and B, it takes your speed away.
Everybody knows you stay off the Pitts Bend inside curbing. It's going to cost you.
They are now beginning their penultimate lap. The leaders went past with about 15 seconds to go, so they got this one and one more. The leader in Jones now seems pretty safe. Or is that, no, it's a lap. Sorry, he's not. He's slightly ahead. So there's a lapped cart about to be lapped, worryingly about a 2.5 ahead of them. I think he won't be touched by them. But it is still Jones from Keeble, from Smith, from Warnaby. But there is a little bit of a battle brewing a little bit further down, 5th and 6th. We're about to start the last lap. And the lapped cart waves them past. And the top 3 streak through oblivion and round Crook for the final time in this Senior Road Tracks Heat 2.
Championship battle down the order of 14 and 15. Callum Davies, currently 3rd in the championship behind Miles Barthorpe, has gotten ahead of Miles Barthorpe and clinches 14th place. He'll want to do that to close that points gap for the championship. So I'm not sure these guys are actually thinking anything about the championship right now whilst in the heat of battle. But when they get back to the paddock and they look at where they finished in comparison to their other championship protagonists, and it doesn't matter whether you're at the top or in the middle or at the back of the championship, you're having your own championship battle with the drivers around you. Here they come for the final time, Nick.
Yep, over the line, and it will be a pretty much tighter win in the end for Jack Jones from Keeble. Smith was 3rd, Warnaby was 4th, then it was Sam Elliott who led for a while but slowly slipped back. Andy Powell, who had that problem strangely about lap 3 or 4 and then picked it back up again, so he'll be looking, scratching his head. Then Jadine Newman was 8th, but Paul Azan got up to 9th, Joe, so he climbed the field effectively. Tyler Fossey was 10th, Reece Pope 11th, Jez Owen was 12th, Matthew Hildred 13th. Miles Barthorpe did not make the move he would want certainly, because don't forget there are points for this race as well, so he's going to lose a few points from his challengers, and that's Barthorpe in 14th, then Max Martin, George Sanders, Cam Davis was 17th, then Walker, Lewis, Louis Ball, Scott Russell, Steve Bickerton, Ellis Humphreys, George Boxall, Lewis Berry and Alexander Miseroyal. They all made the trip, and then Daniel Gibbs was one lap off, and the cars that didn't finish were Martin Jackson, George Walker, Patrick Williams-Rar and Dylan Tatham. But a good start race there. Plenty of movement, and I think we're getting the idea of what's easy and what's difficult at Whilton Mill after just a couple of heats.
Yeah, absolutely. Stay off that Pitts Bend inside curb is a renowned area of the track, any track in the UK. You never hit the inside curb at Whilton Mill. That's always been the mantra. It's Rodax 177 next, and there's that fine sight of the karts all lined up. We had one of their heats yesterday. It was won by Louis Large, and Louis pretty much bossed it yesterday afternoon. It was kind of wet to dry, slippery track for Louis. He was ahead of Harrison Crook in second by 7 seconds. Harrison had 2.5 seconds to Nick Skelton in third. Fourth was Adrian Smith. Lawrence Hilton was fifth. Tim Dollar was sixth. Seventh was Oliver Smith. Richard Evans was eighth. Ben Hitch 9th, and Chris Sivia, was rounded off the top 10. Now then, the championship looks like this. Phil Hoyth leads on 489. Louis Large is second on 486. Richard Evans is third on 461. Then we've got Oliver Smith on 446, and Job Fifner is fifth on 438. It's becoming an intense battle between these two former MSA British Championship protagonists, Louis Large and Philip Howarth. And you can't discount the other drivers in there. You know, Richard Evans, he's not that far away. Neither is Oliver Smith, and neither is Job Fifner. Louis Large is not out in this heat number 2.
Because he won heat number 1.
He won heat number 1. Philip Howarth is. Now, Phil knows that Louis Large maximised his punch hole in that first heat. So the pressure is on for Philip Howarth. It's Ayrton Anderson and Tim Darlow on the front rows. Harry Rowett in third, Steve Gilly in fourth. Row 3 is Terry Smith and Ben Hitch. Then we've got Brendan Smith and Mike Edwards on row 4. James Yapp and Vince Bryant are on row 5. Aidan Hammond and Brian McCready are on row 6. Row 7 is Thomas Giles, Michael Mallet. Row 8 is Jake Lewis and Alex Jones. Row 9 is Jonathan Harrison and Jamie Broderick. Stephen Horner and Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher down from the northeast. It's his first race with the NKC. He saw everybody else in the northeast having fun in the NKC, so he's decided to join them. So it's great to have Kyle here on the number 85. He starts his first heat on row 10. Mark Rowe, championship protagonist Joe Fifner on row 11. Philip Howarth, championship leader, alongside Lawrence Hiddleton on row 12. Then we've got Nick Skelton, he's already up there as well. Adrian Smith on row 13. Jai Oliver, Darren Edwards, row 14. And rounding off the 29-card field, Martin Heath. How's the grid looking?
It's looking like it's lined up. It's looking as though it's going to get a start. So it's Tim Darlow and Steve Gilly flying into oblivion, and they are away. And it's actually, I think it was Ayrton Anderson. Ayrton Anderson has taken the lead from third.
Yeah, big off as well, Nick. Somebody flew off there backwards.
But they've got going again.
Rejoining, exit left, exit re-entry from the left.
Quite how Anderson got from third to first in one corner. I wonder whether that was a.
Well, it's timing the start of Pitt's Bend, isn't it?
I see what, because Anderson actually was starting on the front. So he was scored in third initially. But that's how he rolled off the grid. So he was starting in first. Now, Ayrton Anderson is somebody who I actually know really, really well, because he is a former British radio-controlled car champion.
Is he really?
Yeah, when he was much younger, he did touring cars, electrical touring cars. I'll tell you how that must be. But we did this. It's about 2011. He was doing that as a youngster, and he and his dad own or run an engine tuning company that tunes proper engine, and they're quite heavily involved. His dad's quite heavily involved in the stock car scene. So the other thing I remember Ayrton Anderson is he was universally the worst interview ever when he was a kid. He was just terrible. Paul, you must have done those ones with him. Because Paul is with us now, because that year we covered the touring cars, and Ayrton Anderson was a terrible interview. He's nodding, he's going, I'm not. Please don't bring me in. I can't say anything anyway. But anyway, now he's a grown-up lad. He's a cracking karter.
Yeah, he's a lot better at driving this Rotax Max kart. It's the 177 class. Just to explain what that means, 177 stands for the minimum weight of the kart and driver, and it's for the, as I call it, the more human-shaped drivers, not the skinny minis who are out on the senior Rotax 162s. Their max minimum weight is 162 kilograms. So it's the 177 kilogram class, and it really is a competitive class. Ayrton Anderson leads, Tim Darlow second, Steve Gilly third, fourth is Harry Rowett, Ben Hitch is fifth. Up 2 places on that last lap, Philip Howarth. You'll see, we had a great interview with Philip and you'll see that in the lunch break coming up later. Philip Howarth up to 6th, James Yapp 7th, 8th is Mike Edwards. How are they going to cross the line this time? Ayrton Anderson, he leads by, well, it was 8/10 last time by. Let's see where it is this time.
Still 8/10, they're coming up.
Still 8/10.
It's got a problem. There's a problem.
Oh.
Red flag.
Yeah,
red flag. I'm not sure where that is.
I think it's at the first turn, Oblivion Crook.
No, it's on the straight.
I know we've got carts.
Oh
off
no,
that
looks.
Yeah, we've got an issue there with the race being red flagged.
Guys come out on the
At the red flag, it was Ayrton Anderson, Tim Darlow in second, Steekely third, Harry Rowett fourth, Ben Hitch fifth, Philip Howarth sixth, James Yapp seventh, be Thomas Childs in eighth, Jake Lewis ninth, Alex Jones is 10th. Let's have a look down the order and see where everybody was at the time of that stoppage. Michael Mallett was 11th, Jamie Broderick 12th, 13th was Mark Rowe, Brendan Smith 14th, Stephen Horner 15th, Aidan Hammond 16th, Joe Piffner was 17th, Nick Skelton 18th, Jonathan Harrison 19th, Loris Hilton 20th, Jai Oliver 21st, and rounding off 22 carts, we had Kyle Fletcher started, and he looks like he went out very early on, and we will wait to see when we get this race resumed. The carts have come to a halt on the back straight as required. So Ayrton Anderson, Nick, how long ago did he race RC?
Well, he was certainly racing when we did a season of covering the British Championships and that was, I think, 2011 or 2012. So he was racing.
Oh, that's quite a while ago then.
And he carried on for a couple of years and then moved on to racing and karting. So, just so you know, the ambulance is with the carter who'd come out of his cart. I think what happened there is two carts that come together going around Pitts Bend, and what can happen obviously is you can get a flip over. I think somebody flipped over and chucked out, but we'll keep you informed about how he's doing. He's receiving proper attention, so that's good news. The rest of the carts now are lined up. Now, I must admit, we've been very lucky. This is our first red flag I can remember. So you have to do you know what the red flag procedure is once they get going again? Do they pick up and run, restart, or
yeah,
what?
they restart in race order. They'll be regridded, and I think it's single file restart, isn't it? It's a full restart. So it's a full restart, and that's from the man who's in charge.
And is that a full restart with original grid positions?
Back to original grid positions. Yeah. So original grid positions. Anyone who can take the restart, it will be back to original grid positions. So it's basically a pause and a reset.
I'm not sure if Frank can pick up our leader, who's the angle might not be right, but if Frank can pick up our leader, if he can pick up our leader on the front of the queue. Just zoom in as tight as you can, because not only is his name Ayrton Anderson, he's actually gone with the full Ayrton Senna tribute helmet.
I wonder who he's trying to.
Well, his dad called him Ayrton,
homage.
so there we are. You see that he's got the full helmet. I'm not sure he's got the National sticker on. He's got the National sticker on as well at the top, I think.
Yeah, I'm a big Senna fan.
So
Are you a big Senna fan?
No, I think he's massively overrated.
Sorry.
I think he's massively overrated. I think if he hadn't, it sounds awful. If he hadn't died, he would have been properly assessed.
He's a three-time world champion.
I think Prost better.
You see, I followed Ayrton Senna from his karting career.
Not what I'm saying. Wait. Let me say this right now. Ayrton Senna is one of the all-time greats, but he's not the great. I can think of 4 or 5 drivers I think are better. And the biggest problem with him is the same problem with Schumacher. They try to kill their opponents. And I can't ever say that someone trying to kill their opponent can be the best racing driver ever. Because
so who's the best in your
Jim Clark.
opinion? Jim Clark.
Jim Clark. The most important racing driver of all time was Jackie Stewart.
I see what you're saying. Did I tell you I was at the Jackie Stewart Classic 2 weeks ago?
I wish I'd gone. Looked
yeah,
fantastic.
I mean, I saw Sir Jackie Stewart, that white helmet with the tartan band, drive the Matra up the hill from the championship-winning car.
But I see
exactly what you're saying there.
And I think as far as drivers go, I always prefer the intelligent drivers, the flashy drivers, which is why I think that Prost was a better driver than him.
What did you think of Terry Fullerton?
I wasn't in the karting scene that time. So
Terry Fullerton, when Ayrton Senna was asked, when Ayrton Senna was asked who has been your biggest rival in your career, everybody would have thought, well, he's going to say
Prost
or
Piquet
Nicky Lauda.
Mansell, Lauda, yeah.
He said Terry Fullerton. Going back, and he said Ayrton Senna described karting at this level as being just pure racing.
Yeah, I think a lot.
And you can see what he means by that. Karting is pure. It's driver, an engine. And to a point, it's also how the driver tends to his kart, because the majority of people in this paddock, no one's backed by a team. There's a lot of experience in the NKC paddock, no question. We've got former British champions.
Saying that, we were talking to Phil Howarth, and when we finished, he said, "Yeah, on Friday night, he had loads of people coming to get their karts welded up because he's a TIG welder." And they were going to say, "Oh, well, come, I'll get Phil to do it for us."
Yeah, Phil will do it.
Yeah,
Phil might be busy, but Phil, just cancel your dinner appointment.
And his dad, he went, "Well, yeah, they know you're a TIG welder."
It was as if, where else, Phil, do you expect these people to go? Other than to
well,
you,
yes,
who's a TIG welder?
With the machine. Yeah, so we're still getting the injury carter onto the ambulance, but here it's a leg injury, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a leg injury, and it's Mike Edwards, Kart 21. But the good news is he had medical attention within a minute of that incident, so he's in good hands.
Yep.
And while Nick and I will continue to wax lyrical, you see what I don't like to do is pick out who was the greatest driver across eras.
No, it's impossible because you could go for Fangio, you could go for, even though Fangio beat Moss, you could say Moss because his versatility. I personally Jim Clark because the only reason Jim Clark didn't win championships every single year was Lotus reliability.
Well, the other thing you mentioned, Jackie Stewart.
But Jackie Stewart made more difference because he saved so many lives.
Jackie Stewart's Formula One career was 9 seasons.
99 races.
9 seasons, 99 races, 27 wins. The reason it was 99 races was because the day before the United States Grand Prix in 73, his teammate and friend was killed, Francois Siver. So he didn't race the following day. And so his career stuck at 99.
It's what he did for the safety, which you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, he did. And you turn around, and there were many other people. He was walking against that problem. We've seen elements of the problem raised this week with comments made by racing drivers. But this concept that they are going to, they have to be manly and you could man up and this sort of stuff. Whereas he was prepared to say, no, it's too dangerous. We need to go. We need to talk to the tracks. We need to try and save people, save people's potential injury. We need to make people better. And it was his work that certainly made many racing circuits safer. Began the push. It was obviously continued by Sid Watkins and the much maligned Max Mosley. Max Mosley had a number of faults, but the push to improve safety wasn't one of them. And this is the problem. So I mean that's why I back Jackie Stewart as the most influential. Now
you know what, he was campaign, wasn't he?
And that's right. You carry. People were being. The whole badly. I'm going to go. I want to die. That's not how it works.
It was. Well, it was deemed as being part of the game, wasn't it? And that's why you had 9 seasons. I mean, you look at current day Formula One drivers. Well, they do 20. I mean, look at Alonso. 20.
If you did 9 seasons now, you do 210 Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's right. 210 Grand Prix, and that's twice the amount of Grand Prix that Jackie Stewart did.
But
and again, you can't. Who's the greatest? You can't take that from statistics.
I think you can always. One thing you can definitely. Who's your favourite? That's fine. Everyone knows who their favourite is.
Well, my favourite is actually Niki Lauda.
Right.
And the thing I love about Niki Lauda is it was kind of a driver that I grew up into the sport with, and then he retired. And when he came back in 1982, Formula One was completely different. It was all about ground effect, completely different. And yet, he took to it and won. He won the British Grand Prix in '82. He won 2 races in '82, and then went on to win the World Championship in '84 again.
Outthought Prost, which is hard to do, but then that was Prost in his early days. But I mean, I think we can look at the number of very great drivers. I've outlined my issue with Senna and Schumacher, even though I actually personally really like Michael when I worked with him, but. I didn't. Even though he didn't always like me.
So the relatively good news is that Mike Edwards has a leg injury. He's on the ambulance. Mike Edwards Motorsport, one of the series sponsors, so he's really important to us. So take good care of him, medical team.
Absolutely.
We want Mike back racing as soon as possible. I'm not sure he's going to be racing with us for the rest of the day. He may need to just take it easy for the rest of the day. I'm just looking across to the infield there, Nick, and drivers being told to get ready for the restart. We are told by the man in charge that it's going to be a full grid restart from the starting grid. There was only, I think, 2 racing laps completed, so within the regulations it has to be a re-grid and a restart. So when we get that, when we get the field gridded up, we will get things up and running. So just to give you an idea of what's coming up, this is the Rotax 177, their second heat. Next out are our senior TKM, that's the TKM engined class for the seniors. Then we've got Mini-Max, small grid of Mini-Max drivers. They're juniors, just underneath the junior Rotax engined karts in Mini-Max. Slightly different restriction on the engine with different weights. They're out with, I think we've got 3 100 UK in with them, so that's 2 races within one then for their first heat of the weekend. Then we've got the junior Rotaxes out for their second heat, And then we've got heat number 2 for the 100 UK class, and more about that. 115cc single-barreled air-cooled engines, and then we're well into the heats. Then back out are the 100 supers.
I'm just thinking that this slight delay probably is good news. The 100 supers who are turning around quite quickly. Their 2 heats. Most of them got engine rebuilds to do.
Yeah, they will be. They will be replacing pistons as we speak, rubbing them down with fine emery, getting them, smoothing them out in the barrel.
Yeah. We're probably going to have a little bit more waiting. Obviously, I'm not sure what the situation with the ambulance. But they'll get a second ambulance back.
So, newcomer to the series, Kyle Fletcher, looks like he may have been involved in that incident, Nick. He's taking his overalls off, so I'm not sure Kyle is going to play any more part in this first, or indeed second heat. I think it's Kyle's first heat in the 177 class.
Kyle wasn't near Mike on the.
Was he not?
No, he was. Mike
was taking his overalls.
Oh no, hang on. No, I think. No, hold on. No. There was a miscount here. So I think Mike and Kyle were together. Actually, yeah, they were together. So it's just trying to work out what happened. But the ambulance is going to be taking Mike to the local hospital to get his leg looked at. And we wait for the restart. So Nansen will be a bit disappointed to see it because he got a great start, was pulling away. But he will start from pole again, so it won't be. And Phil Howarth also, obviously, who's looking to really compete with Louis Large in this 177. Louis Large, of course, won that first heat last night. Phil Howarth, because there's points for the heats as well, so he won't want to drop too many points. I mean, I don't think he necessarily got the same starting position. He won't want to lose too many points, so he'll want to try and come through the field again. He already moved reasonably well, but he's going to have to start. They are manually reordering the karts into grid order. So they are pushing them into order so that when they start, they will start back where they should be. I think it'd be quite optimistic to get them to start in half a lap, but that's now got Anderson and Darlow on the front row, Steve Gilly on the second row. What was the update?
He was involved in the incident. He's basically got an extremely damaged cart. There was a coming together with Edwards and a couple of others, and his side pod bar has been pushed back into his rear tyre, and he says he might have a bent chassis. So Kyle, who has been talking to the likes of Louis Large and Andy Powell and other boys who have come down from the northeast and have been part of the NKC series the whole year, and he'd stopped karting. He'd kind of give up racing karts because the 177 class, this is the healthiest 177 class in the country. If you look at the 177 class in the MSA British Championship, it's died a death. They can't get the grids, and Kyle had sort of given up because he's a really tall lad. He's about 6'3". It was Kyle's dad who got me involved in karting. His dad,
he's the one we got to
Dave
go,
Fletcher, FP Motorsport. It was Dave who took me to my first kart race and showed me British National Championship karting at Rowra, and I thought, why am I racing Formula Fords when I could be doing this? You race a Formula Ford, you haul it all the way to Mallory Park for 6 hours on the back of a trailer in your tranny van, and you have a 10-minute practice and a 15-minute race. When you take up karting, it's a morning practice, 3 heats, and a final, as it was in them days. Sometimes you even get a pre-final. I had more racing experience in one race meeting than I did in half a season of car racing.
That's how you get falling off.
And of course, there was no aspirations to get to Formula One or anything like that. It's you want to go racing because you enjoy the experience of racing. So, karting is a very, very cost-effective way of going motor racing. It still is, and it always will be. And yes, there are aspirational drivers who, they want to forge your career, and it's a pathway to doing that, and you learn a lot, certainly from when you're a junior and when you're growing up. But it's all relative, isn't it? The motorsport is expensive. It's just relatively
how
expensive. Yeah.
Every motorsport is expensive. Regular car racing, it can be expensive.
Exactly.
This is obviously another level up, and then when you start going to real circuits, it's another level up.
Any hobby's expensive. A hobby is expensive because if you didn't do that hobby, you wouldn't be spending the money on it.
That's right.
So, it's where do you start, where do you finish? So, if you want to go motor racing, this is a great entry-level way. And I tell you what, you've got to race, you would have to drive something really, really exotic to get the same performance and physical levels that you do on a Rotax Max kart, the like of which we've got in front of us now.
Yeah. You say 3 laps, we'll be gone, you say? 3 laps, we just be...
Say again?
3 laps, you'd be gone. Physically.
I'm not talking about now, Nick. No, I reckon round here, 3 to 5. I get the oxygen out when I get back in.
Yeah.
And about 3 people to help me get out of the thing.
And then obviously off to A&E for your rib rebuild.
Well, I wouldn't need a rib protector because I wouldn't be moving around in the seat very much.
Do they make
I've
seats
been
your size?
squished into the seat. The what?
Do they make seats your size?
Yeah, probably not, actually.
No,
No, probably not.
I must admit, I did find out, however, dear listener, that my visual image of Joe was wrong. He's not 3XL.
His
shirt was
3XL,
too big.
5XL. No, talk of rib protectors, Nick. You had an illustrious car career
did.
that started and ended here.
Well, no,
Mill.
my comeback started and ended here because I raced for 2 or 3 seasons back, 89, 90, 91, down in the southeast.
Formula TKM, was it?
Britain, heavy Britain.
100 Britain.
Yeah, heavy.
Heavy?
Yeah, I was 13 stone then. I'm not a lot more now.
You're heavier. You were heavier then than you are now?
No, I'm way more than that now.
Okay.
Anyway, so I did that until I just hit my shoulder in a big accident.
Right.
The day after going to a party, I didn't drink. When this party, my sister was going how dangerous it all was. It's not just in there. I said, karting's not dangerous. It's absolutely, because if you have an accident, you get thrown out and you're fine. Following morning, literally during the warm-up the following morning, I got thrown out and dislocated my shoulder massively. I was off work for 6 weeks.
So your sister was right.
Perhaps
she meant you would be dangerous in a car.
Yes, well, I'm dangerous most.
Not
the reason was, of course, it was in those days before side pods being mandatory. So we got a wheel overlap, and I was so obsessed with keeping the weight down and things. I thought side pods were unnecessary weight.
They were.
They
absolutely.
So I did that, and then about 2000, 2001, I thought I'll come back now and I'll have a bit of fun, and because I thought I can do it. I'll probably do it mostly on my own now. The carts have got starter motors, and the carts are running again. But they will have an extra lap of warm-up.
All right,
and the race is down to 6 minutes as well, so to reduce... Oh, they've started, apparently. No, they haven't. It's a 6-minute race, so one more warm-up lap will go. A slightly shorter race.
Did you say we've started? No.
No, because I got confused by the time you screen doing things.
Not hard.
It isn't hard, you're right.
So we are starting with Ayrton Anderson and Tim Darlow on the front row again. And we've got Steve Gilly, Harry Rowett third, Steve Gilly in fourth, Terry Smith, Ben Hitch, Brendan Smith, Mike Edwards, row 5 is James Yap and Vince Bryant. We expect to see Ayrton Anderson go off and do exactly what he did in the first start, don't we? He's got to do it all again. The Ayrton, named after the great Ayrton Senna, no doubt, and he's wearing an Ayrton Senna replica helmet.
It's a reasonably good guess, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Basically, anybody now who's called Ayrton, Jensen, or Lando has been named after a Formula 1 driver. I heard somebody shout at their child yesterday, shouting Lando. Lando!
Yeah.
Put that cat down.
Here they come for the restart, then 6 minutes of racing for the 177s. It's heat number 2. And the number 67 of Ayrton Anderson.
Not a great start there. No. He gets swept across by Tim Darlow.
He lost a lot of speed coming out of Pitts Bend and bogged down. I think he's come through in third there. That's Tim Darlow and Steve Gilly who've gone ahead. He's right under the rear bumper now into the hairpin of Christmas corner into Wickenman's now. That's the right-hander there. And down towards Ashby. This is a passing place. Not quite though. It's off camber. Downhill, running really wide there, using all of that runoff and more. And then into Parker, that's the left-hander, then into Chapman. There's a little bit of a curve there on the right-hand king, onto the back straight then, and towards the boot they go.
Now this actually has worked quite heavily against our championship co-leader or championship challenger, Phil Howarth, because Phil had moved up to 6th. Now he's had to go back to his start to 21, but he's only got 6 minutes to make up the places, not 8. So this is actually obviously much worse than Mike Edwards, but it's not been a great result for Phil Howarth. He's going to try to get through. He needs to get himself moving through now.
Great driving from Steve Gilly. Great defensive driving. All fair as well. He's keeping Ayrton Anderson behind him as we continue then onto the second lap of racing. It's allowing the leader, Tim Darlow, to eke out. And there's a move around the outside. Ayrton Anderson around the outside of Parker. Into Chapman's now.
So Howarth made up 9 places in that first lap. He went from 21st to 9th. So from 21st to 12th, make up 9 places. But leaving now, it is Darlow. And he's got Anderson right behind him as they go into oblivion now. They're going to go right up to the crook. Anderson, I'm sure, he'll pop out going up the hill. Not quite ready. I thought we could get close enough to get up there with Christmas Corner. But Darlow managed to hold the gap between Anderson and Hitch is massive.
They have pulled out quite a gap there. That is huge, Nick. And I think it's Steve Gilly. You called it a cork in the bottle. And it's Steve Gilly is allowing Tim Darlow and Ayrton Anderson. We've got a great battle for the lead, though. Who's going to take it? Where is championship leader Philip Howarth? He's up to 9th.
He's made 3 places that last lap. Didn't see how many he's made this time. Obviously, the first place is the easy one. Here they come. Will Anderson be put out? Yep, Anderson's going up the inside. No, thought about it. Didn't go for it there. So Darlow obviously is not as quick as Anderson, but the amount of extra speed that Anderson has doesn't quite yet seem to be enough to get past him. Anderson looking for a clean overtake. Probably has the confidence he can do it, so he's waiting, and they've got a big lead over Steve Gilly now of 3 or 4 seconds.
We've lost the number 82 of Harry Rowett. He dropped down 12 places to 17th. That's promoted everyone ahead of him. Joe Piffner, currently 5th in the championship. Joe up to 14th.
Thinking about it there, now get the inside round. This is Anderson's chance, but he's going chopped off there. And as you say, you can't take it too tight on the inside of the right of Pitts Bend, because that is a nasty, nasty curve through the crook. Powering back up. Oh, Anderson's lost a lot of time there.
He slid wide. You saw his back end come out, Nick. I was just trying to carry too much speed through oblivion. Got the cart, kind of pendulum, didn't it? And then the all-important crook corner. You've got to absolutely be very smooth there, carrying all the momentum. That's going to lead you down that back straight towards Christmas Corner. And he's going to have to regain that ground, isn't he? The gap at the line was about 0.2 of a second. It's bigger than that now.
Howarth in 6th and making progress. He's actually he's looking to try he's got a couple of carts ahead of him, so this is the progress. The leaders, obviously, but in fairness to Tim Darlow, and Anderson massively wide again coming through Pitts Bend, so he's really, really pushing. I'm not sure whether he's overdriving a little bit. Oh, and Anderson up to the inside of crook, and they accelerate. And Anderson got a fantastic run that time up the inside of crook. He just suddenly got the momentum he hadn't had before.
He did. You know what? He's obviously listening, Nick, because he listened to my said about through crook. He slid wide. Tim Darlow sliding wide, lost the momentum, and that allowed Anderson the momentum out of crook. And now he comes
Anderson
back.
tied up as well, actually, at that point.
Yeah, there's the switch back. He tried it, but it's not quite enough. And that's because Christmas Corner, it's almost a hairpin, but it's very fast because you've got a fast exit speed. So Ayrton Anderson, where he was before the race was delayed, just coming up to the final minute there as he crossed the line. It's a minute and 14 on the clock.
Howarth 5th at the moment. Howarth 4th. So Howarth in 4th.
Great drive from Philip Howarth. He's needing to maximise his points all. Joe Piffner up to 10th. He's just behind Stephen Horner in 9th. 8th is Michael Mallett. Nick Skelton 7th. 6th is Alex Jones. Steve Gilly down to 5th. Philip Howarth, as you said, Nick, up to 4th. It's Ben Hitch in 3rd. Tim Darlow now trying to hang on to Ayrton Anderson at the front. And he's not doing a very good job of that as Anderson pulls out to the gap he had just before we had the red flag.
Yeah, so Anderson, once he's in clear air, has clear pace advantage. Darlow held him off for most of the short 6 minutes, so this is the penultimate lap. They'll get this and one more. Howarth, not sure how close Howarth is to Hitch. He's over a second behind, so I think this is the limit of where Howarth's going to get to.
Yeah, I think time's running out. He's going to have one more lap, so if he can get onto his tail, he's got a lot of pace. But Ben Hitch is no slouch, is he? He's going to be a hard man to catch, and then even harder to get by. So, you know what, Philip Howarth, championship leader, needing to maximise his points all towards that championship, has had a great drive through. Ayrton Anderson, though, showing his class here.
totally impossible that Howarth could catch up. We can perhaps look at the fourth place man with the gold helmet, because Howarth is absolutely going for it now as he goes through Oblivion. He's got one lap to try and catch up Hitch. He's got to make up a lot of time.
Yeah, the gap. I'm just trying to fathom out the gap. Yeah, he's pulled nearly a second, Nick. It's down to 0.7 of a second, so he's half the gap. Another lap to half it again, and he is going to find himself just on the tail of Ben Hitch as they get towards the final stage of this lap.
And there he is now, just about
into Chapman. Coming out of Chapman now. They're coming together, aren't they? Second, third, and fourth.
There's a lot of looking over the shoulder. It's going to get this. If he'd had the extra 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
But he's thinking about it coming around the boot. Anderson's going to win this one. This is second, third, and fourth. It's just come one lap too late for. Oh, where the heck is Howard? all over the shop trying to get extra place.
Yeah, he tried, didn't he? Ayrton Anderson, though, a very fine win indeed. 2.4 seconds. The gap to second place man Tim Darlow. Ben Hitch in third. Philip Howard the fine run to fourth. Steve Gilly in fifth. Nick Skelton sixth. Michael Mallet seventh. Stephen Horner will be happy with that. He's had some terrible luck this season in NKC, and that's a great heat. Top 10 finish for Stephen Horner. He's on the HRS engine on that number 66. It's Joe Piffner, fifth in the championship. He'll be happy with ninth. Aidan Hammond 10th. Lawrence Hilton in 11th. 12th is Thomas Charles. Mark Rose 13th. Harry Rowett 14th. Giles Over 15th. Jonathan Harrison 16th. James Yap 17th. 18th was Adrian Smith. Martin 19th. And then we've got Brian McCready rounding off the top 20.
Great race. Howarth there, I'm sure is feeling a bit unlucky because he was only a tenth off Hitch at the end. He was 2/10 off Darlow in second. So he'd have thought with a couple more laps, even another lap, he'd have made two more places.
Yeah, definitely.
But fourth from 21st, that's a good run up. And I think that whoever comes up against Ayrton Anderson in their heat, be it Howarth or Louis Large, that's a third challenger for this particular event. Anderson, first time he's been with the NKC, so he's another one of these slightly better built drivers who's decided this is the place to be for 177 racing. And we wait for these karts to come off after the delayed run. And
so we're recovering karts, are we, Nick? Or have we?
No, it's just for some reason they're coming off very, very slowly. We've got one kart at the top,
haven't we? Inkermans. We've got a kart to recover there. Next out, senior TKM. And the senior TKM class, that is a championship that is becoming intense. Again, you know what? All of our classes are becoming intense with regards to championship. We're halfway through, and the points gap between all of our drivers are next to nothing. 5 points is the difference between Jake Campbell-Mills in first. He's on 475. Mitchell Ball is on 470. And then we've got Caelan Lamont.
Who?
Or is it Callan Lamont?
Who?
Or it's Lamont.
Christmas tree. I don't know who it is.
The surname Lamont is from Ireland. I've had his uncle in.
Yes, his uncle who insists again he doesn't know his own name.
Yeah. Louis Bevan is in fourth. He's 2 points behind Callan Lamont, who's on 460. And then Leo Crabtree, he's on 451 points. So all to play for. Let's have a look at the grid for our 100 UK. Our senior TKM. 100 UK comes later. Matthew Temple Purcell is on the pole position with Mitchell Ball alongside. Joseph Jack is on row 2 with Leanna Page alongside. Row 3 is Jason Lovett and Curtis Granger. And then we've got row 4, Liam Surkar and Alexander Lehman. Oliver Fathers and Andy Wagstaff are on row 5. Row 6 is Ollie Milner and Callan Lamont, third in the championship. Matthew Horton and Will Cregeen are on row 7. Joseph Phillips and Leo Crabtree are on row 8. James Hull, Charlie Savage are on row 9. Row 10, Ricky Wright and James King. Louis Bevan and Matt Slate are row 11. Adam Surkar and Gordon Smith are row 12. And then rounding off the 25 kart field is Derek Surkar.
Just realised what we've not done, despite having that break, is we haven't showed the onboard lap, which was Louis Bevan. So we'll make sure we do that before the lunch break, as we have a very nice onboard lap of the track.
Oh, that was Louis, was it?
Yeah. Number 1, so we'll definitely throw that one out.
We've got a few of...
They're going for a lap, which they normally they like to try and do 2 laps. And...
No, they're getting the wave around.
Oh, that's because they've got that very straggly cart.
These are... These are 100cc TKM engined. Senior
So
TKM.
88.
That's the
Ricky Wright, who's
115
right at the back,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ricky Wright was right at the back of that one there. And they will get themselves back into everything again. So they'll give themselves a little bit of throttle just to clear the pipes as such of the oily two strokes. And as that cloud of smoke, sweet. It's not, I must admit, the modern synthetic oils have taken away the greatest smell in motor racing, which was Castrol R.
The greatest smell in life.
Love Castrol R.
The greatest smell.
A friend of mine
in
used
life,
to have a
my
two-stroke Suzuki, RGV two-stroke, and I used to follow her on her bike everywhere for no other reason. I was literally just smelling the backside of a woman, but it was only the bike. Just all good. So there's a fog over there. Greta Thunberg is turning in her shoes at the moment, but let's not talk about that. As they come over the line to get rolling, and it's Mitchell Ball will lead on Curtis Granger, who will get the leap as they fly into oblivion. And they're all 2x2. There's a very, very close start. All 2x3 through the end. I think everyone got through the first three corners. Congratulations to the racers. But it is the 82 of Mitchell Ball who's got the lead. I think actually Matthew Temple may well have been pushed out slightly. I haven't got the rest of his name. What's the rest of his name? Temple what? Matthew Temple.
It's Matthew Temple Purcell.
Purcell.
Yeah.
This double-barreled is I'm sure it's lovely for the family, but it's a pain in the backside for timing.
For the timing
graphics.
screen, yeah, it is.
So Temple Purcell, I think he's down in third when they cross the line, but we'll find out. I'll call the numbers off as they go past us now, and the change to the attempted change for the lead there is a dive to the left and right, which I think was Joseph Jackson, the 55 and the 65. It could be Temple Purcell coming through. Oh, we've got another problem at the top corner to spin round. We'll see that one again in a minute, but over the line it is Mitchell Ball from Joseph Jacks, Curtis Granger, Callan Lamont. So what happened? They came in there. Oh, they just came across each other, didn't they?
Yeah, that was the rundown from the
boot. And it was the loser out of that, I assume, was the 65 pole sitter.
I'll tell you who exactly.
Oh, look! That's how bad it's gone. That is a severely damaged 65 kart.
Yeah, it was the 65. Matthew Temple Purcell started on the pole position.
So that's a huge points loss for him in so many ways.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing, of course, is that is the key point is that the driver himself has got away fine, and he's just sitting there feeling very upset and worrying about his wallet.
Yeah, that was the run down to Pitts Bend. Everybody needs to sort themselves out because Pitts Bend, the final bend now, where the leaders are now, through there, absolutely flat chat through there. Just checking the car.
I'd like to point out that Matthew may have broken his car, but I broke my rib on that corner. So let's keep going. Anyway, so Mitchell Ball leads, Joseph Jack second, Callan Lamont, he's in third, Callan Lamont, or Colon Lamont, and by the way, if you think we're taking the mickey, we're not. There is a fact, when we get to the end of the season, the Callan Lamont name story, I'm going to make a special video about it for everyone for the NKC to enjoy, because we've met a man who doesn't know how to pronounce his own name.
It's a bit of a family issue.
I think so. Different parts of the family have different ideas, but the leader is Mitchell Ball. He's a long way ahead, but second, third and fourth are running nose to tail. The 23 of Lamont now, so Callan's actually going to second place, so he's really moving forward. In fact, Callan Lamont is absolutely on the move, beginning to get much closer to Mitchell Ball. It's Jacks and Granger behind him. My timing screen's not agreeing with me, so I must have misread that, but
No. The timing screen hasn't updated, Nick. Here it comes. Mitchell Ball leads. 3 laps completed. Callan Lamont, fastest lap of the race for Callan there. And he moves ahead of Joseph Jackson into second. Now, the question is, can Lamont catch Mitchell Ball and get into the lead of this heat?
I think he can.
I think he can as well. He's already chasing Ball down. Let's have a round up of the top 10 before the leaders hit us. Curtis Granger in 4th. Alexander Lehman in 5th. 6th is Ollie Milner. Leo Crabtree 7th. Up into 8th has gone Oliver Fathers with Charlie Savage and James Hull coming with him. Leanna Page has lost out 5 places, and at 12, Louis Bevan, championship protagonist. This is the battle for the lead, though, Nick. Mitchell Ball is soon going to have the company of Callan Lamont.
6/10 Lamont gained on him last time, so he's got a huge amount of extra speed as they come up to a Christmas corner. And Mitchell there for Mitchell.
Mitchell Ball knows he's there. Look over the shoulder there. He knows that Lamont is right with him now.
Lamont looking potentially through Ashby, but I think he probably knows his best chance is either diving in at the end of the back straight before the double right of the boot, or perhaps even trying to get it through the Ashby and through Crook and up the main straight. But he's looking left, looking right. He's certainly worried. Ball's taken two glances over the shoulder there.
Yeah, and they're gonna. I tell you what, they've got
Lamont up the inside with the back marker.
They've got back markers ahead of them. That whether or not the back mark will come into play. So the single-cylinder, air-cooled, 115cc TKM engines.
Back marker out the way. It didn't seem to upset anybody, but now Ball goes defensive, trying to save the inside line, but still throwing up the inside was Callan there. So Ball thought, no, I can do it, and then he thought, oh, I won't bother, and then he got thrown up the inside anyway. But now the Hunter becomes reverse, and can he get through Ashby? He's pushed him wide. Quite fair, but harsh.
Side by side.
Five
Lamont,
corners overtaking.
He does the switch back. Mitchell Ball
back in the lead.
Lamont had the line, but he had to give in to Mitchell Ball. This is great racing, fair as well. You noticed how these guys did not touch one another whatsoever. Caolan Lamont will come back at him. We don't want to be side by side through the pit bend, and they settle in, crossing the line. It'll show that Ball leads for laps 6 completed, 3 minutes to go. So plenty of time for these two to continue this. What's happening though is because they're tripping over one another, that's allowing Joseph Jack back into this in third, and he's slowly catching them. Yeah,
Ball's got a bit of kind of a second win there. He's kind of proven himself to be an ultimate fighting machine by holding Lamont off for 7 or 8 corners, and now he's managed to gap it slightly. I think Callan's now kind of regrouping, thinking, what happened there? Why am I not leading?
He lost a lot of momentum, which is why he's dropped back off the back of Mitchell Ball. Here he comes though, he's made up that gap. They're into the boot now.
And it'll be up 7 laps thinking about it again.
It's not a place.
He's done it. He's stuck it out there. He finally said, no, I'm not giving back. I'm not braking. I am taking the lead at Pitts Bend. Luckily, the extra concrete on the side was enough for 2 carts. They didn't touch again though.
He didn't get the memo. You can't really go through Pitts Bend side by side. Caolan Lamont though. It is Caolan, isn't it?
Yep.
Callan. Or is it Callan? Caolan Lamont. Or Lamont.
He's leading anyway.
Now leads. However, Mitchell Ball, he's not happy, is he? He's staying with him. He's got the pace to stay with him. Time ticking down. We're inside the final 2 minutes now. And it's Lamont leading on the number 23 from the number 82, Mitchell Ball. Joseph Jack still in third. Things settling down behind them. Alexander Lehman in fourth. Leo Crabtree fifth. Ollie Milner sixth. Matthew Horton now up to seventh. Oliver Fathers eighth. Ninth. Charlie Savage and James Hull still in that 10th place.
Yeah, another absolutely cracking NKC heat here. We've had some superb racing, and whilst Lamont is ahead, once again, now he's chasing rather than being chased. Mitchell, with the distinctive red and white helmet, running into Ashby. Now he's still thinking about what he can do. I mean, whether he's going to actually he's got the pace to stay with him. He's got the pace to catch up, because Lamont did seem to have a little bit more ground speed, but Ball now with a target acquired. He's pushing hard, Joe.
He's not dropped away, has he? Obviously, a bit of tyre management. Remember, the NKC rules are, the regulations are, 2 sets of tyres per season. It's usually 2 sets of tyres per weekend for a lot of these karters, but 2 sets of tyres per season. Oof. So there may be a little bit of high-speed chess going on, but you can't call this chess, Nick.
No.
He's having to defend, isn't he? Lamont into Christmas corner through the left-hander towards Inkermans. Defensive line through Inkermans. That might not pay dividends.
Over-under. Think about the over-under Ball there, but it didn't quite come off.
Now the left-hander at Parker.
And into Chapman. Nibble there as well.
Yeah, he's having a nibble everywhere, isn't he? Now they're on the back straight. It's a bit of a squirt. It's quite a lengthy straight here. Then they're going to a tight left-hander. That leads to the boot.
Oh,
and there he is, down the inside.
Whoa.
Mitchell Ball, fabulous move through the right-hander, through the left-handed part of the boot, into the right-handed double apex. And we'll see here on the replay, he timed that perfectly as Lamont moved out to take the optimum line through the right-hander at the boot. Mitchell Ball just gathered that momentum, and the timing was perfect. You've got to time that with the driver giving you space, with carrying the momentum through.
And they're both nailed together. And now Lamont looking to get the outside of around Ashby. So these two have put on an absolute stellar performance of
into the last lap
kart racing, as we are on the last lap. Ball now throwing wide. Now there is one more chance for Lamont to lob it up the inside. Look how everyone else has caught them up. That lead's disappeared. Jackson, Lemon and Horton, but no. Oh, he's nibbling, he's pushing.
Oh, he's going to
lose
out.
Lamont's going to lose out. One place at least. And the 55 of Joseph Jacks picks up second. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Can Lamont, superb driving, just pushed too hard the last thing, wasn't prepared to settle for second, ended up with third. Mitchell Ball, who looked like he was sort of not exactly outclassed, but not at the same speed as Lamont. But once Lamont went past, went, no, actually I am that fast. No problem at all. Great racing, absolutely superb racing there by all of these senior TKM runners.
And another example, Mitchell Ball and Callan Lamont absolutely neck and neck. Callan Lamont tripping over him there, totally losing momentum. That allowed Joseph Jackson. He almost lost out to the number 4, Matthew Horton, as well as Alexander Lehman, who came through. So the result stands for the second heat for senior TKM. Mitchell Ball took the win. Joseph Jacks second. Callan Lamont, or is it Kaelan Lamont?
It's one of them.
One of them. Car 23 in third. Matthew Horton fourth. Alexander Lehman in fifth. Ollie Milner sixth. Louis Bevan on the number 1 seventh. Oliver Fathers eighth. Ninth is Charlie Savage. James Hull is in 10th. Will Cregeen is in 11th. Gordon Smith 12th. And then we've got Joseph Phillips, Andy Wagstaff, Adam Surkar, Ricky Wright, Matt Slade, Curtis Granger, Jason Lovett, and James King, who was our final finisher in 20th place on the number 20. I just want to say a quick hello to James's brother Steve, who is in hospital. Or he's either in hospital or he's been sent home and is recovering. So hello to Steve King. Hopefully you're watching the live stream and hopefully you're enjoying it. James King, your brother, he came 20th there, so you need to give him a bell. Tell him to get his finger out.
I have a question for you. We saw more overtaking in more different areas. That's because the carts are much smaller.
The carts are narrower, aren't they?
Yeah. Suddenly you've got that extra space.
How many times this season have we seen that? And the Rotax is a different. It reacts differently.
It's a big bugger.
It's wider, it's bigger, but also the characteristic of the engine, it's not as responsive on the throttle as the direct drive carts are. Remember, you've got to go through a clutch, so there's an element of slippage there. And I know the Rotax boys do sort of, adjust the slippage rate on their clutches, but it still is a factor. We have got the first heat for Minimax out next.
No.
It's a smaller grid, Nick.
It's Minimax and Junior TKM, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got 4 Junior TKMs. So they're basically the same engines as we've seen in the seniors. Minimax is basically the same engine that you see in Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and
there's only
Rotax
3 of them running at the mini TKMs.
Right, 4 of them. We spoke to Fraser Racing, or Team Fraser, wasn't it? Kart 55. Well, Alex Fraser, the driver in that team, we spoke to David, who's the father of Alex. Alex is on pole with alongside Eric Smith. Then on the second row, we've got the number 22 of Daniel Haynes, with alongside Louis Rees. Row 3, Jensen Pritchard, is alongside guest driver Seb Corking. Now, I know Seb, because he's a little bit of a champion in Micromax and the like up in the northeast at both Teesside and Warden Law. Let me have a look at Minimax. It's Reese Green, championship leader on row 4 with Charlie Gillum alongside. Charlie Gillum 5th in the championship.
We've lost our TK. We have 2-2 now. But one of them's gone off on the warm-up lap.
Well, Minimax has been given the go-ahead.
There you go.
I think we've lost our junior TKMs. We've got 2 of them coming through now.
We've got the 0 and the 19, and running way behind is the 40. So you'll know who those people are.
Right, so Reese Green leads this championship. Alex Fraser, who currently leads the heat, is in second. Reese Green on 492 points, Alex Fraser on 486. Then we've got Louis Rees, I should say, on 471. Then we've got Daniel Haynes on 460. Charlie Gillum in 5th on 459. But very much out in front, Nick, Alex Fraser.
He's just going at the moment. So Alex Fraser leading from the 22 of Daniel Haynes. I think it's Louis Rees third, but there's a big lead already for Alex. And he's, a bit too much curve there, mate. That'll hurt.
Yeah, Across the line then, 1 lap completed. Alex Fraser from Daniel Haynes, Jensen Pritchard in 3rd, Louis Rees in 4th, Reese Green in 5th, Seb Corking in 6th, Charlie Gillam in 7th. It's Lexi Fells, the first of the junior 100 UK juniors, across the line from Yelena Osbar-Scott. So Lexi Fells on the O plate. Hayden Taylor, I'm afraid, has fallen out. And Alex Henderson was a non-starter, so only 3 of our
Taylor's
100
running
UKs.
away behind. So making it look easy as our leader, but the battle now is hotting up for second in Minimax. Haynes holding off Pritchard and Rees. We have Jensen Pritchard, one of the names we've identified as being only being named after racing drivers. I think the Landos are all too young, aren't they? We'll wait to the Landos for 3 or 4 years, will we? They'll start in... They'll be in cadet karting in about 2 years' time, the Landos.
So Louis Rees has had a problem that lap. He's dropped down to 6th. He was in 4th.
2 places lost by Haynes there. Pritchard and Reese Green both just came up and outbraked him into Christmas Corner. So there's a huge lead for Alex Fraser, who's effectively checked out and he's in a different postcode to these guys.
He has, Alex Fraser.
Interestingly, if you're at Silverstone, you can be in a different postcode.
You can indeed, yeah. Alex Fraser's needing to maximise his points all for the championship. He's second. There's a move down the inside into the boot.
So that was an attempt by Haynes on
Reese Green.
Pritchard. Is it Green?
Reese Green, yeah.
Green, sorry. I've got
he's made it stick as well.
So he's now off and chasing in the 71.
Just waiting for the timing screen to update, and we'll confirm that was indeed. So Alex Fraser leads. He's got a 4.5 second gap to Reese Green, who's not only passed Jensen Pritchard, but also Daniel Haynes. Pritchard 3rd, Seb Corking up into 4th. Daniel Haynes now 5th, Louis Rees 6th, Charlie Gillam 7th. And then it's the number 40 of Hayden Taylor through there. Lexi Feld still leads the 100 UK juniors from Yelena Osbar-Scott. And that battle for Minimax continues. Alex Fraser well ahead, but behind him, keep an eye on Seb Corking. He's just on a bit of a research mission he's kind of looking at the NKC for 2023, and he's come here to Whilton Mill's first time here this week. I'm on the number 52. So we'll see Seb Corking. He's a very smooth and clever driver, so he'll be finding his feet. He's not in any championship, and Seb, he doesn't want to get mixed up and causing any angst to the championship runners, but he will race firm and hard, and he's hanging on to the back of Jensen Pritchard and Reese Green there.
And of course you think, what's he trying to learn? What's different? Well, of course, whilst the kart's the same, the engine's the same, the braking's the same, the seating's the same, it's the tyres.
Tyres are different
And
completely.
in every sort of motorsport, whatever it may be, from bikes to radio control to karts to Formula One, the most important thing is always those round black things.
Yeah,
because that's the only way you go faster or slower. And at the moment it's faster.
Well, he's getting.
I'll tell you what,
Nick,
look at that. Corking 3 past Pritchard.
Corking's getting the grips with those Max's tyres because he went round the outside of the boot. He didn't get the memo. You can't do that either, Seb. You're not supposed to be able to drive around the outside of people at the boot. Now then, let's keep an eye on Corking because he has effectively gone up into what would be second place. Am I right? Or is that second place ahead of him?
He's third.
He's third.
Just behind second with Alex Fraser a country mile ahead.
So Reese Green is the kart. Now, Corking, or the last lap, I should say, by Alex Fraser, 47.9 was the fastest lap of the race, and indeed fastest lap, therefore, of Alex Fraser. The second fastest lap to that is Reese Green in second. So here they come.
Looking good.
Alex Fraser crossed the line, 6 laps completed. Let's see what the gap is.
It was 1.4 seconds last time around.
1.1.
Yeah.
1.1, so Corking is catching Green. There's a bit of a gap there, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Pritchard's certainly not giving up and getting back past Corking, actually. That's the third, fourth battle is where it is. Corking, you probably thought, hang on a second, what are you doing past me? You're a guest driver. Yeah, I need the points. Yeah,
he does. Pritchard staying with Corking, if anything. Oh, not doing that, you won't. That's a big grassy yump there on the outside of... that's on the outside of Parker, isn't it? Down towards Chapman. Corking beginning to edge away. Now, the gap was 1.1 seconds in that second place of Reese Green. Let's see what the gap between the leader, Alex Fraser. Alex Fraser leads by 6.1 seconds. Gap's down a couple of tenths, Nick. It's down to 1 second exactly. So Seb Karting, 48.066. His fastest lap of the race, 48.144 for Reece Green. So the number 52 of Seb Karting, he is catching Reece Green ahead of him. Karting not in the championship and will not score points as he's a guest driver this weekend.
Yeah, there's a minute and 50 to go. I think he needs to catch him a little bit quicker, I think, to get the point where he overtakes him. So you think that Seb's not actually been to Whilton Mill before?
No, first time here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
as the centre of the karting universe, because it's in the centre of the country.
Well, he's from the northeast, though.
He's
from Darlington.
It's still the centre of the country, people from the northeast. It doesn't move from the centre to where you live.
Sorry, yes, you're right. You're right. It's not near Hull, is it?
No, oddly. It's the first one.
Yeah.
All the other tracks are near Hull.
Everywhere.
Landau, we're going next, but that's quite near Plymouth.
That's near Hull, yeah. All right, then, getting towards the final stages, let's get some semblance of order back. We've had a change of lead in the 100 UK Juniors, and Yelena Osbar-Scott has gotten ahead of Lexi Fells. They're just making their way through the boot now, and that battle for 100 UK Juniors.
So you can pick up the 100 UK. They're about to go. They're going to go start finish now. All three of them as they go across now. That's it up the straight now.
That's a great little battle. Yelena.
Oh, he's gone too wide. I think Lexi Fells got back past, didn't she?
Yeah, that's the O-plate ahead.
Yeah. So that was the Yelena going too wide, and Lexi's in the lead. I wonder where the O-plate meeting was. But as they go now through Inkerman into Ashby. Yeah, it just goes to prove you only need 2 karts to make a race. It doesn't matter how many karts are entered, but these two. And interesting, actually, I wonder what happened for Lexi to lose that lead, because she's absolutely
Lexi's gone down to... No, Lexi's, according to the timing, Lexi Fells has dropped to 3rd in...
Oh, is it Hayden Taylor we're looking at, who's taken the place?
Can't see the number. We've got a couple of carts.
40. You've got a problem there?
Yeah, we've got a couple of carts off at, I think, Crook Corner, which has brought out a
big
yellow flag.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's involved, but we'll try and get a grip on the carts as they come through.
Fill us through the 100 UK. It was Hayden Taylor with a single 4 that confused us rather. So Lexi Fells has fallen back and it was Hayden Taylor who moved into the front of the overall group, with Yelena Osbar-Scott in second. Jensen Pritchard's the one who's dropped back, so it's Pritchard who's involved in the incident. Looks like it's, whilst the yellow flag looks like everything should be okay. They've not stopped it, which means it's probably not.
Well, we're on the final lap as well, Nick. And it'll be Alex Fraser who is just coming out of the final turn now. And he will take what will be the checkered flag for...
There we go. Fraser wins by 1.5 miles.
It's actually the first heat for the Mini-Max 100 UK Juniors. Reece Green finishes second, a gap of 7.1 seconds. Or as my timing screen is just updating now, 7.5 seconds actually at the line. And then just down to just under 2/10, would you believe, Seb Karting didn't half catch the rear end of Reece Green going into that final lap. So Seb Karting finishes 3rd, Louis Rees finishes 4th, Daniel Haynes 5th, Charlie Gillam 6th, Jensen Pritchard went out on lap 9. Hayden Taylor takes the 100 UK Junior win from Yelena Osbar-Scott, and then it was Lexi Fells on the O-plate who came through in 3rd. So that's it.
Hang on. Someone's crawling round.
That's one of the 100 UK Juniors, is it?
He's stopped.
Where?
I think it was Hayden Taylor, I think.
Where? Well, he's on his slow down lap.
Well, no, because he's coming across the line. And he didn't come across the line. So Hayden Taylor, look, he's not very happy. He's broken down on the...
so Hayden Taylor, right, sorry, yes.
Now, interestingly, I saw that cart trailing something behind it going down the back straight. Don't know what it was. Looked like a wire. And then it came off on the corner going into the best of the boot. So my feeling is that what has happened is that something electrical has fallen off the cart, going with 2 corners to go. He just kind of ground to a halt. Because, of course, he hasn't got a clutch. Oh, excellent. Well done. Let's see that again. That was brilliant. Professional. I'm really upset. I'm going to throw my gloves into the cart. So here we go. Oh, no, it's a disaster. I can't believe it. My cart's broken down. It comes a very nice Marsh trying to help me. No, I don't want to help. I'm blooming. Look at perfect shot, though, right into the sea.
Great shot, yeah.
And there goes Hayden Taylor showing all the petulance of a proper racing driver.
He's learnt that from Formula One.
Absolutely.
He has indeed. Nick one of them.
He's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's good. You know, it's good to know that people care, and he was absolutely gutted about that.
Well, he was, because he had that. I thought he crossed the line and that the
No,
100 UK was done and dusted. It hadn't.
No.
So Yelena Osbar-Scott takes the 100 UK Juniors. Lexi fell second.
Somebody's pick his gloves up.
Hayden Taylor will be classified as third.
Yeah, I mean, it's something fell off. Something fell off the back of that car. I saw it trailed. I assume now that it must have been something electrical, like, you know, the little spark units they have. I think that must have been it. Yeah. So he had no spark. As I said, because it's a direct drive, you can't stick the clutch in and roll to the end. You just stop. As the compression stops the engine. Hopefully he hasn't damaged his engine at all. Hopefully he kept his throttle open to get some fuel in there.
Yes, he hasn't seized it. What have we got next? Junior Road Tax. It's their second heat. Heat 1 was yesterday. Ashton French took the win. Mason Perrin was second. Elliot Thomas was third. Archie Lyons fourth. Bobby Rosier was fifth. Adam Catling sixth. Seventh was Ethan Wyatt. Ollie Morris was eighth. Ninth was Samuel Wyatt. And rounding off the top 10 was Tristan Bernard. Samuel Wyatt, finishing ninth yesterday, leads the championship on 477. Braden Hill is second on 474. Ronnie Shrimpton is third in the championship on 465. Mason Perrin is fourth on 456. And then Archie Buttle is fifth in the championship on 450.
Got a non-starter in the collecting area. It's like Kart's 12, it looks like. I'm just reading it for a very long distance. It could be 72, actually. Is that Ronnie Shrimpton?
Sophie Hadley is on the number 12.
Oh, it could be Sophie Hadley. It is a 12.
Right then, on the pole position, Bryn Hill, second in the championship when we'll start. Heat 2 on the pole. Samuel White alongside. James Rigby and Ethan White are on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Briscoe and Jacob McDonald. Aidan Pomeroy and Archie Lyons are on row 4. Row 5 is Tristan Bernard and Sam Lloyd. Ben Ficini and Bobby Rosie are on row 6. Adam Catling, Archie Buttle, row 7. Row 8 is Lewis Llewellyn and Ashton French. Row 9 is Alfie Smith, Ollie Morris. Then we've got Sophie Hadley, Daniel Whitfield, Frank Bourne, Thomas Hadley, Rafi Salentano, Ronnie Shrimpton, Levi Goodyear, Elliot Thomas, Joel Bowden, Mason Perrin, and rounding off the 29 car.
And here they go.
Alfie Bushell.
Braden Hill leads them away. Wyatt Rigby, the Wyatt brothers in second and fourth. Full stop. Nope, they're going round again. They got a full start on that one.
Right, starter not happy, so they are being sent around. I'm kind of hoping that the front row guys realise, yes they are, they're slowing down, they're into the Ashby.
The guy in second realised for the leader, and the leader thought he had the greatest lead ever, and then went,
Yeah, a little bit of disappointment there. He'll start gathering them up on the back straight, which they're about to enter now. They're through the left-hander at Champions, then through a right-hand kink onto the back straight. They're just coming in front of us across the way there, heading towards the boot. The grid nicely gathering up behind the front pack. As they come out of there, they'll head down towards the final turn, which is Pitts Bend here at Whilton Mill. And
much nicer range this time.
Heading towards the lights. The lights go out and they've been given the go-ahead this time. And it looks like a pretty clean start for the whole field of junior Rotax drivers as they go through Oblivion. And then the right-hander Crook. Defensive driving already on lap 1 into Christmas Corner. Out and through the kink towards Inkermans now, through the right-hander. It's downhill, quite steeply downhill there. Again, not really a passing place into Ashby. Off camber, using all of that concrete runoff as well. Towards the left-hander at Parker. Down towards the left-hander at Chapman now, and then they'll come back out in front of us onto the back straight there. Very tight at the front. Braden Hill, Samuel Wyatt battling at the front. And who's that in third? It's the number 19, or is it the 18 of James Rigby?
Yeah.
Here they come. Lap 1 completed then. Let's have a quick look at the top 10 as they complete one lap. Field streaming through. No issues for anybody there. As they complete one lap, 8 minutes and 1 lap is the duration of our heats. And we've had a change of lead there, I think. Braden Hill led across the line. Samuel Wyatt in second. James Rigby third. Ethan Wyatt fourth. Up into fifth has gone Archie Lyons. Bobby Rosier moving up 4 to 6th. Jacob McDonald down 2 to 7th. Up 3, Archie Buttle. He's in the championship contention as well. Jack Briscoe 9th. Rounding off the top 10 was Sam Lloyd.
Yeah, great start there by Braden Hill. Wyatt, Rigby and Wyatt. So we are having this double Wyatt, which is the problem. But Hill settled down a little bit more from Samuel Wyatt. Archie Lyons. So Wyatt now sweeps the lead. Hill second, Rigby third. Breaking into Christmas corner.
Yeah, Sam Wyatt, he's pulled out a bit of a breather, hasn't he? He's left the battle between Braden Hill and James Rigby. He's left them to their own, and then behind those two in second and third, there's a bit of a gap, and then we've got Ethan Wyatt, Archie Lyons, Bobby Rosier, and I think that's Archie Buttle getting onto the back of them. So it's going to be about to become a 7-kart train of junior road taxes. And a move down the inside into the left-hander that forms part of the boot there. So a change for, I think, 5th. Or has he come back?
He gained it at 77 kart, got it and then lost it again. So Ethan Wyatt, Ethan Wyatt did lost 2 places to Lyons and Rosier. But that was because he was trying to gain a place. And then he got hung out to dry at the next point.
Yeah, Archie Butler was hanging on to the tail end of them. Sam Wyatt, though, Samuel, just over half a second is the gap. Second place, Braden Hill and James Rigby. They look like they've settled down, and they're intending, if these two karters can work together, they can stop Samuel Wyatt edging away and making that lead ever more. Bit of a gap there between third and fourth, but that's a battle for fourth and fifth. That's Archie Lyons and Bobby Rosier as they come through the boot. Here comes the leader, though, and I think that gap's coming down, Nick. It was 5.5 of a second.
No, it's
you know
gone
what?
up.
It's gone up.
7,
Incredible.
yeah, but Rigby's now picked up third from Rosier, so Braden Hill and Wyatt in second and first look quite comfortable. Battles for third and fourth at the moment. It's Rigby who's held it in that kind of flory green. Up the inside down to Ashby goes Rosier. Can he just hang Rigby out to dry? Rigby goes, no, he's seen this. He's now got the inside for Parker and Chapman, but then a switch back again. So that was another 5-corner overtake. And Rosier gets through. I mean, he was quite clever there, really, because realistically, really, once he had the inside through Parker, should have been fine during Chapman, but he wasn't. So perhaps just lost a little bit of momentum, but now all the pressure is on the flory yellow and black suited James Rigby with Buttle and Lyons when you get through. Wyatt, Ashton French making some good moves forward. And again, trying to go out, but sweeping round the outside is the 22 of Archie. But there's a lot of coming together now. 3 karts kind of constantly in together. And the big loser is James Rigby, dropping back again and again as Buttle and Lyons are both past. So, time to regroup yourself, think about what you're doing. And Rigby has dropped down to 6th place.
So Archie Buttle, 5th in the championship. They want to maximise his points haul in this heat. It's only the second heat for these drivers. This is allowing Samuel Wyatt to extend his lead. It's out to 1.2 seconds.
Second and third right together. Braden Hill has Bobby Rosier on his rear bumper. They go up the hill towards Christmas corner, coming out, of course, of Crook, and straight out and having a look around the outside. Managed to keep it all together. The 49 of Rosier sweeps past Braden Hill. So Hill, at one point, looked like he was going to be challenging for the win. Has just drifted back slowly. Wyatt is the second half ahead of Rosier. Now, they'll have lost a bit of time in the overtaking manoeuvre, so the question is in 2 minutes and 47 seconds whether Rosier can bridge that gap to Samuel Wyatt.
Well, Rosier had a 5th place finish in yesterday's first heat, and the question is, now that Rosier has gotten by those karts in front of him, what is he going to do to catch Samuel Wyatt? Wyatt across the line. Bobby Rosier, 1.2 seconds. That's come down. Braden Hill through in third. And then we've got Archie Buttle, Archie Lyons, James Rigby now down to 16th and Wyatt 7th, Ashton French 8th, 9th, Tristan Bernard and Ben Faccini now in the top 10. No changes all the way down the order, Nick, all the way down into the 20s.
Yeah, there's a kind of a regular scrapping going on. They come into Parker again, and these three led by the 22 of Archie Buttle and the 55 of Archie Lyons. So 22 and 55 are both Archies. It's Archie James. Oof. In fact, it's 22 and 52. Actually, it's Braden Hill, isn't it, leading that one? 35 at the inside goes the 55 of Lyons, past the 22 of Buttle. Right. Actually, no, it's not. It's the 35 of Hill who's dropping back. Sorry, I misidentified that. What happened was both Buttle and Lyons got past Hill.
The battle for the lead is heating up. It's down to half a second. And they are absolutely nose to tail. There they are at Inkermans, down the hill towards Ashby. And look at that. Bobby Rosier has pulled right onto the rear bumper. He's taken almost a second out of this gap. And there's no doubt about it, Nick. He's got the momentum inside.
He loves it. In a left under Chapman's, he's really happy with.
It really is tricky.
But
and
no,
here
not
he comes
taking
back.
anything of it.
He comes back.
So Wyatt
Samuel Wyatt comes back at the boot. So Wyatt, and they're side by side out of the boot through the final bend at Pitts Bend. And they should not be able to go through there side by side. It all has to settle down, and Bobby Rosier will lead across the line and complete lap 9. They're into the final minute, so they have got time for another lap after this, so they'll get round in time. Bobby Rosier, great battle this, and now that Rosier has cleared Samuel Wyatt, it looks like he's pulled out at least, 2 karts lengths now?
Yeah, he's got a nice little gap. At this point now, realistically, unless he makes a mistake, Wyatt's not going to get it back. But Wyatt didn't let it go. He saw a chance. Rosier was excellent on that left-hander through Chapman's, but they just no momentum for Wyatt to come back.
I was going to mention Chapman's. On this morning's circuit walk, I noticed the curb on the inside of Chapman's is huge. You have to stay well off it. And so that narrows the opportunity to make a passing move, but that did not stop Bobby Rosier. Textbook move.
Whilton Mill has a number of quite edificial type of curves, to be honest.
Archie Buttle down 5 places from 3rd to 8th. That's allowed Archie Lyons, Brady Hill, James Rigby, Ethan White and Ashton French to move up ahead of him. So I'm not sure what happened there, Nick, but from 3rd place, Archie Buttle, championship contender, down to 8th.
This race is not going to go on Archie Buttle's show reel, is it? It's just not worked for it now. It could be anything. It could well be. There's a setup issue. They've got the tyre pressures wrong. Don't forget, people have not had a chance to drive here in these conditions, despite the fact they were testing all yesterday. It was either too cold or too wet. We've got sun on the track, and we've got a baking dry circuit that's also rubbering in now. So it's Rosier from Wyatt as they are on the last lap, and the other drivers sweep through. But that sort of Italian-esque colour scheme on the Rosier kart goes past Inkerman for the last time into Ashby. Hard brake, not on hairpin, remember, it's a kind of an open, I reckon it's 130 degrees, who knows, someone will tell me, I'm sure. And then coming around those last 2 corners before the run down the back straight. Past the banners from the NAVOS and NKC. What are you laughing at?
I'll tell you later. Here they come across the line. It's the number 49 that we are looking for, taking the checkered flag there. Bobby Rosier in fine style. He'd be happy with that. 5th in the first heat yesterday. 1st place in the second. Sam Wyatt, he hung on to that 1st place in fine style after battling his way through. He'll be relatively happy in 2nd, I would think. Archie Lyons 3rd, Braden Hill 4th. James Rigby, it was in 5th. Ashton French 6th. Archie Buttle went down to 8th and climbed back his way back up to 7th. He finishes there. Ethan Wyatt on the number 77 finishes 8th. 9th was Tristan Bernard. Ben Faccini was 10th. Lewis Llewellyn 11th. 12th was Adam Catling. 13th Ollie Morris. 14th Daniel Whitfield. And then we had Sam Lloyd, Mason Perrin, Ronnie Shrimpton, Levi Goodyear, Rafi Celentano, Joel Bowden, Elliot Thomas, Thomas Adley, Frank Bourne. 24th was Alfie Smith. 25th was Alfie Bushell. And we lost Jacob McDonald went out on lap 3. Jack Briscoe on lap 1, and Aidan Pomeroy we lost on that opening lap.
What's coming next?
100 UK. We had an eat.
An eat.
We had a heat.
Had a snack.
We had
of the track.
I'm going to take a breath, Nick.
Whew.
We had a heat for the 100 UKs yesterday. Ben Clucas, name familiar to any of our Creventic Sports Car Series viewers. Ben Clucas took the win. He won by 1.6 seconds from Jason Parrott. Ryan Cole was 3rd. Ross Kernel was 4th. Daniel Mensah, who we spoke to yesterday, and you'll see the interview in the lunch break, he was 5th. Ed Peed, another name from the past. Ed Peed, he missed Rowra. He's back out. I'll just get up the championship as well while I'm looking at that. Ed Peed was 6th. Wesley Graves was 7th. And the 100 UK points table has Wes Graves leading the championship on 489. Wes Graves finishes 7th. Jordan Kendall 8th. 9th is Paul Streether. Ryan Gill rounded off the top 10. Now then, championship for 100 UK so far after 3 rounds of 6. Wesley Graves leads on 489. Jamie Crease is on 479. Marcus Dorey is on 468. Ed Peed up there on 465. And Liam Hamling is on 455. Jamie Crease, who's second in the championship, had a did not start. Sorry, not. He had a did not finish.
Oh dear.
Did Jamie Crease. So that cost his championship
lots of points.
Lots of points there, or a few points, not a massive amount, but he did. He could have done without a non-finish, I would imagine.
So we covered the 79 kart. There's one more stranded out in the middle of the field, literally in the middle of the track.
Yes, he is. Would you like to have a rundown of the grid, Nick?
For any particular reason? Oh, I see. Natural break time. Okay, so next race up is the 100 UK. It's heat number 2. And in pole, it's Lee Jackson. Alongside him is Simon Gamble. Matt Rivet and Daniel Menser make up the second row. The third row, Charlie Leonard and Darren Beavers. The fourth row is Tom Pattle and Nick Watkins. Fifth row, Liam Hamling and Camille Sweeker. Then the sixth row is Andrew Bradley and James Cannon. Behind them is Jamie Creaser and Paul Streether. We've got to row 8 now. It's Marcus Dorey and Ryan Cole. Then Ross Kernow and Jason Parrott. Row 10 is Scott Williams and Brendan Williams. Oh, they're related there. It's side by side. Then it's Matthew Lawrence and Ed Peter in the 11th row. And Andrew Couchy and Ben Klukas in row 12. Then Jordan Kendall and Ryan Gill in 13. Dominic Pine and Wesley Graves in 14. Sergio Taggio and Luke Padley on 15. And Leonardo Taggio and John Allen in 16. We also have a little chat with Sergio during lunchtime as well. And that is the runners and riders. The last of the stray carts is being brought back, which means we can release the TKMs. The 16, as you can see, looks a little recalcitrant to get going. It's the run and there's become a mixture here. Some of these have got self-starters, and some do the old-fashioned running behind and pushing and hoping for the best. So the 100 UK race will get underway. All the 57s with recalcitrant starting. Finally gets underway. James Cannon not in the right place, but they've finally got these rolling. A bit easier to start these in the middle of summer than it is at the beginning of the year when it's freezing cold. The 41 also, Simon Gamble needed a very long push from a very tired man. And the other car, I can't see him in any way. Oh, no, go on, jump, bounce, 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 bounce. 97, is he going to fire? Is the 97 of Leonardo Taggio going to fire? It's not looking good. But let's see, we get to it. He's crawling. There's no way this is going to be a one-lap warm-up because they are not even close. They're being waved round, actually, for a second lap.
It's another retro class of karting, isn't it? It's harking back to, the mid-90s. The 100 UK class uses the TKM 100cc TKM engines, and it's back to direct drive, push starts, and also the world of oiled up plugs,
oiled up engines, fouled engines, tired teammates. How far are we going to push you?
Yeah.
I never got the. I was fine getting them started. I never got the when you spun off getting them started thing where you run behind, and then jump in. I could do it 1 out of 5 times, and I was so knackered after the first 4.
I could do that.
What, every time?
Yeah, every time.
I'll tell you in those days, don't you?
Trick. I'll tell you a little trick.
Go on.
That I used to do. Little Jubilee clip on the frame.
Yeah.
Used to hook the throttle cable to give you a little bit of throttle over the Jubilee clip. Push started. It would fire and it would have a little bit of throttle. As soon as you pressed the throttle with your foot, it sprung off the Jubilee clip.
Well, that sounds like a tactic someone should have told me.
Well, I was a mechanic, Nick.
I was a salesman, so I sold my car for a lot of money.
I probably didn't.
I didn't know, actually.
I'd probably give mine away.
I'm pretty sure I made no money whatsoever and probably lost a fortune. Okay, carts are now getting themselves lined up. Daniel Menser will take us around leading with Matt Rivet. Actually, no, they're in the wrong order. It should be Simon Gamble and Lee Jackson. Simon Gamble and Lee Jackson will take us round.
It looks good for a start, though, Nick. The grid fairly well formed. Pall of blue smoke there as the two strokes give them full beans across the line and into oblivion and then into the right-hander at Crook. It looks like we've all gotten through there, onto the back straight down towards Christmas Corner, look at that. It's I think it's about 8 or 10 wide there into Christmas Corner, down in the midfield. Again, Nick, the narrower track on these 100 UK karts allows for a lot of passing, which we haven't seen in the road axle classes because of the width and the characteristic of the kart handling. Well, but there's a move for second there, I think.
Got an absolute massive lead, isn't it? Straight off the line. Just catching the kart number who's got the absolutely massive lead. It is the 89 Daniel Mensah. He's just gone from miles away. He's got the 16 now in second place. And so Tom Pattle's come up from 5th to 1st in short order. You point about these mixed up grids. You start the front, you start the middle, you start the back, and sometimes they are nowhere near pace order, and you can find it very easy as 9 buzzing hornets go underneath us.
And hence we get gaggles of karts, 2 and 3 abreast, trying to get through Oblivion and into Crook. Daniel Mensah leads. We have a great chat with Daniel in the paddock yesterday, and that will be you'll be able to see that interview that we did with him yesterday in the lunch break, which comes up not too long ago. Yeah, lunch
no, it's not.
Sure. I have no idea when that is.
It's very early lunch break. It's actually in a couple of races' time. 4 races time. But yeah, so second, third and fourth where the battle is. Nice nip up the inside. I think that was Creaser, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Going up from, is it Creaser or Crease?
I say Crease.
Okay. I'll say Creaser and let's call the whole thing off.
It's not. It's Jimmy Crease into second. He's going to be chasing after Daniel Mensah across the line. Look at how much of the track, or not of the track, that he used there on the outside of Pitts Bend.
That never used to be there.
I know it never used to be there.
That's how I broke my rib.
Yeah.
I'll mention that against twice now. I'll get one more and I'll stop. So this is the second, third and fourth battle. Heavily choking the engine into Christmas Corner was the 61 of Creaser. So choking the engine is effectively what you do with the two-stroke to get more fuel in and cool it down and lubricate. What you do is you actually keep the throttle applied, but put your hand over the airbox intake. So instead of taking in air-fuel mixture, you're just taking in fuel mixture. Cools the engine down, super lubricates it, and gives you a chance of it not nipping up.
When you say cool it down, you mean relatively?
Will it be cooler afterwards? It'll be a few degrees cooler, won't it?
Barely discernible. There's a move down the midfield as the leaders are already crossing the line to complete 3 laps. Daniel Mensah, gap was 2.2 seconds. Let's see where it is. It's coming down. Jamie Crease is catching him. 1.9. It was 2.2. It's now 1.9. Liam Hamling through in third. Tom Pattle fourth. Ryan Cole up to fifth.
And move for second here as Liam Hamling. Oh, he's got it as well. I think in many ways Jamie Crease just let have it really. So Hamling, who's given the fact that Crease was faster than Mensah and Hamling's faster than Crease, with 5 minutes to go, you wouldn't put it beyond the Whilton man to see a battle for the lead before the end of this one.
Yes. If the problem is, of course, Jamie Crease and Liam Hamling, who will keep swapping positions. They are, in fact, slowing one another down. So I expect to see the gap between the leader to have extended as slightly as Tom Pattle gets involved as well. So it's now a 3-car battle. There's Mensah across the line. The gap was 1.9. It's now 2 seconds. Liam Hamling second. Jimmy Crease third. Tom Pattle fourth. Fifth is Ryan Cole. Up into sixth has gone Jason Parrott. Scott Williams has gone through him too. Ben Klukas, winner of Heat 1, up into 8th place already. Jordan Kendall up to 9th. Wes Graves up into 10th, and he's gone ahead of Ed Peden and Ross Kerno on that lap. So Wes Graves really is on a charge, and he'd want to maximise as ever because he's looking at the championship, isn't he? He came in here yesterday and I said, championship leader. Yep, yes I am. And I expect to go home from Whilton Mill still as championship leader.
The issue, of course, is that unlike many other championships, you're scoring points in every heat as well.
Yeah.
This is not just about where you start for the pre-final or the final. This is actually, well, it is that, but it's also, hang on, I've got 50 points in every race, maximum available. So this is now the second, third and fourth battle now slightly stretching out. They are getting much, much closer to Daniel Mensah. That gap's down to 1.27 seconds. So it was over 2.2 earlier. Now Mensah has a difficult, leading is difficult I think round here. It's noticeable that we've seen most of these guys who've got away have been pegged back, haven't they?
Yes, we think they've gone away and they're just going to eke out. No, look at that. Liam Hamling has found a second wind, hasn't he? He's had a bit of a wake-up call. He got passed by Jamie Crease and that's kind of woke him up. I'm not sure it's as much as the tyres maybe switching on, because we were well into half distance and the tyres would have switched on a lot earlier than that.
There's probability, they said, that because of the lack of actual testing in the dry yesterday, they may be still having a bit of a guess at setup and a bit of a guess at tyre pressure.
Tyre pressure, yeah. Especially, I mean, the sun's out, it's very warm, it's about 22 degrees ambient, so that'll give us a track temperature of about 35 degrees. So that's quite hot for the UK. And with inside of 2.5 minutes remaining now, we'll keep an eye on this second place battle. Daniel Mensah continues to lead, but the gap is now half a second as that gap to Mensah closes still. That black suit and white helmet of Daniel Mensah. In fact, you know what? We don't need a stopwatch now. Daniel Mensah has got Liam Hamling right on his bumper as they cross the line to complete 7 laps. Jamie Creech not hanging about as well, and he's just watching there. Hamling into the slipstream of Mensah. Mensah will know he's there in the Christmas corner, through the right-hander, through the King towards Inkermans. It's now downhill towards Ashby and down in the inside, and Ashby has gone Hamlin. And that was pretty textbook, Nick.
Yeah, it was a great move. I mean, but again, the same thing happened again, that the momentum has taken him out going round the corners again. So into the Mensah's back in the lead again. But now Hamlin's got the run up the inside. So it's a weird situation where they can hold a bit of... and it's gone horribly wrong for
Jimmy Crease.
The back marker's got the way. Crease is in the lead. Crease in the lead. The back marker got completely in the way. So Crease in the way. Hamlin's in second. Mensah's in third. Mensah looked like a big loser, and saying that red back marker completely loused everyone's day up.
Yeah, here he comes back. I thought Hamling coming back down the inside of Christmas corner. Jimmy Crease couldn't believe his luck there, could he?
No, he's having problems already hanging on.
You can't discount Daniel Mensah as well, early leader, and more back marker problems for the leaders as they head towards Parker through the left-hander now. First, second, and third come together into Chapman. Through the King on the back straight.
There's certain places where the back markers really find it very hard to get out of the way, to be honest. And I think
that's
true. And up the inside go.
The inside was Mensah
Hamling
there.
was thinking about it. Mensah was thinking about it there.
Didn't come off through Pitts Bend, and this has allowed Jamie Crease to increase. Liam Hamling to increase that gap as these two squabbled. Mensah and Crease. It's Crease in second, Mensah in third. They ease out a little bit on one another. Into the right-hander now at Inkermans and downhill towards Ashby. This is the biggest gaps we've seen between the first 3 karts in this field.
They're getting to run. This is actually, no, it's not last lap. They've got this lap and one more. Last lap board not out if no time has expired.
It'll be last lap next time by.
But Hamling and Creaser and Mensah all had quite eventful races, but the big deciding factor was at the boot a couple of laps ago when we had the back marker just unable to get out of the way, really. Because however slow you go, if you're going round the boot, you're going to get in the way. There's nothing you can do about it, just where you get caught up.
No. The best thing you can do as a back marker is just stay on the racing line, and the quicker guys will find their way by. But unfortunately it was Liam Hamling who tripped over. He's not going to be thinking about that now, Nick, as he is on his final lap through Inkermans now down towards Ashby for the final time in the second heat for the 100 UK.
I think Daniel Mensah will be thinking about it, because I think he thought he was worst case scenario second. He's ended up third. Behind them, Ryan Cole, Tom Prattle and Jason Parrott. They got 4, 5 and 6. Ben Kluger's 7th, Ed Pete 8th for the well-known motorsport names.
Well, Mensah had a 5th place finish in heat 1. He'll have a 3rd place finish here. He's got a few hundred metres to go now as they cross the line now. Liam Hamling takes the win, and Jamie Crease second, Daniel Mensah in third, Ryan Cole 4th, Tom Pattle crosses the line 5th, 6th is Jason Parrott. Ben Kluges, great drive from Ben Kluges, an equally great drive from Ed Peed, his teammate, or his good friend. They came 7th and 8th, and then Wes Graves, Ed Peed getting past Wesley Graves for 8th, Wes Graves 9th, Jordan Kendall 10th, Scott Williams 11th, Ryan Gill 12th, Ross Kernall, Adrian Cauchy, Charlie Leonard, Brendan Williams, Matthew Lawrence, Matt Rivet in 18th, Luke Padley 19th, 20th was Dominic Pine, and then the rest of the field come through to complete their second heat of the weekend. Simon Gamble it was in 22nd. Then we have Darren Beavers, James Cannon, Sergio Taggio, who's another chap that we got to speak to yesterday, and we will see that interview. We had 5 retirements. Paul Strether, John Allen, Leonardo Taggio, Nick Watkins and Camille Suica were retirements from that heat. What we got next, Nick?
We have the second Super H2 House of 100. Super 100.
Splendid.
Ask me again.
What we got next, Nick?
We've got the second heat of the 100 Super, the House of 100. I don't know how I managed to read three simple things the wrong way round. I don't need that anymore. It's a grid.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No. So, yes, that went well. Nick fails reading. That's not the first time. Thanks for all you who are watching us on YouTube. Mattia Play says, go down in Whitfield. Catriona Abraham, go Raffi, the little Matthew. A bit weird, but okay. Hello to all of you who are watching us on Facebook as well. It's good to have you all with us.
Yeah, we've got the Zach Bolton fan club who'll be coming.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Well, the thing to remember is, of course, because of problem with bots. Just so you know, if you want to comment on the stream on YouTube, which we will see, you do need to subscribe to the channel. This is not some sort of Machiavellian way of upping our subscribers. The fact is, we've had a couple of streams that got completely spammed by bots.
What does that mean?
Well, basically, you're having a lovely chat, and then someone says, if you like sexy girls, go here. And I'm using the word sexy girls, the lang, which is significantly more explicit than that. So these bots will just spam with chat messages to try and entice you to make poor moral decisions. The way of stopping that is to make it subscribers only, because obviously the bot's not going to subscribe to you.
All right, so you just have to register. You don't have to pay to subscribe.
No, it's just you subscribe to the channel. But there's also certain words you can't say on the chat anymore. I've blanked certain words. Oddly, one of which is Tinder.
Why would we say Tinder?
Well, you can't say Tinder on our channel.
Who these days has a Tinder box?
Exactly. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Yes.
Just,
people start fires much more easily.
Absolutely. I've got the name of a good lawyer if you
There's a lot of flaming going on.
So 100 Super, back into the NKC time machine.
Hang on a second, before we read the grid, because we've got a bit of time.
All right.
How many karts are there started?
28.
Right. How many are finishing?
12.
Oh, I see. Paul? 14 for Paul.
Yeah,
I will go. I'll have to go a bit higher because I was going to go 15. I'll go 17.
This is the era of karting.
12 is Joe.
That was I am familiar with.
12 Joe.
It was part of the sport. These guys love tinkering with their karts. You've got to with the 100 Supers.
Did you say 15 or 16? 14, you said. 14 is Paul and 15 is Nick. So there we go. Who will be correct?
Nick, if you missed the first heat this morning when we first came on air, then what Nick is alluding to is that the 100 Super class, 100cc, highly tuned, highly stressed, single-barreled two-stroke engines.
Yes, but more importantly, I've actually been told that I misread everything.
Yes.
There's an official title, as the 74 hasn't even started, by the way. The official title is the London Diamonds House of 100 100 Super Championship. I've misread that because there's no punctuation how it's been written. Let me start again. This is taking a while, isn't it?
The grid here.
The official it's cars. The official title is the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. Go with the grid. Fast.
You're going to have to write that down.
I know.
Right.
With a comma.
Richard Puddle's on the pole. Gary Watling alongside. Tom Longfield, Chris Trott. They're going to get another lap, aren't they?
You better hope so.
Yeah, they're going to get another lap. Gary Watling, right. Richard Puddle, Gary Watling on the front row. Tom Longfield and Chris Trott are on row 2. Joe Scorey and Martin O'Hara are on row 3. Gareth Hunt and Duncan McLeod are on row 4. Yeah, they are.
Oh, yeah.
The international sign of we're getting one more lap. Finger in the air, twirling it round.
What was the revving for then?
Well, you rev to clean your engine, don't you?
Yeah,
you can't just tootle around in these things.
Not with these things.
Highly tuned, highly stressed. Gareth Hunt and Duncan McLeod on row 4. Roy Johnson, Adam Wardiel are on row 5. Matt Martin and Steve Cook-Martin are on row 6. Oliver Scullion, Billy Thomas are on row 7. Matt Devlin, Dane Beamsley are on row 8. Paul Seymour, Stuart Watts are on row 9. Liam Rabjohns and Keith Evans are on row 10. Ben Yeomans, Robert Walton are on row 11. Paul Warner and Lee Gadsby, row 12. Tim Watson, Leon Dolby are on row 13. Ashley Curtis, who had a non-finish in Heat 1 shares row 14 with James Verity. We still can't get the 74 away. Let's see where the 74 should have started. That's Matt Martin. He should have started 11th, but he's running out of time to get that thing to fire. They are very, very, very demanding carts and engines to prepare and keep running. 1 hour per piston, 3 hours on the main bearings. We're about to get this underway. A pall of two-stroke smoke. Listen to the noise. 20,000 RPM from the single-cylinder 100cc engines as the field continued down the back straight towards Christmas. Look at that sliding on the brakes. Rear brakes only on the chassis. And the skill is to get the rear end to break away to point the kart at the corner as they come through.
As the camera shoots through the fog
of two-stroke oil. It really is phenomenal, and it's what karting used to sound like. And of course, in today's era of noise abatement,
I tell you what, they look quick. They really do.
They are very, very quick.
And this is why people do it. This is why, even though an absolute pain in the backside as he's running, they are visceral, exciting, noisy, aggressive, nasty little things, but great fun to ride.
Everything we fought. You know what? When you went to your first kart race, like I did in the 80s, this is what karting was. It was noisy, it was smelly, it was fast and furious. It was
unreliable.
These karts are so physical. You think a Rotax Max kart is physical. The Rotax Max, a lot heavier kart than these things. These are so nimble. You can change direction. You've got to spend literally hundreds of thousands of pounds to get a car that'll perform the same as these things.
And of course, you're running the Jeopardy the whole time. I remember losing 2 of my best ever results when I nipped up with a couple of laps to go, which means when the cylinder seizes in the piston, and you're sitting there going, if only I just choked it half a second earlier.
Yeah. Here we go, race across the line.
That's 111. That's Wattling into second. Scorey's third.
Scorey's just up to third, so Scorey's on a bit of a charge, and he will be challenging.
Right,
look at this from Joe Scorey.
They're in there. They're coming up the hill. They're choking it. They're and they're braking at the same one hand. And I'll have a second hand on the steering wheel.
Sliding it on the brakes one-handed. This is what you've got to do. It's all about balance. It's all about coordination. It's all about having the confidence to play with that mixture, choke the engine. Chris Trott leads. It's not going to be long before Joe Scorey is right on his rear bumper though, and going with him. Gary Wattling, Gary Wattling on the number 111 through Pitts Bend and across the line. It's 3 laps completed.
What we're going to do next time round, we're going to do a bit of a Formula One thing. And I'm going to let everyone hear what 20,000 revs down the main straight sounds like.
Brilliant idea. Yeah.
So we're going to get a massive blast of ambient in a minute, which you can all hear when they come round across the main straight the next time, what it sounds like.
We had 24 starters, Nick. We are down to 21 runners at the moment, so we're going to feel what 21 100cc kart engines at 20,000 revs sound like. Leaders into the boot.
Here we go.
Here they come then. I'm going to go quiet. Let's just listen to them through. I've got to say, I am getting emotional because of that. I have got chills. Wow. I have literally got chills, and I'm getting emotional listening to that. That is phenomenal.
It's our youth.
We are going to do that again. We are going to do that again. Meanwhile, whilst we just sort of wallow in the emotion of these 100 supercarts, we've got Joe Scorey, who's took the lead, Chris Trott second, Gary Wattling in third, Roy Johnson fourth, Oliver Scullion fifth, sixth is Tom Longfield, Richard Puddle is seventh, eighth is Adam Wadiel, Gareth Hunt is ninth, and then up into 10th has gone Ben Yeomans. He's gotten ahead of Steve Cook, Martin and Leon Dolby. Into Ashby and out of Ashby. Look how quick, I mean, it's point and squirt, isn't it? These carts accelerate from 20 miles an hour to 70 in about 2 seconds, and you can really see the way these carts punch out of the corners. Joe Scorey into the boot, through the left-hander, and then the double apex right now. As we see the leaders come through Pitts Bend, that's the battle for third, fourth and fifth there across the line. As Giuscori leads, he's got just on 7/10 of a second. Chris Trott's following him through. And then it's Roy Johnson ahead of Gary Watling. Oliver Scullion fifth, Tom Longfield still sixth. Adam Wardiel up into seventh ahead of Richard Puddle. No change from the top 10 of Gareth Hunt and Ben Yeomans though.
Yeah, it's another excellent piece of racing by all these top 5 or 6, because it's not just driving the kart round. They're doing effectively, you know what? You know, in your car, you've got all these multi-processes with your engine management system. They've got engine management system. It's them. It's their hand and their foot. It's their engine management system. This
was very much international karting, at the very forefront of international karting, and there's no surprise that we saw people like, you know, Jan Magnussen, Jarno Trulli, Giorgio Pantano. They all drove these cars, and when you look at the comparison to all the adjustments that have got to be made in nowadays Formula One cars, it's very, very similar. The brain processes that you need to drive these karts, you're adjusting the mixture. An eighth of an inch turn on the mixture screw can make a massive difference in performance. Yeah. Get it wrong though, and it can end your race. It can end your race and also affect your bank account.
Yeah, because when these things nip up,
they're very challenging.
It's basically rear end locks. You've got to hope for the best. So the 111 under huge challenge from the 44. Someone's just nibbled the back of the 44 because he's knocked his number plate underneath it. So there's been a little bit of lights coming together between Oliver Scullion and someone behind him. So they go through Christmas corner again. Looking back down forward. Is that a Jacques Villeneuve tribute helmet with Gary Watling there? It's certainly got Jacques' colours, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like a Jacques Villeneuve.
Not quite with the V, but with that kind of pink, blue and yellow.
Yeah, it may be a heart of that, but it's a great battle here for fourth place. Oliver Scullion is the man on the 44. Gary Watling is on the number 111 as they battle their way through and around this lap. They're into the boot already. Literally nose to tail through Pitts Bend. Scream across the line, getting towards 20,000 revs into oblivion. Little fan of the choke there, and onto the back straight. This is really where the engines will be optimised up the hill. Kart squirming on the bricks there, just braking the rear axle, and whilst they do that, they're just readjusting the mixture down the inside into Ashby. He's going to slide wide though. He's going to come back at him. Yes, textbook stuff here. Into Parker.
That was good, a good move by Watling there, because he actually ran across the bowels of Scullion, which kind of prevented him from getting the inside run out of Chapman. So certainly that was a bit of he threw it up there, didn't he, Scullion? Just hoping for the best coming out of it.
Yeah, he basically threw it down the hill at Watling. It didn't quite come off. We've got a change for second place ahead of these two, as Roy Johnson has gone into second. He's chasing down Joe Scorey now, who's got 1.3 seconds lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're on the penultimate lap though, Joe, so they get the last lap this time round.
Yeah, it will be 4 seconds on the clock, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. It'll be 1 lap to go for next time by.
Beautiful, beautiful move again there by Scully. Just pipped out. I think he almost got now behind them. Hang on a second, who's that who's joined the party? That was Tom Longfield in the 17 with the yellow overalls, who's just completely poleaxed Watling, who wasn't expecting that whatsoever.
And it looks like Tom Longfield sporting a set of zip kart overalls from Period.
Excellent.
I remember them. I'm not sure if I had a set of them. As the final lap then for the number 71 of Joe Scorey. 1.2 seconds gap there to Roy Johnson. Chris Trott in third. Oliver Scullion now fourth. Tom Longfield we saw up to fifth. Gary Watling demoted to sixth. As I'm trying to get a location on the leader. There he is now, just coming into the booth on the number 71. The number 70 of Roy Johnson in second. And here comes the leader now, out of the final turn and across the line to take heat number 2 for the 100 Superclass. Roy Johnson second, Chris Trott third, Oliver Scullion fourth, Tom Longfield fifth. It's Gary Watling in sixth, Adam Wardiel in seventh, Richard Puddle eighth, ninth is Ben Yeomans, 10th is Gareth Hunt, Leon Dolby crossing the line now to take 11th.
Now this is the second and final heat because they are going straight to a pre-final in their next time they're out.
Paul Warrener, Ashley Curtis 13th. He'd be happy with that finish. Robert Walton 14th. 15th was Tim Watts. Liam Rabjohn 16th. 17th is Paul Seymour. Dane Beamsley 18th. Martin O'Hara finishes in 19th. And then we had some karts that have completed only 7 laps but seem to be still running, so they got their karts back away. So Steve Cook Martin finishes 20th on 7 laps. James Verity on 7 laps finishes 21st. Lee Gadsby on 7 laps finishes 22nd. We lost Duncan McLeod on lap 4 and Billy Thomas on lap 5. So a better attrition rate that time, Nick.
No, they've obviously got
totally
themselves
proved us wrong.
Well, no, they probably worked out what the jetting should be and that sort of stuff, and so we can park the how many are going to finish concept.
We stay with seniors next time out. This time out, Senior Rotax, their 3rd heat. And because of the size of the grids, of course, we have not everybody. We have 4 heats for Senior Rotax. Not everybody competes in 4 heats. Everybody will compete in 3 heats across the day. And then we will go to our finals, which come much later in the afternoon. We've got 3 more heats to come before the lunch break, so we've got plenty of time. A very efficient running from the officials here at Whilton Mill. So Senior Rotax coming next. We'll have a look at the grid. We've got a collecting area that looks locked and loaded, as they say.
Locked and loaded, I say.
Just a little reminder of the championship standings coming into...
Hello to Edward Pickering, who's a big fan of the channel, watches all our stuff. He's in Japan.
All right, hello. Welcome along to Whilton Mill.
Step back, 1, 2, 3. This will keep me going while I wait for F1. Well, F1 is obviously due off at 3, but obviously we are available. You can just watch some boring old F1 race and come back and pick up from where you've stopped off.
Always put it on your tablet or laptop just to the side when the F1 gets boring, which it will do.
There's no rain.
I'm a big F1 fan, but it's still not as exciting as the dynamic, visceral experience of karting.
That's certainly true. Well, it is a big pack.
Nick, we're going to have to do that soundbite again from those for those 100 supers.
We will, don't worry.
No question. We will do that again.
No, because they're not full revs at the start. So Paul was saying to do at the start.
Lasts longer as well. Lasts longer when they're strung out, so you get that soundbite that just is, those engines just screaming away. Senior Rotax out next. Before we have a look at the grid, I'll just remind everybody coming into this round, the championship will not look like this because there was points hauled from the couple of heats we've already had for this class. Lewis Jones leads the championship for Miles Barthorpe, Callum Davies, Scott Smith and Luke Evans. Let's have a look at the grid as the karts are released. Ellis Humphreys and Reece Pope are on the front row, from Jez Williams and Paul Moran on row 2. Helen Moran will be no doubt in the kitchen slaving away over Sunday lunch.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Helen. May go at the pub then. Lewis Berry and Scott Smith on row 3. Martin Jackson, Alexander Mirzoyan are on row 4. James Costin and Luke Evans are on row 5. Row 6 is Jay Lewis and Jez Owen. Stephen Bickerton and Lewis Cooper on row 7. Luke Walker and Grace Lee Davis are on row 8. Tyler Fossey, Paul Ozanne are on row 9. And then we've got Alex Wannabe and Andy Powell on row 10. George Boxall and Martin Core on row 11. Row 12 is Riley Bowen and Adam Rogers, with James Wood and Tommy Lee Davies on row 13. Scott Russell, Larry Barker are on row 14. Row 15 has Jodie Newman and Thomas Storer. And then Jodie Fox and Daniel Gibbs round off the 32 kart field. They're already into and out of the boot. I'm not sure whether they'll get. I'm not sure because we've got a few stragglers.
The rear looks, they're going for it. And they've given it. Okay, we are off and running. No, we're not. We counted at the start.
Yes, we are.
Oh, we have.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. That's not, I look at the bits supposed to send me information. They haven't. Right, here we go.
Into oblivion, already into Christmas corner, in fact. And we've got a lot of movers and shakers there on this first lap. As ever, mixed grids for the NKC. Into Ashby for the first time then. It's 8 minutes and 1 lap as ever. And
sun's gone in, so the track temperature will begin to drop, which is interesting.
That's going to play a little bit with when tyres come on and then subsequently go off, of course. The leader, who I can't quite grasp the number, I think might be
48 is Jez Williams.
Jez Williams, yeah.
Nicely. Second place just changed because up the inside came the multicoloured 77 car of Paul Moran. with the 64 in third. So Humphries has come from pole in third, come through the crook.
So Paul Moran comes through in second from Jez Williams. Ellis Humphries third, Reece Pope fourth, Lewis Berry fifth, Scott Smith sixth, Alexander Merzion up into seventh, James Costin down to eighth, Jay Lewis ninth, 10th is Luke Evans.
So the Rotax is providing great entertainment again. But it is a little bit easier to drive these things. Some of the two-strokes we see, the two-stroke old timers we've seen before. Is that they're 125s these?
These are 125cc, water cooled, not direct drive. You've got to go through a clutch, of course, which allows them to have self-starters. These are the modern version of top-level karting in the UK. And
Reece Pope, big move for that time round, picked up a place. He's with the very plain white unliveried cart, the stealth cart in second. There's more movement behind.
Scott Smith up to fifth as well, Nick. He's fourth in the championship, so he'll be wanting to get further up the field as well.
With the red nose cone. It's quite good to see so many, I know it sounds an odd thing to say, but it's quite good to see so many unbranded, unfettered carts, because it means we really are dealing with people who are racing for themselves and not for teams of any sort.
Yeah, you've got the odd Lando Norris cart that's bearing the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris kart livery. Now we've got a few Tony karts, don't we? And then we've got various different KR Sports sticker kits, and then just a plain white livery is sometimes refreshing to see in the karting world, like the number 48.
Well, second and third and fourth and fifth are a long way off the leader. 3.5 seconds, Jez Williams, but they're nailed together, these. And there's a kind of a, that's
Reece Pope.
Yeah, but the interesting thing was that the 77 Paul Moran got completely hung out to drive by two carts. He was so busy looking over his shoulder trying to work out what to do that you can't even forget to actually go around the corner at any great speed.
Never good to look over your shoulder. You should just keep looking forward, and if they're going to come by, they'll come by. And just focus on what you're doing. This is allowing Jez Williams 3.5 seconds was the gap there, and it's Reece Pope now in second. And that was the plain white unbranded livery that I saw there. Jez Williams crosses the line now. 4 laps completed. Here's the battle for second, and it's Reece Pope who leads that battle for second and third. A little bit of a gap to third and fourth. It's Scott Smith who we thought would come up the order, and Scott Smith has to gets by into second.
All the momentum there for Reece Pope disappeared, didn't he? He just got out of shape, got over the curb, and lost so much time.
He had to make space for Scott Smith, who was coming. He was coming. He was making his way through, no question. Lots of movement going on down the order. Caught in trouble there through Ashby across the way, pulling off to the side of the track. That's going to cause no problem as we look back at that second place cart of Reece Pope. Jez Williams already gone through. Now the gap was 4.5 seconds. It's gone out even further now. So Jez Williams really is absolutely charging there at the front of this field.
Now I think remember that Ashby is no longer an overtaking point because there is a yellow flag waving. As they come to increments, it's now in the yellow flags round this 130 degree corner. The cart is stranded on that left hand side. You see the blue cart. It's just a mechanical. No issue for the driver apart from the fact he's got to try and fix it. He was quite upset. He gave it a full-on slap as he got out because obviously it's the cart's fault it's broken.
So Paul Ozan, former Super 1 British Championship, Paul Ozan started 18th. He's already made his way up to 11th. And another man making kind of good progress, Andy Powell. Andy on the Hunter Motorsport engine of Reece Hunter and moving up the order there all the time, making up ground. Jez Williams,
long way ahead.
5.3. It's gone out by 2
He's just at the top of the championship at all.
No, he's not. He's not even in the top 5.
So I assume therefore he hasn't done all the meetings. He's absolutely checked out in a way we've not seen in senior Rotax. I mean, it may depend who else has been shuffled in behind him, but Smith and Pope in second and third are quite close together and on your screen at the moment. And then you have another gap back to Moran and Humphries. And then there's a kind of a string out of little 2 and 3 kart battles the whole way down. So this one's a little bit less frenetic than some of the other races we've seen. This is the second and third going round the crook, firing up the deceptively high rise. Deceptively high rise into Christmas Corner. That little right-hander there is Inkerman. It's downhill quite a lot more than you think it is, as they say. Fourth and fifth again are battling. That's Moran and Humphreys. About to go through Parker and Chapman. They're right together. No one's getting anywhere near our leader, who's now 5.7 seconds ahead. We've got 2 minutes and a lap to go.
So we are getting towards the final stages. So if you are going to make your move, time's running out, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've got second and third battling, fourth and fifth battling, literally within half a centimetre of each other, and the leader in having a different race entirely. Oh, and it's going to get changed near. Looks like we're going to see fourth and fifth change. Yep, the 64th Humphreys gets up inside Moran. Moran, no answer. Classic overtaking manoeuvre here. We switch our attention to second and third, who are still in the same order, which is Scott and Pope. Scott, in fairness, has looked relatively safe once he got past. He's finding it difficult to gap Pope, but I think this is a bit more to do with the it's easier to follow than to lead situation, where Pope's able to stick on his tail. Pope's not made any particular attempts. Pope, the all-white cart, and then, of course, the white cart with the red nose piece. That is Smith. So Smith continues in second place. They're now 6.5 seconds off the lead, so it's not any better. He looks over his shoulder. No move this time by the dark visored Pope with the blue helmet.
I know Jez Williams is a name that we're familiar with, but I can't find him in the championship. I think this is his first round.
Well, he's certainly turned up with a bang, hasn't he? So Williams obviously won a number of our guest races this weekend. The success of the NKC's first 3 rounds, the great racing, and of course now it's in the centre of the country. It means that people can give it a go. They're perhaps not geographically aligned to some of the other events, the other rounds of the championship. The second and third, right together again. The gap is, well, it's on the camera. It's been what it's been for the last 2 or 3 laps. Now, at some point, as it's this lap and one more, Reese is going to need to throw it up the inside of Scott, I would say.
He's going to literally have to throw it up as well, isn't he? Jez Williams not registered until this round for the championship. He's not on the guest list. You're not coming in.
He's not coming in, mate, yeah. Oh, no, look, he's got trainers on. Oh, they went for it this time. Oh, and Pope actually did it and then raised his hand. Now, I don't know whether he's going to let him pass again, because Pope absolutely lobbed it up the inside of Smith in a relatively unpleasant way, raised his hand like I've been a bit aggressive, and then didn't let it back again. So it's very weird. I'm pretty sure this was a British Championship final. There'll be a big clerk of the course incident on that, and I can't believe that Scott Smith's chuffed about it, because if Pope's got enough of an issue with his own overtaking mover to raise a hand, you kind of think, hang on a second, let it back. But that second and third, the leader, just 8.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, he's really bossed this one, hasn't he? He'll be greeted by the checkered flag next time by Nick. He's on his final lap. And this, as far as I can see from the records of the first 3 rounds, this is Jez's first round in the NKC Championship this year. There he is across the line there to take heat number 3 in the senior Rotax class. He crosses the line completing 12 laps. It'll be Reese Pope who comes through, or will it? Let's see who finally gets it at the flag as we just wait for the timing screens to catch up. Reese Pope it is indeed, who finishes second from Scott Smith in third. Gap of the line between Williams and Pope was 8.2 seconds. Then we have 1.1 seconds between second and third. Ellis Humphreys comes through in fourth. Paul Moran, you'll be happy with that, won't he, Paul? And Helen will be happy with Paul getting that top 5 finish as well. Luke Evans 6th, Jay Lewis 7th, and 8th was Adam Rogers, James Costin 9th. Paul Azan into the top 10 there for the Old Master. 11th is Stephen Bickerton. Alex Warnaby is in 12th. Lewis Berry 13th. 14th is Alexander Mazoyan. And then further down the field, we've got Jez Owen, Andy Powell 16th, Lewis Cooper, Tyler Fossey, Thomas Storer, Grace Lee Davies, Riley Bowen, James Wood in 22nd, Jodie Newman, Jodie Fox, George Boxall finishes 25th, Scott Russell 26th, Daniel Gibbs 27th. We lost Martin Jackson on lap 4, Tommy Lee Davies also on lap 4, and then Martin Coe and Harry Barker we lost on the opening lap.
Yeah, and not every race is a classic, is it?
Well, it got strung out, didn't it? Jez Williams absolutely dominated that. What I meant by guest list, we have some guest drivers who have come in here at round 4 at Whilton Mill, haven't registered to take points from the championship. George Walker and Nathan Chattel are on the guest list for Senior Rotax, and it was Nathan who won the first heat yesterday before we got into today. It's heat 3 for the Rotax 1.7s. We've got, I'm just seeing who of the top 2 in the championship. That's Philip Howarth, who leads, and Louis Large.
You say one or the other because they're not in the same race, are they?
Well, Philip Howarth starts 13th, so this is his middle of the grid start for Philip. So keep an eye on the number 101. We'll keep an eye on him.
Losing a bit of a rest, and he raced last night. He's not going to race again until about 3 in the afternoon.
That's right. I know. He's like, and he absolutely dominated that one yesterday. Did Louis? There's the karts lined up, line astern this time for the 177s. Not in echelon, as we've seen some of the classes line up. Steve Maidment will start on the pole. Stephen Horner is on an HRS motor from Nigel Horner, the renowned engine builder from the northeast of England. Stephen Loggin is third, Thomas Hinton fourth, Martin Heath and Richard Evans are on row 3. Kyle Fletcher, hopefully Kyle will be out. He was involved in that incident in the second heat for the 177s. He was telling me he wasn't sure just how badly bent the frame was. Hopefully his dad Dave,
nothing a mallet can't sort out.
Absolutely as well. Dave Fletcher from FB Motorsport
bouncing on it with a tyre underneath to get everything straight again.
Well experienced on standing on frames on wooden blocks. So he'll have done all that. Dan Fleckley alongside Kyle on row 4. It's Brian McCready and Chris Sivia are on row 5. Row 6, Dave Nolan, Tom Thompson. Philip Howarth, championship leader, on row 7 with Billy Clark alongside. Steve Jackson, Harry Wainwright are on row 8. David Medlock and Terry Smith are on row 9. Row 10 is Rhys Llewellyn, Mike Edwards. Row 11, Alex Thomas and Colin Campbell. Then we've got Brendan Smith, Keith Mason alongside him on row 12. Dan Millward and Jonathan Harrison are on row 13. And then rounding off the 28 car field is Tommy Austin and Alfie Williams. So all to play for pretty much in the 177s. It's a very intense championship, but I'm going to say that about all of our classes because it's all coming down to the final 2 rounds, no doubt about it. And there's Louis Large there, just walking in front of us. He's not even in his race suit yet. And why should he be? It's 22 degrees out there. Just keeping a watching brief on his protagonist. He's well familiar with Philip Howarth. Philip, another one of our interviews in the lunch break, which you'll see. And these two go back to junior karting, so they know each other really well. However, they will not come together until the final this afternoon. Here comes the grid of Senior Rotax 177s, though, to take the start. And we get this thing underway into and out of oblivion through Crook already and onto the back straight down towards Christmas Corner, or I should say up towards Christmas Corner, because it's quite a steep uphill climb into that right-hander.
The interesting Steve Maidment was able to stick on the left-hand side of the circuit, but everyone else was so busy covering the right-hand side as they would be driving up it. Oh, he's gone off! The leader's gone off! Whoa, what happened there? Was that a cold tyre mistake? But you just give yourself a lead, then you just lose it straight away.
That's allowed, it looks like, Stephen Horner into the lead there as the leader
went
off into Ashby.
Look at the lead car.
He turns into the corner there. It's downhill, off camber, and the car, it looked like cool tyres, Nick. Yeah. It looked like he just had too much momentum. Leading across the line on his HRS engine is Stephen Horner.
How is it when you blow your front start like that?
I do not know, but it can be easily happen. A little bit of a nudge out the way there from Thomas Hinton on Stephen Horner. Just eased him out the way. Horner tries to come back, and Stephen Horner, I've got to say, has had the most wretched luck in the first 3 rounds of the NKC. He's been crashed into, he's crashed out, and look at that in third. Who is that in third? It's Philip Howarth, championship leader. Philip Howarth has scythed through the field in lap 1. This is only lap 2, and he's already in third, and we know he's got the pace to get past Stephen Horner, and that's no disrespect to Stephen Horner. Philip Howarth will indeed bide his time. He's taken Richard Evans with him, who is now latching on behind him on the 72. Thomas in lead, Stephen Horner hanging gallantly onto that second place.
Yeah, that's going to go. It's going to go at the top of the hill.
Let's see if he does. Philip Howarth lines him up down the inside, twitching and sliding on the bricks there from this second and third place kart. Howarth through, and now Howarth chases after that leading kart of Thomas Hinton.
I can hear it. Da, da,
It really is like that, yeah. It was half a second lead across the line. Philip Howard has gotten past Stephen Horner, and now championship leader on the 101 number kart will head off towards the rear bumper of Thomas Hinton. He's not making that much inroads into the gap.
Well, he made massive inroads.
It was half a second. It's 0.4 to
No, because he was behind an extra kart beforehand.
But he has gained. But yes, I mean, look, you know,
next lap.
He's not on the bumper
next
yet.
lap at the longest.
We'll see.
Now, the problem with how this is going to be great for a win. The problem Louis got, of course, is that there's a wild card in Ayrton Anderson in this heavy class now. So he could be taking points off them. Oh, and look at these. I think he just let him go. I think Hinton just said, no, I'm not getting involved in a potential accident, and just let Howarth go. Discretion is a bit part of the valour.
I mean, Thomas Hinton will know the reputation of Philip Howarth being of having pace in this 177 class in the NKC. He's leading the championship. He had a great second round at Clay Pigeon. Not so great a round at Rowra as he expected.
And you get to meet him at the during lunch.
And we get to meet him as you know, I had a chat to him yesterday. So here he is, leading for the first time into Christmas Corner. Thomas Hinton second, Stephen Horner through in third. Harry Wainwright up into fourth place. That's a great drive from the youngster. Harry Wainwright moving into the senior class.
92's got a warning for contact. Harry Wainwright's got
Harry
a contact
Wainwright,
warning.
yeah. So maybe he's barged his way through.
He's done really, really well,
place.
Howell. Basically, he's knocked 17 karts off.
Yes. A wake of devastation left behind him. Keith Mason, I've got to say, Keith Mason, who started in 24th place, he's now up into 10th spot. So into the top 10 for the Northeast driver, number 12, into the top 10.
So second and third getting a bit closer now, Hinton and Horner. Luckily it's Stephen Horner, not that unpleasant Christian Horner.
No relation.
Thankfully. Going through Ashby now. Interestingly, what's not happened is Howarth has not checked out. And I tell you why he's not checked out.
He's
saving his tyres.
Saving his tyres. He doesn't need to win by 30 seconds.
Back Jackie Stewart again.
Yeah,
winning the slowest possible time.
Fangio, that was Fangio saying.
So a little bit of chance. The second and third getting quite close there. 33 is Thomas Hinton with the kind of the almost greeny taupe coloured car. And then 66 is Steve Horner. That's your battle of a second. In fact, third and fourth and fifth beginning a bit closer. Wainwright and Tom Thompson. Howarth absolutely controlling the pace.
It looks like Harry Wainwright and Tom Thompson are actually gaining on Stephen Horner, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of time. I mean, we're just under the 3 minutes of this race, and yet there we have a textbook lesson in tyre management from the leader, Philip Howarth. He has indeed got the pace to move away from the karts behind him. However, that leading kart has decided he's not going to do that because he doesn't need to do that. The gap at the line last time by 0.7 of a second. Let's see where it is this time by. As Howarth comes through. 0.7 of a second.
Now Hinton actually had a good couple of laps. He's managed to start gapping Horner. So and now it's a battle between third and fourth, which is about to change. He's up the outside. Harry Wainwright, who's got that contact warning, goes through cleanly and demotes Horner to fourth.
So Stephen Horner dropping another place to the youngster Harry Wainwright. Into Parker, the left-hander, and the field of 177s beginning to string out a little. The only man on the move really is the number 92 of Harry Wainwright. He's already had a warning flag, so he'll be behaving himself from here on in, but to be honest, he's up against some really quick drivers in that top flight. Stephen Horner dropping back towards the attentions of the number 346 of Tom Thompson. It's Richard Evans in 6th, Chris Skivier 7th. Keith Mason continues to move forward. He's now, Keith, as I say that, Keith Mason's dropping out.
Well, look at that.
Would you believe that? He was up to 8th last time by, and now he's dropped back to 10th.
There's been quite a big shuffle about this lap. David Medlock's had a problem, dropped right down the field.
So there has obviously been some sort of incident out there.
Oh, second and third right together now.
That's the number 92 of Harry Wainwright challenging Thomas Hinton for that second place. Wainwright, he's got his He's got his attentions on that.
He's going to need to be clean, though, because he's got that contact warning hanging over him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he absolutely is.
Now, Hinton took too much curb there, and he's lost the momentum. He took way too much curb going through the inside a crook, and that's why he hasn't got the place anymore. Just lost it all.
Yeah. Wainwright moving up into second. And it's going to be interesting to see. Now then, the gap to the leader, Howarth, has gone out to 1.3, and that's because Harry Wainwright's been challenging Thomas Hinton for second, so that's been slowing them down. Let's see now. Harry Wainwright breaks free from Thomas Hinton, and we'll see if he can reduce the gap. But then again, Nick, like you said, Philip Howarth will be managing his tyres.
Yeah, Howarth's under no threat whatsoever.
He's keeping to his pace.
His pace, his pace. These guys went a little bit slower for a couple of laps, and so they end it further apart. They'll, they actually ace this final lap. They'll be closer than 1.5 seconds at the end. But Howarth is putting together a very textbook example of how you manage a situation where you haven't got unlimited rubber, and it's and every lap you do takes a tiny bit of life out of it. So let's minimise that issue.
The trials and tribulations of Keith Mason continue. He's out there on his Hunter Motorsport livery kart, and he's now up to 9th. And that's because we've had
a busy day.
Steve Jackson's dropped well down the order, and in fact he fell out. He's just fallen down the order, 13 places down the order, and it looks like he might be a retirement. Leaders already through for what will be into their final lap. Phil Howarth leads by 1.4 seconds now. Harry Wainwright has not made any kind of impression on Howarth. Harry Wainwright, 45.7. Fastest lap of the heat so far.
Yeah, and no real surprise, but we were all aware that Howarth could turn on another half second a lap just like that, couldn't he? He's not even trying at this point.
Yeah. Alfie Williams and Keith Mason continue their battle. Alfie Williams now back up to 9th. Keith Mason
with our leader as he comes
10th.
round the boot and just about to complete his last straight. And realistically, that's a fantastic performance by Howarth. I have gone past. How many cards did he start?
Well, he started 13th.
So I'll go past 12 cards, and then I'll just go as slowly as possible.
Yeah, and he basically, that was his middle of the grid heat start. I'm not sure where he will start for his third and final heat. Let's have a look. No, that's not even him. So, as the field come through, it's Phil Howarth who takes the win. Harry takes the win. Harry Wainwright second. Thomas Hinton third. Tom Thompson fourth. Stephen Horner finishes fifth. Richard Evans sixth. Alex Thomas seventh. And then we've got Martin Heath in 8th. 9th is Alfie Williams. Keith Mason finally finishes in 10th. Chris Sevier finishes 11th. Dan Fleckney will finish 12th. Now we've got Jonathan Harrison, Rhys Llewellyn, Brian McCready, Dave Nolan, Steve Logan, Steve Maidman, Colin Campbell, David Medlock finishes in 20th and is the final finisher. We lost Steve Jackson and we lost Dan Milward on lap 1.
So coming up next is Minimax and 100 UK Junior. This is our last heat before the lunch break. So it's a half-hour break. We'll be playing out yesterday's paddock walk, which I have to say, for legal reasons, was not filmed by Paul Bateman. And now he's moaning, saying it's something I did do it. You didn't do it. It's fine. You're all right. You didn't film it. And get the lots of good chats with people from both ends of the grid.
Well,
and in all the classes.
It was a great bit of insight, and especially the chat with Ashley Curtis.
That's the last interview, so you have to hang on watching.
All right, well, yeah, do, because he mentions the Super 100.
And the most important thing is you get to see our new shirts.
You will see our new shirts. Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
Don't want to say anything? Got our new shirts. So, no, you haven't got a shirt.
What do you need a shirt for? You're not on camera. You can have my shirt if you want.
Paul wants to feel special. No one can hear what he says, by the way.
None of us are wearing our shirts.
No, because it's too hot.
It's far too hot.
It's like a greenhouse in here.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to know where we are, we're in the race control office overlooking the start-finish straight at Whilton Mill. Quite palatial by commentary box
Yeah,
standards.
it's very nice, but it's too hot.
And we've got friends. We've got the...
Yeah, you'll be hearing that the race controls,
Chris
because you can also hear the occasional bleed over of the walkie-talkies.
We've had some bleed over of some rantings as well.
Yes,
which
that was
hopefully that didn't come out.
It was a good rant going at one point.
Yeah, we're with the timekeepers, so we're with the man who's in control of everything.
At least they've stopped what they were doing yesterday, which is 45 track limits, 37 track limits, 26 track limits.
Yeah, do you know why?
They're told not to.
Decided it's pointless. It's pointless trying to police track limits. The track limits are
the grass,
the bit that makes you go slower. We've got these massive extra bits of concrete here at Whilton Mill. Out of the final turn at Pitts Bend, there's a huge amount of concrete which everybody uses. Out of Ashby, there's a bit of concrete that everybody uses. Out of Crook, there's a bit of concrete that everybody uses because it's all about momentum. Here come the Mini Max and the Junior 100 UK. Let's have a look at the grid. It's a short grid for Mini Max. I'm pretty sure that this is a growing class. It's kind of been it's been eradicated by MSA British Championship in favour for the bringing in the Micromax class, which is a kind of a cadet kind of formula, and Minimax will disappear from British Championships, and from Micromax they'll go straight to juniors in the British Champs. However, there's a home for Minimax drivers here in the NKC. It's Seb Corking, our guest driver, on the pole position start from Daniel Haynes alongside. We've got Rhys Green and Jensen Pritchard on row 2. We've got Charlie Gillam and Eric Smith on row 3. And then Louis Rees with first heat winner Alex Fraser starting from the back of the field. Keep an eye on that Lando Norris kart, the number 55 of Alex Fraser, because he will come through. The 100 UKs has Aidan Taylor from Yelena Osbar Scott with Lexi Fells and Alex Henderson, who didn't take the first start actually, and it looks like Alex Henderson isn't here. So
I have Alex Henderson not going. Here we go.
Seb Corking leads into oblivion for the first time and will lead the field round. He's new to Whilton Mill, first time here this weekend for Seb Corking. He's a driver, a youngster who's familiar to me as he races in the northeast. He's been challenged already by Daniel Haynes, but Seb, no stranger to pressure from faster drivers. He will hang on to that lead through Ashby. There they are, heading towards the left-hander now at Parker. It's a short burst down to the left-hander at Chapman. Have to keep the kart away from the outside of the track there and maximise your exit speed onto the back straight there. Daniel Haynes, though, on the 71. It's Rhys Green, actually, not Daniel Haynes, on the 71. It's Rhys Green who's pressuring Corking. Keep an eye out for Alex Fraser as well.
Already in fourth.
He's in fourth, is he?
Yeah.
Across the line, Corking leads. Lap 1 of heat number 2. Rhys Green second, Jensen Pritchard third, Alex Fraser, winner of the first heat, in fourth. Daniel Haynes in fifth, Louis Rees in sixth, Charlie Gillam seventh. Leading the 100 UK juniors, Aidan Taylor from Lexi Fells and Yelena Osbar Scott.
Fraser in third, so he's man on the move. Won the first heat quite comfortably, but that was Corking was trying to get through the field. But Corking and Green nailed together as they run through Parker into Chapman. We're just thinking about the dive through. Oh, and they ended up losing its space there. 71 Rhys Green got undecided through that corner. You see that? You hit that one. Well, you can see I'm winding. Have another go.
Yeah, they're only youngsters, remember?
Well, no, they were way quicker than me. But
yeah. We always forget, don't we, that the actual age of these drivers. Change for third as Alex Fraser continues his climb through the field. It's going to be hard for Rhys Green and Seb Corking to keep Alex Fraser behind them. They're going to try as a move for first then from Rhys Green, who gets ahead of Corking, and Alex Fraser now on the bumper of Corking as they go into Inkermans, downhill. Oh, and Corking's coming back. Oh, textbook move, side by side through the the right-hander at Ashby, I should say. Corking's hung on to second place. Alex Fraser, he'll need to plan this move to get ahead of Corking in second. Rhys Green moving ahead of them both and eking out a bit of a cushion there. Bit of a breather then for Rhys Green as Corking comes back through the Pitts Bend. Momentum, all important momentum through there into oblivion. And look at Green, he's wanting
Fraser's
to
very
get
close
away.
Now.
Yeah, here he is. It's all about how you come out of that crook right-hander, and it was all about momentum, and Alex Fraser was able to just pull up alongside Karting and get past. So Karting now down to third.
Yeah, so it's looking good for Fraser again. He won the first heat. He's now moving forward. His next victim theoretically is Reece Green. He's just seems to have a little bit more flow speed. It just seems more like the kart's flowing rather than stop starting. You get a good idea how much smaller the 100 UKs are than the road taxis there, didn't you? It's so much smaller.
Yeah.
As the 19 kart of Lena Osbear Scott goes a lap down. He's much faster, much bigger machines. It's almost like a classic F1 car on these modern things, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
How much bigger they are, and how much bigger footprint they have. And now Fraser looking to get up the inside,
He's
going
through
up
there,
the hill. Now, very, very defensive goes Green. Will Fraser go around the outside? We get the switch back in the second half. Inkerman's no. And then we try an Ashby dive.
I'm not really sure, with 4.5 minutes on the clock, whether Green can keep Alex Fraser behind him for pretty much the half of this race distance. Green, no doubt, holding Alex Fraser up as Karting hangs on to these two. Learning all the time, will young Sebastian be?
Yeah, I mean,
learning
Fraser
all the time. There's Fraser's through.
But this is the point. We talk about these as A's one or B's one, but the point about it is everyone in this heat should be learning, and that's the point. It's all about the learning.
Karting's a fast learner because he's already got past Green as they come out into across the line, I should say, and into the first turn at Oblivion. Karting was making the move. He's found his feet. His tyres have come on. His dad Graham looks after this kart, and it will be Graham who's fettled it and decided on the setup. It'll be a bit of guesswork, I would think. They had no running in these conditions yesterday. It was all about wet and dry.
Oh,
and here comes Green coming back at him into Chapman.
But will he have compromised his speed down the back straight? The answer is yes, he has.
Yes.
Karting backed out of that one.
Didn't quite
Could have thought about the left-hander before the boot, but decided against it.
No, he didn't have the momentum to go
alongside. Now, side by side. No, that's a good idea. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, never holding the momentum out of the boot and into the final turn. So Karting settling for that third for the moment. Reece Green in second. Alex Fraser's checked out and in the lead by 1.2 seconds. It's Jensen Pritchard who comes in through in fourth. Louis Reese in fifth. Sixth is Daniel Ains. Seventh is Charlie Gillam. And then the 100 UK Juniors led by Hayden Taylor on the number 40. Lexi Fells is on the O plate in second. And then Yelena Osbar-Scott on the number 19 in third.
So this is the battle on the track as they come down the back straight. It's Green in second, Karting in third, and they will look now to do the difficult right-hander onto the start before they power down before they Oblivion, that's the left and the right into Crook, and then they go climb up the hill. It is very, very steep actually, just certainly towards the braking zone. It must make braking very easy actually because you've got so much weight over the nose of the car. That's what I was thinking about being a kart, that's not going to work, is it? Actually, I'm going to ask you about a kart dynamic situation. Obviously, normally, braking uphill is a great idea because you put more weight on the nose. But karts have got brakes at the rear.
That's right. So you mean between cars and cars?
Yeah, so is it as much an advantage to brake uphill?
Well, you can always carry speed uphill because you're slowing down faster. So your braking efficiency is greater for the same amount of brake pressure.
Think about it, the weight is now going onto your nose. Is that lifting the weight off the rear? I'm just asking.
No. There's very little weight transference other than slight bit of weight.
Yeah, because you've only got the compression, compression of the tyres.
Yeah, compression of the tyres. Plus, you want to try and get the rear axle to come round and slide it round to get the kart to point at the corner and point out of the corner.
So Green is now. Well, it's beginning to ease away from Karting. Look up again; it was back being quite close again.
Yeah, I think Seb's on a research mission, isn't he? He's talking to his dad yesterday, and they're looking at the NKC to find somewhere to race next year. He's done quite a bit of racing at Teesside. His kart livery is the Teesside Academy, Teesside Karting Academy. So he's representing that track in the northeast of England, and just. They're a family-orientated outfit. Dan Ladd Karting at its finest. Seb doing the driving, of course, and he is learning all the time. He's hanging on to Reece Green there and learning a lot about these Minimax karts that he's only really been on this year. and hasn't really done a lot of karting in comparison to previous years. Alex Fraser, though, he really is the class of this Mini-Max field, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a long way away, and was he leading the championship coming into this event? I mean, I know he raced at Rao with a broken arm, didn't he?
He did, yes. That's a story in itself. We'll find out more of that story from his dad in the lunch break. He's just said,
tried again there to get on. He's not letting it go, is he?
It's a championship battle we're looking at here. Rhys Green leads the championship on 492, but Alex Fraser winning the first heat, now about to win the second heat, dare I say it, onto the final lap. He's second in the championship coming here. I'm not going to work out the maths of adding the points from the first two heats, but I would think Alex Fraser's now leapfrogged Rhys Green. So Fraser first at the moment, Rhys Green second, Seb Corking third, Jensen Pritchard fourth, Louis Rees fifth. The leader coming into the boot now for the final time. It'll be checkered flag that Alex Fraser sees as we come out of the boot down towards Pitts Bend and across the line.
Round of applause from his team.
Heat number 2, actually heard that. Alex Fraser racing there in front of us. The number 45, Team Fraser. Second was Rhys Green. Third on his research mission was Seb Corking. Sebastian named after Sebastian Vettel.
Could be, probably.
It is, it definitely is.
Okay, right.
If you look at Seb's helmet, it's a homage to Seb Vettel.
Homage?
Yeah, his dad Graham's a fan of Sebastian Vettel. I've asked him why. He can't really tell me. There's no explanation.
Never is.
Jensen Pritchard 4th, Louis Rees 5th, Daniel Haynes 6th, Charlie Gillam 7th. The 100 UK Juniors won by Hayden Taylor on the number 40, Lexi Fells on the yoke plate, Yelena Osbar Scott on the number 19 in third. Well, everybody, that's our lunch break coming up. It will be for 30 minutes. Stay tuned, though. No need to go away. We've got some fabulous interviews from the paddock yesterday, and it will give you a lot of insight into our classes and what goes on in the paddock here at Whilton Mill on this weekend. And we'll be back after that. It'll be Senior Rotax Heat 4, the first of our heats to kick off this afternoon. Then we go straight through our heats and into our finals. That'll be coming up after the break.
In fact, it'll be coming up right now with our wander around the paddock of fun. Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill. It's sunny, obviously, now. There's been a lot of rain beforehand, and we are ready for round 4 of the NAVOS NKC Championship. Joe, we have some guests.
Well, we've got a guest class, Nick, yes, the 100 Super class, as it's called now. But people will be more familiar with its former name. Back in the mid-90s to 2000s, it was known as Formula A. And people like Jan Magnussen, Jarno Trulli, these were drivers that would have been at the forefront of Formula A as well. And it was an international formula. They're very fast. They are 100cc, single-cylinder, air-cooled motors, direct drive, slick-tired, 20 to 70 in 2 seconds.
You're crashing the interview we did. It's coming up later. All information. You just repeat. We've got the Joe. I know. I get overexcited. But that's our guest. We have all our regular races and all the fantastic action of the NKC Cup.
Yeah, halfway through the season, Nick. 3 rounds down, 3 to go. It's all about how you use those tyres. Some people have got brand new set to go for the next 3 rounds, the final 3 rounds. Some of the championships, the 177 Rotax class, for instance, Philip Howarth, Louis Large, 2 former drivers that were at the forefront of MSA British Championships, and it's becoming very, very intense. It's all to play for. Here we are at Whilton Mill, a track everybody knows well, and it's just, again, Nick, I think I'm peaked far too early.
New classes, great racing, and new shirts. We've got it all this weekend here on Karting Live TV. Oh, and now we've got some interviews with you.
It is indeed. This weekend's NKC at Whilton Mill has got some new faces that are unfamiliar sights at our NKC Championship this year, and one of those faces is Kyle Fletcher. Kyle, I know you from karting in the Northeast, but here you are at the NKC for the first time. So what's brought you to the NKC?
It's just like the affordability, really. The championship's really big. The numbers for 177 and stuff attracted me because we don't really get big numbers like around the country for 177s. So going against 60 other drivers is it tests you, and there's always somebody to battle with. Doesn't matter what your ability is as well. So that's the main reason we came here. Plus, I've got friends in the team and that racing in this one as well. So, yeah, it's been really good so far. Tricky conditions, but for my first time back, I'm just getting back into it slowly, you know. So
when you say just getting back into it, you mean the actual... Because people don't realise how physical and how demanding these are to drive.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I was testing twice this week, so I'm starting to feel it now. But if you've been out for a long time, it's hard to just jump straight back into it and get to it. Your ribs are sore, you feel it in your arms. You don't understand how much upper body strength that it takes and core strength and that it takes. Obviously, being a fat lad, it's all right.
How long have you been out of karting? It's not that long, is it?
So about 8 months out of it. So.
And you can really tell?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, just your reaction times, and these tyres are totally different to being on the Mojos. So your braking and where your turn-ins and that are totally different. So it's like learning how to drive again as well.
I was going to ask you about the Maxxis tyre. So you've come in halfway through the championship. There's 3 more rounds. The regulations allow you 2 sets per season. However, does that mean that you've got 1 set now to get you through the year?
So I think, according to the rules and the regulations, once you pass the halfway stage, if you come in after the halfway stage, you're only allowed 1 set. So it'll be a bit different to people that's managed their tyres throughout the season. But it's good fun, and I enjoy it. And it's, like I say, it's great for us as a team to be here as well. No, it's fantastic. I love it. So.
If I was to, which I probably will, come and see you on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, where will Kyle Fletcher be happy with at the end of Sunday?
Just getting into the A final, that's my target for. There's no expectations this weekend. Like I say, it's just getting back into it, having fun, and just see where I come at the end of the day. But yeah, it'd be nice to get to the A final. That's me targets.
Good luck, mate. Staying with this weekend's theme of newcomers to the series, guest driver Daniel Mentz, who, I have said that right, haven't I, Daniel?
Yeah, Mensa. Yeah.
Oh, Mensa, there it goes. 100 UK, you're here to try out the NKC, see what it's all about. But firstly, can you tell us a little bit about the 100 TKM?
Well, I'm running a Raider TKM chassis from 2000, and I was racing one of these 20 years ago, and I've been racing it in Clubman at Shellington. And I thought, why am I racing against 2-year-old karts when I can race against other 20-year-old karts, basically?
So this kart is actually from period when you would have raced a similar kart. This isn't the kart you actually raced, right?
But I had the same model 20 odd years ago. Yeah.
Has it changed any? From what you can remember?
I think the Dunlop tyres that we run on here are really similar to the tyres we used to run back in the day, and for me that's much more fun than the modern tyres that are just too sticky for this class, really, I think.
Now, it was a it was kind of a low-cost formula, wasn't it, with harder tyres, etc. Yeah. So is the Dunlop's doing that very job?
Well, I've done some retro races, and I've done 2 races on them so far, and I've got 1 set of tyres, and they seem to be going well, so I can't complain.
So rather than just staying at your local club, you're looking like venturing out. What are you looking for exactly this weekend at Whilton Mill?
Well, we were here 2 weeks ago, and I was on pole and finished second, so I'd like to do better.
Right.
But I think it's a very competitive field. So
it is, and are you looking at it? Is this a bit of a research mission, Daniel, towards maybe doing the full series next year?
Maybe. I think it's a bit difficult for me to travel all around the country, so I've been cherry picking the local ones, really.
Right. Okay. So direct drive, a little bit different to kind of the senior Rotax that we see without a clutch. Does that give the kart any kind of different characteristic, do you think?
I mean, I think it's different in that it's simple. There's nothing too much to go wrong with them. You just have to be able to push start it.
We talk about these single-barreled 100cc engines and how fragile they can be, but that's not what TKM built with this formula, is it?
Not this one, no. Not these engines are pretty reliable. I think the 115cc version is maybe a little bit more on the limit, but as 100, I think they're pretty reliable, really.
So how many hours racing can you get out of one rebuild?
To be honest, I'm not sure, because I've only just had an engine. I've done 2 meetings. This will be the 3rd one on it, so we'll see.
Well, that in itself is great, because some of these engines we have here this weekend are good for 3 hours, and they'll be in the box by Sunday night.
I would hope they'd do the season, to be honest. Yeah.
So what will you be happy with Sunday afternoon when I come and see you?
I don't know. Top 5 would be pretty good, really.
That's excellent. Good luck, Daniel. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Here we are at Minimax entrant, Team Fraser, kart number 55. And karting's a team sport. We know that. And part of Team Fraser is Mr. Fraser, Alex Fraser's dad. Currently second in the championship is young Alex. But it's all about how Dad puts the kart together. Sorry, what's your name? I'm not just going to call you Dad, am I?
David.
David, Alex is doing all right, isn't he? Second in the championship. Is that at the forefront of your mind coming here this weekend?
To be honest, yeah, he really wants a result this weekend. He was, to be fair, he was pretty gutted last time that he came second. But we found after last time at Rower, when we went to the hospital, we found out he'd fractured his arm, so he drove with a fractured arm in the last round. He said his arm was hurt and went, and they said, yeah, it's fractured. So he had to. So we've just not had any practice since then. First time out in the kart, because the last session we did at Rower, the first heat out, he just kept spinning 5 or 6 times. Yeah. And obviously it must have been that. Yeah. So,
wow.
So it was good to come second. To be fair,
he did remarkably well considering he had a fractured wrist. Yeah. Now the bonus, I suppose, has been the break since what was it, 3rd weekend of May. Here we are, 1st weekend of July. That couldn't have been better for Alex.
Yeah, it's perfect, yeah. I mean, it's nice to keep him karting, but yeah, for that to heal, absolutely. Yeah, he's done well.
Now, hopefully, I mean, the weather forecast is that it's going to be potentially the odd shower. Yeah. What does that mean from a point of view of your job in Team Fraser?
From how we'd set it up earlier, today we couldn't get any real settings because that isn't the settings for tomorrow. Well, we don't think so from what the weather looks like, but now it's a matter of completely changing everything what I've done today.
So I'll stop you there, David, right? So there's some viewers at home who might not have a clue what we're talking about. When you say change things, can you, without giving too much team sort of, tactics away? But what do you mean? What's adjustable on these things?
Obviously, you can adjust the camber, the caster, how much you're going to bring the steering increments out. You can adjust, obviously, the gearing, the clutch. Basically, then it's just go through and completely maintain it. Then I'm going to obviously set up all the steering geometry. And just completely just go over everything and clean it up, because as you can see, it's there's quite a lot of grass all over it.
And that, I mean, that's like a race car. That's like a Formula race car, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So there's quite a lot to do, but gradually I've started from the back and I'm working forwards now. So
I want to ask you, David, does it really matter what you do with the setup? Is it important?
Absolutely, yeah. Because if I send him out on a wet setup when it's dry tomorrow, or vice versa, today proved it. When we set it up something completely wrong, he was off the track straight away, yeah. Right. So we do need to get it right. But at the end of ultimately, it's down to Alex at the end of the day as well. So we can set it up here, but it's down to when he's got his bum in the seat to make it right.
And that's what I mean about team sport. Hey, I've got an NKC VIP. Sergio Taggio. No, I say that, Sergio, because you support the series, the NKC series. Yeah, right. Your company, Depreco, is a main sponsor of the series. Firstly, here's a bit of commercial time. Yeah. What exactly does Depreco do?
We do industrial vacuums, and that's so it's large stuff, all ATEX, all but commercial as well. Mm-hmm. So we supply all bakeries or big places. We do McLaren, Alpine, F1, and all places like that, really.
Right. So I see what you mean. Yeah. You're obviously a motorsport fan, yes. Getting in there at McLaren and Alpine. Yeah. But here you are. You're running in senior TKM.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're on the black number plate, by the way. You're a novice.
Very.
How many license signatures do you need?
It's supposed to be 3, but to be honest, I'd rather run the black plate.
Right.
Basically.
So you're here to have fun.
Yeah. Definitely.
And are you having fun?
It's good. I enjoy it.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the senior TKM, especially in the conditions. Here we are, practice day. Might be different tomorrow in race day, but it looks very slippery out there. And I know you've got treaded wet tyres, but it makes no difference, does it?
I prefer the wet. It's more fun. It is more fun. It's just the grip's a lot better for me, because on the hard tyres but when it grip, it can snap in the wet. You can control the slide. It's fun, and for the novice, I just love it.
So it's not for you, Sergio. It's not about where you end up on Sunday. It's about the whole experience being here.
Oh, it's brilliant.
The social aspect, everything.
It is social, and plus some of the drivers that you see, some of them ex-race, and some of them are still doing their GTs, and to be amongst them, you see how quick they are.
Yeah. I mean, I know Ben Klukas. I was at a race with Ben, and he was driving a Porsche. The following weekend, we were at Rower.
I know. Yeah. It's just brilliant. It's really good. I enjoy it.
Hopefully you will enjoy the weekend. I'm pretty sure you will, and we'll be looking out for you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the Rotax 177 class, you might think, what's the 177 stand for? Well, that's the minimum weight that you have to be, and I kind of say it's kind of for people who are more human-sized. And Philip Howarth there, he's the championship leader, and as you can see, we're not that too dissimilar.
Average working man.
Exactly. You don't have to be a stick insect for those 162s.
No.
I tell you what, though, it might be a heavier class, but the intensity of the competition is phenomenal.
It's very, very hard competition, definitely. Now that we're getting into the series, you've got more and more proven drivers, and in what started out as a championship that wasn't recognised to be a top-level championship is now, in my view, becoming the next big thing, I think. It's fantastic.
Well, let's just tell the viewers just how top level. You yourself, 7th in the MSA British Rotax Championship, 177 class. Yeah. We've got Louis Large here, who you are it's really getting intense up there. He's a former British champion in this class. You're leading the championship. You've only got a few points on Louis, and I've got to say,
I think it's going to stay that way for the whole championship. I think it's going to be a last round. Whoever wins the last round is going to win it, I think. It's just going to be tight the whole way.
I think it is. I mean, this weekend we've got down at Silverstone for Verstappen, Leclerc and Hamilton going at it, but this is where the racing's at. Yeah. Why is that then? What's the secret? I mean, we were saying off air that we're quite surprised at just how popular this series has become, the NKC.
I think it's to do with, for me, this is much like it's going back to grassroots, what racing is about, not checkbook racing. And it's more affordable racing. It's more fun. It's more family orientated, and I much prefer it. It's a lot more chilled, and the racing's far better.
And of course, any form of motorsport's expensive, relatively, isn't it? But I think the NKC have tried to keep a lid on that with the tyre regulations, etc.
I think I think what they're doing is brilliant. I think that there's room for improvements in every championship, but I think what they're doing is good, very good.
So you mentioned there, you think it's going to go down to the wire. We're in the entertainment business, so we hope so. But I suppose then, Philip, what's the tactic? What's the psychology coming into every round now?
Just keep being as fast as I can and keep Louis on his toes. Me and Louis go way back. We've raced for years together, and there's never a lot in it, ever. And he's a joy to race against because we've got respect for each other, and hopefully I get it. If I don't, it's been a good year, very good year.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thanks, Philip. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Thank you very much.
We've got a guest class here at Whilton Mill this weekend. It's 100 Super. These are karts that hark back to the mid-90s, late 90s, and Ashley Curtis here is one of the drivers. He's on kart 20. Ash, you've just come in off practice, so you've got your breath back.
Just about.
Just about. These karts were classed as Formula A back in period. Tell us a little bit about that, would you?
Yeah, so this particular kart's from 1994, so it's a fair few years old now. It was like the pinnacle of motorsport back then for karting. If you wanted to race karts, it was Formula A. I obviously missed that period, unfortunately. So
because you're too young?
No, I just didn't have the opportunity.
Right.
So now I'm reliving my youth through the 100cc karting.
Right, so it's 100cc. It's an Ital engine,
Yes.
air-cooled.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about the configuration. It's not reed valve, is it?
No, it's not a reed valve. It is a rotary valve, and I say they rev to 20,000 RPM.
20,000 RPM.
Yeah.
Slide carb as well.
Yep. So I'm currently running an IBS slide carb. It's 27 mil, so it's a big carb for the size of the engine, but they're just so snappy and they've got so much grunt out the bends. But yeah, I mean, it's a buzz driving them, 100%.
You mentioned earlier that it's a light kart.
Yep.
It's very, very powerful, the power to weight ratio. What did you tell me again before? 20 to 70 in what?
It's like 20 to 70 in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, they're just phenomenal to drive, really. You know, out of any of the karts that I've driven, for me, these are the best period karts that you can possibly get into. Yeah, I mean, I can't get enough of it. And obviously with Ollie running this 100 Super, yeah, I mean, it brought me back out of pretty much retirement. It's my first time back in it after 2 years out of the seat. So, yeah, anything to really get in it and go and have a blast, really.
Now, 20,000 revs, I would imagine that little single-cylinder 100cc thing is pretty highly stressed. What's the ripple effect of that?
Yeah, so if you run these engines at their peak, you really want to change the pistons every hour.
Right. So that's 1 hour of running. That's not necessarily 1 hour of just sat here.
No, 1 hour of running, and then probably do about 4 hours on a big end bearing, and then 6 hours on a whole build, basically. So probably go through 5 pistons in them 6 hours, and then after that you need to put a rod in it, all new bearings, all new seals, do pretty much everything, rebuild it totally brand new, basically.
Now, 30 years old, this kit, so
Yes.
what's the spares like to get hold of?
Difficult,
right.
but it's part of the fun. You know, if you want to get into the historic racing, it is part of the fun trying to restore some of the stuff. I mean, some of the engines that I've built for people have sat outside in, you know, a foot of water, and you take them all to bits, clean everything all up, make them look like brand new, vapor blast all the engines so they look like brand new, and you end up with a brand new engine, basically. But yeah, I mean, it's restoring the kit as well. Everyone takes pride in restoring their kit because they want it to work out on circuit, and yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun of building these karts and racing them. It's finding the kit, and the community of people that we've got as well is really good. It's great.
Tell us a little bit about the grid that's here this weekend. You're a guest grid. It's not part of the championship,
No.
but we're thrilled because I used to race karts back in the early '90s. So we're thrilled to have you. How many competitors have we
I
got?
think we've got a full grid. I think we've got
Right.
I think we've got 32
Wow,
on the
great.
grid at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I entered. I tried to enter into this class, and it was sold out after 2 hours. I was on the reserve list, so luckily there was a dropout, and Ollie messaged me and went, "You're in." So I jumped at the opportunity to get on this grid. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, basically.
And I would imagine it's not about a championship. It's about the pleasure of driving the thing.
It's the pleasure of driving them and racing with the guys that we've all raced, and it is hard racing, but fair. You know, there is respect out there, and obviously being so wide and the pod's so narrow, you know, if you touch wheels with somebody, you're up in the air or you're off. So, I mean, I don't run any bumper. It's just a loop at the back, so if anybody gets close, there's a chance they could make contact, and it will fire them up in the air. So, yeah, there's a little bit more danger with them as well. That's what makes them more thrilling to drive. So.
Bit of old school karting, everybody. 100 Super. Can't wait. Welcome back to Whilton Mill, everybody. We're about to get going. I hope you've had a lovely lunch break. Things have changed since this morning. The main thing that's changed is the weather forecast. We had a weather forecast that I mentioned earlier that had no sign of any rain in it now, and now the forecast is that it may rain in 20 minutes.
Light rain. That dangerous thing called
well,
light rain. What does that mean?
I'll tell you what it means. It means when you're on slick tyres, you're going to have to contend with a very, very slippery track. We're about to get ahead with our senior road tax class. It's heat number 4 for them. Ari Barker is on the pole position with Lewis Cooper alongside. Dylan Tatum and Callum Davies are on row 2. Row 3 is Thomas Storr and Tommy Lee Davies. Then we've got Jamie Hardy and Matthew Hildred on row 4. Row 5 is George Sanders, Adam Rogers. Lewis Berry and Jodie Fox are on row 6. Row 7 is Paul Moran and earlier winner Jez Williams. Nathan Chattel, guest driver but winner of Heat 1 yesterday, alongside Nathan Hope on row 8. Row 9 is Simon Keeble and Martin Jackson. Lewis Jones and Jack Jones are on row 10. And then we've got Tonino Machichi and Tom Radburn on row 11. George Walker and Pedro Oliveira are on row 12. Martin Coe and Luke Evans on row 13. Jez Owen and Sam Elliott are on row 14. And then Luke Walker and Toby Case round off the 30-cart. That's impressive. 30-cart senior road tax field.
And it is beginning to look a tiny bit threatening. A little bit threatening.
The 30-cart field or the weather?
No, the weather.
I
don't feel threatened by a 30-cart field unless they've all got a flick knife.
Well, here we go. We're about to get them underway. Red lights are on. The red lights go off. And it's 8 minutes and 1 lap into oblivion. Quite literally, sometimes here at Whilton Mill. Kart scrambling for grip round the outside through Crook and down the back straight. This is where it all matters. Into Christmas for the first time.
The 95 car of Callum Davis takes the lead.
Wow, up from the second row of the grid and into the lead by Christmas. Quite literally, Christmas corner, that is, not
not in December.
Not the time of year. Yeah.
Take a while, wouldn't it, from now until December to be in the lead?
Absolutely. They're already through the left-hander at Parker, heading down towards Chapman after the infamous Carter, Gary Chapman. On the back straight for the first time. He's just well known.
Oh, okay.
He wrote a book, how to do kart racing on a shoestring, which was a great book back in the 80s.
And what did Trevor Eve think about that?
Who?
Oh, I've out-referenced you. Trevor Eve, who played the Detective Shoestring.
I never watched Detective
Oh, there we go.
We've completed one lap.
That is the most
it's
niche of gags, by the way.
I was going to say Lewis Cooper. It's not Lewis Cooper because my...
it's Callum Davis.
It's Callum Davis because my timing screen hadn't updated. Callum Davis leads. Lewis Cooper is in second. Thomas Storer is in third. Tommy Lee Davies fourth. Fifth is Adam Rogers. And sixth is George Sanders. I tell you what, Callum Davies has already pulled out a cushion to Lewis Cooper, who equally has got about a one-cart cushion to third-place driver Thomas Storer on the number 1. These three beginning to pull away. We'll keep an eye on the weather because it really does instantly affect these karts. They're on slick tyres, no treads, so when a little bit of precipitation lands, you will see the karts immediately start to slide around. Nathan Chattel up into 8th ahead of Matthew Hildred and Paul Moran. Jez Williams ahead of him. Jez winner of the second heat for the senior road tax class. Now Jez Williams just behind George Sanders on the road as the field head towards Parker, side by side for second place there between Cooper and Storer. It settled down out of Chapman into and out of the back straight. Already at the boot, the field comes through. There's the leader just coming underneath us now, Callum Davies, as they come through and across the line to complete 3 laps. Lewis Cooper in second, Thomas Storer third. Fourth is the ever-charging Jez Williams. 3 karts moved up the order. He overtook 3 karts. Adam Rogers, George Sanders, Nathan Chattel tries to follow through, but he's in 7th. Tommy Lee Davies 8th, Simon Keeble 9th, Paul Moran now running off the top 10. There's a movement for 4th. And I think it's Jez Williams that, as they head towards Parker, through the left-hander, down the short, straight to Chapman.
Because it's Williams who won the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or one of the last ones.
I think that's Williams who's
third.
through it second, is it?
I can't remember what colour his car was. So many karts go past it. Miles ahead is the 05 car, 95 car. Then it's the 48,
Yeah, he is absolutely flying.
So Williams.
So the gap of the line, 2.3 seconds. Callum Davies already pulled out a huge gap, but there's plenty of time on the clock. We're not even at half distance yet. So plenty of time for Jez Williams to bridge that gap and maybe challenge for another heat win.
So just coming up to halfway through this first sort of after lunch sort of wake up race, isn't it? Really, you've had a bit of a snooze. You've had a couple of bits of food, pizza, maybe whatever it may be.
We had a 30-minute lunch break, Nick. When did you sneak a snooze in there?
Well, I actually changed some batteries.
Who are you? Your Eeyore out of Winnie the Pooh?
Oh, I was depressed. I was. I'm not depressed. I'm excited. So Williams was 2.5 seconds back before, and now he's taken 1.6. He's taken 0.7 out that time.
Wow.
So Williams looking like the class of the field, this senior Rotax race. I mean, obviously we don't know much about Jez. It's his first race here. Perhaps he is a local expert at Whilton Mill. Who knows?
Maybe he is, yeah. I think I'm familiar with Jez Williams in British Championship karting. He's on the, his livery. The livery of his kart is KR Sport. I'm not sure if he drives with KR. Somebody might be able to message in and tell us if he does. But Adam Rogers, George Sanders have demoted Lewis Cooper now to 5th. Nathan Chattel, who was the winner of Heat 1, is a guest driver. So Nathan not registered for the championship. This is his first time out here in the NKC. And as far as I can gather, so is Jez Williams. He's not... I haven't found any records of him in the previous rounds. But he's certainly making an impression. Gap 1.3 seconds, so still time ebbing away from that gap. Paul Moran, right in the middle of no man's land in 10th, has people moving and shaking ahead of him. Thomas Storer down from 7th place there. Thomas Storer, who was challenging for 3rd on the number 1.
Looking down the field, what's happened to Pedro Oliveira? He was the star of the show at Glennigore in round 1. Mired in mid-table mediocrity here.
Yeah, well, he is moving up the order, Nick. He's into 11, but yeah, he didn't feature in the previous couple of
Any
heats,
of the races, yeah?
Yeah, gap down to 7, well, we'll call it 8 tenths. So Jez Williams continues to lap quicker than leader Callum Davies. We'll keep an eye on that lead battle as it develops and they get closer to one another. Is that Pedro Oliveira on the all-black liveried kart there?
He's in 10th.
Number 57.
Yep, that's Pedro. In 10th now.
Yeah.
First and second, though, are getting very close, so our concentration needs to be with the leaders. They come into the left-hander before the boot. There we are. So they're going round in front of the boot.
Yeah.
Now over the start-finish line.
Yeah, there they are. We picked them up well across the line then. We don't need a stopwatch to tell us that, do we?
Oh, he's going to be up the inside. He's going to be up the inside. Oh, Williams, that's just the wrong one, Harry. That's it. And there we are, Williams up and through.
Yeah, there's the move from Jez Williams. It was coming, wasn't it? 45.2, fastest lap of the race for Jez Williams, a half a second quicker than anyone else.
From Gibson Felix 58, Jez Williams races for KR Sport in the British Champs.
I was right then.
And he's actually a Landau master.
Is he really?
So perhaps he's entered the second half of the season. Perhaps he's paid up redemption. He's going to have a bit of a laugh on that one.
Who messaged that?
I think Gibson Felix 58.
Many thanks for that. He's on the KR Sport livery card, and he is a KR Sport driver in British Champs, so he's keeping his hand in. Next round of the Rotax British Championships.
So what? So give me an idea of who KR Sport are then.
They're a team.
Oh, okay. It's not like the best team ever or anything. Or?
They're very good.
Right, okay.
Yeah, they're very good.
Are they the sort of teams where it costs you 30 grand to join them?
I couldn't see it.
Okay, but yes is the answer then.
I couldn't see it. Good chap I know through Karting, Jay Southern, does a lot of work with them. They're always there or thereabouts. They're there or thereabouts in the British Champs. They're there or thereabouts in Europe. I would imagine that the majority of the top runners will be across at Marienburg in Belgium for the BNL this weekend. But Jez Williams, flying the KR Sport flag then, continues on his way. He's already pulled out a second now with, it'll be one lap to go board next time by for Jez. This will be his second heat win. And it is really in commanding form as he continues. No change all the way down the order apart from Pedro Oliveira has gotten ahead of Paul Moran. Paul looking forward to his Sunday lunch, mind Helen.
Oh, there's about to be an issue with the photographer.
When he gets home. So Last lap board about to be shown to Jez Williams, who comes across the line now. Absolutely on the limit through Pitts Bend. There's Callum Davies.
So
there's the battle for Adam
yeah,
Rogers.
with the bright orange 56 car of George Sanders, just ahead of Nathan Chattel. And Tommy Lee Davis, looks like Lee Davis got the run up the inside there, coming into Christmas Corner. There we go. And it is actually, no, he stayed behind. So they come into Ashby for the last time. It's quite nice having a bright orange car, but it gives you a marker point within the field.
Yes. Yeah, it really is a great livery.
Bit of a Vittorio Brambilla look to it.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Beta 2s. How old are we?
Too old.
Yeah, far too old.
Well, you're 57 plus 3, so that's fine.
Checkered flag for Jez Williams. Heat number 2.
2 wins.
In heat number 4 for senior Rotax. Callum Davies will take the second place. Adam Rogers third. George Sanders fourth. Nathan Chattel will come through in fifth. Thomas Storer ends up sixth. Tommy Lee Davies seventh. Pedro Oliveira, fine drive to eighth. Paul Moran followed him through to ninth. Luke Evans 10th. Tom Radburn 11th. Tonino Machichi at 12th. 13th is Lewis Cooper. And then we've got George Walker, Jody Fox, Lewis Jones, Nathan Hope, Matthew Hildred, Martin Coe, Jezzo and Toby Case. And then Dylan Tatum crosses the line there.
Have an update on the Jez Williams. He runs junior in MS UK.
That's where I've heard it. So
he's a junior.
He's testing the water in seniors.
Yeah, so he's a junior Rotax in British Championship. Well, it's going quite well, the test so far, isn't it?
He's doing very well, yes. Yeah, good information that coming through. And we look forward to... So senior Rotax have got another heat coming with heat 5 in about 3 races time, and that will be the final heat for seniors, senior Rotax 162s that is. And we've got 6 heats for Rotax 177s. Doesn't mean every driver in that class will do 6 heats.
No.
Every driver will do 3 heats. It's just that the grids are so overly subscribed that we have to run them separately. Grids of 28, 30 carts per heat.
Jojo Bow 75 ADHD Rocks, one of our regular contributors in these events, wants to know which one's Zach Bolton in. The Zach Bolton fan club have signed up as subscribers.
Zach Bolton is coming next.
Coming next here at Whilton Mill. Zach Bolton in position what?
I will tell you. He is on the grid for the next heat, and Zach Bolton will start. Standby caller. He's starting 10th.
10th.
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
Have we got the Zach Bolton fan club with us?
They're back now, yeah.
Oh, they're back. That was all of them.
I don't think they subscribed, you see, prior to this point, and then they couldn't write in onto the YouTube what I am monitoring with my eyes.
I see. Well, Zach Bolton is a driver from my local track up in the northeast of England. He races regularly in the Wardenlaw IKRs and the clubbies there, and he also does a bit of racing at Teesside. And
busy boy.
He's on a shoestring. He does a pretty well considering the budget. It wasn't that long ago that he had his first try of brand new tyres. I remember he was totally blown away.
You'd only ever run ones out of a box or something.
Yeah, he just used second-hand tyres all the time, the shoestring budget. And he tried new tyres, and he said, "Oh my God, these are so different." And I remember my experience of when I transitioned from second-hand used tyres to when it started getting serious.
That's the sort of transition I agree with.
Yeah, yes. Well, out of the collecting area they come then. It's heat number 4 for the 177 at the heavier Rotax Max class. Jonathan Harrison and Tommy Austin are on the front row. Alfie Williams, Joe Piffner are on row 2. Jai Oliver and Thomas Childs are on row 3. Row 4, Dan Millwood and Simon Wheeler. Alex Thomas and Zach Bolton, are on row 5. Taylor Adams and Martin Rees are on row 6. Richard Evans, Darren Edwards are on row 7. James Yapp and Alistair Cunningham, row 8. Row 9 is Mike Edwards and Adrian Smith. Colin Campbell and Alex Jones are on row 10. Got Louis Large, the man who's in the second spot in the championship, on row 11 with Oliver Smith alongside. Then we've got Brian McCready, Reece Llewellyn on row 12. Vince Bryan, Steve Maidment are on row 13. Then we've got Harrison Crook, Steve Logan are on row 14. And Steve Gilly, very lonely at the back of this 29th kart field. We've got a straggler catching up to the rest of the pack, who are in very, very orderly grid order, coming into the boot, and that bodes well for a start, Nick.
Yep, and if they don't, there is one kart still being recovered, but I think they can recover it after the heat in a safe manner. It's a long way away. They are now rolling, and it's Harrison from Austin. They're going to go for a go. Are we getting a go? There's no Titty flag, so we are off and running, Joe.
Oh, it gets very busy into Oblivion, and then into Crook, the right-hander. All important for that run down the back straight towards Christmas Corner. Here it is. It's the drag race towards Christmas Corner. Who's that down the inside in that black livery?
29.
It's the number 29.
That's Joe Fifner from 4th.
Yeah, he's in contention. He's in the top 5 in the championship. So Joe, no slouch, into Ashby for the first time. Challenge for 3rd there. Not quite sure who it is. Looks like is that a Lando Norris livery? We'll find out the number. Oh, and it's 3 wide.
Oh, dear. We've had a complete... Oh, we've got 9, 10, 11...
I'll tell you why, Nick. We've got rain.
We've got rain. It's raining.
I told you it would have an instant effect on everything, and we've got a downpour, and that's why we had absolute consternation there. Going into Parker for the first time, you can't brake, you can't turn, you can't do anything. And as we see there, it's starburst in Rotax 177. If you're lucky to not hit anything and come out of it, there's Louis Large just rejoining there. So damage limitation for Louis.
And the good news is they've got the orange and red slippery surface flag out, so that's good news. This could be interesting, this one. Let's pick up our leader. Here he comes. Thanks to Harry for staying out of the rain, by the way.
I've got bad news for Zach Bolton fans. He's just pulled off to the left.
Tippy toe on the 29 from the 3, the 72 and the 11.
And it's not just a bit of drizzle, that is it.
It's come down, not light rain,
it
medium rain.
Has. And it's going to be, everything's going to be in slow motion as these carts scrabble for grip.
So it's a 13.
Look, the cart won't turn. And look at that sliding, power sliding at about 10 miles an hour. It's absolutely...
So leading, is the 18 leading or is he actually a lap? I think
that's the 29.
The timing's gone slightly yellow flag. Let me just try and see if I can get the...
we've got a red flag. Red flag. I think that's sensible. We've got a red flag. We're going to stop
the fun away, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen heats continue.
I can smell the rain.
I've seen heats continue, Nick, on slick tyres on a wet track, but we're going to bring...
Oh, the ambulance is out. We've got a problem.
I think we've got somebody off at Oblivion, and that's brought out the red flag while we get some assistance to the kart that is off down there, turn 1. Oblivion, the left-hander, into the right-hander at Crook. So the karts have been brought to a halt just out of the boot, and we'll be seeing and waiting for the official word. We've only had one lap, so it'll be a full restart in grid order from the restart. So with the clock still ticking, but we'll be able to restart this over what will probably be a shortened race time to get things back onto the schedule. So we've got the rest of our heats to complete. Senior TKM next, Minimax with their 3rd and final heat, and then back to Senior Rotax 177s, and then the pre-final for the 100 Super coming up. All heats 8 minutes and 1 lap, just to remind everybody. The finals coming up later, they're a bit longer. They're 12 minutes and 1 lap, so a little bit longer race duration for the finals. Just to give everybody a bit of a recap as well as to how the championship's looking coming into this round. I know it's not exactly like this, but coming into this round here at Whilton Mill, round 4 of 6, so we're just past the half stage now. So at the half stage, it was Phil Howarth leading the Rotax 177 championship on 489 points. Then we have Louis Large in second place, 3 points behind on 486. Richard Evans is on 461, and then Oliver Smith on 446. Joe Fifner rounds off the top 5 in the championship, coming here 438. Just had a recap on that absolute carnage there when the downpour came. No warning, was it? It just all came down, and it is an instant reaction on slick tyres. There is literally zero grip from these karts, and as we saw there, drivers unable to turn, drivers flying off and then making their way around. Sensible decision in my opinion, to bring this thing to a halt for now and decide for whether the rain will blow up. And it looks like it's already stopped. Has it stopped, Paul? He's going to stick his head out the window, his hand out the window. Looks like it might have even stopped already. So that really was, it was a light drizzle, right? Okay, so there was a lot of heat in the tarmac, so we might get the water dissipating quite quickly if we don't have any more rain. So the rain beginning to blow away. So just to give you an idea, this is round 4. We head off to Landau, the first weekend in August, Landau in South Wales, and then the first weekend of September, where the 2022 NAVOS NKC, the National Karting Cup, comes to its conclusion, with championships being decided around the old school track that I just loved racing at Fullbeck back in the day. It's a very, very fast and tricky, lots of overtaking opportunities, and it really is an old school type of track. We have a kart slowly rolling away from that restart. Oh, he's noticed. Driver's noticed. Yeah, where you going? It's sneaking off, isn't it? Other championship information coming into this weekend. Senior TKM, if I can just find it in my order. Yeah, Jake Campbell came into this Whilton Mill round. He was leading the championship on 475 points. Mitchell Ball only 5 points behind on 470. Then we've got Callum Lamont on 460. Louis Bevan on 458. Leo Crabtree on 451 in 5th spot. Senior Rotax has got Lewis Jones leading the championship into this 4th round, with from Miles Barthorpe 4 points behind. Lewis Jones 465 points, Miles Barthorpe 461. Callum Davies is on 459. That's how close that is. Look at that. 3 drivers there going at it. We'll see how the championship pans out after we get this one in the bag. Scott Smith's in 4th place on 444, and then Luke Evans on 439. It really is, every single class is coming to a head here. The intensity is absolutely, you could cut it with a knife. And most of these drivers, chatting to them in the paddock, it is about the championship. It's so easy to put the championship to the back of your head and out of it, and a lot of that is the case when we get towards racing through the heats and into the finals. But it kind of is at the, not perhaps the forefront of their minds until they start racing, but certainly a consideration as to how you're driving towards gaining points and maximising points for the championship. So we're going to stay with this live until we complete all of our races. We end with the Rotax 177 A final. We do have a qualification final for that class. We call that the B final. We've also got a B final for the Senior Rotax 162 class. Basically, we've got so many entries that we can't just contain them in one set of groups. We've got to split them into groups and then bring them all together with how they've done in the heats. That will form the grid for the B final and the A final. A big thanks to all of our NKC sponsors. NAVOS, our head sponsor, but also a big thank you to Raptor, A47, Self Storage, Edwards Motorsport, Alfano, the data control systems, RG Racing, all big supporters. Depreco, we talked to Sergio Taggio yesterday. Hopefully you saw that interview, go out in the lunch break. It gave us some great insight into all of the classes and the drivers that we spoke to. Great insight as to just what it takes to put one of these karts on the track. And if you are interested in getting involved in kart racing, then the thing to do is find out where your local track is and head along there. There's lots of kart tracks these days will do arrive and drive higher type of karting. A little bit different to what we race here, but it does give you an idea of what the sport is about. And then progression from that would be, of course, to purchase your own kart, or indeed hire the services of a team supplier, and eventually get involved in racing at your local track. So we are just trying to find out an update for you. We had it was the number 28 kart that went off. Stephen Logan, the driver. Update on the driver from Chris. Thumbs up, I get. Yeah. And we are getting the drivers ready. We've had some drivers with their helmets off. It won't take them long to get kitted up and get ready for a restart. So, with only one racing lap completed, it'll be a full restart in grid order, original grid order. So it doesn't matter what you do, and I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of drivers thankful of that.
Yeah, they had to stop that because it's a red flag for an injury.
Yes, yeah. Any report on the driver? Just had a thumbs up.
He's out. Yeah, he's hurt his ankle.
Right.
And he's been in the ambulance, and they've stabilised him. I think I was hearing some conversation. This race might not run immediately. They might shuffle it somewhere else into the programme because of the change.
Is the track condition still damp and wet?
It's still spitting out there. Yeah.
Right. So we're going to need wet tyres, aren't
Well,
we?
they haven't got anyone in the collecting area either, which is quite interesting. So I don't know what they're going to do.
All right.
But
Well, drivers being urged to keep the pace down. Are we?
No, I don't think this isn't the race.
They're going into the pits. So we are taking the senior Rotax 177s into the pits. They're being urged to be very, very careful. The conditions are still damp and wet out there and on slick tyres, which just don't work. Imagine driving on a complete ice rink. That's what it feels like. And these karts, remember, throttle response is pretty ready. You press the throttle too harsh, it'll spin your rear wheels.
Can we see a replay of that them falling off again? Because that was quite amusing.
Have we done our drive round?
No, we will do it in a second. Good point. So this is what happened. It literally rained at this point, and the first kart to get it wrong, realised was the 62, and then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And that's very fast. He's going.
And there's Louis Large, ended up completely
lost a
sandwiched.
as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he's going to have a chance to race, but I'll be amazed if Louis' steering geometry wasn't altered in some way there. That's going to give people, they're off into the paddock now, being returned to the pits. We'll be rerunning this heat at some time across the day. I'm not sure exactly when, but I'm pretty sure we'll be told when.
Would you like to see a lap of the track?
Let's have a look at the track from the driver's point of view.
In the dry.
In the dry, of course.
Louis
not
Bevan.
Currently. Yeah, Louis Bevan. And across the start-finish line, here we go, into Oblivion, the left-hander. It goes straight into Crook, the right-hander. All important, keep the momentum, use all of the track and more. Keep the momentum up, it's all important. It's now quite steeply uphill here towards Christmas Corner. It's almost a hairpin, but very fast exit. Through the kink there and then into the right-hander at Inkerman. So it's downhill now. Downhill towards Ashby. Almost a hairpin, not quite. Again, lots of runoff to use, completely use that. And then into Parker, it's a left-hander. Not much of a straight here, so not really an overtaking point into Chapman. Don't drive too wide at Chapman because there's a big curb there. And then get towards the final section of the track. Into the boot, the first bit, the left-hander, and then the double apex. Miss the first one, hit the second one, or vice versa, and then into Pitts Bend. That curb on the right, stay well off it. It's huge, and it will just completely mess your lap up. It's very fast. There's very few really slow sections of track here at Whilton Mill.
No.
And hence, it's very, very... It rewards courage.
It does.
In the overtakes. So we're going to take a little bit of a moment there while we grid our senior TKMs in readiness for what will be their third heat. And I'm just checking it. Confirm it's their third and final heat for senior TKMs.
So, a little bit of just going to show you, get a bit of rain sometimes. It can cause all sorts of chaos, not just
Not
just slightly amusing chaos and people fall off, but unfortunately, people occasionally just go off at the wrong part of the track and hit something solid.
It's part of the sport, really, being on the right tyres at the right time. And it's, again, if you race in England, you'll be very, very familiar with dealing with changes of weather.
Remarkably, that is our first bit of rain of the televised part of the NKC.
That's right, yeah.
We've not had anything, the first bit.
And I'll tell you what I haven't mentioned much today, if at all, is the tyre regulations.
Go on then, because we've got some time.
Well, the NKC is quite unique insofar as it's different from other championships which you can do on a national level. So it's a 6-round championship, and you have to complete the championship on only 2 sets of slick tyres, slick dry weather tyres. Now, if you compare that to a British Championship, like the MSA British Championship, the Motorsport UK British Championship, or the Ultimate Karting Championship, where you are looking at a brand new set of tyres going into the weekend to race on, you're therefore going to test on your practice day on a brand new set of tyres. So the cost of tyres are about, 160, 180 quid? So you can imagine the cost per every weekend, brand new set of tyres, the cost starts mounting up on just your tyres. So by bringing in this regulation of 2 sets per season, they use the Maxxis tyre here in the NKC. It's a slightly harder compound, as you would expect. It's quite durable, but it's still the sort of tyre that if you go out and you drive harshly and raggedly, you're going to lose grip. The tyre's going to, you're going to lose rubber off the tyre. When the rubber disappears and you're down to, a millimetre of rubber on the surface of the carcass, then it's not going to grip at all. And so there's an element of tyre management across the 6-race series. Now, racing in England, you would think that it's not a massive issue because we're bound to have rain.
At least one.
Yeah, we're bound to have rain. We haven't had any rain until that moment now. And that means for the first 3 rounds, we had dry weather running throughout the heats and throughout the finals. Yesterday, we ran the first heats here at Whilton Mill for this weekend, and it was in torrential rain. It was very, very wet. So there was no slick tyre use. So you're saving that rubber for another day. Today, we've ran, up until now, we've ran on slick tyres. Now, and I don't think it's raining. I think it's slick again, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's still slick. Yeah, it's. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I mean we've got the grid forming in the collecting area.
Certainly
and
the guy on pole, the 11 car,
the number 11
is on wets.
They're on wets, yeah. And you would because if you go out on wets and it's dry, which it isn't. If you go out on slicks, I should say, and it's damp like that, there's no grip. And the other part of slick tyres, they don't work until they're up to temperature. And because of the damp track, the dampness keeps cooling the tyre off.
So, waiting to see who's next.
Yeah, I thought I heard that. I wasn't quite sure. So we're going to be running senior TKM in their 3rd and final heat next. So we've got a collecting area that's getting busy. And of course, the problem is, Nick, that those competitors are not ready to come to the collecting area because it should have been the 177 Rotax class out there. So that's why there's a little bit of a delay. I've just mentioned, Nick, Landau.
Yes, Landau. Is it Landau? Because double L is supposed to be Clan, but I think it's Land.
Well, I don't know, the Welsh. I'm not sure.
Right, what we got? We've got mostly wet, judging by the green logos on the side. I don't think you want to be on wets because they're going to burn off. This is an expensive heat for tyres.
Yeah, it is. And what Nick means by that is in these conditions where it's barely wet, the treaded tyres just eat up. It's the little bits of rubber peel off the treads and hit you in the helmet, and every time a piece of rubber hits you in the helmet, that's like a fiver smacking you in the face.
Now, right, the white sidewall letters are the slicks, and the green sidewall letters are the wets.
Have you got the binos out?
No, but I've just seen the white one go round, and I saw the green
So
ones
there's
were all
some
going
carts on
fresh.
slicks,
Yep.
and there's some carts on wets.
Yes.
Right. Will Cregeen
The slicks are going to win.
Will Cregeen is on the pole. Matt Slate is alongside. Joseph Phillips and James King are on row 2. Hello to Steve King. Get well soon, Steve, brother of James. Ollie Milner and Andy Wagstaff are on row 3. Matthew Horton and Louis Bevan are on car camera from earlier. Is on row 4. Leanna Page, Liam Surkar. And then we've got Alexander Lehman and Charlie Savage, Adam Surkar, Gordon Smith, Ricky Wright, James Hull.
I'm not sure they're going to get a go this time
I'm
because
not
there's a couple
sure
of
they're
carts at
gonna
the back
because
who
there
are
is
scrabbling
carts.
around. What's happening? Yeah, they're giving it. They're gone.
Into oblivion for the first time, and it's a relatively slippery track. Got a couple of carts off on the grid, off on the grass, and that was Louis Bevan on the number 1, who ran out of grip there and finally checked that slide as he hit the grass. It's debatable what tyre to be on right now. It's one of those worst days where the track, it stopped raining, it's still wet in places, so it's really a voyage of discovery, quite literally, as the carts go through Ashby and then towards Parker, heading towards Chapman now. The field, we've had nobody off, I can see across the infield. Everybody's managed to negotiate these tricky track conditions, Nick.
Adam Surkar has started last, but he is on the dry tyres, and he's already gained a large amount of the distance he was behind as he comes to the back of the field to 77. He's definitely on slicks, and he was way off the start, and he's gaining all the time. Oh, there's a bit of a argy-bargy in the middle of the field there.
Right, let's see where Adam Surkar pops up then. If he'll
be
on
last,
the back.
and he'll start to move forward.
Right, well he's just come through on lap 1.
7 seconds off.
7 seconds off the back.
No, off
that's
the
why
last.
he started late.
Yeah, because I think he started late because he was changing his tyres.
Yeah, he did. He's 7 seconds off the leader, that is.
I'm not sure whether the guy ahead of him has also done the same thing. But obviously catching is one thing, passing is another. But every lap, it's falling more into the slicks.
It's Matt Slate who leads. Will Cregeen catching him very much, though, under braking there for Chapman. Onto the back straight now towards the boot, into the left-hander.
It's the wettest up by Parker. That's where it's the wettest. Parker and Inkerman. It's wetter than it is round here. There's been some localised rain. I mean, it was all over the track, but it's more localised.
So that track is going to come to anybody on the slick tyre. Slate leads. Cregeen is in second. Leanna Page up 3 spots.
Surkar took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people and got a second nearer the lead in that lap.
So Joseph Phillips in 4th, Callan Lamont into 5th, overtaking Ollie Milner, Leo Crabtree and Louis Bevan.
I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a couple of others also on
slicks,
they are. By the way.
Gordon Smith has took 6 places and he's up to 9th now on the number 25.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
So there's
it's
more
black
than
and white. Unless you get some more precipitation, it's going to be a slick victory.
Yeah, James King has gone from the front row. He's dropped 9 places now. He's at the back, so he's had a bit of an issue as James. Sorry to tell you that, Steve.
But leading nicely, it's the 33, who I think might be on slicks. I think Leanna Page is on slicks.
Leanna Page is on slicks.
Where did she start? Whoa, what's going on here? We've got someone facing the wrong way on the main straight. Oh my God, that's frightening. But he's got away with it, thankfully. Oh, nothing worse than facing oncoming full blast traffic. It's wet at the top though. That was very, very, very worrying. But Page leads and pulling away, using the most of her slick tyres. And there's a selection of people who decided to go for wets with Slyke, Cregan, Phillips and Callan Lamont, Smith, Louis Bevan as well. And we're waiting to see Surkar's up to 15th. Who else did you say was on Smith, was
I'm thinking just the fact that they're scything through people in the field. I mean, Leanna Page crosses the line now. 49 seconds lap time there.
25 as well, I think the
25 definitely Gordon
Smith. So Smith's also on slicks. That's now 1 and 2. Lamont's got through. Is he the fastest of the wet runners?
Yeah, he's lapping in the 52s.
Adam Surkar's surge has been stopped by traffic temporarily.
We've got other drivers putting in fastest lap times. So Page leads, Smith second, he's up 4 spots. Callan Lamont up to 3rd from 5th. Will Cregeen down to 4th. Matt Slade down to 5th. Louis Bevan up to 6th. Joseph Phillips 7th. 8th is Leo Crabtree. Oliver Fathers up 3 to 9th. Ollie Milner now in 10th. And then the carts behind them, Matthew Horton, Mitchell Ball, Adam Surkar. They're the carts on slicks, and they will move up the order towards the front end of this field.
Yeah, the 55, I think, is also on slicks of Joseph Jackson. He just ghosted up the inside of someone. Whether it's more confidence or does he got so much more grip.
No change in the top 4.
Surkar's up to 10th after gaining another 5 places.
No change in the top 4. Louis Bevan up to 5th though. Matt Slade down to 6th. Crabtree, Fathers 7th and 8th. Adam Surkar inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, Bevan, I think he is on wets. He's running a very narrow rear track, with what you do, isn't it, in the wet?
Yeah, certainly is. You narrow the.
And it's not total slick weather. It's still, it's still greasy. Certainly on the top end of the track is very greasy. And the point about it is Leanna Page being on slicks, well, I don't think she'll be caught. She's got a 5-second lead from Smith, also on slicks.
Yeah, 5.3. It hasn't come down. She is the quickest kart on the track at the moment, is Leanna.
Yeah.
So Leanna really taking advantage of that very, I'm going to say it, Nick, slick decision. Quite literally. And a great effort from her and her helpers to make that decision and take what was a gamble, because that could have hurt her badly, and all of these drivers on the slick tyre could have hurt them badly, because if it had been too wet they would be nowhere. As it is, it's worth the gamble.
Yep, and it's proven what it is, because she's 14 seconds ahead of the third place man, who is the fastest of the Callan Lamont. But let's stick with that white car, the 77. That's Surkar on slicks. See what he can do. White car, white helmet. It's quite easy to see. He's the back of those three. He should have no issue getting past him. He has so much more grip. He's just driving past him on the main straight.
Yeah,
a bit blocked.
Yeah, he's getting blocked by Louis Bevan, who's now going to have those tyres feel like jelly. And
it's going to be, he'll probably get both of them at the straight. Surkar, because he'll have more brake as well, but perhaps he's going to just wait and get one at a time. He's certainly already gone up past Bevan into third. He's just got Callan to go. Goes wide. He's going to do the over and under, isn't he? Over and under, pick up the extra grip. And they just got the extra, and that's it. He just
didn't have the traction. Lamont didn't have the traction, and he has to allow Adam Surkar up into 4th place.
Third place
now.
Yeah,
sorry,
Slicks are 1, 2, and 3 now.
Yeah, 3rd place for Surkar.
So not only are the people on wets spent a lot of money on this race, it's not really worked for them.
No, they're going to drop some important championship points. The rest of the field come through. Surkar confirmed in 3rd. Lamont in 4th. Louis Bevan 5th. Oliver Fathers 6th. Crabtree in 7th. Will Cregeen in 8th. 9th is Matt Slate. And Mitchell Ball rounds off the top 10. So 40 seconds to go, Nick.
Yep. Textbook bit of teamwork there from Leanna Page's team. They saw it was drying. They said, let's take a risk. And Leanna has done what she needs to do, which is keep the cart on the island in difficult conditions at the top of the track, and then make hay while the sun shines in the bottom half of the track.
That's the first time you did that today, mate.
I know.
We've got the card being recovered at the boot, so we should have yellow flags there. As Leanna Page comes through Pitts Bend. There's Leanna crossing the line with 7 seconds on the clock. It will be the 1 lap to go board for her next time by. And she really has driven an outstanding race. She may be on slicks in comparison to the, perhaps faster drivers usually, but I tell you what, she's really, really taken advantage of that tactical decision. 6.2 seconds the gap. And then Gordon Smith is 16 seconds ahead of Adam Surkar.
Yeah.
Surkar staying ahead of Callan Lamont last time by.
So it's still the battle we've got is the battle of the wet shod racers. So drop back 1, Frank, and it's the battle. It's big drop back in it. That's how far he's got ahead in just a couple of laps on his slicks. This is the last lap running, or about to start their last lap. Oh, and a big chunk of body. Oh, they broke the number.
Yeah, Oliver Fathers
just took Louis Bevan's number into half.
They're slipping and sliding around, Nick, and it's very hard to keep to kind of gauge what you can do with the kart. And here we have Louis Bevan. He's under immense pressure from Oliver Fathers on the number 24.
But number 24 just stopped. What happened there?
Oh, I'm not
He
sure.
just let.
Checkered flag for Leanna Page, Nick.
Congratulations to Leanna. Great result. Great driving.
Gordon Smith 6.6 seconds behind. And then we've got a huge gap before the drive through the field of Adam Surkar.
There's Surkar.
Here he comes on the 77 to check the checkered flag for a well-earned third place. All of these carts at the front of the field on the slick tyre. Caelan Lamont comes through in fourth, Louis Bevan fifth. Leo Crabtree ahead of Oliver Fathers after that slowdown.
Yeah.
Crabtree takes sixth, Fathers seventh, Mitchell Ball eighth, Will Craigeen ninth, 10th is Joseph Phillips. Then we've got James Hall, Matthew Horton, Ollie Milner, Alexander Lehman, Matt Slate, Matthew Temple Purcell, Charlie Savage, Curtis Granger. 19th is Jason Lovett, 20th Ricky Wright, James King finished on lap 10, a lap down, finished in 21st. We lost Andy Wagstaff on lap 6, and Joseph Jacks we lost on lap 5.
So, one of those very interesting races where it was all decided in the collecting area about what tyres to go on. Now, getting ready to roll out now, officially should be Minimax, but I think it's the rerun of Rotax 177 Heat 4.
What colour are those number boards?
Well, no, because there's only about 9 Minimaxes and there's about 112 carts there.
No. Are they green?
It is the rerun.
Yeah, it's the rerun.
So,
So we're back to the fourth heat for Rotax 177s.
Yeah, and all their powered screwdrivers will be flat because they spent half an hour putting the wets on and then be taking them back off again in double quick time, because no one is going to be out on wets because it is a expensive, pointless exercise.
I tell you what, Nick, all right, it's a dry track right now. It's a slick tyre track right now. However, looking at those ominous clouds just across the way to us, the weather's coming from the right. As we release the grid, Jonathan Harrison, Tommy Austin on the front row, Alfie Williams, Joe Piffner on row 2, Jai Oliver, Thomas Charles are on row 3, Dan Millwood and Simon Wheeler on row 4, Alex Thomas and Zach Bolton, are on row 5, Taylor Adams, Martin Rees, row 6. It's Richard Evans and Darren Edwards on row 7 with James Yapp and Alistair Cunningham on row 8, Mike Edwards and Adrian Smith are on row 9. It's Colin Campbell, Alex Jones on row 10, Louis Large and Oliver Smith are on row 11. Brian McCready and Rhys Llewellyn are on row 12 with Vince Bryant, Steve Maidment, row 13. Harrison Crook and Steve Logan, who I'm not sure will be taking this restart as he damaged his kart in the first run. So it's Steve Gilly rounding off the 29 car. Is it raining now? Is it raining again?
No, it's not.
All right, it's not.
Get your bum steer from your mate.
Darren Large, Louis' dad, just puts his hands up in the air. He's been around far too long.
Hopefully Louis' kart has been repaired.
Yes, that'd be interesting to find out.
I think they're going to is it a fresh start from 6 laps? Yeah, it's a fresh start from 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Sorry, not 6 laps. Yeah, it's a restart again. Which evens it up because Philip Howard had a short race and now he's got a short race. So Louis Large is a short race.
Well, Louis is out there and his car looks to be running relatively well. All of the field through the first 2 turns and onto the back straight. And there's a challenge for the lead.
Tommy Austin. I'm thinking, no, it might not be actually. That might be Alfie Williams. Alfie Williams has taken the lead.
Oh, wow. On the number 3. Is that the number 3
3
on the Tony kart?
The 97. Oh, now the 97. A little bit of a bit of a look around it. I think perhaps a couple of carts would say, look, I feel a bit more confident in this. Still not totally dry.
No, it's not. The carts did look a bit slippy and slidey up at the Inkermans and Ashby, didn't they?
Steve Gilly's been called for a technical defect. He has a meatball flag.
Oh, Steve Gilly. That's unfortunate.
Gilly won one of the heats. He won one of the finals, at least, Steve.
Not sure. Here, the field.
We've got a big coming together going into the boot. No harm, no foul, but the 71 cart is broken. I think it's 71. Nope, he's got going again. I was going to say he's got a flat tyre, but I'm sure he hasn't. So there was a kerfuffle caused by, I think, by a cart losing momentum halfway through. I'll give you a confirm who that was. It wasn't flat. He's just coming round now.
Well, it was
78 cart had the problem. That was Alex Jones.
It was Alfie Williams who led, Jonathan Harrison second, Tommy Austin third, Joe Piffner fourth, Jai Oliver fifth, Thomas Child sixth. Louis Large, championship protagonist, moves up 7 spots to 10th. Alistair Cunningham, he almost did the same, moving up 4 spots to 9th. Another mover, Harrison Crook, up 6 to 17th, and ahead of him, Rhys Llewellyn. Warning for number 17, Steve Maidment. Not sure what that is for. And the mechanical flag, as you said, Nick, for Stegally.
So Louis Large moves up, I think, to 8th on that one.
Harrison has dropped down to 4th. Tommy Austin through to 2nd with Joe Pifner going with him. Louis Large continues his climb through the field, already up to 8th place, taking another 2 scalps that lap. Time running out, we're 4 minutes in now, or 4 minutes to go I should say.
Yes.
We would have been 4 minutes in, effectively, in this heat.
Large is up at 8th, not sure where he's running at the moment. He's actually trying to get 7th and 6th. Well, he's got 7th immediately, he's trying to get 7th and 6th in one corner. See if we can pick up the 128, the man with the golden helmet, multicoloured kart, white, red and green coming us now, that's it.
There he is.
On his move, Louis Large, current championship leader, is he? Yes, he
No,
is.
second.
Second by a couple of points.
Yeah, he's chasing down Philip Hoyth. It really is nip and tuck with these two at the front of this 177 field, both in the championship and on track.
Wave through there, do you see that?
Yeah, very clever. They know who the fast boys are in this championship, and the competitors
Charles
there,
waving
pointless
through,
trying to keep him back. So Louis Large up to 5th across the line. Thomas Child led him through. He's up to 4th.
Which one?
So the leader is still the number 3 of Alfie Williams, just going into the boot now. He's got Tommy Austin, Joe Pifner, and now Louis Large in 4th. Louis will be chasing down that 3rd place kart of Joe Pifner. And he's right on his bumper now into the 19. Into oblivion they go. Not quite enough to make that move there, but out onto the back straight now towards Christmas Corner.
Here he comes.
And there's Louis Large. Yeah, textbook. Into 3rd for Large.
He's got 2.5 minutes. He's got about 4 laps to make up the 1.5 seconds he needs to find.
I thought it was Pifner he took. It wasn't. It was Tommy Austin.
So he's now...
Pifner's the Pifner's the next on his list. Now Pifner's in the championship. He's in 5th. So he's no slouch.
Looking over his shoulder. No, that is Piff. No, it's 39 and 29, right. Or 19. I'm not sure about that. And he's already got it through. No, that's Piffner. That's the 29.
Yeah,
That's 29. It's gone to Piffner now in 2nd now. So it's got Austin and Piffner.
Right.
Now runs in 2nd.
Gap at the line was 1.2 seconds. We were inside of 2 minutes. Louis ducking his head to reduce the airflow across the kart. He's chasing down. He wants to maximise his heats. He knows he's got to take every opportunity, so he's not managing his tyres. He's driving as best he knows to close that gap to Alfie Williams. You might think, well, second's not bad from, what was it?
21st.
Second's not bad from 21st. But no, that's not what he wants. He needs those extra points. He can't allow Philip Howarth to get any points gain on him going into the final 2 rounds of this championship. And here is Louis, right on the tail now of Alfie Williams. What has Alfie Williams got? What can Alfie Williams do to keep Louis Large behind? Through oblivion, through Crook. This is perhaps Louis' favourite overtake spot, and there it is. He's got the momentum.
Oh, no.
A little bit of a defensive drive from Williams. That's not something that Louis Large is unfamiliar with. Across the curb at Inkerman's.
Nice bit of kart placement, I thought there. Because Williams says, give it a go if you want to, but I really wouldn't if I were you.
I'm going to really narrow the gap, though. Narrow the gap to the inside of Christmas
Corner. He's got to do it for 3 laps, less than 2 more.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a tough call.
Louis is going to try the outside, try the over and under. And Williams, little wave there.
It was momentum there from Louis Large, momentum. He didn't know what to do with that. He would have had to check his speed to stop that car, so he poked his nose up the inside.
Yeah, in fairness to Louis, he is trying to make sure it's a fair pass.
Yeah.
Now he's going to pop out now.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's going to go down. Oh, the contact there. And he's going to run wide, and he's through now.
They just got so close now. Is that one again?
Yeah, it was when Louis went on the brakes, the car snapped sideways. Just watch this as he pops out from the slipstream. He sits back inside and right inside of Alfie Williams. The kart snapped sideways on the brakes, and there's nothing Louis could do about that. Yeah. Alfie Williams
completely fair.
Lives to fight another day.
Williams completely following a straight line, but this is key for Louis now. This is a couple of points, and this is the last lap. They're going to start now. Yep. So going round the pit bend for the final time. And can Williams defend for another entire lap from Louis Large? Williams really, just if he could possibly get onto the inside line here, might be able to do it. Can Large go round the outside of Christmas Corner?
He's going to try, isn't he? or he's going to try the switchback. Great driving from Alfie Williams, I've got to say. He's not making this easy for Louis, and time's running out into Ashby.
Under and over, Louis trying the under and over.
No, he has to use, and look at this, they're tripping over one another.
No.
Didn't the inside at Parker, not enough room there. Into Chapman for the last time. Time running out for Louis Large. Can he make the move at the boot? It's Williams who knows exactly where he is. He defends on the tighter line through the boot, and that's what he was trying to do.
Oh.
He snuck by.
And Williams has lost 2 places.
I tell you what, he used a tin opener to make that gap, didn't he? Louis Large there. He knew, he planned that from Parker. He planned that through Chapman, and in the run down to the boot, he saw Alfie Williams was going to have to check his speed through the left-hander at the boot by driving defensively, and the momentum didn't catch. He gathered that momentum and made that forceful move, and that caused Alfie Williams to drop another place to Joe Pfiffner, who could see what was happening ahead of him. So let's have a look at how that finished then. Louis Large takes the win, Joe Pfiffner second, Alfie Williams third, Harrison Crook fourth, Tommy Austin fifth, Thomas Child sixth, Alistair Cunningham seventh, Oliver Smith eighth, ninth is James Yap. Then we had Jonathan Harrison, Alex Thomas, Rhys Llewellyn, Dan Millward, Simon Wheeler, Richard Evans, Steve Maidman, Brian McCready 17th, 18th was Adrian Smith. And then moving further down the order, Darren Edwards 19th, Vince Bryan 20th, 21st was Colin Chapman. We lost Jai Oliver on lap 2 along with Steve Gilly, and then we lost Taylor Adams and Alex Jones on lap 1. So we are back up to date with our programme, Nick, and it looks like it's Mini Max out next.
Yep. Got the little carts out. Oh, there's a shortage of carts at the moment. I think the change in the order of things has started throwing some people off.
Shouldn't be. We're back on with the race programme now.
Well, look in the collecting area. There's a lack of carts, I can tell you. I mean, there isn't a massive field to begin with, obviously, but... Just worried Joe for the next event.
You have to show me how to drive that.
Right. So is Zach Bolton back out again because the Zach Bolton fan club's around?
Zach Bolton was
the last
not
one. I
back
missed
out.
that. Oh,
No,
right.
he wasn't back out. No.
Oh, we go. Clandau, which is not. It is pronounced Landau. It's former home of a large number of NKC entries such as Jack Jones, Jay Lewis, Jez Williams, Reese Green, Louis Reese, Reese Llewellyn. What's all these Reeses? Reese Llewellyn, Simon Weir, Simon Keyboard, Tom Charles, and more.
Oh, fabulous. So we're at their home track. Hopefully Jez Williams will be able to join us there as well. It's Mini Max next, though, and it's Louis Reese, another fine Welsh name there, Louis Reese, on the front row with Charlie Gillam. Reese Green and Eric Smith are on row 2. Alex Fraser, championship leader, or championship second place, I think.
I think we should do something different this time.
Daniel Haynes, Seb Corking and Jensen
I think
Pritchard.
we should follow the junior TKMs at the start, please. Let's give them some love.
Junior 100 UKs.
Junior 100 UKs, yeah. So there's those 3 carts at the back. We'll have a look at them to begin with because they don't get enough coverage otherwise.
Well, it's Yelena Osbar-Scott and Hayden Taylor and Lexi Fells who will go off the 3-cart 100 UKs, these TKM engine carts. And
I have pen pictures for them as well.
There may be only three of them, but they are racing very, very closely.
So Hayden Taylor, he raced CKC Cadets last year, and in the world's most tenuous bit of trivia, was the son of a 100 UK heat winner from 2019, Sean Show Taylor. Behind him, it's the 19 cart of Yelena Osbar-Scott. She did part season in CKC Cadet last year, be her 3rd ever in Junior 100 UK, and she's the youngest racer here today.
How old?
doesn't say, because that'd be useful information.
Yeah, that would be.
And our third runner is Lexi Fells, who is the reigning TKM RRO plate holder and one of 2 girls in the grid, and she might be going to seniors next year. So here they go in the absolutely tiny junior TKM machines. There's a bit of battle for second there between the 2 ladies, 19 and 0.
Give you a quick update on Minimax. Alex Fraser has took to the front of the field, and he's ahead of Reese Green. Louis Reese is 3rd, Seb Corking up to 4th, Jensen Pritchard 5th, Charlie Gillum 6th, and Daniel Haynes 7th.
So the battle is for 2nd and 3rd within the Junior 100 UK. And it's quite an open battle. It's you can see how small Yelena is. She's tiny. And Lexi, who's about to move up to senior, obviously a few years older, standing a bit more. Oh, and off has gone Yelena. And she's spun round. Of course, it's not the instant press the throttle and go you get with a Rotax because, well, it's not got a clutch. So that's where Yelena off the smallest of them again. So she comes down. She's defending well against Lexi. Goes a little bit wide. Out of, just too wide, out of Chapman,
and got
on the grass, and that was it. So someone's trundling a cart across the track, which is quite surprising.
Exit curb comes back towards you at Chapman.
So let's see if we can pick up the overall leader, which is once again Alex Fraser, and we'll just reposition with him. He's just going through the...
we've got Yelena going again.
Yep, that's good news.
We'll
be seeing her in a second because Alex is about to go past her. Here he comes in the multicolour machine, the 55, and he'll be putting a lap on Yelena, who's got running again. Who does look tiny, actually, in that car. And I can well understand she's the youngest person here.
Yeah, she is tiny, isn't she?
And there goes Alex. Now, go past nicely. You've got a lot more speed. He's going to lose a little bit of time following up. Through and around Oblivion. So, Alex leading from Reese Green.
Oh, and Alex Fraser, that was a bad mistake. He did not use the back marker very, very intelligently at all there, Alex. Come on. You're better than that. He tried to go around the outside. He ended up on the outside and ended up on the grass. He's lost the lead now to Reese Green. It's not going to be long before Alex regains his composure, though, and gets that back on terms. Just keeping a watching brief there is Sebastian Corking on the number 52. Again, we've mentioned Seb just getting to grips with not just Whilton Mill, but the NKC and the Maxxis tyre. And Alex Fraser now chasing down Reese Green out of the boot. It's not going to be long. Alex Fraser really is the quickest driver here on that Landau Norris kart. Landau Norris.
Landau
Norris.
No, Landau Norris
Landau's
is great.
next
It's a
round.
combination of both things. It's Landau and Norris.
So we're going to have Landos at Landau. Here he goes, Alex Fraser, down the inside at Christmas corner. And Reese Green
doesn't put up a fight, really.
Didn't really have anything for him.
I think Reese knows his battles is with Seb Corking.
Yeah, right, seeing that, here he comes.
We're not going to turn down a chance, are you?
No. He's going to try and learn from him, actually. We all know Alex Fraser.
Here's a question we haven't really asked. Well, how big is the slipstream effect on a kart?
It's pretty good. I mean, it does make an effect. So you see the big ducting there?
Yeah.
On the panel, on the front panel.
Yep.
That negates any kind of slipstream because it does something with the airflow over the driver, and it negates the pull from the slipstream. Somewhere like PF, where there's a massive slipstream down the back straight and along that fast section across the start finish straight under the bridge, you have a massive effect there. Towards the top end of the speed range,
Yeah. Interesting. So round Ashby, Fraser got 3.5 minutes to go. In fact, the place we were looking at, which was Hayden in the TKM. Hayden's still leading from Lexi, and Yelena obviously had that loss of a couple of laps due to facing the wrong direction.
I just want to say the wind's getting up a little bit.
Yeah, and we can also see some unpleasant black clouds over there. I think we're going to get a second shower, which is great. We have covered most of our stuff now, so hopefully that'll be all right. Actually, one thing that's not covered, just realised, is the mains reel on the roof. So I better go and do that. Carry on commentating.
I will do. I'll keep going because yes, I'll keep us going, Alex. I'll keep us on the air, Nick. Alex Fraser, as we see, not being challenged anymore, or have we got a situation of Alex perhaps knowing he's got the lead back? He needs to manage those tyres. Seb Corking in third. He's chasing down Reese Green. Fastest lap of the race from Sebastian Corking. He's not just getting to grips with the NKC and the Maxxis tyre, but he's getting to grips with Whilton Mill, first time here for Seb, and choosing to not use all of that exit curbing there. He uses all the exit curbing out of Crook Corner though, and onto the back straight. And we've got rain in our windows here, so that is going to have an effect on these drivers if they're not careful. Oh, and it's coming down. It's absolutely pouring, so a downpour pretty much across the whole of the track with under 2 minutes remaining. Alex Fraser off, Reese Green off, Seb Corking through into second, Seb Corking off onto the grass. These carts pretty much uncontrollable. Seb Corking trying to get the cart back under control. Reese Green back through, and this is even a heavier downpour than the one we saw earlier, and that's going to render this heat for Minimax down to walking pace as Alex Fraser comes through the final turn at Pitts Bend. Cart's beginning to slip and slide, and there is no doubt about it. You can see the carts cutting through the surface water. Nick going out to check our aerials.
Well, the aerials are in the water, but the mains power is covered up, thank goodness.
Oh, that would have been a thing.
Yes. And
yes.
This is much rainier than the last rain.
It's much rainier than the last rain.
The last rain was like light, and this is big globules of rain.
And notice here, everybody, they're on slicks, they're on a wet track, but look at the racing line these drivers take. They sometimes, through some of the corners, will steer way off the racing line. It's because off the racing line, there's less rubber coating on the track, and that's where you find the tarmac, and that's where you find the grip. It's a yellow flag. It's effectively a full course caution by the looks of things.
Right, for the last
unless
minute
we've got
or so.
a spinner off at Crook. Which
We're
I can't
concerned
quite
about
tell.
this level of rain with our various stuff.
Yeah, we've got somebody off at Crook, so it's not quite a full course caution. We've got a yellow flag into turn one. So consternation. Time has been brought down.
Well, the 71 just overtook the 55 under a full course yellow. Oh, it's not full course yellow. So it's not full course yellow.
No, it's not full course. It's just into turn one. So,
right, so
Alex Fraser spins.
Yeah, he was
Alex
overtaken.
Fraser spins.
He was overtaken.
Yep, he tries too hard, and there's Seb Corking round the outside, finding the grip on a track he's not familiar with as they go through to complete to start their last lap. And
so he'd lost the lead the previous.
Oh, he gets it sliding here, doesn't he? And then it just breaks away from him. He's got no grip whatsoever. So there he goes onto the grass. He'll rejoin, I'm pretty sure, and he has rejoined in third. So as the leaders tippy-toe their way around towards the checkered flag, Reese Green, it is leading. Seb Corking second, Alex Fraser third, Louis Reese in fourth, Jensen Pritchard fifth, Daniel Haynes sixth, Charlie Gillam, it is in seventh. We've had a change of leader in the 100 UK Juniors. Lexi Fells has gone to the front of that field with Hayden Taylor. So the leader, I'm just trying to pick up the leader. There he is, just coming through Chapman. And onto the back straight towards the boot for the final time. It will be for Reese Green. Seb Corking, first time here at Whilton Mill, will finish in second if he... And you can see there these two drivers staying off the racing line, finding the grip, cart slipping and sliding underneath them, turns the wheel, does not change direction whatsoever. Takes the heat win, does Reese Green. Third and final heat, so we'll see what their grid looks like for their final pretty soon. Seb Corking second. It'll be a disappointed Alex Fraser, but nothing to worry about, Alex. You will gather it all up for the final, and hopefully we'll have more consistent track conditions next time we see these cars out, or at least they'll be on the right tyre, because that's basically what it's about, Nick. It's been on the wrong tyre for the wrong conditions.
55 has spun
into our camera.
After it finished, yeah.
Yeah, into our camera. So 55 there. Alex, what was that? 35. Jensen Pritchard.
52, I think.
Yeah. So we've...
Here we go. Here he comes spinning into our camera.
Yeah, there he goes, just getting it.
Even get the little wobble.
And you know what? Once the car does that, there is no getting it back. And it's just like being on ice. Best to keep it off the curbs as well, boys and girls. So that concludes the third and final heat for Minimax in 100 UK Juniors.
Eventful.
Very eventful. Again, just add water. Senior Rotax for their fifth heat coming next, and they'll be a dynamic grid of tyre changing going on. No doubt. When we look down, yep, as I thought. So at least these karts, Nick, next time will be on the right tyre for the conditions. Because that's basically what it is. When the track is as wet as we can now clearly see how wet that is, we need rain tyres. We need the wet tyres.
Stopping it? It looks like it's easing back off again and lightening up.
One of those days. I hate those days. I hated these days because, you know, if it stops raining now, by the time you finish this heat, it's just cost you 200 quid.
This will be a wet heat. This is a wet heat, I think.
Yeah, but it'll be dry by the time they finish.
I think it's still just going a little bit. Not a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Let's pick back up again.
It's turned from heavy rain to light rain. So there's water still coming down. The problem is...
Where's the weather coming from?
The sky.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. It's pretty standard weather coming from the sky. Nick, you might want to move that effects mic.
Is it damp?
No, it's picking up that conversation.
Is it a good conversation?
Yeah, not really, no.
Are they swearing?
I'm not sure. About to, maybe.
It's Dad and Lad. I'll turn the effect mic off temporarily.
All right, okay. So we get the track is clear, so that means everybody who needed recovering has been recovered. That means we can also get everybody out to start our fifth heat for Senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the grid for that. Martin Coe and Scott Russell are on the front row of the grid. Martin Coe's on the pole. It's Pedro Oliveira and James Wood. James Wood went very well at his home track at Rowra last time out in round 3 back in May. Seems a lifetime away. James Wood, it's his best grid position start for the heats for James. We look forward to seeing how well he goes. Patrick Rohaj and Nathan Hope are on row 3. Paul Ozan, former Super 1 British champion back in the day, has got Tom Radburn alongside him. Tonino Machichi has got Max Martin alongside him on row 5. Row 6 has got Jamie Hardy and James Costin. Thomas Storer, Adam Rogers are on row 7. Row 8 is Miles Barthorpe and Dylan Tatum. Tommy Lee Davies and Riley Bourne are on row 9. Alexander Mazoyan and Sam Elliott are on row 10. Ari Barker and Chris Rance are on row 11. Alex Warnaby and Scott Smith are on row 12. Jack Jones and Lewis Ball are on row 13. Matthew Hildred and Reece Pope, row 14. Row 15 is Lewis Jones and Nathan Chattel. And the final row of the grid, Grace Lee Davies, and wait for it, KR Sports, Jez Williams.
Oh, he's got to come from last, has he?
Junior Rotax.
Now he's got to do it in the wet.
To Senior Rotax, starting at the back. We'll keep an eye
doing it
on
in the wet.
Purple and blue liveried KR Sport kart of Jez Williams, kart number 48, and how well he will make his way through. I would say, Nick, everyone is on wet tyres. Because it is still coming down. So no sign of
we might be
the
getting
track
some signal issues
drying.
as well at the moment, but there we go.
All right, we shall try it. So the weather affecting our cameras as well.
But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see when we try
It's
to
brightening
follow
up.
this race. Yeah, it's a bit like, it's one of those days, isn't it? I mean, the weather is moving from the final corner to turn 1, if that gives you an idea of where the weather's coming to and from. And so we get this field of Senior Rotax karts being led around by Martin Coe. Martin looks like he's on the Lando Norris chassis. That's the 84, the 84, sorry, of Martin Coe.
There we go.
No, it's just the effects mic again.
No, well,
there's people standing underneath it.
They're not. They were just walking past talking.
Right.
It's fine. If they
Right,
get
here
caught
we
in the
go.
conversation,
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. So there it is, across the line then. We should get this thing underway. The red lights go out, and it looks like round the outside has gone Scott Russell. And people off on
the track
grass
has gone many of the drivers.
Yeah, no surprise there. Very, very tricky conditions here at Whilton Mill.
Situation for the orange car. I think that was a 70, but here we go.
Oh, 4 wide into Christmas Corner.
They're all
That's
wet.
not something you see
Different lines.
very often. And they're sprinting up to third place. Who was that? Well, I think that might have been Paul Ozan, just waiting, taking advantage of the situation through Ashby to downhill off Camber Corner.
Well,
the leaders.
That wet, we've got rooster sails now.
Yeah, they're picking up wet, the track surface water, aren't they, and throwing it up in great plumes of spray.
Plumes of spray?
Yeah,
plumes of spray. I've pooned my spray. Okay, so who is actually going to be leading as we come around the first time? It looks like it's the 120 or the 20, so it may well be Scott Russell, is it?
I think it was James Wood who took advantage and went from there to third.
Look at the numbers.
He's now up to second. Yellow shoulders on his
So
overall.
it's actually there's a 12 that's leading, which is James Wood.
That's a
You're quite
72.
right.
It was Paul Ozan. James Wood leads, in fact, takes great advantage, gets in the lead of this race. Paul Ozan, the old master, is into second. Pedro Oliveira third. Adam Rogers up 7 spots, taking advantage of that first corner incident.
Where's Jez Williams? 15.
Miles Barthorpe up 8 places to 7th. Jez Williams up 12 to come through in 15th, and Lewis Jones up 10 to come through in 18th. So still all to play for and lots of movement in the order.
Yep, they are. Still the rain is coming down. It is brightening up from where the rain comes from, but the actual cloud is still sitting stoically over the top of Whilton Mill. There they go, and it's still now the 12 from the 72. So Paul Ozan using every ounce of his 30 years plus experience to chase down these damn whippersnappers who are ahead of him.
Yeah, James Wood had a very good set of heats at Rowra at his local track. He seems to be running out of grip through the final turn. That's allowed Ozan right on his tail into oblivion.
He's using a lot of curb. Oh, someone's gone very, very wide. Using a lot of curb is Wood, which is surprising me. I thought you'd have to stay off the curbs this weather. Don't forget, karting
best.
lines in the wet are very, very different from the dry, so there's now 2 or 3 other options. Ozan, you can see, and that's bouncing away Wood. And one of the things is, it doesn't matter if you've got 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive. If you've got no wheels on the ground, you've got no-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's true. Into Ashby, round the outside. Ozan right on the bumper, and James Wood seen him. Looks over his right shoulder. He knows he's there. James Wood using a more conventional line. He doesn't through Chapman, however. All the way around the outside. That's where the grip is. Now out onto the back straight. Sliding broadside from Ozan. Chasing down that young man, James Wood, on the number 12.
Wood's often putting a wheel not on the track, and he's getting away with it. No, this time Ozan's got the drive.
He paid the price there, Nick. He didn't have the traction on the curb. And Ozan, who kept the kart straight on the track, found the traction. Ozan into the lead.
Yeah, and the other thing, just Jez Williams is climbing the field quickly. He's up in 8th now from the back of the grid. So, as we continue, senior Ho 5, and Ozan now begins to move away, fighting the kart as it comes up and brakes hard in Christmas Corner. In fact, he would now with the chance to follow the master around. Probably going to have a fantastic and free a discount learning experience. Technical defect called on kart number 12. That's James Wood. James Wood has been called for has been black and oranged. So the man in second is going to pull off.
Oh, really? I wonder what that is for. We'll see if we can notice anything, perhaps hanging from.
I'm not sure whether he's dropped out already. I don't know. So here's the 12 car.
Can you see anything, Nick?
No, he's still carrying on. He's just spun off. He touched and he spun.
Oh, terrible, terrible time for James getting to grips with these awful weather conditions.
So Wood drops down. Jez Williams is in 5th now, the man who won his 2 previous heats. And Miles Barthorpe's in 6th. So let's drop back that gaggle of karts in 4, 5 and 6. Through goes the 48. Actually leading that now is Jez Williams. Behind him, I think it's actually not Barthorpe, but so Williams, so the leading one of that 4 karts. That's the man on the move. He's come from absolutely plumb last. Well, I think next last, wasn't it, on the grid? And he won the first 2 rounds. So Jez Williams, guest driver, Landau expert apparently. So even happy about next week.
No, Jez isn't down on the guest list. He's down to take
late entrant driver.
Late entrant to the series.
There he goes back to turn for the left hand of the boot. Williams, multicoloured helmet, 48 kart. He's got 3 karts ahead of him, and with 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go, that's a lap. You kind of think there's a very good chance he may even win this one. I think getting past Ozan could be a challenge.
Yeah, I think so.
Ahead of him.
Still a lot of surface water on the track, isn't there? There's nowhere near any kind of dry line. And Jez Williams using the grass on the inside of Crook to keep a bit like a rally driver, like ditch hooking. Keep his kart from sliding. Adam Rogers in second. Max Martin will know that Jez Williams is there. Bright purple. Oh, Jez Williams down the inside at Ashby. He came from literally nowhere And that was
he's got quite a bit of confidence, hasn't he?
He's got a lot of confidence in that kart, and he just feathered the grip, just tentatively went down, and it was kind of like an overtake in slow motion. Both karts scrabbling for grip, and Jez Williams now into third. He's going to have a really good points haul there to get him up the grid.
Well, he's got a 1 and a 1, so this could be this is worst case scenario. If he finishes here as a 1, 1 and 3.
Yeah,
so
that's
he'll be starting from pole, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Way too much curve. There's been a mistake by Jez. He's just obviously got a bit more grip at the front end than he's expecting and turned too tightly. But now he's got second place firmly in his mind. That's Adam Rogers. Rogers fully gone. Oh,
see him ditch in there.
Yeah.
He's the only driver that's doing that.
But interesting.
Here he comes
wasn't
again.
Any quicker than Rogers going wide and getting the drive. But he's got the run up the inside, using the different line and more grip.
That's formidable driving. He ditched up through Crook, out onto the back straight,
and now he's going for his own. I don't think Paul's going to have this one, is he?
No, but he's got a lot of ability and courage. It seems a lot of judgment going into the braking areas, and the car just seems to glide down the inside on people. Just seems to have momentum where people haven't in these conditions.
So Zahn
onto the back straight towards the boot now, through the left-hander. Oh. There's Jez Williams. So Zahn just can't get the car turned in. Jez Williams has got a great handling kart. Whatever he's done to that KR Sport machine, he's absolutely got that kart dialed in. He can turn in.
He keeps going with that.
Absolutely does, yeah. Now watch him through this turn here. Through Oblivion, all over the curb. Ditch hooks on the grass there. As other karts are scrambling for grip round the outside. So Jez Williams with a great setup there. The difference there, Nick, is the front end of his kart is actually turning. Whereas Paul Ozan, he turns the kart and has to flick it sideways. He was fully sideways there through Inkermans. So he just can't get it to grip, whereas Jez Williams' kart does, and that's why he's leading now, quite frankly.
Has he got the fastest lap as well?
He has indeed, 59.8. He's got the fastest lap by almost a second and a half.
Right.
But the kart is handling so much, he's able to turn the steering and the kart actually changes direction, whereas everybody else has to coax the kart to change direction. He crosses the line, 8 laps completed. It's the last lap board for him. It'll be 9 laps completed when he takes the checkered flag next time by. Paul Ozan second, Adam Rogers third, Max Martin fourth, Pedro Oliveira fifth, Miles Barthorpe, championship protagonist, up into sixth, Thomas Storer down to seventh, Nathan Chattel in 8th. Now Nathan Chattel is a guest driver. He's not taking any points. Lewis Jones 9th. 10th is Nathan Hope.
So a great performance again by Jez Williams. Just going to run this last few corners. Paul Ozan, I think, be happy with that second place, showing the mastery of age. But unfortunately, the mastery of youth has kind of taken him over. The man who's Jez, who's obviously running junior Rotax, and now you're thinking about doing senior Rotax.
I tell you what, Paul.
I think he'll be thinking about more seriously after this weekend.
Paul will be looking at that kart ahead of him of Jez Williams and be thinking, how has he got those tyres to turn in? How has he got those tyres to grip, both front and rear? He's got traction, he's got turn in. He really is. Crosses the line then, 48.
Great
number
performance.
48, Jez Williams. Bit of a masterclass from the Motorsport UK British Championship runner with KR Sport in junior Rotax. He's, I'm not sure if it's his first senior race at all, actually, but certainly registering with the NKC in the seniors.
Well, it's still raining, despite the fact that it is supposed to be looking up. I keep thinking it should be looking brighter where the weather's coming, but it's
quite heavy, Nick, if you look at that.
On here.
Quite heavy. So let's have a rundown of the top 10 then. Jez Williams takes that win by 3 seconds at the line. Paul Ozan second, Adam Rogers third, Max Martin in fourth, Pedro Oliveira fifth, Thomas Storer sixth, Miles Barthorpe seventh, 8th was Nathan Chattel, 9th was Lewis Hope, and 10th was Nathan Hope.
So a very wet collecting area. What's next?
Sorry, I've scratched it out. We haven't even had that yet. It's more 177s.
177 Rotax.
So let me just check for the Zach Bolton fan club.
If he's in it.
If he's in it. Let's have a look. He was in the last one, wasn't he? I'm not sure where he finished. Front row of the grid for the next heat, Jamie Broderick and Jake Lewis. We've got Michael Mallet and the number 12, Keith Mason. Colin Campbell and Taylor Adams are on row 3. Philip Howarth back out with David Medlock. Now look where Philip's starting. He's starting 7th.
Right.
So he's going to have a massive points haul here.
But he's in the wet. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, I think he's still
They're
good
probably
in the
pretty
wet.
good the wet, yeah.
Yeah, Martin Rees had an 8 leather. Martin Rees, Aidan Hammond are on row 5. Dan Fleckney and Dan Millward are on row 6. Nick Skelton, Harry Rowett are on row 7. Mark Rowe and Lawrence Hilton are on row 8. Richard Edwards and Eton Anderson. Keep an eye on Eton Anderson as well, starting 18th. He's on row 9. Joe Piffner and Simon Wheeler. He hasn't had much rest, Joe Piffner, has he? They're on row 10. Ben Hitch and Tom Thompson on row 11. Tim Darlow, whose wife Sarah is our starting grid official. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
For anybody who was listening earlier, that was the person who was shouting in the background. It was Sarah. It's Thomas Childs alongside Tim Darlow on row 12. Dave Nolan and the youngster Harry Wainwright are on row 13, and then rounding off the 28-card field, Steve Jackson and Billy Clark.
So this is still a wet race. It is still raining. The precipitation is still quite reasonable, actually.
Well, just look against the...
Yeah.
I'm
very surprised because honestly, from everywhere the weather's coming, apart from where it's sitting, it's clearing up.
Well, there's a cloud sitting just above us, I think.
Just to be annoying.
If you look at the wind, it's not...
Frank sent me a message. It's probably about how upset he is. Is Harry Cam working? Do I need to get... No, Harry Cam is working. Sorry, man. That was information really that Paul should have given you rather than me giving it to them on air. But hey. Matt McCallum obviously does most of our other stuff internationally. He loves it when we do production stuff on air, doesn't he? It's his absolute favourite thing. When we discuss production notes on air, he loves it.
This is what I mean when I say to Paul that the next round at Landau will be much more professional, Paul. Because Nick's not here. He'll not be doing anything production-wise on air. It's the only way to talk to them, isn't it? Pretty much. So, yeah. I'm
going to enjoy watching the replay, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah, I bet you are. Yeah.
Every minute. And I'm going to go fully Hewitt on you with notes.
So, we've got all of our 177s lined up line astern in the collecting area. All ready and waiting. We're waiting for a few carts to be recovered. They're getting the hurry up. So they were walking in. Yeah, they're now running in. So a couple of...
there's another cart. There's like a double decker of carts in the middle of the track over there.
Oh, yes, yeah, that needs recovering, doesn't it? Yeah. It's turned into an awful day weather-wise. We've got...
but look over there, it's much less bad.
When I look out the window to my left, I see horrible black-grey sky. When I look out, it's not. You're right, Paul. What Paul has just said, because nobody saw that on TV.
Saw it.
But Paul is gesticulating that.
And now you're doing the gesticulation on the radio. It's great. Yeah, let's do that. We must get a booth cam. That's something we should get.
No, we shouldn't, Nick.
I think we should. Then you have to wear your shirt the whole time.
To scratch my nose either.
Nose, is that what we're calling it now, is it?
Yeah.
It's very low, your nose.
I have a front nose. What were we saying? Yes, the weather. Yeah. Yes. So I look out that window. Black clouds, horrible. You're right, Paul. They're not moving. They're not moving at all. They're staying put. And that
the last 10 minutes, it's got much brighter.
It's brighter to our right.
It's got brighter right with but in front of us, it's got duller.
Darker, yeah. And it's not moving, is it? Look, it's not moving across the sky. It's staying put. So where are we? We've got the last few of our heats coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We've got a pre-final,
and then we get into the pre-finals. We have got a pre-final. Yeah, we have. That's 100 Subers. That's the.
Well, they're like in the wet.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? We have released the 177s, and we have got
very wet,
very wet racetrack.
Now, the good thing for this is they knew far enough in advance that some of them managed to put their plastic Macs on. Some of them haven't put their plastic Macs on, which is ridiculous because they all freeze.
Wetsuits.
Let's call it plastic Mac.
Plastic Macs then.
So, this is heat 5. Your focus being the car in 6th, the one I want to Philip Howarth, and I think Ayrton Anderson in 15th is one to watch as well. See what he can do, because he won the heat which had neither Philip or Louis in it, so we don't really know where he is in overall pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the two drivers in this class that are leading the championship. There's only Philip Howarth out there. Louis and Philip have not met in any of the heats. The first time they meet will be in the final coming up later. So that is going to be, that is certainly one to stay tuned for.
slowing them right down. They're going to try and get everyone off on this lap. It's been a very extended period after lunch. We're at least half an hour behind, but we can that's a result of weather and an unfortunate accident.
So the field are coming through. It's Jamie Broderick leading them round with Jake Lewis alongside Michael Mallet and Keith Mason keeping station behind, and they get the go-ahead.
Oh, it's started.
Yeah, red
the
lights
92
go
is
out.
off the track. The 92 is stuck on the track. Who is the 92? He's stuck on the track over he is.
The field, you find out who the 92 is, and I'll take us round. They're onto the back straight towards Christmas Corner, and it is the number 99 of Jamie Broderick. He started from the pole position. He leads them round.
It's Harry Wainwright, who did well in the
Oh,
previous
young
heat.
Harry.
He's luckily, he's managed to push it off the circuit.
Right. Oh, and there's a spinner at the back of the field as the leaders go through. It's 3 wide, and there's a touch there down the field in the midfield
three are
order.
backwards.
We've got a few spinners at Ashby, so
Not sure
consternation
if
for the
any of them
field
are
at Ashby.
And they come round now. Should be under yellow flag. They are yellow flag going through Chapman.
Here comes the leader, though, and we've had a change of lead.
101 has been reported. That's Phil Howarth has been reported for a complete takeout. Did you hear that?
No, I did
On
not
the
hear
radio,
that.
on the radio.
That's Howarth in the lead,
Yeah.
it looks like.
No, it's
Car
not Howarth.
101.
Howarth is about 6th in the 101.
Here they come. Let's get a grip. We can't see through the murk of the rain. It's Michael Mallet leading. Jamie Broderick is in second. Jake Lewis third. Mark Rowe fourth. It's Philip Howard in fifth. Harry Rowett sixth. Nick Skelton seventh. Colin Campbell eighth. Ninth is Dan Millwood. Keith Mason has gone down to 10th place from starting third or fourth. So 5 places for Keith Mason. 6 places for Keith Mason. Ben Hitch 11th. 12th is Thomas Childs. Ayrton Anderson, by the way. Thomas Childs up 9 spots. Ayrton Anderson up 4. Tom Thompson, who's a guest driver, he's up 5 on the number 346. And Steve Jackson up 7 places to 15th. That all happened to that incident.
A lot of consternation in the first couple of laps that you're in Ashby, so there's been a chance for a bit of a kerfuffle. 101 has got a contact warning, so a warning for Philip Howarth.
You can't afford. You know what? In these conditions, it's not really deliberate. You try to avoid, but when your cart's sliding and it just, you make contact, it's not, I'm pretty sure he'll not be doing that deliberately. He doesn't want to risk a nose cone penalty for a start.
Mallet stays in the lead, but it's Jake Lewis in second now from Rowett, from Rowe, from Skelton. Howarth made no positions that lap.
No,
That
he
must be a
dropped one.
first.
He lost one.
So not enjoying the wet weather, or perhaps he's just trying to be super circumspect after getting told off.
Yeah.
So second and third about to change. Oh, move to first from third for the 82 of Harry Wright, who's going right up the inside, and then really to get second, and then was given first as well. Oh, thank you very much, as Harry. And he leads us away.
Yeah, movement for third as well. Almost second there. But he went to overtake one cart. He almost ended up overtaking 2. And I'm quite sure I can't identify who that is. I can't quite see who that is, Nick.
It's a single number. That's a 5 of Mark Rowe in second now.
Right. So was it Rowe who took that position?
So Mallet leads from Rowe. Not Mallet, sorry. It's Rowett from Rowe.
Oh, there's all sorts of movement here as people scrabble for grip into the boot. Little bit of nudging going on. That's it. Not really deliberate stuff. It's just unavoidable contact. Here they come across the line. It's Harry Rowett who leads.
Really enjoying this wet condition because he only got into the lead about half of that round. He pulled out 2 seconds on Rowe. Lewis in third. Howard has made 2 places down to fourth. It's Skelton, Mallet, Broderick, Campbell, Anderson not making the move we would expect. He stayed in 10th. So looking like, Howarth I think is going to have his work cut out to win this one.
What did I see? Howarth go up into third? No, he's still fourth.
Yeah, because the leader's a long way ahead. But very wide went Mark Rowe there and lost second place.
Down the inside for the lead.
So, no, second, because the leader's out of shot ahead of that.
Oh, really?
Yes, the leader's out of shot there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Wow, Harry Rowett has just pulled away. Wow, that's incredible.
So it's now, I think it's Lewis from Rowe now, I think. No, it's not. It's Philip. Oh, he's changed his helmet. That's why he's not got his gold helmet on him.
Yeah, he's got his wet helmet on, of course.
His UK helmet, his St George's flag helmet on. So Howarth now has picked up second. Now look at him go. Look at him spread. Now can he close down on Rowett, who seems pretty comfortable in the wet, with a lead now of 2.6 seconds.
He was absolutely broadside into oblivion, and then checked the slide for Crook. He's on to the back straight and he's chasing down Harry Rowett. It was 2.6 seconds across the line with 3.5 minutes remaining. Philip Howarth will want to gain that ground on Harry Rowett and overtake him for the win.
Without
There's no
touching him,
question.
because
Yeah,
he's on a warning.
it's exactly what Louis Large found himself having to do. And Louis made his way through to the front of the field right there on the final lap. But Harry Rowett,
Howard's gained. Definitely gained this time.
60.9 seconds his lap time. Fastest lap of the race so far. So Harry Rowett's fastest kart on the track at the moment.
I guarantee he's not the end of this lap. Because
No,
Howard
oh, you
has
mean
gained,
Howard's-
on this lap. He's not 2.5 seconds behind. He's not gained like a foot, 20 seconds, but I think he's certainly gained half a second. So he goes
Right,
across.
let's see
Am I
where it is.
right or wrong? Where am I? No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. He's lost a tenth. So
yeah, he's still the fastest.
well, there you go. Rowett still is the fastest person. Certainly that was more the second half of the track. He was gaining in the first half of the track, but towards the end.
So Harry Rowett continues to lead, but this time by might as well call that 2.8 seconds, Nick.
All
Philip,
right then.
Yeah, Philip Howarth second, Nick Skelton up into third ahead of Mark Rowe now. Jake Lewis fifth, Michael Mallet sixth, seventh is Jamie Broderick, Colin Campbell is eighth, up into ninth. Ahead of Ayrton Anderson goes Ben Hitch, Ayrton Anderson rounding off the top 10. As we've had, it was Keith Mason who's dropped out of the top 10 and currently is in 14th.
Yeah, so now the movement, Ayrton Anderson not making the movement he expected. He got mired around 9th and 10th, and he'll still be near the front for the final, but he's just not obviously got the kart set for the wet as he had for the dry. We've got a kart that's broken down, going into the boot, just died. So I'm assuming that's a kart that's got flooded.
Howarth has now found his pace, fastest lap of the race for him, 60.7, and he's reduced the gap to 2.2 seconds. 90 seconds on the clock though, Nick.
Jake Lewis has dropped like a stone. He was the kart that stopped in the boot, so he's dropped about 15 shots from a relatively good position, I think at 4th and 5th, but I think just flooded the engine, or flooded the electrics.
He's lost 13 places there.
Jeez. So anyway, the question is, Rowett, who lost half a second to Howarth in the last lap, with 1 minute and 11 seconds to go, which I think could be 3 laps. Should be 3 laps, actually, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not in this pace, surely.
Well, no, you're right. It'd be 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It'd be this and 2 more.
Right, here they come. Where are they? There they are, at the boot. They're at the boot now.
Rowett is quicker around the boot than Howarth. Howarth is struggling around the boot, just trying to get the thing in. And he loses a bit of time the whole time. So it was 2.2 last time. It's not much different this time. 2.1.
That's 2.191. Might as well call that 2.2.
So
he's gaining slightly, isn't he?
He's faster at some parts, but he's definitely not quicker in that final third sector.
2 laps to do it. If Howarth is gonna overtake Rowett, he's got 2 laps to do it in.
Steve Jackson had a big fall as well. How many places did Steve Jackson just fall?
1, it says.
Oh, so I'm going down a lot, but who else? Someone went down quite a few places.
Well, there's been no changes other than Tom Thompson, Tom is a guest driver, so he's not claiming any championship points. Tom into the top 10 now in 9th. Tim Darlow, husband of Sarah. And that's
not the track.
That's not the.
Who did that?
That's a cart that's pulled off. I think a chain's gone. Engine revs there.
What I like was
the
people at the subject waved at him as he pulled off.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
That's a track problem. That kart, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen now, it was pulled off. Driver absolutely okay. Last lap has been begun now, and the lead went down to 1.6, so it's a half-second gain by Howarth in that one, but he's going to have a job making it 1.6 seconds in 1 lap, especially given how well Rowett has driven in the wet. So Rowett absolutely loving these damp conditions. I actually do think it may have stopped raining.
Nope, people still got brollies up.
Yeah, but they're just over there. Official word from our production team is it stopped. That's
All right.
Paul's our production team.
Okay.
There's no see. This is a professional rain fancier. So look at Howarth. He's really gaining, but I don't know how much he's gaining. How much Harry Rowett is just easing back. He's only got a few corners to go. Giving some encouragement to.
I'm not sure you would ease back though, would you? You'd just keep on. You're in the wet. You're scrabbling for grip. You're not really managing. You're managing grip really. Here he comes across the line. Checkered flag for Harry Rowett, and he will take the heat win. Philip Howarth will come second. Nick Skelton crosses the line third. Here comes Mark Rowe, or Rowe I should say, Mark Rowe. Oh, it's Michael Mallet ahead of Mark Rowe. Where's Mark Rowe gone? Mark Rowe finishes 5th. So Michael
He
Mallet
lost a
finishes
lot of time that last
4th.
lap, though.
Yeah, he did.
Anson got 7th in the end.
Yeah, Ben Hitch 6th. Anderson 7th. 8th is Tom Thompson. Tim Darlow finished 9th. And Jamie Broderick, the man who started on pole, finishes in the top 10. It's Junior Rotax next. So we've got our junior class out for their 3rd and final heat. It'll be
Look, you see, we have the professional cameraman showing you the puddle cam. The odd drip. The odd drip. Is that a Frank puddle cam or a Harry puddle? That's a Frank puddle cam. There's still the odd drip going in, but that could just be things falling off trees or something. Certainly the weather is looking lighter to the left. It's very high cloud at the left as well. I'm going to predict that when this stops, we're going to get no more today.
So you're going to predict that we have got no
once it stops
rain. So you're looking at the sky to the right, and yes,
it's very high cloud.
I see blue cloud like the Simpsons.
Blue cloud.
Yeah, did I say blue cloud?
Yeah.
I see blue sky through the white cloud. Junior's out next, Nick.
Is it raining again?
Oh, it's raining again.
It's just picked up a little bit. It's all right. It's the last knockings of rain before the lovely weather comes in. Yes, the last shake. Whereas you always go.
Shall we have a look at the grid?
Oh, go on. What is this now?
Junior Rotax. I've only said that 3 times.
Right. All right. Don't forget, there's certain heats I have to put different overlays on.
All right. Is this one of them?
No.
Right then. Can you fade them down, Paul? Or
no, I control the fade.
Right, pole position then. Levi Goodyear with Joel Bowden alongside. Second row of the grid is Mason Perrin with Bobby Rosier. Row 3, Sophie Hadley, Thomas Hadley. And then on row 4, we've got Ronnie Shrimpton with Daniel Whitfield alongside. Lewis Llewellyn has Sam Lloyd alongside him on row 5, with Elliot Thomas and Jack Briscoe on row 6. Archie Lyons and James Rigby are on row 7. Frank Bourne and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 8. Braden Hill and Samuel Wyatt are on row 9. Lively Salentano and Alfie Smith are on row 10. Ollie Morris and Ethan Wyatt are on row 11. Tristan Bernard and Adam Catling are on row 12. Ashton French and Ben Ficini are on row 13. Archie Buttle and Jacob McDonald are on row 14. And it's Alfie Bushell who rounds off the 29 kart field. And there's a late starter out of the stocks, kart number 28. Where should he be? Let me just find number 28 on the Thomas Hadley. Getting away a little bit tardy.
Tardily.
Yes.
Okay, we are. I think it's stopped raining now. I'm calling. I've had enough of rain for today. But our luck ran out. We finally got some wet weather for the NKC. We are no longer the charmed livers of the streaming world.
Yeah, we've had this is our first set of wet races, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Because what's going to happen then at some point is it's going to dry up and people are going to have to make the decision, aren't they? There's a certain race where they have to decide what are we going to do.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We'll be able to see more of it.
Still.
Yeah. We've still got service water being flicked up by these carts.
Here we go. Lined up. They're going to give them a start. They certainly are. Away they're going. Into the lead goes the 16 of Levi Goodyear. Joel Bowden in second, and there's a bit more ditch hooking going on as it's very, very wet going through Crook.
Up the hill towards Christmas for the first time. The first 2 carts breaking away from the field. However, everybody concertina's up, and I think it was about 17 wide there through Christmas and into Inkermans.
Yeah, there's a little bit of kind of a concertina, and people going edging wider and wider and wider. Luckily, there's a bit of extra concrete laid down there, otherwise that would have been a very grassy moment. Bit more circumspect round the hairpin at Ashby than they have been with the previous races, so it looks like just about everybody's going to get away fine. The
leader already into Chapman's, taking the karting line, the wet line I should say, out onto the back straight. Not quite sure of the number there.
It's Levi Goodyear, 16 I think.
Levi Goodyear we think is leading into and out of the boot. And there's a bit of a traffic jam into the boot and somebody gets pushed out as the leader comes through. It's Bobby Rosier who leads.
Right, it wasn't Goodyear. Goodyear was down in 5th.
Ronnie Shrimpton's through in 2nd. Levi Goodyear 3rd. Mason Perrin 4th. Archie Lyons 5th. 6th is Joel Bowden. Elliot Thomas 7th. 8th is Sam Lloyd. Braden Hill 9th. And then rounding off the top 10, Aidan Pomeroy. But Braden Hill, Samuel Wyatt in 11th, up 6 places from there. So the biggest mover, Archie Buttle, up 12 places to 14th from 26th place. That's a great opening lap.
Ronnie Shrimpton on camera at the moment, leading, but he's actually in 2nd place behind Bobby Reiser with a 72. Behind him, Levi Goodyear and Mason Perrin. So Ronnie has to get back to his club empire in the East End of London later.
He's got a name like that, hasn't he, Ronnie? Here we go. Out of the boot. And across the line to complete 2 laps then. Bobby Rosier, we've seen how good Bobby is. And he's excelling in these conditions. He's already pulled out 2.7 seconds in the first couple of laps. Archie Lyons up another 2 places. Keep an eye on the 55 in 3rd. He's on a charge. Mason Perrin 4th. Still moving up the order. Elliot Thomas now up to 5th. Braden Hill up to 3rd. So losing out there. Levi Goodyear down to 7th. Joel Bowden down to 8th. And down 1 place to 9th is Sam Lloyd.
Beautiful move by Archie Lyons there. Just tippy-toed up the inside of Ashby. Now, Ronnie's gone, I've got the over-under. But the inside line into the next corner of Parker belongs to the 55 of Lyons. Now, is he going to go all the way around the outside? No, it's too risky, right? You run out of track. But look at that. He had a bit of run, and then he got balked. So a 5-corner pass by Archie Lyons and Ronnie Shrimpton there. Something like that. Several corners.
Yeah.
Were you counting corners in your head there? Which way you couldn't say anything?
Kind of was. Still slipping and sliding his way through, and he clearly hasn't got as much grip as the 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton. Archie Lyons, though, will be seen as coming through in 2nd on lap 3. Ronnie Shrimpton now down to 3rd. Up into 4th has gone Elliot Thomas ahead of Mason Perrin. Braden Hill still 6th. Samuel Wyatt up from 10th to 7th there on that lap. Levi Goodyear 8th. 9th is Joel Bowden. Sam Lloyd now down to 10th. Tristan Bernard up 3 to 11th. And then we've got other people just slotting in. This is the battle for 2nd, though. Archie Lyons, he was the quickest man on the road until Bobby Rosier just put in that fastest lap there is 61.8.
Yeah, Rosier
is the lap time. Good. He really is. He's been hooked up today as Bobby.
Well, we're getting a real test of talent here because we're seeing whether they're good in wet and dry conditions.
Yeah.
And Bobby certainly is. So they've strung out quite a lot. So we haven't really got any direct battles, I think, really. So 1, 2 and 3, they're 4. And you watch the others go through shot there. 5. So 5th and 6th are probably the closest at the moment. That's the red helmeted Braden Hill now is in 5th in the 35. And behind him is Mason Perrin in 3rd with Sam White in the 20. Those guys are coming up the hill a couple back from where you are now, Harry.
Tristan Bernard up another 3 places. Now inside the top 10. He's up to 8th.
So 30 and the 35. But they've all gone a bit equidistant, haven't they? They've all had a little bit of an equidistant move.
It's spaced out a little bit. We've got just coming up to 3 minutes of this race time remaining. And it's Archie Lyons who's now the fastest kart on the track with a 61.4 last time by. He was 4/10 quicker than Bobby Rosier, so he is taking it out of that lead.
So whilst we've got a bit of a chance whilst these karts are not scrapping, these guys have had plenty of time to prepare. What will they have done to change their karts from dry weather setup to wet weather setup?
I'm not really sure because there's a bit of a difference of opinion. Some people slacken bumpers off and the like. Other people will narrow track, change the toe. But the Rotax Max kart is completely different to the sort of kart.
Yeah, because I know with the stuff I used to, you just softened everything off, didn't you?
Yes, and the 100 Supers that are coming next, you would just slacken bumpers off. Just just rather than have them really tight, you just slacken them off so everything would be loose. The Rotax Max, you don't do that. I know. I don't know.
That doesn't sound right at all.
Caster camber, you can quickly change the caster and the camber to a setting that you would know where to put the wet settings. But really, if it's had to be done hurriedly, all you would do is put your tyres on.
Narrow the track. That's the easy thing to do, isn't it?
That's the easy thing to do, yeah.
As often the case, just do the stuff that's easy to do. Don't overcomplicate stuff. And stuff that's easy to put back again, because obviously it's going to dry out, because I've said so.
Well, it is going to dry out. However, Nick, if you look to your right now, it's not so blue skies breaking through the cloud. There's another dark one appearing.
No, it's not. That's fine. That's honestly, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Literally, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It absolutely will.
So, just to give you an idea, there is a battle between. There's a sort of. You can find the third and fourth place. They're within half a second of each other. I'm not quite sure where they are on the track, to be honest, at the moment. That is third place, Ronnie Shrimpton, and fourth place, Elliot Thomas. Shrimpton in the 72. I think we've got them there going into Ashby now. And in fact, Thomas is having a right old look at the inside of Shrimpton with the blue-nosed machine.
Well, the gap between Lyons in second and Rosier in first has been ebbing and flowing. It's now out to 4 seconds. And on one lap, Archie Lyons goes quicker than Rosier. On the next lap, Rosier gets it back.
Ronnie Shrimpton had so much better drive out the corner then than that blue kart of Thomas. But Thomas then, it isn't just the foreshortening of speed either, it was just much better drive.
Ronnie just hasn't got the speed in the kart, I'm afraid. He's fastest lap 62.0, 61.4 for Archie Lyons. The gap was the gap has gone out actually. So the gap has gone out, even though Ronnie Shrimpton has put in his fastest lap of the race, a 62 dead.
Ronnie seems to be fast in the straights, but not as quick in the corners as Elliot Thomas. So the 37 kart seems to have a little bit better direction change, whereas I'd say the traction is slightly on the other side of Ronnie Shrimpton. I'm not going to be the same this time, but he absolutely aced the exit from Chapman last time.
Well, the other thing the wet track conditions can bring is a race like this, whereas normally you would expect the junior Rotax field to be absolutely nose to tail. However, in these tricky conditions, it's very hard to run
pulled out there.
Nose to tail.
Yeah. So we've got the last. I think is this the last lap? No, this is about to start the last lap.
Bobby Rosier gets the last lap board now, Nick.
That's our second place man, Archie Lyons, about to go through Oblivion.
He's Ronnie Shrimpton. There's a bit of a battle. Braden Hill has just gotten by Elliot Thomas.
Yeah.
So Braden Hill should move away now. He's in contention for the Junior Rotax Championship at half distance in the season, that is. It's Elliot Thomas 5th, Samuel Wyatt 6th. Sorry, did I say Elliot Thomas 5th? Samuel Wyatt 6th, Mason Perrin 7th, Archie Buttle 8th, Frank Bourne 9th, and 10 is Tristan Bernard. So their progress through the field has now come to a halt, and they've settled in.
I think there's a situation where you get to a point where you're thinking, well, I've got the points, and we've got a final coming up, and there's really no much point risking anything on these ones. But Braden Hill has got past Elliot Thomas, but not really making much impression on Ronnie Shrimpton. So this is one of these races where the wet weather, and this was an all-wet race. The question is, as the race finishes, and Bobby Rosier wins convincingly, and well done to Bobby, Archie Lyons second, how close are we to changeover? I think we're still a couple of races away.
I think so, yeah. If you look at the Rooster Tail spray coming from the rear tyres, it's still there. I mean, look at the wetness out on the outside of Crook, the first turn. That's still glistening wet. And if you look at the Rooster Tails, we still need for this to dry up. We're going to need to.
Didn't realise that Kate Rosier said go on Bobby about 10 minutes ago. So that bit worked out, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So I'll say Mum because it's Junior Rotax. I mean,
yeah,
could be aunt.
Well, Mum, Bobby Rosier did very well indeed. He won by 3.2 seconds. Managed the gap at the end. Archie Lyons was second, Ronnie Shrimpton third, Braden Hill fourth, Elliot Thomas fifth, Samuel Wyatt was sixth, Mason Perrin seventh, eighth was Archie Buttle, ninth was Tristan Bernard, and rounding off the top 10 was Frank Bourne. We've got our historic karts coming out next. It's the 100 Super and the Formula Race spec karts from the 1990s and early 2000s. It will be out for their pre-final. What was the full title of the 100 Supers, the House of 100?
Sorry?
What was the full title?
Oh, hang on. I'll go back on this one. It is... gosh, it's a long way back. Hold on. It's the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. Yeah. London Diamond
Oh,
House
right.
of London.
London-
And there actually is a belt apparently, like a proper boxing belt type thing. Which is nice.
London Diamonds are changing the way the world buys diamonds.
Are they?
Yeah. So they basically, they're a diamond merchant, basically. So they are one of the main supporters of the 100 Super Series. And I can't find anything on the London Diamonds Championship belt.
Yeah, you see.
They win a belt, the House of 100 London Diamonds Championship belt up for grabs this year. Multiple round championships place huge strain on over 20-year-old equipment we all race, as well as our bodies and wallets. So with this in mind, the House of Diamonds Championship belt is up for grabs today.
Excellent.
Nobody told us that, Nick.
No, but we're fine. Also, Darren Weaver, thank you for saying some very nice things about us. But I don't
What's
read
he
out.
said?
No, it's nice things. I don't read out nice things. It sounds
Do you
like
not?
no, because it sounds like I'm being.
Well,
stroking
Darren
around
wants
back.
you to read them out.
All right, Darren said, really enjoying the coverage, so much so a certain little race near Toaster we're recording instead. Great job.
Yeah, we've got much better rivalries down here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah,
than
no
we
DRS. You hate DRS.
Nah,
You
no,
hate
I
DRS.
hate DRS. It's not racing. It's WWF.
Another
Joe
lap.
Scory's on the pole from Roy Johnson alongside James Verity and Oliver Scullion are on row 2. Gary Watling and Ben Yeomans are alongside on row 3. Richard Puddle and Paul Warren are on row 4. Gareth Hunt, Chris Trott are on row 5. Adam Guardiel and Robert Walton are on row 6. Leon Dolby and Matt Martin are on row 7. Liam Rabjohns and Duncan McLeod are on row 8. Ashley Curtis and Billy Thomas are on row 9. Paul Seymour, Stephen Cook Martin are on row 10. Row 11 is Keith Evans and Stuart Watts. Dean Beamsley and Tim Watts are on row 12. Martin O'Hara and Matt Devlin are on row 13. And running off the 20-year card field, Lee Gadsby and Tom Longfield.
Two things. Oliver Scullion hasn't started 44, but this is the first one we've had this year. Explain to me, what is a pre-final and what's the point?
Well, a pre-final is the first time we get everybody qualifying where they have. It's mixed grids in the heats, so you score points to form a grid for the pre-final. This pre-final is to form the grid for the final, but it's when with the first time we get the fastest drivers at the front and the slowest drivers at the back.
Okay. But why not just have a final? Why a pre-final?
Because this is for the grid for the final.
But why not just use the grid before?
Well, because you might not be where you need to qualify for at the front of the field. These are 100cc single-barreled air-cooled engines from the 1990s and early 2000s, and we've got another wave around. 2 out of 10.
Yes, that's a terrible description. Anyway, who's leading?
What do you mean? It was spot on. Oh, there's nothing else I can say. What did you want me to say?
The reason for a pre-final is...
So it's the first time.
No, I
Listen,
know
are you listening?
Yes.
So it's the first time we've got the fast
But why
drivers
have
at
one?
the front.
Because we have that in all the
Well,
finals.
no, we don't.
All the
Just some championships have a pre-final and a final to give the fast guys a proper chance of being at the front of the grid for the final, rather than they might have had a
if you've
poor.
had a bad qualifying...
Well, if you've had a
chance to
bad
move
qualifying heat, it gives you the chance to get where you should be.
forward. There we are.
Is that better?
I'll give you 4 for that.
Oh. I'll tell you what, Paul, I'm looking forward to Landau. I'm really looking forward to Landau. Right, we're going to get going this time. We've given these guys enough chance. These are 2-stroke engines that need managing around the lap. It's not just about setting them up in the paddock. Actually, while you're driving them, one-handed, you'll see the drivers with their hands down by the engine. They're playing with the mixture screw on the carburettor. Slide carburettors, rotary valve engines, rev to 20,000 revs. Here they go.
Wow.
We get the start and into oblivion. Balls of spray, the water still, this track still absolutely soaking wet as we go into Christmas Corner through the kink and towards Inkermans. It's absolutely anybody's race. And you can imagine how tricky these karts to drive in the dry. Put a bit of slippery surface down, and these karts have to be tippy-toed around. They've got so much power. They will spin up the rear wheels just to the merest hint of throttle. And you'll see the drivers throwing themselves around, using their weight, especially in the wet conditions, to get some grip at the front. Now it'll be about 5 minutes to go when we have our soundbite of 20,000 rev engines screaming by the front straight here at Whilton Mill. But the field is with us now to complete one lap, and everybody, I think, making it round. We've lost one driver with a stalled engine. Joe Scorey leads, Gary Watling second, Chris Trott third, Ben Yeomans, Paul Warner, James Verity 4th, 5th and 6th, Richard Puddle. We've got Stephen Cook, Martin, Liam Rabjohns and Adam Wardiel rounding off the top 10, but it was Liam Rabjohns moving up 5 places to 9th, and look at that, Ashley Curtis up 6 places from 18th to 12th in one lap. Keep an eye on him. The leader has gone. Joe Scorey, I should say, has absolutely gone.
Great start by Scorey, but of course it's just a pre-final, so he has to do it again to win the belt. The second final, so it's a very case now of managing. You don't want to take too much life out of these very pinicky engines. There goes towards them, second place, Gary Watling in the 111 with the bright fluorescent yellow wetsuit. And up the inside of him is the 27 of Warner, who's come through quite well actually. The 111, the 27, they fall back, and then you've got the 21 behind him.
Bit of a battle for third there as Trott goes ahead of Watling for second. Watling now's got Paul Warner and Ben Yeomans right there. Paul Warner moving ahead of Ben Yeomans on that lap as we look towards Christmas Corner up at the top of the hill into Inkerman, side by side through the left-hander towards Inkerman's, and 3 wide almost coming through the right-hander at Inkerman's. Into the right-hander now at Ashby. Staying, if you can, stay off that wet concrete. Never good. Into Parker, and then on into another left-hander at Chapman. Scorey, I should say, already out of the boot and towards the checkered start-finish line with just under 5 minutes.
There. Kart pulls off, and it's the 27.
Paul Warner. He's been struggling to keep karts behind him. Next time by, we'll let you listen to these engines as they will be on full chat across the line, and albeit these wet conditions, they're maybe not quite pulling 20,000 revs, but they're almost at that point. So as Nick keeps telling us, it's the pre-final.
It's the pre-final. I'll tell you again.
To form the grid for the final.
So they're coming through the inside. The water's got in a little bit of a camera. We'll sort that out for the next race. That's why we're having a bit of a long shot on some of these cameras. But it's all going fine. You can see what's happening on the action.
Here's the leader here, Nick. So we're just going to listen to this lap by. Joe Scorey, it is leading them through. Revs, 20,000 revs, highly tuned, single-barreled, air-cooled, rotary valve engines with a slide carb. They are absolutely stressed. You get 1 hour out of a piston, you might get 3 hours out of your main bearings in a rebuild. They take a lot of managing, both on and off the track. A lot of preparation goes into these. And if you want to watch back our interview with Ashley Curtis, who is an engine builder by trade, that's his day job. He builds car engines, powered car engines. So he really loves tinkering with his Ital 100cc motor. Really are high stressed. Joe Scorey leads, Chris Trott second, Gary Watling is in third, Ben Yeomans fourth, James Verity 5th. 6th is Stephen Cook-Martin. Liam Rabjohns up to 7th with Lee Gadsby as well. Adam Wardial going through into 9th. We've lost Richard Puddle down 3 places to 10th, with Leon Dolby coming through in 11th. Ashley Curtis, who we've just been speaking about, he's now up to 12th place. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock as we head towards the final couple of minutes of this pre-final. It's to form the grid for the final.
Is it?
That's for you, Nick. So we lead across the line. It'll be 6 laps completed for Scory. Now you're just feeling sorry for me now, aren't you?
Yeah, you seem a bit grumpy.
You hurt me feelings.
You're a bit grumpy.
Yeah, I can't help it if you're stupid and can't understand what I'm saying. That's not my job.
You know what?
What?
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Oh dear. So, great performance by Joe Scory. He has to do it all again second time round. Chris Trott in second. Gary Watling, a long, long way back. It's quite a big spread. The field much more spread out in the wet, isn't it? But is that because, being a pre-final, there's no real incentive to make that extra place up?
You really don't like pre-finals.
No, I've decided against it. I've decided
no, I think it's because of the wet conditions. It's really hard. These karts are very, very hard to manage on the track. You see drivers driving with one hand, changing the mixture, fanning the air intake to choke the engine. And I think in these conditions it's even trickier. So it really does take a lot of skill, a lot of brain effort to manage these things. And inside the final minute, with lap times of 60 seconds, that might be, in my estimation, that will be the last lap board next time by.
Yeah, but more importantly, on your estimation, I'm seeing no rooster tails. How close are we?
Nah, miles away.
Miles away from slicks?
Yeah.
Not for this race.
Look at that.
Yeah, but that's offline.
That's not a slick tyre.
That's offline.
Doesn't matter.
Look on the inside there, dry patch.
No, it's not. All right, go out.
Not next time.
Tell you what, you go out and slicks.
I could go on anything and I come last.
That's true.
I could go out in an F1 car and I wouldn't beat anybody.
Oh, you mean against these?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, there's the leader now. On the back straight, heading towards the boot. The clock is ticking down, 10 seconds. He's not going to get through there in 10 seconds and across the line. And it's all about what's on the official timing screen, of course. He's going to cross the line now. 0 on the clock now. He will get the last lap board. There it is. So Joe Scory takes this number 71 kart across the House of 100. It's all about
it is quite wet, in fairness, coming outside the Crook corner. That is quite wet there. Well, they're laying down quite a bit of oil as well, aren't they?
I think it's a great idea. We'll talk about this more in the final, what this is all about this afternoon, going into the final. It's a great idea because of these karts are really old. They're an historic karting series, so the parts for the motors and the like are becoming very rare. The fact that
very expensive when they used to be cheap.
Yeah, very expensive. They're highly stressed motors, so they need a lot of maintenance and a lot of spares, pistons, crankshafts, and the like, crankcases. A Scory comes through, still slipping and sliding around, and here he comes across the line to take the checkered flag. Joe Scory wins. That will put him on pole position for the final. Chris Trott will be second alongside him, and then we wait quite a while, almost 10 seconds, for Gary Watling to come through. Ben Yeomans comes through in 4th. Across the lines, the 58 of Stephen Cook-Martin. Liam Rabjohns, the number 22, finishes 6th ahead of James Verity in 7th. Liam Dolby 8th. 9th is Lee Gadsby. And then it's Adam Wardial who rounds off the top 10. Richard Puddle finishes 11th. Ashley Curtis 12th. There's Paul Seymour across the line in his mount. Tim Watts 14th. Sorry, Tom Longfield 14th. Tim Watts 15th. Martin O'Hara is in 16th. And we lost Keith Evans on lap 8, Duncan McLeod on 7, Paul Warriner on lap 2, and Gareth Hunt on 0. We're down to 21 karts there, Nick.
Yeah, we've lost a few, I think, across the day.
Yeah.
I think a few things have gone ping and they can't replace.
Yeah, I mean, the...
There were 32 entries, weren't there, initially?
Yes, and we did say there was going to be a bit of attrition.
But I suppose also, if you are running, a bit light on bits and bobs, you're not going to come up to the pre-final. You're going to come up to the final, hope for the best.
Oh, that's a point. That's a tactic. If you're a midfielder or towards the back, you might be thinking that way. That's a way.
Do I want to run in the wet when it's light to dry out?
And you might not have the spares to continue. That'd be the thing.
So anyway, that was the penultimate heat, even though it's a pre-final.
So coming up next, the 100 UK third and final heat for these runners. It's another retro series. These are again from the 1990s period of karting.
Retro is in.
It really
Last
is,
year,
yeah.
so this year.
It's great to see these karts that are to be found. They are still there. And when you do find them, and you know what, when you look at the grid, Nick, we were chatting to Ben Klukas, who we know from sports car racing around the world. Oh, there we are. I had them around the wrong way. Ed Peed, he's a driver that has raced in cars. He's a driver coach in circuit car racing. Ben Klukas races all sorts of things, GT4 and the like, in endurance races, and yet here they are racing here for fun on karts that they raced similar to the karts they raced in period back in the 90s when they were just starting out and trying
back
to
in the day
make it as a racing driver in their as a career race driver. It really is great. Jordan Kendall is going to start on the pole position. Dominic Pine is in second place alongside Wesley Graves. Now Wes is leading the championship, is Wes. And he will start on row 2 from James Cannon alongside. Scott Williams and Ed Peed are on row 3. Ben Klukas, who we mentioned, and Brendan Williams are on row 4. Marcus Dorey and Camille Sweeker are on row 5. Row 6 is Ryan Gill and Charlie Leonard. Then we've got Nick Watkins and Matt Rivet, Matthew Lawrence and Tom Pattle, Lee Jackson and Simon Gamble on row 9. Row 10 is Adrian Cauchy and Ross Kernell. Then we've got Jason Parrott and Daniel Mensah on row 11. Liam Hamling and Jamie Crease are on row 12. Ryan Cole, Andrew Bradley are on row 13. Paul Streether and Darren Beavers are on row 14. John Allen and Luke Padley are on row 15. And then the final row, running off 32 100 UKs, is the Taggio, Sergio Taggio and Leonardo Taggio.
Taggio? They're back again. They choose me at the back, don't they, every time?
Yeah, because they're on novice plates. Yeah. They're just finding their feet. And they are absolutely racing for the purity of the fun element in it. Glenberry, our series photographer out there, has not bothered to come in because it's raining. A true professional is out there, and still he's getting wet. The thing is, Glenn, once you're wet, you might as well stay wet, mate. So well done to you. Getting some really cracking action shots. Don't forget to check out the NKC, the NAVOS NKC Facebook page, and you'll see some of Glenn's work there. Some cracking photographs that really do capture the mood and the atmosphere of the meeting and indeed the series.
Here we go.
We've released the 100 UKs.
Yeah.
We've got 2 more heats to come, everybody, before we go into our finals, some of which are B finals. Are you okay with B finals?
I'm happy with the B final.
Right.
I understand the point of the B final because it qualifies you to the back of the A final.
All right.
It's a bump up.
Yeah.
Bump up finals are good. We understand. Why is someone's face right in the middle of our camera?
Similar concept too.
What is she doing? Well, stick her on camera. Why are you
hello.
doing? What are you doing?
Hello there.
Hello. What? Why?
Hello. How has she gotten round the back? Is she hanging off the side of the building?
I don't know.
How did she do that? We'll make her a celebrity.
We have.
I don't know how she's even done that.
She is already a celebrity.
Here we go then. The field.
Okay.
We'll get a wave round.
Okay.
It's going to be a wave round for these 2 strokes. Again, air cooled, single cylinder, 100cc TKM engined karts in 100 UK.
Nope, kart 2 wasn't going very well.
Nah, that just needs to blow off the cobwebs, doesn't he?
Wesley Graves just looked a little bit kind of...
Wes Graves, he'll not want to relinquish this one because Wes is in championship contention. He's going very, very well indeed.
Hang on, that's
Wesley
not right.
Graves
Hold
leading the championship. I don't know what you mean, hold on, Nick. Shall I just keep talking?
You keep talking.
All right, okay. So we are on another rolling lap. Wes Graves leads the championship from Jamie Crease, Marcus Dorey, Ed Peed and Liam Hamling.
So my
There's
brain went hold on.
absolutely nothing in it. 10 points, sorry?
My brain went hold on.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Right, you're in a monologue.
Yes,
You
my
have
inner
to
monologue
control
came
that
out.
in a monologue. Strung out grid here with these two strokes. Again, they're very, very easy to oil up and foul up, and you end up slowing down and them petering out and they don't like the wet.
Well,
You're
who
ingesting
does?
water and the like in these wet conditions, and they just do not like that. We've got them together though. There's a few stragglers at the back. We might release them. No, we are letting them go round again. We're giving them a chance to clear out their motors. Balls of blue, two-stroke smoke there, billowing across Whilton Mill.
No, the reason they've let them go round again is someone's broken down on the exit of Chapman's.
Okay. Who is that? Can we see that?
Very, very irritating. Like 80-something.
Hang on, I'll see if that's picked that up on the timing. And see.
80s, and
It's
it's
Adrian
Cauchy.
Cauchy.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Yeah.
He's now dragging his cart to a place of safety, so they'll be able to get underway this time.
Yeah, that's a shame. Again, very, very temperamental, these kart engines to keep up to speed, quite literally. So Dominic Pine and Jordan Kendall. Jordan Kendall's the driver on pole position. Dominic Pine alongside. Wes Graves, current championship leader with, and I think we've lost, no, James Cannon is there. James Cannon will be alongside Wes Graves. Behind them, Scott Williams and Ed Peed. Two very quick drivers, two experienced drivers. Scott Williams on the number 4. And then behind them, equally two very quick drivers, Ben Clucas and Brendan Williams. This should be an interesting start of this race, Nick. It's all to play for through Oblivion and into Crook. Here they come towards the lights.
No, round again.
And we are still not happy.
They're going to run out of fuel. No, it's the guy who's gone off, Adrian Cauchy. He's just being a bit of a twit. He's sitting there with the cart just in the middle of nowhere. He's got been waved several times about where to put it with. Now he's having a row with the marshal. He was told to put it in this place of safety. He just kind of lounged it about somewhere.
Ah, right, okay. That's what's caused that then.
As I said, but I think the issue could be right now they're going to run out of fuel before the race starts.
Did he not want somebody to help him restart?
I think he was trying to get
car?
back in the race again, but frankly that's not going to happen. So they're going to part of the cut. The safest place to put it.
That's what he's saying. Give me a bump start. That's what he's saying.
Bump start.
Yeah.
So we've had 5 minutes of this warm-up now. And the starter now has a bit of a strop back, walking in a very, very, very kind of aggressive way. So enough of this whole thing. And yes, for some reason Joe decided he was going to go have a quick kip then. He shut the blind by going the wrong way. But yes, so anyway, we are about to finally, I think, get the final heat of 100 UK underway. The pool of smoke. And all the guys who carefully measured their fuel out thinking that'll be fine.
Well, with these, you put an extra 10 laps in because
you never know.
You never know. Here they come, though. They look like there's a couple of stragglers there, but that'll not affect what we're about to do. The red lights are on.
Finally.
The red lights go out, and we charge down towards Oblivion.
They're taking a minute off the race time.
Taking a minute off the race time. That seems sensible. As we slip and slide our way through Oblivion and into Crook and then out towards the back straight towards Christmas Corner. Here they come. It's the number 6 of Jordan Kendall. That leads on down the inside. He's got the number 2. Wes Graves, championship leader. He didn't take much coaxing there, but he's struggling to find the grip, and he doesn't find any at all towards Ingerman's. And he's been absolutely...
Third or fourth, yeah.
He's been mugged. He's down to 4th, from 1st to 4th through Ingerman's.
Ed Peed now leads the entire field. So Ed Peed takes the lead. It's Ed Peed, former Renault Clio racer, leading away. Wes Graves has dropped down to third, and in second place it's the 84 Ben Kluker. So it really is a circuit racer's benefit.
Well, these two are good mates as well, and they come in the race here in the NKC in the 100 UKs purely for the joy and the fun of the purity of the racing. They are Ben's words, not mine. And it's great to see them. These two will work together. You won't get them fighting with each other with nearly 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes of racing. You'll get these two working together, and look at that, they're working together and pulling away. And Ben Klukas there just moving to the inside just to stay on the wet line to help his tyres, because we are beginning to look towards a transitional point in the track.
Shot me down about 5 minutes ago.
About 5 minutes ago it was different, Nick. The temperature's coming, the temperature's coming up, and we start to find that there's a line beginning to develop.
Yeah, some nervous looks at the Rotax 177 Heat 6, which is in the collecting area.
Yeah,
what we're going to do.
All of those drivers will be looking at that track and looking the way these carts are behaving out there. It's crucial to be on the right tyres. Ed P leads, Ben Klukas second, Wes Graves, championship leader in third. Into the boot. Oof. And Ben's getting a little bit impatient, just carried a bit of momentum there, and he literally tripped over Ed P, didn't he?
Well, what he heard you said that these two aren't going to hit each other, so it was going to prove you wrong. So they hit each other.
Maybe,
but
maybe.
So they're all going through the traditional line. The ditch hooking not quite so popular in this class, is it? Or perhaps now, because the outer part of Crook has dried out, it's now looking more beneficial to take the wide line and carry the speed through the corner.
I actually think, Nick, that the narrower track on these 100 UKs wouldn't be beneficial to straddle that curb. Maybe it would completely unsettle the kart, whereas the wider Rotax Max kart can pretty much straddle with your inside wheels on the inside of the curb and your outside wheels on the track, whereas these narrow things, you have to be very, very careful. It's short wheelbase as well, so they've got a very flighty kind of attitude on them. They'll turn into the corner really well. And as we see Ed P just checking where Ben Klukas was there as he goes into the boot, the left-hander there, checks it, hits the first apex, misses the second. Exit speed maximised considering the conditions, very tricky indeed. And across the line with 3 laps completed, Wes Graves through in third place. And a fastest lap of the race for Wesley Graves, 60.967.
That's only because Klukas and Pete are slowing each other down by just trying by the action. It is Pete's taking a completely different line to Klukas. Now it's not just because it's the dry and wet, it's because he's trying to get back the inside.
Down the inside, yeah.
Klukas will the over and under work for Pete, and it does.
I was going to say, Ben looks quicker than Ed at various points in the track, and then Ed looked quicker than him at other points in the track, and that was a prime example.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's much in it, but it shows that Ben Klukas' patience is beginning to erode with now 3 minutes. This is going to bring Wes Graves into the thing, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the big benefit of this scrap between Ed and Ben is that Wesley suddenly is back on the line. I mean, so much he's always hanging back. I think he thinks something's going to happen.
Yeah,
2 all-black karts, of course, the P and the Klukas machines. One a Clio driver, one a Porsche driver in previous and current lives in the full-scale world. But
well, we're out at Portimao next week for the 24 hours, and I suspect that Ben will be on the entry list.
He's got
Ed P.
He's looking backwards more than he's looking forward at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely on the edge for his braking there, rear end snapping, and then Ben Klukas has gone through at Inkerman, and that was basically a lack of momentum out of the Christmas corner hairpin. And look at Wes Graves. He's like a buzzard flying around a carcass of a roadkill in the desert.
I'm not really sure you should call it.
I'm not really sure where I was going with that.
But it's a good start.
And Ed Page slides. Was that a little bit of unavoidable contact there? Yeah. Sometimes it is unavoidable in these slippy conditions. Just you find yourself sliding into someone. No foul, no gain. The apology from Wes Graves. I'm not sure whether the stewards will have picked up on that, and they may want to do something about it, but I'm not here to consider anything or second guess that. Yep, let's have a look at the top 10. Yeah, so a warning to Wes Graves for that. Ben Klukas leads, Wes Graves now second, Ed Pete third, Jordan Kendall fourth, Dominic Pine fifth, sixth, Jason Parrott now up to sixth ahead of Ryan Gill, with Jamie Crease in eighth, Ross Kerno ninth, and then Brendan Williams across the line rounding off that top 10.
So Klukas pulling away nicely at the moment. He's got Wes Graves behind him, and then Pede. So Wesley Graves, one with a colourful kart, blue and green, and a blue suit against the monochrome black of Ben Klukas coming up through the outside of the boot. Graves certainly less than a second behind, just gained on this lap. And of course, they're in the situation at the moment, of course, where the track's changing every lap as it dries out. And this is where you start thinking, is the wet line the right line, or is the dry line the right line? Can I get some extra grip from somewhere else?
Well, you also have to be careful that you don't overheat your wets. So that's why you see some of the drivers moving off the racing line onto the wetter line. Because when your wets running dry on the drier track, they'll start to overheat, they'll start to chunk, they'll start to peel off, and you basically just tear the tread off. So that's why you see the drivers moving onto the wetter line just to cool them off a little bit. The question is, last lap board this time by Nick. I think Wes Graves is going to be aware of that, of course, as they come out onto that back straight just in front of us.
Now, is he going to try? Is he happy with second in these conditions?
No.
Well,
no. He wants to get by Ben.
Is he happy to settle for it?
He's happy to get by Ben. Ben's had a great run this weekend at Whilton Mill. He had a bit of a nightmare at Rower, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's come back full force. He's well prepped kart handling well, engine going well, and him driving the kart really well. Turns in. See the car just understeered there and then finally gripped. So it's last lap, and Ben looks really strong there leading this one round. Wes Graves trying all he might. He's no slouch himself. He's got a lot of experience. He's been racing karts since juniors. And look at that, the flex kart. And down the inside at Chapman's, and Lucas will come back at him. And he's got the momentum and the line towards
he's been taken off the track,
the boot.
He's
down the inside. Slightly. He's down the inside, and he had the line there, didn't he? So Ben Klukas stays cool. Wes Graves, he had a chance, and he took it. And as ever, it's small margins there, Nick.
Yeah, but when, I noticed that Graves had Klukas off on the grass at one point, on the outside of the back straight. But that was a great performance there by Klukas, coming back after Graves seemed to have him coming out of Chapman. So the result of that one, the final 100 UK heat, it's Ben Klukas who wins a very, very close fought battle with Wesley Graves. Ed Pede dropped off towards the end after starting in the lead. It's Jason Parrott who comes in fourth. Then it's Jordan Kendall in fifth. Dominic Pine is sixth. Jamie Crease is in seventh. Ryan Gill is in eighth. Ross Curnow is in ninth. Matt Lawrence is in 10th. Brendan Williams is 11th. Charlie Leonard is 12th. Matt Rivet is 13th. Darren Beaver is 14th. Ryan Cole 15th. James Cannon 16th. 17th Simon Gamble, 18th Daniel Mensa, 19th is Andrew Bradley, and we wait for the stragglers to cover. Leonardo Taggio 20th and Sergio Taggio is 21st. I don't think anybody else made the whole trip. No, Tom Pattle just did. We've got Luke Pavley, Scott Williams and Liam Hamling out early, and one of the top racers from the earlier heat. So Hamling, bit of a disaster on that front.
Great race that.
Once
again, I think you pointed out the narrower track karts, the smaller proportions of the track and the wheelbase allow these karts to really move around on the track and be able to make moves where perhaps the bigger Rotax Max karts just can't do that.
Yep.
And so that really does show.
Now, I'm keeping an eye on the collecting area to try and see if anyone is going to slicks. And at the moment, I would say, can we have the collecting area camera on? I know it's been zoomed out by that weird woman, but even so. We can't quite see whether, but I don't think anything is on slicks at the moment. I haven't seen some hurried, electrical spanner work or anything, but it's 3 nuts on the front and three on the rear. It's not centre hubs anymore on the front. It always used to be.
No, it used to be, didn't it? But now the hub, the bearing is
big 17 mil.
Yeah. A lot of people, they're on with K-nuts.
Right.
And a K-nut is a one-use nut.
What?
Yeah, because they start off life oval. So when they go onto the round stud, as you turn them onto the stud, they form the roundness of the stud and grip. They're a lock nut. However, once you've taken them off, they're now round. So unless you put a spring washer on there with them, they're a round nut.
That sounds like unnecessary expense.
Yes, nobody uses them once and throw them away. Then. I've never seen it. There's not a lot of people know about K-nuts.
Ah, look,
They're a one-use
Paul
nut.
on the camera now. He's just zoomed it back into where it should be. Off a strange woman took her selfies. Now we've got to try and get a view. I can't see anything on slicks, but I'm going to ask you to use your view as well, Joe. As we wait for them to roll out. Certainly the 98 cart that's in pole, that's not on slicks. That's on the treaded tyres. Final straggler from the 100 TKM heat. This is the final heat of the day, and then we begin a roll of finals. B's and A's.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's got the courage, let's call it, to go out there on slick tyres. If you're at the back, you might.
You need to see white sidewalls.
I don't see anybody.
Green sidewalls, yeah, they're all on wets.
They're all on wets.
Everyone's on wets.
Grid rundown. Reese
for it,
Llewellyn.
sir. Absolutely.
Reese Llewellyn, Steve Jackson on the front row. Billy Clark and Alice Dare Cunningham are on row 2. Oliver Smith and Harrison Cook are on row 3. Zach Bolton, yay to the fan club.
Hey.
And Alex Jones are on row 4. Vince Bryant and Tom Thompson are on row 5. Thomas Hinton and Steve Gilly are on row 6. Row 7, Brendan Smith and Steve Logan. And Alex Thomas and Keith Mason are on row 8. Kyle Fletcher, hopefully we'll see Kyle out. I wasn't sure if he came out for the second one. We'll check that out. So Kyle Fletcher and Steve Maiden are on row 9. Louis Large, second in the championship, alongside Richard Edwards on row 10. Row 11 is Chris Savia and Terry Smith. Martin Rees and Dan Fleckney are on row 12. Taylor Adams and Jamie Broderick are on row 13. And then rounding off 28 carts, Jake Lewis and Michael Mallet.
Now, are they going to get it in one? I think they're trying to get through the...
I think we're trying, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're trying. We'd like to get this programme back on track. And
we're a long
with
way off.
3 laps, with 3 pace laps
There's no
for the
curfew
100
here, is
UKs.
there?
I don't think so.
No.
I'm not aware.
Here we go.
Yeah, this should be good. This should be good. The red lights are on.
Oh.
The red lights go out, and we are indeed racing.
Reese Llewellyn got a very, very good start. He just got the drive that wasn't really apparent from the right-hand side of the grid, and he's leapt into the lead. Look how far ahead he is.
Yeah, looks like everybody's gotten through as well, Nick. That's the main thing. So this whole grid of 177s, man to look out for, second in the championship, Louis Large, will be making his way through the field on the number 128. But as we look for that through Ashby for the first time and then on towards Parker, field everybody through. It's still tricky, Nick. It's still damp.
Yeah,
It's still slippery.
it's not.
You haven't got, optimised braking anywhere, and there's still a selection of lines through all of the corners.
So Reese Llewellyn's massive lead he got off the start, that's been heavily eroded. Now, I'm not actually sure if that's Oliver Smith in second. It might be Jackson. We need to get the numbers. But actually, the pink cart's losing a position as we watch, and actually into the lead. Oof.
Oh, and maybe not.
That's the 83. So it's Oliver Smith was in the lead for about a yard. He's now in third. Harrison Crook has taken the lead. Llewellyn is in second. Llewellyn's leading from Harrison Crook. You're updated? No. Delay on the timing here. Here we go. Crazy. Llewellyn from Crook from Smith. And there we see Harrison just easing Llewellyn out there. So it's Crook from Llewellyn.
Yeah.
So they go down to Ashby for the second time.
Louis Large up 5 places to 9th. Jack Bolton, I'm sorry for the fan club, he's down 1 to 6th as Thomas Hinton goes up 3 ahead of him to 5th place. Alex Jones in 4th, Oliver Smith 3rd, Harrison Crook in 2nd. It's not over at the front of this pack though.
No.
And keep your eyes peeled for that gold helmet of Louis Large, who takes someone else onto the back straight out of Chapman.
Oof. Second, third and fourth are all over each other, and what's happening, the net effect of that is our leader, which is Harrison Cook, is gone. And it was actually absolutely Llewellyn who was the cork in that bottle. There's now 6 or 7 carts scrapping over the same couple of yards of real estate.
Interesting. Louis Large has come onto the back of that pack. He's going to have to be very, very cagey how he makes his way through. Because these 3-4 carts are absolutely nip and tuck, battling for one another or battling with one another, and they're making contact and they're bouncing around. And the last thing Louis will want to do is get a DNF.
So there's a big scrap now. As you just 5 carts battling over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. There's a big run of 4 of them as well.
So the leader, Harrison Crook, gone 2.4 seconds at the line last time by. He's already into the boot as the rest of the field just coming out of the Chapman King onto the back straight. Louis got by 3.
There's Louis with the gold helmet. He's in the middle of that. He's got 2 ahead of him.
There he is.
And they're scrapping themselves. Don't go, oh, brave. And the drive, so it's a 33. So it's Thomas Hinton who is got Large behind. So Large now is in 6th behind Hinton.
Using all of his body weight there to get the kart to grip and turn.
Now he's got him already. So he got him on the exit. Hinton's not so sure he wants to go that. The next one he reached the well in. So it's Crook, Jones, Smith, Llewellyn, Hinton, Large. Zach Bolton there was in 7th.
Yeah, Zach.
That's actually changed now because
down
he loses
behind
5th,
Louis.
of course.
Yeah, dropping down behind Louis now. There's the leader into the boot. And there is the 32 of Harrison Crook into the boot. Now there's the Alex Jones. There's Oliver Smith into the boot. And there's Louis Large. He's now in 4th. He's ahead of Hinton and Llewellyn now. And he's got free air. He's got free space ahead of him.
And he's after Oliver Smith, who's in the bright pink. Well, quite a lot of pink on that car.
He knows how well Philip Howarth has done in his heat by coming through the field and taking the win, so he'll want to maximise his heat finish here. He's at half distance. So Harrison Crook, who's gone, he's putting in fastest laps, fastest man on the track at the moment. Harrison Crook, 55.066. You're right, Nick, the track is evolving, and we are getting towards that point in time when slicks are going to be a consideration.
So already, these are the heavier guys, they're a bit slower. So about 6.5 seconds than the light guys were, normal sized guys were a couple of races back.
They're not usually that much slower, are they?
Drying up massively quickly. So I think and there is no gap into the finals. The finals just happen straight away. So the mini maxes, I think we'll be thinking very seriously about going on to slicks.
Louis Large now onto the tail of Oliver Smith, and in fact he's through into and out of the boot. He got through. Switchback. Oliver Smith will come back at him, but Louis finds traction. Next on the list is Alex Jones.
Problem he's 8 seconds behind the leader.
And Louis Large
it's a slow process through for Louis. He's 8 seconds behind the leader, 4 seconds behind second.
Yeah, he is.
It's been a slow run through, and the traffic, obviously, in the wet, is actually the disparate speed is less, so it's more so. So, a guy who's not quite on the pace in the dry is costing you half a second. A guy who's not quite pacing the way is costing you 2 seconds a lap.
That's right. Yeah, that's what he's found. He's dropped way back. So the gap to Alex Jones was 3.8 seconds last time by.
Do you not feel we should give us? Can we get drop a couple back to kart 69, Zach Bolton? So he's currently in 6th. So we were looking at 3rd. So he's dropped 3 back to kart 69. That's not 69. That's 20 something. That's 26. One more. The white car. This is I believe this is 69 car. That is Zach. He's got the biggest fan club on the stream. So why not give him a little bit of time on camera for everyone to enjoy?
Yeah, he's chasing down his Zach Bolton. Where is he in the field?
He is.
Yeah, and just behind him is his good mate Keith Mason.
Helmet.
They're there. They're from the same awning. Keith Mason on his Hunter Motorsport livery. Zach Bolton. I think they're both on Horner Motorsports HRS engines, and they are prepping their karts together. They're in 6th and 7th, and
Zach getting close to Steve Gilly here. Think about it.
No, is that Steve Gilly in front of him?
It says it is officially. It may have changed. Is that Ollie Smith? No, it's Ollie Smith, I think. It's the 80. Yeah, it's the 83. So Steve Gilly's got past. So it's Zach Bolton's having a go against the inside.
He's got by.
The inside.
Cracking move from Zach.
Smith struggling now. The track's drying out. Bolton gets across the line.
Meanwhile, just ahead of Zach as Zach moves up to 5th place. Louis Large has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 54.2. He's narrowed the gap to Alex Jones in 2nd to 2.1 seconds.
He might have a chance of 2nd. He hasn't got a chance of 1st. That mistake from Harrison Crook.
Yeah, not with a minute on the clock.
So let's see if we can move forward again to 3rd place. The gold helmet.
Louis Large going slowly.
What's happened?
A problem for Louis Large.
This is championship altering.
Yeah, that's his.
That
is his championship ebbing away there as he pulls off to driver's left on the outside of Ashby.
That's
and Louis
many
Large
points gone away because you get points for this heat. He was on for about 48, 47. That's going to be 20.
I've just seen his dad Darren walk away, head in his hands, quite literally head in his hands. He knows how much that is worth.
It also means he'll be starting in the middle of the pack.
We've got
Howarth will have a good chance of getting away.
We've got 2 rounds to come, Nick. It's a shame you're not coming to Landau. I know it'll be much more professional, just me and Paul, but
well, Johnny.
Well, Johnny, need I say more?
Exactly.
Back to the front of this field,
As long
though,
as he's not
because but I can't promise that. Back to the front of this field, Harrison Crook. I'm looking towards the starter now because we've got 0 time on the clock. And there's the number 32 just coming into the boot now.
Yep.
He turns right.
Coming now, about to come underneath Frank's position. Blue and red helmet. Number 32. He's done a brilliant job. I mean, Cook really has looked the class of the field this one, even when Louis Large was running, to be honest.
Yeah, he was one of the fastest drivers. He was there. He was the first driver to put in a 54-second lap, 53-second lap, in fact. 54.2 was his fastest time. And he goes quicker still. He's gaining and gaining and gaining. On to the final lap of the race then. Alex Jones second, Steve Gilly third, Zach Bolton fourth. The Zach Bolton Fan Club will be blowing up balloons right now because Zach Bolton is going to finish in the top 5. Taylor Adams, 5th place. Keith Mason, great effort from Keith. There'll be a happy smiling faces under the one part of that awning because they share the awning with Louis, who is out of this race.
Let's
at
hope it's
7 laps.
Let's hope it's something easy to fix so it doesn't affect his final.
Harrison Crook takes the checkered flag. Alex Jones is in second. It was a 6-second deficit at the flag there. Steve Gilly. Steve will be happy with that. He hasn't had a very good day. And there's Zach Bolton consolidating that 4th place. Taylor Adams 5th. Keith Mason 6th. Oliver Smith 7th. Michael Mallet comes through in 8th. 9th is Rhys Llewellyn. Alex Thomas rounds off the top 10.
Another good race. Now, I know this race just finished, but my eyes are turning to the right to see what people are doing. And it's certainly slicks for the pole man, the 71. So it's wets for the 71 at the moment in Minimax. You can see them for yourself. I'm not sure what everyone else is doing, but it's right. Here we go. Right. So the 35 is on slicks. The 71 is on wets. The 32 is on wet. 52 is on wets as well. There's dry tarmac in front of us in a number of places, Joe.
Yes, I know.
And I'm thinking at this
point,
but
it's not the dry bits that
no, I realise
are your favourite. You know, it's the
dry bits,
horrible
the straight
bits.
don't do you much good if the corners are all wet.
We've got our Minimax final coming next, Nick, so it's all for the trophies now.
And I'm just saying that we've got wet, slick, I think, at the front of those carts at the moment.
Oh, have we really? Let's have a look.
So, from my knowledge, certainly the 52 seems to be on wets. I'm pretty sure the 35 is on slicks.
Oh, I'm not sure slicks is the way to go, mate.
Well, you're starting third or sixth. It's you know.
We're right on that point. We are right on that point.
I'm going to see. It's a bit difficult because I'm old and my eyes and these carts go too fast. I'll try and see if I can see who's on what. I'm pretty sure the 35's on slicks. Who's 35? Because he's on slicks.
The 35 is Jensen Pritchard.
Well, he's gone dry.
What's Alex Fraser on?
What number's that?
Alex Fraser's on the Lando Norris card, 55.
Can't see his cart.
Ah, right.
Because he pulled off, didn't he? So I'm not sure how far. He probably won't be that far in the front because he had a bad result, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but he's on. Alex Fraser's on pole position.
He's not there at the moment. We got 52 and is it 71?
Well, the grid looks like this. Alex Fraser's on pole. Reese Green is alongside, and the 71. We've got Seb Corking third. Jensen Pritchard fourth. Seb Corking's 52. Jensen Pritchard's 35, and then behind
Alex's
them,
dad is coming our way at the moment.
Ask him where he is.
Well, he's just here. Look, he's walking towards us like it's a problem. He's coming to talk to race control.
We have
a little bit of consternation.
A little bit of consternation with where is Alex Fraser. So Louis Reese is on the third row, cart 47. Daniel Haynes, cart 22, is sixth. Charlie Gillam, cart 95, is in 7th place on the fourth row. There's 3 carts will start the 100 UK Juniors, and that's Lexi Fells on the pole position, Hayden Taylor alongside, and Yelena Osbar Scott is the cart in 3rd place. So there's
Okay,
Alex
so
Fraser,
he's at the
but he's at
back.
the back of the field.
He's
I'm not
on
really
slicks,
sure.
though.
I'm not really sure what he is doing.
So that's a bit weird.
So, I mean, luckily for Alex, there's not really. It's only a 7-kart field.
Apparently, what's that with Alex Fraser? He should be on pole, but he was late arriving in the collecting area, so he's been put to the back by our starter.
Ah, right. That's Sarah.
Yep. And it's obviously caused a bit of a row. Now, the thing is that Alex is on slicks, so I think, it's going to be, is that the right choice or is it not the right choice? We have a mixture of tyres.
Well, there's David Fraser there, just walking past
Yeah, he
us.
was not happy.
No, he'll not be happy. But you know what, David? I wouldn't worry, mate.
Well,
because he's been the fastest driver all day in this class.
I think he's on the right tyre as well.
We've got the 100 UK juniors needing to catch up to the Minimax. The Minimax are in grid order.
Yep.
And they look fine.
There we go. He's spun round straight away.
Spun round.
35 spun.
He's letting them go. Yeah, the 35 of Jensen Pritchard completely got it wrong.
Something I noticed is that in the programme, the finals were supposed to be 12 minutes. They're now down to 10 minutes. So we shortened the finals due to because of the issues earlier. So we're running 10-minute finals, not 12-minute finals. It's a little bit longer than the race.
And there's a bit of an NKC fan club celebrity.
Who's that?
That's Mr. Lamont.
Yes, Uncle Lamont.
Uncle Lamont, yes.
Or Lamont.
Callan Lamont's.
Callan
Lamont's uncle, who's called Uncle Lamont. I'm
Big
not sure.
Shout out to Luke Evans.
Yeah.
For helping Louis Rees, because his dad's not feeling too well at the moment. So thank you to Luke Evans for helping Louis Rees out, the number 47 car. Right, they're trying again now.
Right. Now that just shows still. I mean, you know what, Nick? This track has dried massively in the last literally 5 minutes. I'd say that was a slick track now. I'm not sure what it's like up the hill.
Was the greasiest place before.
Yeah, it was. Here they come towards the red lights. The red lights are on. They go out and we are racing.
And I would expect that Alex Fraser will be leading within about 2 laps because I think most of them ahead of him
he needs to stay cool.
On
he needs to stay cool.
Wet. So look out the outside.
There he goes. He's at the third already.
Yeah, but he's got so much more grip if it is actually a track that's working for dries.
Yeah, he has. He's got so much grip. Who's that in the lead? Is that Seb Corking?
I think Corking got Reese.
No, it's not. Corking's down in... I'm not sure where Corking is.
Reese Green? We'll find it in a second. Look, we can actually see the numbers in a second. I don't think it'll be very long, though, because... So it is the Corking car that's leading.
Yeah, it is Corking.
Oh,
yeah.
And already lacking a little bit of grip and actually blocking there. Well, blocking would be in the way. It was Reese Green.
Well, Seb Corking, remember, is a guest driver here. He's not in the championship. He's on that research mission.
Already into second goes Alex Fraser with just so much more grip. Now I'm trying to see. No, absolutely on wets is Corking.
Yeah. So I think the 47 is that 47 Louis Rees. I think Louis Rees might be on slicks.
Not sure. Don't think so. I think it's only
Corking's on wets, isn't he?
Yeah, Corking's on wets. Fraser's on dries.
Yeah, he's going to absolutely start shredding them wets very, very soon. Here comes that. Look at the difference in speed there through Inkermans. Through Ashby. He's just pulling ground on the cart ahead of him is Alex Fraser. Into Chapman's now. And look, he needs to be patient. Just be patient, Alex.
An easy
he's going to have...
pass.
He's still got a long way to go. And he is being patient, isn't he? He's not making any silly moves. Corking's tyres, he'll be able to see them ahead of him. And there he goes down the inside at Pitts Bend. Oh, he's into the... Oh, he just stayed out of the barrier there.
How close was that?
Will have a new set of underwear for the young man when he gets back to the paddock.
That was about as close as it gets.
He disappeared from my sight underneath that barrier.
He was within half a yard or 50 centimetres.
And this is what I mean about patience. Come on, Alex, be patient. You've got a guy on dry tyres ahead of you.
On wet tyres ahead of you.
Sorry, on wet tyres ahead of you. That's going to start chunking in a minute. And you're going to have a much different... I mean, look, you're right back on the tail now. Into Chapman. Out of Chapman on the back straight. He should be able to accelerate. Corking knows he's there. He's just staying on his line. Seb Corking, quite an experienced driver, is Seb. But he knows, Seb will know that these tyres are going to start going away from him.
And I think you're right about 47 as well being on the slicks as well. I think Louis Rees is on slicks. So he will also be all over Karting quite soon. That's the all-white car in third, kart in third car. That's the all-white car in third. Oh, look, it's a little bit aggressive there. Trying to make sure Alex didn't have him. Well, give Seb his due. He's not giving half an inch, is he?
No, he's a good little racer. He's a good little battler. He's got a tyre deficiency, though, that's going to get worse and worse. And there it is.
Oh.
They've already turned to jelly. He's got no grip at all. So Seb's going to be nursing those tyres all the way to the finish now.
So Fraser now has to try and pull away from Louis Rees. So they're both on the same tyre. They're both on slicks.
So this is a battle for the championship, everybody. Louis Rees and Alex Fraser are at the forefront of the Minimax NKC Championship. Rees Green leads, Alex Fraser second, Louis Rees third. So Rees Green currently in sixth place, leading the championship. He's regaining there after that spin. So championship leader Rees Green. When I say championship leader, coming into this round, he was championship leader.
There's been races since then and points scored since
then. There might be slightly different. So Alex Fraser, he started from the back of the Minimax field. There wasn't really any need for consternation. He was on the right tyres. He took the gamble. It's turned out not to be much of a gamble. And behind him, Louis Rees. He was another driver that took that gamble, and again, it's proved to be the right choice. It can sometimes go against you, that, can't it? You know,
yeah, I mean,
some you win, some you lose.
Both the times we've seen it today, it's looked pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's been the slick, but you know, you can go the other way. You can the rain can come back, and you can look forward as you slide off at the first corner, or it can just be slightly out, and you're suddenly fast for the last 2 laps, but you're already a minute and a half behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got 5 minutes of racing, so still at half distance, so still a lot of racing left. And the question is, can Louis Rees catch Alex Fraser? He's been the class of the field all day as young Alex on that Lando Norris card.
What you should probably do is have a look at the 100 UK juniors. So the leader of those is Kart 22, Daniel Haynes.
He's coming through the boot now. He's pulled out a huge gap as Daniel.
So it comes out.
Hayden Taylor, number 40.
Yeah, Hayden Taylor, who's massively in the lead. He's just going through, that's it, sweeping through Oblivion and up the rise towards Harry's camera. Now, my question about this young man is whether he's actually on slicks or wets in that 100 UK. He's a very, very long way ahead of anybody else in the same class.
Number 19, Yelena Osbar-Scott through in third in the UK Juniors. Lexi Fells started on the pole, but Lexi dropping to second.
14 seconds ahead he is. And those tyres look like slicks to me. I don't know what you can say from your vantage point, but he's going underneath, quite close to us now. It's quite hard to tell, really, obviously, but they do look quite that feeling, that look of the slick to me.
Jensen Pritchard has gone through to third ahead of Karting. And again, Karting's...
No, quite wrong. They are wet. They are wet, so I'm absolutely wrong. You just see the groove. So Lexi Fells is in second. She's going across the line now in the 0 kart. So Harry, if you reset at the bottom of the hill, you might be able to find Lexi in the 0. Is that her there? I think that probably is. So, just 3 karts taking part in this 100 UK Junior. We were promised 4. I think the 4th must have had a technical issue over the course of practice on Saturday. Now, Frank picks her up. And if you just let her go, Frank, 4 seconds later should be Yelena Osbar-Scott. So just let her go through underneath you now, Frank and wait for the next kart, which should be, it might be the second one actually. Yeah, because that's our leader. So that second kart. No, one more. There we are. That's Helena Osbar-Scott, who is the youngest competitor here today.
You find out how old?
No.
Hardly. You've never left here.
Exactly. I know. I went up to waterproof stuff.
Ah, yes, you did.
So, little look at the 100 UK runners and riders. I think if you move forward one kart from where we are now, you might find out, as you know, we've got our leader
there's
our
Alex
leader.
Fraser there.
So our leader is overtaking the second place in the 100 UK. It's a Minimax leader.
He's leading by just under 4 seconds from Louis Rees.
I think I'd use the word comfortably.
Yeah. He's been the class of the field all day, has Alex.
But he didn't get maximum points because he had that problem on the last lap of the wet race.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's actually missed a few points out.
I think because all of the results are provisional until we clarify them, and I think once those results have been clarified, you'll find that Alex Fraser will be heading towards Landau, firmly in control of the championship for Minimax.
Yeah.
Louis Rees is in second place at the moment. 6.6 seconds the gap to Alex.
Well, as his dad said, of course, this is the man who didn't win Rower, who was really upset, but had a broken arm whilst he wasn't winning it.
Yeah, I know. We were, I think we were surprised by how off the pace he was. I was a little bit sort of puzzled, but there it was explained away. He'd damaged his wrist. How did David say he damaged his wrist again? Skateboard?
No, scooter board. Yeah, on a scooter.
Scooter boarding, yeah.
He got caught in a. That's the right cart. He got caught in a pothole, and that tipped him out.
Right.
And going to break his arm.
Yeah.
But apparently, when he broke his arm, initially they took a lot of X-rays and couldn't tell it was broken or not. And it wasn't until after he'd done Railroad, they go, yeah, that's broken. So he had it in a cart. Luckily, he had 6 weeks off, so that was good. And got running.
Yeah. The gap in the season has been perfect. The summer break between May and first weekend in July here has been perfect. It worked for us with the NKC as well, didn't it? It allowed us to go off to the Nürburgring and Le Mans.
And I also went to Italy, and you went to America.
I went to Watkins Glen, yeah. Scotland for the Jackie Stewart thing.
Oh yeah, so you went more places than I did.
I did, yeah. I've never had a weekend off since March.
Okay, and we're both going to Portugal next week, but to completely different events.
Yes, we are. 0 time on the clock, so it'll be checkered flag next time by for young Alex, who heads towards Christmas Corner. Turns in, and I think Alex, for everybody in the collecting area, Alex Fraser has proved that it's a slick tyre track now. It has transitioned. It's perfectly dry. The cloud is broken. We've got a rise in temperature, certainly a rise in ambient temperature, which in turn brings it a rise in track temperature. As Alex heads towards the boot, the left-hander then into the top of the boot there, or into the toe of the boot, I should say. Here he comes to the final turn. So Alex Fraser takes the win for Minimax. Takes round 4 of the NAVOS NKC kartcup.co.uk for more information. There's the 47 of Louis Rees. Everybody happy with that. And across the line goes the winner of, it looked like Hayden Taylor.
Somebody off?
Oh no, Lexi Fells a lap down. So Sebastian Courtin finishes 4th on his research mission to find out about the NKC. So Seb just being caught out there by the wrong tyre choice, going out on wets. And it was one of those gambles that may have indeed paid off. But again, Seb's first time here at Whilton Mill. He's not to know the local knowledge of how the track dries. Hayden Taylor takes the first place in 100 UK Juniors. Lexi Fells was second. Yelena Osbar-Scott takes third. 5th in Minimax was Reese Green. And then in 6th and 7th, Daniel Haynes and Charlie Gillam. It's back to the seniors next, Nick, and it'll be the B final for senior Rotax. Coming next. Do you like that, Paul?
Very good.
Coming next. It's where you play the ad, I suppose. talking of ads, big thank you and a big shout out to our series sponsors: RG Racing, Alfano, Edwards Motorsports, A47 Self Storage, Raptor, and of course NAVOS, our main sponsor. So we've got race 30 coming up. That's one of my sheets, which has been just produced for me. Thank you very much. Oh, I'll keep. That's the B final for the 177s. It's the B final for senior road tax. We've got a couple of karts just making their way in.
Can you remind me, because I've actually forgotten, is it top 6 or top 4 who bump up?
Top four.
Top 4 who bump up. And they become the back of the grid for the A final.
Right.
So 4 karts.
Let's go with the grid rundown as the karts are released. Lewis Cooper, remember, first four, so we're concentrating on 4th place here. Lewis Cooper, George Sanders are on the front row with George Walker and Nathan Hope along on the second. Steve Bickerton and Alexander Mirzoyan are on row 3 with Tom Radburn and Martin Coe on row 4. Row 5 is Matthew Hildred and the recovering James Wood. Row 6 is Lewis Berry and Riley Bourne. George Boxall and Scott Russell are on row 7. Dylan Tatum and Daniel Gibbs are on row 8. Grace Lee Davies and Martin Jackson are on row 9. Row 10 is Patrick Williams-Rogers and Jamie Hardy. And then rounding off this 22 kart B final, Ari Barker and Chris Rance. 22 kart B final.
Blimey.
I know.
Blimey, Charlie.
That is how popular the NKC has become. The National Kart Cup is the series to be in.
If you're a Rotax driver, especially if you're a big one.
Well, even if you're a small one. This is senior Rotax 162.
Yeah.
Yeah, healthy grids. Oh, lovely formed grid.
Healthy people in the grid.
Healthy. Well, here we go then. It's a 10-minute B final for these runners. Senior Rotax 162. The 162 stands for the minimum weight of 162 kilograms. 125cc Rotax engines, water cooled.
Here we go.
Being given the international indication of one more lap, and we've got karts sliding off.
We've got one more lap, but one more lap not knowing where they're going.
Yeah, I suppose when you go off at the start, you've got to treat every time you pass the start finish as a start. Every time. And it's only after you've passed the start flat out that you realise, you realise we're being sent around again.
I'm not on the track anymore.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I've just realised something. What's that? I am no longer on the track.
Yes.
It's all going so well to the first corner.
Yeah. Just shows how still not well, are they perfect conditions? I still see bits of puddles and dampness.
Oh, it's not super dry yet, but it's getting there.
Super dry, but it is. It's the thing is, you've got to deal with it because it slicks. There is no way. I mean, the Minimax drivers proved that. So there's no way that you've just got to deal with it. So we followed them all the way around the track here into the boot as we get them coming into the left-hander, then into the toe of the boot. That's the big toe. This is the little toe. And then they'll come back down towards the final turn at Pitts Bend. Super fast. Stay off that curb on the right. It's really steep. Here we go. We should get this underway now. The red lights go out and we are racing. Racing to oblivion. From oblivion we go to Crook. And this time everybody gets round and heads off towards Christmas.
Massive jump for George Sanders. He's looking to pick up one of those 4 slots. Cooper, Walker and Hope apparently currently have the others, but there'll be a shuffle about the next couple of laps as people begin to move through. This B final have a select of people who've had bad weekends and a select of people who just aren't that quick compared to the others.
So it's the Beta Tools March that leads. Sorry, it's not the Beta Tools March at all, is it? Only people of a certain age would even understand what I've just said there. Is that George Sanders in that?
It is indeed, leading away.
George Sanders leading. He's got quite a gap as well. He's pulled about 4 karts lengths from the drivers in second place as they complete lap number 1.
So Steve Bickerton's definitely moved up into the bump-up position at the expense of Nathan Hope. So it's Sanders, Cooper, Walker and Bickerton bumping, and Hope, Redburn, Mazoya, Wood, Boxall, Code, Gibbs, Brown, Jackson, Williams, Gerard, Lee Davis, Hardy and Tatham going home. Well, they can stay and watch if they want to.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Steve Bickerton just into 4th place there on lap 1. So these 4 carts breaking away, but the 2 behind them just looking interested in maybe closing that gap down. Here they are. Now the cart in 4th will want to get into 3rd and subsequently 2nd because he doesn't want to be vulnerable. And as we
look up the inside, nice move there.
We've still got
by
8.5 minutes.
Walker got Cooper there. Now Bickerton under quite strong pressure from Tom Radburn. It's all about 4th and 5th. That's the bump ups. So that multicoloured machine, the 22 of Tom Radburn, that's the black overalls behind the guy with the green back, as the fluorescent green back, yellow. And there he goes. So that's the battle, because you've got 4 carts in picture there. One of them ain't bumping up at the moment, and one of them's going home. The other 3 have got another race in a few minutes, well, half an hour's time or so.
Radburn, I should say, it looks very, very racy though, doesn't he? The way that he's closed that gap to that 4th place car of Bickerton. That's with the yellow shoulders. That's Steve Bickerton. That's what Tom Radburn is transfixing on. And the gap opens up. This is going to be touch and go. Bickerton needs to get ahead of Lewis Cooper to stop himself becoming vulnerable to that Tom Radburn number 22. Radburn onto his rear bumper through Ashby. Out of there towards Parker. This is where Radburn will close the gap out of Chapman and onto the back straight.
He's got a lot of time to do it, but he's got to get in there, make it stick and pull away.
Yeah, I think he's actually he's kind of on the limit of his performance there to stay with Bickerton. He doesn't look anywhere where he's got like an advantage where he can perhaps challenge. He's doing all he can just to stay with Bickerton, and this is the bit where Bickerton pulls out. As we go through Christmas, we'll see Radburn close the gap from Christmas down into the infield. He closes the gap.
So he's carrying more corner speed, but not as much speed on the straight.
Yeah, he seems to lose out through Oblivion and Crook, which is a very fast section of track. It's also, you need to be very, very accurate.
Glance over the shoulder from Bickerton. The 11 car of Nathan Hope just trying to catch back onto this train with a chance of getting himself to bump up to the main final. Oh, too much curve there. It's going to take a bit of speed out of the 8 of Steve Bickerton. He got away with it. He put his hand up. So,
he slid wide.
Massive
He's off.
Moment.
Bickerton is off into the barriers. He got it all wrong, and it started coming out of Pitt's Bend. He got it all wrong, and he tried to just carry too much speed, maybe to make up for what he perceived to have lost at the final turn, and he hammered into the barrier there. I think he's all right.
I think he's out of the car.
He's out of the cart, yeah. But that's put him out of contention now. Radburn moves up to 4th. And we saw him flash across our screens and go off to driver's left on the outside of Crook, where the outside line, Nick, still looks really damp.
I think that's what happened. I think he went wide, and that was it. The understeer kicked in, and there was no getting it back.
So Radburn now in 4th, and Nathan Hope just over a second behind him. So whether or not Nathan Hope on the number 11
can do
through there. Anything
Cooper
about it.
just opened the door for Radburn. Perhaps Cooper's literally just playing there, want to come in the top 4 and not going to get involved in an argument. Sort of thinking it through.
No, you never know. Yeah, Lewis Cooper now down to 4th. That stops Radburn becoming vulnerable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now he's not the first on the list, on the hit list. You'll never believe what happened to Louis Large.
What happened?
Throttle cable snap.
Oh. That is bad luck.
That is
easy to repair, though, thankfully.
Yes, he'll be out for the final. Oh, he might even be in the B final.
No, he got a win earlier. He'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Gosh, there's a lot of karts in that B final.
There is.
Yeah, he had 2 decent results and 1 bad one. He'll probably about 7th or 8th.
You're right. He's not. He's in the main final. He's going to be down the grid though, isn't he? Just under 4 minutes then for this B final for senior Rotax. George Sanders leads, and George Sanders has got a gap of 1.2 seconds to George Walker in second, who's got 1.6 seconds to Tom Radburn, and then Tom Radburn 7/10 ahead of Lewis Cooper.
Cooper's gap to Nathan Hope is 1.3, and that's the cut-off.
That is.
It doesn't really matter if you're first, second, third, or fourth. In many ways, you're only gaining a couple of yards, a couple of metres at the start of the race. But
James,
fourth or fifth is a big one.
James Wood, unfortunately, hasn't got anything in the toolkit to bring down that deficit of just over 4 seconds. And he stays in 6th place. Leader across the line. Nothing changed. Gap goes down to 8/10 between first and second. Radburn stays in third. Lewis Cooper, 1.5 seconds between fourth and fifth. So if Cooper can keep that pace, he's secured his position on the back of the grid for the A final. Which is the whole purpose of the B final, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's good fun, but the whole point is to come to the top 4. In itself does nothing. But it catapults you into the main final, where you can obviously not lose because you're at the back. You can only gain places and therefore gain championship points.
Yeah, you're gaining championship points, aren't you? Yeah. So championship points awarded for 5th place and down over in this B final, and then, like you say, qualifying in the top 4 here allows you to gain more points with how you finish in the A final. So it is beneficial. The only detriment, of course, Nick, is that it's one more 10-minute run on those tyres.
Well, that's it. The engines are very reliable. There's no issue on that. Yeah, you're at 1 more 10-minute run on the driver as well, to be honest. But
that's true.
You're putting more stress through the tyres. You've got a limited amount of running. In fairness, I think everyone's had at least one wet run, so perhaps it evens up during the day.
Yeah.
I mean, when you've got this of interest, when you've got a drying track like this, is that less stress for a slick tyre or more stress? It tries to scrape and scrabble and then re-grip and everything else.
No, I think slick tyres don't like sort of hot tracks where the tyre can overheat, and it's the heat cycle that's to the detriment of the tyre. You're obviously wearing rubber as well. The more you slide the tyre across the tarmac, you kind of rub. It's like putting a pencil eraser across the desk, isn't it? Rubber peels off.
Yeah,
it's a similar thing.
Then you got cold shear and hot shear.
Yes.
And everything else.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't get any cold shear at Glannygore, where it was 4 or 5 degrees top whack, wasn't it?
It wasn't where we were, mate. It was lovely. We had lovely central heating.
Yes, because we were inside.
Ah, right. Okay.
Again, like another cameramen who were there that we're here now, so we're fine.
Yes.
We can say that.
Yeah. It took Frank 2 years to come back.
I know. He's still whinging about it.
Yeah.
I see it's cold up near Hull, isn't it?
I'll never forgive you for that. I've been your friend for 20 years nearly.
No.
Oh, you weren't my friend?
No.
All right.
I didn't meet you
maybe,
until 2009.
Maybe 10.
Yeah, I'll give you 10.
I met you in 2007.
Yeah, but I didn't know you until 2000.
Yeah, we didn't. You weren't my friend.
This conversation.
Yeah, especially when we're getting to watch checkered flag time.
Exactly right.
So the first 4 qualified, and the first 4 are about to take the checkered flag in this senior Rotax B final. As George Sanders in that orange cart takes the checkered flag in the number 56.
No, he's got last lap.
Last lap board. Oh wow, I was ahead of schedule there. Yeah.
Let's get all the A finals, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. The gap. I mean, Lewis Cooper has got a gap of 3.2 seconds to Nathan Hope. He's going to have really bad luck to actually not qualify.
Yeah.
George Sanders, George Walker, Tom Radburn, Lewis Cooper. They're the qualifiers at the moment. The first of the points scorers is Nathan Hope in 5th, James Wood in 6th, Patrick Williams-Rohich in 7th, Martin Coe in 8th, George Boxall 9th, 10th will be Riley Bowen, and then Jamie Hardy in 11th.
Round of applause on the bump up. Nice work from George Sanders.
It was.
Led from start to finish. Done what he needed to do. Won by half a second, which is exactly what you need to do. Walker was second. Radburn comes back 4 seconds, and then Lewis Cooper does indeed pick up the final bump up slot. And the first person who will only be a spectator for the rest of the day is Nathan Hope.
So we'll be seeing who just ends up on pole for the senior Rotax final. We've got the senior TKM final next, Nick.
Yep.
If you're nipping out, can you get coffee?
I'm not nipping out.
Oh, right.
Because the battery's changing.
Which one?
Changing.
That one?
Yeah.
Tell Paul to get coffee.
I can't tell Paul what to do. Paul is our production head. He's his own department leader. King of the department. Do you want a coffee? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What sort of coffee do you want?
Flat white with sugar. Those brown lumps. 2 of them.
Those brown lumps?
Yeah.
You mean sugar lumps?
Yes, but they're not really 1 spoonful, are they? They're quite small, aren't they? So 2 of them.
Are you going to explain sugar again to someone?
Bring me the little
Sunshine?
stick stir as well. In your smile. While you're away,
I'll be
tell
away
everybody
for the whole race.
I'll tell everybody what's coming next.
Sounds exciting.
Right, and what's coming for the rest of the afternoon. So everybody, while Nick goes off on a coffee run, which is desperately needed, we've got the senior TKM final coming next. We've got 25 karts in that one. We've then got the Rotax 177B final, so more of 27 karts, of which 4 will qualify into the year final. That's going to be intense. And then we've got our 100 Super Final. Now, the 100 Super Final coming is all about the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. It's a one-off annual thing that I hope becomes part of the NKC. And it's great to have these karts here. I'm very familiar with this class of karting, Formula A as it was known in period. And they are really, and especially if it's going to be dry. We had their pre-final in the rain, didn't we? And we didn't really see, all right, they're great karts in pretty much every condition, but it's going to be great to see them. And it looks like it's going to stay dry for that. We then go into our Junior Rotax final, our 100 UK final, and then our penultimate final of the day, A final, will be for Senior Rotax. And then we've got the Senior Rotax 177 final, which will round off round 4 of the NKC. Guess who's on the pole position for Senior TKM? 115cc engines in this class of karts. It's Callan Lamont. He's on the pole with Mitchell Ball alongside. Second row, look out for Louis Bevan. He took us round here at Whilton Mill. And great footage from on Louis' kart. Oliver Fathers is on the second row alongside him. Alexander Lehman and James Hull are on row 3. Leo Crabtree and Ollie Milner are on row 4. Joseph Jackson, Gordon Smith are on row 5. Leanna Page, winner earlier on today, is alongside Adam Surkar on row 6. Will Cregeen and Matthew Horton are on row 7. Joseph Phillips and Curtis Granger are on row 8. Charlie Savage and Matt Slater are on row 9. Liam Surkar and Matthew Temple Purcell are on row 10. Andy Wagstaff and Ricky Wright are on row 11. Jason Lovett, James King. Hello, Steve. Hope you're watching. See if how James does. He's qualified 24th. He can only get better and move up the order. Derek Surkar rounds off the 25 kart field. We're going to send them round again, as we do normally with 2 strokes. And just look at that beautiful pall of 2-stroke smoke in the air. It's the sort of thing that I would have been breathing in, actually, being in a field of karts, very similar to that. But hey ho. So, 10-minute Senior TKM final. This is all about maximum championship points. It's all about a trophy presentation at the end. We talk about a 3-step podium, 3rd place, 2nd place and 1st place. We've already lost a kart up at Inkerman's. I'll try and fathom who that is on the timing. That cart's when it's James Hull. Kart 48, James Hull. Started 6th, or should have started 6th, so unfortunately for James, he hasn't been able to make the start. The grid is nicely formed though. Caelan Lamont is on the pole position and he forms up a very nice ordered grid into the boot as the stragglers will quickly catch up with the field through Pitts Bend and towards the lights. The lights stay on for the moment and then they go out and we'll race and cars touch 3 flex carts get together towards oblivion. These are teammates from the flex team and that has allowed the 23 of Callan Lamont to get away and break away ever so slightly. Louis Bevan in 3rd, I see there. That's Mitchell Ball, I think, in 2nd, heading down to Ashby for the first time. Callan Lamont leads the field using all of that tarmac and more of that concrete on the outside of Ashby. Already through Parkers and into Chapman, out of Chapman and onto the back straight, down towards the boot now. It's Lamont leading. Louis Bevan has made his way to 2nd place, it looks like. String of carts from 4th place down over. A big snake of carts coming out of the boot and through Pitts Bend. Across the line to complete 1 lap then. And everybody getting through there. Callan Lamont already into Christmas Corner for the 2nd time. And heading down through the kink towards Inkerman. Into Ashby. Onto the infield section here. The 2 left-handers now. And the good news is the coffee has arrived. Needs stirring. I can do that. Lamont coming under pressure from current champion Louis Bevan on the number 1. Can Lamont keep him back? That's the question. With Bevan right on his tail. Mitchell Ball in 3rd, Joseph Jacks 4th, Leo Crabtree 5th, Ollie Milner. There's the challenge into Christmas. Louis Bevan down the inside. It's quite textbook in the way that he did that. He got the momentum out of Crook Corner onto the back straight and just used that momentum to carry him down the inside. So now the question is, Nick, whether Caelan Lamont will be able to hang on to Bevan.
Well, it's quite interesting. We've kind of got our 2 kind of local stars of the NKC. We've got Caelan Lamont with his ever-changing name, and Louis Bevan, of course, who's driven us round this week with his onboard lap. So it's we choose the best people to have the conversation with, 1st and 2nd. We saw that Bevan knows his track like the back of his hand. He's done many hundreds of laps. He's been prepared to film it, but now Lamont absolutely showing that to follow is easier than to lead. Though actually, in saying that, he actually lost perhaps a 10th of a second coming out of the Crook Corner. So he's going to be careful because he loses contact. It gets very hard to get back. It's the sort of thing, when you're that close, you can start really measuring yourself against the car in front. Once the gap gets bigger, not so easy.
And he's got to be careful that he doesn't start falling back into the clutches of Mitchell Ball, who's no slouch, remember.
Yeah,
Mitchell Ball is in 3rd. Yeah, he's been very, very quick all day. And it's a battle for the championship as well. Lamont is 3rd in the championship. Mitchell Ball is 2nd. Jake Campbell Mills, who isn't here this weekend, is going to relinquish that championship lead going into Landau round 5.
Lamont absolutely not prepared to give anything up there, but it's another case where certain parts of the track, one is faster than the other, and the maximum distance of the lead for Louis Bevan appears to be just going out the exit of Christmas Corner before we get to Inkerman's. He seems to be much further ahead there. But of course this track is not bone dry yet. There's large elements of dry, but there's still a bit of grease around.
That can easily catch you out, isn't it? And we've seen that in most of our classes, how there are parts of this Wilton, you say Watkins Glen.
Well, it was
Whilton Mill. Part of this Whilton Mill can, you set your car up to be quick down the back straight, but you're kind of losing grip in the infield sections. And we've seen that all day in various classes. At the moment, though, these two look pretty well matched.
Yeah, Lamont dropping off Yeah, Le Mans dropping off about 2/10 a lap at the moment. But 2/10 lap isn't even a mistake. It's just a good lap, bad lap, isn't it? I mean, I know they talk about consistency within a couple of hundredths, but...
Bevan's the fastest kart on the track at the moment, 47.5, fastest lap of the race there.
At this point of the lap, I don't think he's pulled out. So I think, this has been a better lap in comparison for Callum.
No,
or Kalen.
So 47.5 for Bevan, 47.7 for Lamont, 47.8 for Mitchell Ball.
But this time round, the lead is no greater. I think it's smaller. Bang, bang, and it goes to, tenth of a second less. So obviously it takes a long time to get back up, and he's already lost some of that, losing a bit of drive out the outside. I think the drivers who like to go wide out of the crook, because there's two or three options, isn't it, really, coming through Oblivion around the crook. I think if your preferred line is wide, you've got an issue, because that's the bit that's drive the slowest.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So I'd say that Le Mans is a tad further ahead this lap than last time. Nothing much in it, and we're only just over halfway, Joe.
Yeah, still a lot of race to go. There's a good tussle in the midfield further back from these karts. It's a battle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th.
Let's just hold there, Frank. We'll just let this. We'll get this.
Yeah,
there's
the leaders
There's a big
through.
4-kart battle now.
Strung out,
now.
hasn't it?
Sorry,
that's the one.
That's the one right in the middle there, led by the 25 of Gordon Smith and Milner and Houghton and Lehman there, and Oliver Fathers as well. Oliver Fathers turns up all over these heats. Sometimes he's near the front, in the middle, and at the back. He doesn't seem to be consistently anything, does he? You know how we got the consistently fast and consistently not so fast? He's consistently everywhere.
Information from Gasbury, who's actually outside.
Yeah.
It started to rain.
Oh no, it's not. Stop it, Gaz.
Gaz, I hope you're wrong, mate. I know you're outside. You can feel it on your face.
It is spitting on, but I can't see where from.
It doesn't take much, though. There's no
cloud.
Let's keep an eye on the lap times. So 47.5 last time through for Bevan. 47.6 for Bevan. It's having no discernible effect on the track conditions.
Oh, no, it's light. In fact, it's already dried off the window, the stuff that fell on there about a minute ago.
Yeah, so no discernible effect. I think that's Gasbury just...
No, he's right.
He's building the tension,
building
isn't
his part, really.
Gasbury,
get mentioned more often.
Our media delegate for the NKC.
So this middle battle now is split into a couple of pairs, and leading that out. Let's see who's that. And just going through Ashby now and wide. I need to go pick up an identifying number. I'll get that when they come round here the first time. They're going to get back on the back straight, and it is leading that out. The red plate, it's the 33 from the 60-something, so it's going to be...
Leanna Page.
It's Leanna Page ahead of Will Creed. Leanna Page, remember, won her heat because she was brave and went for the slicks, and then perfectly executed the race. In fairness to her, it was she just did what you have to do. You've got the advantage. Don't throw it off the road. Make the most of it. Take the points.
Yep, she did a great job in that one. Tricky conditions. Was brave enough to be one of the first drivers out on slicks after the rain. Hopefully that rain, keep us posted, Gaz. Hopefully that rain will stay away. There's another fastest lap of the race from Louis Bevan and a personal best for Callan Lamont.
The gap's 1.1 seconds now, so Bevan is showing his Whilton Mill expertise.
Yeah. Mitchell Ball, 1.7's back. Bit of a lonely third place for him. Joseph Jack's equally lonely in fourth, 2.4 seconds further back. And then Leo Crabtree a further 1.7 in fifth. Then we've got 2.2 to Leanna Page, but that's where the karting is. Leanna Page, Will Cregeen, Gordon Smith and Matthew Horton, being joined by Oliver Fathers.
A big old battle up the hill. And coming out of the gap, trying to get the place is the 62 of Ollie Milner. He's looking up at the 24 of Fathers, I think, at that point. There's a trail of karts here in this TKM Championship. Very good reliability in these karts because they're all 30 years old. Effectively, the engines.
No. These are new TKMs.
Right, hang on a second.
It's 100 UK.
Stop. Very good reliability in these TKMs because they're new karts.
I mean, they are under-stressed in comparison to the Formula A 100 Supers. 20,000 revs. These karts are still two-stroke
15,000
rotary valves, aren't they?
15,000.
Yeah, I think so. 12 to 14, 15, 16,000 top end.
One of the reasons that all kart engines stay together so much better these days, and even though we lamented it earlier, of course, is the massive improvement in oils. The synthetic oils now for two-strokes are, A, mind-blowingly expensive, but also very, very effective. Did I ever tell you that I actually had to use a kart two-stroke once to save my engine?
What do you mean your engine?
No one can hear that because you put it.
What do you mean your engine?
I filled my diesel up with petrol. Now, it's not quite as bad. Filling a diesel with petrol isn't as bad as filling a petrol with diesel. But the problem with petrol and diesel is it's got no oil in it, so it strips out the oil in the injectors. So I just went, all right. So I went to, I put two-thirds, I realised two-thirds of the way through, topped it up with diesel, threw in some two-stroke, had to be karting two-stroke, just threw it in the thing, worked fine. Got better fuel consumption.
Don't try this at home, everybody.
No, don't. But I say that, but the problem was the litre of karting two-stroke was like 14 quid, which kind of ruined the whole thing. But
yeah, don't try this at home.
Louis Bevan leading now as they come on the last lap. Where is Louis? He's going around the boot right now.
Yeah,
so Bevan is just
no last lap board for Louis Bevan
so
this
Bevan
time.
Will have the last lap.
Yeah.
He comes down the main straight. Looks over his shoulder. There's nothing, Louis.
Yeah.
You're 2 seconds ahead.
So Louis is about to take round 4 of the NAVOS NKC National Karting Cup, or National Kart Cup, and he will want to retain that number 1. Maybe this is what he needs to put him into contention for the championship. He hasn't had it all his own way, has he, as Louis this year? And Louis Bevan in 4th place in the championship going into this round. He'll certainly haul some points back on Callan Lamont and Mitchell Ball, who he finishes ahead of with a fine win indeed.
Just a very casual. Hello, I've won.
Yeah.
Well done me. I'm the winner.
This is all part of the programme.
Not want you too excited about anything, but I have won this race. Well done me.
Came second to Callan Lamont last time out at Rowra, remember, in the final. So he reverses that result and takes a very fine win with Callan Lamont.
Who? Callan Lamont.
Callan Lamont.
By the way, everybody thinks we're taking the mick. We're not. This is actually the confusion within the own family.
Yeah, they don't even know, so neither do we. Uncle Lamont, apparently the name is derived from the
Irish
lawman.
Irish for lawman.
Yeah. So Louis Bevan takes the win. Callan Lamont is in second. Mitchell Paul.
3 goes it then.
These 3 drivers all there in the championship. This is so tight. Joseph Jacks 4th, Leo Crabtree 5th, Leanna Pidge, fine 6th place from Leanna, Matthew Horton 7th, Gordon Smith 8th, Will Cregeen 9th, Alexander Lehman 10th, Oliver Fathers, he dropped away a little bit but he hung on to 11th, Curtis Granger 12th, Joseph Phillips 13th, Adam Surkar was 14th, Matt Slate is in 15th, Matthew Temple Purcell 16th, Ricky Wright 17th, James King, Get Well Stephen, James King's brother. Hopefully we'll see you back at the track soon. He was in 18th there. Jason Lovett 19th. We lost Ollie Milner on lap 10. We lost Liam Surkar on lap 8. And we lost Derek Surkar on lap 6. So that is the senior TKM final results. Louis Bevan on the number 1, heading towards retaining that number 1 in the senior TKM championship. Next out, Nick, it's another B final, and this time it's the senior Rotax 177s who are next.
We have about 400, don't we?
There is 27 of them.
So there's 27 in the B final.
In the B final. Same deal. First 4 qualify onto the back of the grid for the 177A final. So it's all to play for that 4th place. Shall we have a look at the grid for them?
Can we?
Or do you want to do that?
Oh, go on then.
Go on then.
You can drink coffee.
I'll have a slurp of coffee.
Yes. Coffee you made me get you. Okay, on pole. So remember, 4 karts will bump up to the A final, which is in about an hour's time, just a bit less. In pole, it's Martin Heath. In second, it's Steve Maidman. Third, Alex Jones. 4th, Dane Broderick. Row 3 is Thomas Charles and Adrian Hammond. Row 4 is Brian McCready and Jake Lewis. Row 5 is Jai Oliver and Colin Campbell. Row 6 is Dan Millwood and Simon Wheeler. Row 7 is Steve Jackson and Darren Edwards. Row 8 is Harry Rainwhite and Vince Bryant. Row 9 is Dave Nolan and Terry Smith. Row 10 is Martin Rees and Brendan Smith. Row 11 is Dave Medlock and Steve Loggin. Great name. What's your login, Steve? Yes, I am. What's your login? Yes, I am. Yeah. What's your login? Yes. Now, what you log in? Yes, what? So, can you know that there's a computer version of Who's On First? And then we have Billy Clark and Richard Evans on 12, Carl Fletcher and Ayrton Anderson on 13. Why is Ayrton Anderson so far back when he won one? He must have got disqualified. Ayrton Anderson is there, and he won one of the race. He must have got disqualified from that race. Because there's no reason that Ayrton Anderson should be next to last, because he won a heat. So he must have got disqualified from that heat. And really, for his no points. So Anderson will start the back, and Anderson therefore start the back. It must be a...
Yeah, we need to find a way, Nick, of getting that kind of information to us.
Yeah, there's not enough. We haven't got a flow from the
officials' bulletin or something, you know.
Just like one quick word here. Caroline Strange says, well done to Louis Bevan from his mum. Well done, Louis.
Louis' mum.
And thank you indeed for the online lap, which we might play out at some point before the end, if we have another stoppage.
We're not going to have another stoppage.
I hope not.
No.
Well, if Gaz keeps trying to conjure up rain. All right. Oh, he's taking the cover of the camera. Paul's taken the cover off the camera.
Why?
Because he wants rain.
This is England.
There we go. They're all lining up. Who will qualify? 4 places of the 27.
Shall we get them underway? The red lights are on. We wait for them to go off.
They're taking it.
Yeah,
yep.
they have. They've let them go.
It's a little bit scrappy, that one, but I think at some point you have to just go with it, don't you?
Yeah, into oblivion. Through
Oh, Anderson gets nobbled off. So his bad day continues.
Yeah, we've got a coming together. We've got a coming together about 3 or 4 carts. We'll find out who they are when they come by,
sort of
way behind the field.
Starting a bit late. But 3 or 4 carts got knocked off. I'm not sure whether Anderson even got go again, so it's been a bit of a bad day for Ayrton.
It really has. They're already into Parker, the whole field. 3 carts beginning to break away, but a very vulnerable 4th place cart. Remember, the final qualifier for the year final, and it's the number 78 of Alex Jones, who leads the field around in first place. Into the boot for the first time. Alex Jones leads. Rest of the field coming through, and that 4th place cart, who is it? Oh, battle for second, side by side across the line.
Right.
It's Martin Eve and Thomas Giles. Steve Maidment is the one that's vulnerable. Aidan Hammond up 2 places to 5th. Colin Campbell 6th. 7th is Steve Jackson. Look at young Harry Wainwright up 5 spots to 8th. Keep an eye on the number 92.
Yeah, we lost Brian McCready and Ayrton Anderson in that incident in Crook on the first lap. Sometimes you can't buy a break. So Anderson, despite looking very good when he won that heat earlier today.
So there's the battle for 4th right there, Nick. The 2 behind those 2. That's who we're looking for. So
yep, drop back 1 set. There we go.
Yep,
look at
there
that.
it is.
Got the
That's
red
the
and
battle
black
for
into
4th.
5th. And that looks like the 17. Yeah, Steve Maidment has stayed in 4th. 1, 2, 3. There goes Maidment over in 4th. 5th is Adrian Hammond, then Colin Campbell, Jackson, Wainwright. Wainwright's doing well from some problems he's had. Can he climb up through the field into that top 4?
Yeah, he's on a bit of a charge, isn't he, Harry? He's up to 6th now, and he's looking challenging. But the cork in the bottle is that very important Steve Maidment 4th place.
1, 2 and 3 is stretching their legs a little bit. Contact warning for 40. That is Terry Smith. That may be in that instant in the first corner that took 2 carts out.
I tell you what though, Nick, considering we're in the entertainment business, we couldn't have asked for more for a 4th place battle. This is the important one here. It's not about first place here. The first 4 carts here, and there's a change for 4th place. Or was there? There was nearly a change for 4th place. Steve Maidment hung on to that 4th place.
Wainwright picked up 5th,
yeah.
So Wainwright's moving forward quite rapidly.
Harry Wainwright is really being forceful. He's trying to get that. He's on the KR Sport liveried cart, the purple livery.
He's having a little bit of a look.
He's dropped back.
Flag,
that's why he backed out. Good spot, Paul. So he spotted the yellow flag and backed out. He was about to make the move. That would have been a pass under yellow. So very, very heads up from the young 16-year-old.
Yeah, there's a cart off at the outside of the pit bend. They're pulling the driver back. I don't know whether that means they're going to carry on yellow flagging with just the cart on the outside. Driver stomps back in a very unhappy sort of way. First 2 nailed together. Doesn't matter. They're both bumping up. 3rd, but a little bit of a gap now. 4th place of the 16 now. It says Martin Heath has dropped to 4th. Wainwright's in 3rd.
Steve Maidment has spun. Steve Maidment is the man that spun at the boot. He's dropped down 2 places to 6th now. Harry Wainwright is up into 3rd place. So now it's Martin Heath in 4th place, and he's got Aidan Hammond not that far behind, less than a second. So it's still all about that 4th place, but this time now it's Aidan Hammond who's the vulnerable one.
Yeah, 4th, 1, 2 and 3. Harry Wainwright moving forward again, but it's the blue and white cart that's in 4th with the Flory green helmet. 16 cart, he's got a couple of them going right behind him. It's Hammond and Maidman. Maidman on a recovery drive. Hammond who's just been minding his own business.
Now then, that 4th place of Martin Heath is quite lonely. The first 3 are breaking away. Alex Jones leads, Thomas Child second, Harry Wainwright is in 3rd. Just waiting for the timing screens to update. Martin Heath through in 4th. 2.5 seconds is the gap, and then Hammond has got to make up a second to get on terms with Heath for that 4th place. Steve Maidman must be kicking himself, Nick, letting that slip, letting that 4th place slip.
It's particularly problematic. If you're doing a final, you use 2 places down. I've lost 4 points. This could be the difference between bumping up and not bumping up. It'd be a lot more than 4 points.
Absolutely.
Because there's a very good chance you'll make up 3 spaces. Other people make mistakes in the final, even if you're not that much quicker than anyone else.
Great battle for the lead, though.
73 and 93. 92. Sorry. So Wainwright absolutely wants to take that win.
Yeah, he wants
more
to be
yellow
on
flags out. We've got a spinner coming out of Chapman. The flag's away again. That was the 20-something. I think it was a 22, I think, of Dan Millwood, who spun there. We're following this train of karts who are all thinking they quite like to be in the A final.
So who is that at the front of there? Is that the 4th place car?
That is the 4th place kart of Martin Heath, who's now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people trying to usurp him from that final bump-up place.
They've caught him up.
It has got a little bit confusing now. We've got cars in amongst lap traffic, which is making it more difficult to work out what's going on. But
Harry Wainwright into the lead across the line there. Alex Jones now second, Thomas Child 3rd.
This is the battle, 16 and 56.
Awesome
Adrian Hammond now right on the tail of Heath. Heath is going to feel the pressure now. I said Wainwright's going to pop out and try and outbreak him into Christmas corner. No, decided against that. Perhaps he feels he's stronger. Perhaps breaking into Ashby is the place to go. He might be just waiting for an error. But he's sitting there.
Yeah, it just shows, Nick, that the kart that's been driven by Martin Heath is absolutely on the edge, isn't it? It's hard to pass somebody when they're as fast as you can possibly go. You're going as fast as you possibly can. You've got to actually go faster. And I think that's why it's so settled, isn't it?
Yeah, why you might get a few gimmies in the heats. You're not going to get anything in the final.
No. And you're relying upon the kart ahead. And he is a bit of a cork in a bottle at the moment, is Martin Heath. Aidan Hammond, Steve Maidman, Jake Lewis are the karts behind. And that is a great battle. Steve Jackson, I forgot to mention, off the back of them too. Here they come on the back straight towards Christmas.
He's going to have to go for it.
He's gone for it.
But it's not going to... I think, that's he's lost momentum. So I'm not quite sure whether there's actual contact there. It way off to the top there has gone one of the karts. There's 2 of them, and 2 of those that following 5 had an instant together there. One speed off the left, one speed off the right.
I think it was Jake Lewis and Steve Jackson will confirm that when they come by next time.
Yeah, it might well be. I think you're right. But it was what happened was actually it was when Hammond tripped over Heath. Suddenly they were going, "What are we going to do?" And they went a different way. And it was like, and he's got him there. He spooked me.
They all concertinaed up, didn't they?
Spook Martin because Martin couldn't see him do it. But now it's the 98 behind. Yep, it is. It was Maidman.
Oh, it was Maidman and Jake Lewis.
Jackson. Yeah. Oh! What happened there? Both of them off. What happened there? They come through. It's the 98 and the 56. This is what happens. And it's all fine at that point. Just rode above. It just didn't get the drive. There was no drive for Adrian Hammond there. So Jackson got the drive and Hammond didn't.
Well, I think it was about momentum into the corner, and he just went over the back of him, didn't he?
But they'd already done it. They were already on the exit. They were on the power part.
Yeah, but he didn't go on the power as early as the guy behind him, did he? You know.
Well, that's good news for Martin Heath, isn't it?
Yeah, Martin Heath came out of that unscathed, didn't he? Here is Heath now, and look at the gap he's got before he's going to be challenged.
4 or 5 minutes ago, I'd have put no money on Heath surviving this one. And all the 4 cars behind him have fallen off.
Yeah.
All 4 karts have fallen off.
They've kind of tripped over him, haven't they?
Yeah.
He's done a cracking job of defending there, and I'm not sure what brought about that coming together of the 3 of them.
something. It just didn't.
It's just one of those things, isn't it? It's a high-speed section of track through Oblivion and into Crook, and very easy to start tripping over one another. What that has done, though, is given Heath a 3.2 second gap between himself and the fifth place car of Simon Wheeler.
2.5 laps to go. So there he is.
So he's
we
going to
probably try and find the battle for second, because that's really, really close and just about to go across the line, I think. Mine just gone across the line, actually. Yep. So just coming up towards Harry now will be the 78 and the 62, battling for second. There we are. They're about to go through Inkermans now and down to Ashby, because the only way Martin Heath did lose his bump up slot, he throws it off. So this is the battle for second in this race. Harry Wainwright has come from the back to the front, so proving he was a victim's the wrong word, but had suffered a bad day.
He's had a rough
suffered
day.
A bad day, and now he's making it back because he's on into final. He'll obviously try and make as many positions as possible during that final and score some reasonable points. So of course the overtakes get progressively harder as you move up the talent scale.
Yeah, we're getting down towards last lap board as well, aren't we?
I think
20
one
seconds
more,
on the
this
board.
one and one more, yeah.
Yeah, 20 seconds now on the board. Harry Wainwright, great drive from him. He's pulled out 7.5 seconds. So Harry is going to gain points in that A final. He'll not be happy with. He'll not be happy with that.
He started way back, didn't he, as well?
Yeah,
so he's gone right through the field.
He started 15th.
Yeah, he's gone through the field and got 8 seconds ahead. So
he's massively out of place there.
Even with, what, a 30-something car field, he should get into the top 10, I think, or around the top 10. But it's a struggle, and he's going to have to fight for every single position. So the B final, proving some great racing and some great bumping upping. Harry Wainwright has already gone across to see the last lap board. Now it's the last lap vision for Alex Jones, Thomas Charles, Martin Heath, who's leads down to 1.3 seconds actually. So actually he's managing to try and not get bumped up. In fact, we need to find Martin Heath to get in fourth right now. Where is the blue car? Heath is under pressure. He should be going up towards Harry, and I think he may have just lost it. I think Heath just lost it underneath you now, Harry. I think Martin just lost that as we saw it on the last lap. The bump up has gone to the car going through Ashby now, has gone to Jamie Broderick, the 99 machine, who has pulled back 3.5 seconds. Like I said, wouldn't do it in 2.5 laps.
Unbelievable look for Martin Heath. Harry Wainwright's crossed the line, takes the checkered flag. He will qualify into the year final. Here comes Alex Jones and Thomas Childs. They will qualify. Who is the fourth qualifier?
It's going to be the 99.
It's Jamie Broderick.
Fantastic comeback from Broderick.
Incredible. Jamie Broderick must have looked at that kart of Martin Heath off the track and thought, yes, please. Probably didn't have a clue where he was in the field.
And he's going to be told you bumped. What, am I? I bumped up.
I was hoping to get on the road to go home. Have I got to be in the year final now?
Oh, that's a blow, isn't it?
Yeah. Unbelievable finish. It just shows, Nick, that it's never over until it's over.
And it wasn't over.
And it certainly wasn't quite over, was it?
But luckily we almost saw the over a bit to it.
Right, mate. I'm just going to go into a meeting.
Well, before you go to the meeting, you can talk because I've got to press some buttons over here.
All right, okay. So that's the Rotax 177s, the senior Rotax 177s B final. We've got 4 qualifiers into the A final. They'll go on the 2 final rows of the grid for the A final coming up at the end of the day. It was Harry Wainwright who were qualified first, Alex Jones second, Thomas Childs third, fourth is Jamie Broderick. Coming next, the 100 Super Final, and I'll tell you all about the London Diamonds. They give it its full title, the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt, when I nip back.
So we've already had the pre-final, which we decided wasn't much use. Anyway, so for the main final, the grid for these fantastic classic racing machines from between 1990, early 90s to 2000, 20,000 revs, liable to nip up or blow up at a moment's notice. They're about to go racing for you for 10 minutes. And it's Joe Scory who's in pole. Joining him on the front row, it's Chris Chott. Row 2 is Gary Watling and Ben Yeomans. Row 3, Steve Cook-Martin and Liam Rabjons. It's row 4 for James Verity and Leon Dolby. Row 5 has Lee Gadsby and Adam Wardiel. Richard Puddle and Ashley Curtis are on row 6. Tom Longfield and Paul Sumar on row 7. It's Tim Watts and Martin O'Hara on row 8. Row 9 sees Dane Beamsley and Keith Evans. Paul Warrener, Duncan McLeod in 10. The 11th row is Roy Johnson and Gareth Hunt. The 12th row is Oliver Scullion and Robert Walton. The 13th row is Matt Martin and Billy Thomas. And the 14th and final row will be Stuart Watts and Matt Devlin, though it is likely we'll probably only see about 23 starters, because some of the guys who are at the back of the grid may already have decided their engines have grenaded themselves and they're going to do something else, because there is a high attrition, shall we say, element to it. So that's Ayrton Anderson underneath, very, very unluckily puts his kart back, having been knocked off in the first corner, having had some problems previously. So we wait for the official start. There's another kart coming back as well. There's a few stragglers in the last race. There were some problems at the first corner. A couple of karts didn't even make a lap. Now coming back as a 98. That's lost its chain. I can see it because it's hanging off Steve Jackson. It doesn't hang off Steve Jackson. It's hanging off Steve Jackson's kart. Steve Jackson hasn't got like a chain. He'll sit there with like a big bowl of gold on him or something. But that is the final, I think, of the machines that needs to be brought back. We're about to see an orgy of smoke.
Can I tell you about the belt?
You can tell me about anything you like, mate, because I'm listening to you.
Right then, because these karts are historic karts.
Yes.
They were used in the 90s.
Yes.
You know, they're commonly known in the period as Formula A. They are, it's hard to get the spares for them, so running these every month in a championship is perhaps a bit too much to ask. So the House of 100 have come up with this idea of the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt, which is what this is all about right now. The winner of this 10-minute final will win the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. And it's basically like the sort of belt you win in boxing.
Brilliant.
It's a great idea. This is the first time, I believe, that this has been run, and I hope that it becomes a feature of the NKC, a one-off event every year, wherever that might be. If they want to change tracks and race somewhere else next season, then so be it. But it's a way to build, and it's a great idea. So this is all about the belt, winning the belt, the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt.
Well, one thing we have got right already is that 25 karts are taking the start here. Only 21 took the start for the pre-final. So a few of the karts have decided to use what little piston ring they have left for the final. A couple of them are struggling quite badly. I think this issue about oiling up is always a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Joe Scory on the pole position. He's going to be a hard man to beat for this belt. We will, everybody, if you're listening, we will be doing one of our sound bites when we feel there is a need, and we get the karts punching up and then coming by through. We'll get that beautiful sound, that crescendo of 20,000 revs. That's what these engines rev to. That's why they are very, very stressed units. You know, that's why you're looking at 1 hour on 1 hour of running is the piston life. 3 hours for the cranks and the end bearings.
Yeah. And a complete engine rebuild after 6.
Yeah, and when they do go, they go. They absolutely obliterate
themselves. The reason
themselves.
you change the piston is otherwise it just destroys and detonates in 1,000 pieces.
Yeah.
Quite stressed. Anyway, here we go. Flag waving down.
It's looking good. The lights are on. It's looking very good indeed. A pall of two-stroke smoke as the kart goes across the line. And that was just a burst as they crossed the line there.
It's like over the top. Apologies to everyone. I'm deaf myself.
It gets very aggressive into turn 1, Oblivion. They're already a Christmas corner, though, and just look at the speed. That's a discernible difference in speed, isn't it, through that section there? They really are. Look at them come off the corner here.
I'm just wondering if Harry can breathe the smoke.
Look at the way they come off the corner there, Nick, and then through Parker into Chapman's. Now here, look at them coming off Chapman's, through the right-hand kink off Chapman's, and then the acceleration from 20 miles an hour to 70 in 2 seconds.
Are these the fastest karts here?
Yes, they are.
They're
they're faster.
They're obviously very, very light. They're 65 kilos compared to what they're 100 kilos or so.
Well, we'll have a look at what sort of lap times they're putting in. 46 seconds. They're on a par with Rotax.
That's from a standing start, though.
That is from a standing start. Good point. So Joe Scorey leads, Chris Trott second, Gary Watling in third place, Ben Yeoman's fourth, fifth is Adam Wardiel, James Verity is sixth, Lee Gadsby seventh, eighth Richard Puddle, Tom Longfield lines, and round off the top 10 is Roy Johnson.
What we're going to do the super noise end of this lap whilst they're all quite close together.
Great idea.
So when they spread out too much, and you'll get to hear 20,000 reds. Hopefully there's not too much gossiping going down. You'll get to hear some conversations as well.
Let's stop talking, Nick.
And they come round onto the main straight. Well, that was quite good.
I'm off home now, mate. I don't really need anything more today. I do not need anything more.
Oh, there's nothing like the scream of a two-stroke, the smell of a two-stroke.
20,000 revs. Do the maths. 25 times 20,000.
That would be 500,000, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's 500,000.
I'm trying to
focus. 500,000 revs, that is.
I'm trying 500,000 revs there, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go then. Joe Scorey leads. The gap is 3/10. What is it this time? It's 5. Well, you know what? I'm going to call that 6/10. So Joe Scorey's got command. 45.4 is the fastest lap of the race so far. Roy Johnson up to 6th place ahead of Adam Wardiel and Tom Longfield. Who have we lost? We've lost Keith Evans, who's dropped down the order somewhat.
Lee Gadsby's gone as well.
Lee Gadsby drops out of the race on the number 16. So because of the stress nature of these motors absolutely buzzing around, we do have an attrition aspect to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the glory of these things, but realistically, this is why road taxis and the modern cards are so much better, actually, because you can actually run them properly for a while and not have to constantly make them, fiddle with them and everything else.
30 hours.
Yeah.
30 hours between builds. And they basically push start. You don't have to mess around with them between, and that's why the Rotax Max became so popular.
Yeah, I mean to enjoy your racing, you on the whole, people want to have a good fun, a good time, and convenience. But these things are so exciting.
But like we spoke to Ashley Curtis, didn't we? And he derives the pleasure of running his kart. He loves the aspect of engine tuning.
Of actually running it.
Yeah, well, he's an engine builder.
Yeah.
He builds high-performance car engines. So, call him a geek. He is. He's my sort of geek, for sure. But that's what he gets the pleasure out of. And also, if you're just tuning in and it's the first time you've heard us talk about these karts, the management, from the driving point of view, as they're going around the track, you're managing the performance of the engine by changing the mixture on the carburetor. There is a slide carburetor, so you get full volume of air through. No butterfly to bypass. Oof. It's a full aperture into the motor, and you are gauging and manipulating the mixture to gauge and increase and decrease the performance of the engine.
Well, manipulating mixture is this big battle. It's a battle for the last step on the podium. I'm not sure whether you get a smaller belt, but it's 3rd, 4th and 5th. Scorey and Trotter away, but this is Watling in the 111, Yeomans in the 21, and Roy Johnson in the 70, battling, scrapping, fighting the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Coming up towards Christmas Corner, this is where the karts absolutely get all out. So they break hardness out. The beautiful move up the inside there by Johnson. He ticks off Yeomans and now has to have a go at Gary Watling.
Great racing here. Pure racing. And you can understand what Ayrton's sentiment. Look at that, absolutely. I mean, it's not really a passing place. The entry speed to Parker is so fast. There's no discernible change and difference in speed. Meanwhile, at the front, as we continue battling and watching this 3rd place battle, Joe Scorey comes through to complete 7 laps. Chris Trott in 2nd. There's the battle side by side for Gary Watling. We've got a warning for Roy Johnson in 4th. That's for a little bit of contact.
And he's coming up the inside now, but he's cleanly through. A bit wide. So Johnson, though, has nipped himself into 3rd place. He's done one car at Christmas Corner the last 2 laps.
Best not to use the term nipped for this class of racing.
No. Because the last thing you wanted is nip up.
Yeah.
Now, our first two are getting closer together, so our leaders are about to go around the boot, Frank, so you can pick them up. They are much closer together this lap than they were. Joe Scory, perhaps trying to look after his engine, perhaps trying to slow it down, but that was a 7/10 of a second lead, and that isn't a 7/10 of a second lead now, it's 2/10 of a second.
Can we...
Scory from Trott, first and second here for the super final of the 100.
Well, we're inside of the last 4 minutes. So can we have another noise burst next time by?
I think it's a bit spread out, really, but I can give it a go.
No. I don't care if they're spread out. You can then hear the engines breathe as they space out.
As Ashley said, this is the point where things start to get interesting because the engines are getting warm. You're having to manage them even more.
Just one last burst of noise from these 20,000 rev engines.
Well,
and it is getting interesting, isn't it?
Getting into the front. We'll start when these guys come over in a couple of seconds' time.
Thank you.
You know me, I always look after you. It's
awesome.
fine.
Right, back to this battle at the front now. Scory has lost all of that gap that he had. Chris Trott has bided his time. He's waited for those tyres to come on, and as we get towards the final 2.5 minutes, we have got a battle for the lead. It's not just a battle for the lead. We're not talking about the championship points here. We're talking about the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt.
Can Chris Trott land a knockout blow on Joe Scory?
We're going to find out, Nick. 2 minutes on the clock now.
Will it be a points win?
It's not going to be anything to do with points. This is going to be an annual event for these karts, and it's great to see the owners finding their spares, finding the bits and pieces they need to make these karts run. And to be honest, they've run really well all day.
Yeah, we had a bit of a fallout in the first heat, and after that they really worked it out, didn't they? I think everyone was perhaps not quite up to speed on how to run them for the heat.
Over 20 karts in the field of these 100 Supers, and on to the 12th lap for the leaders. Joe Scory, he'll be aware where Chris Trott is into Inkermans.
Is it the point where you just think, this time I won't choke the engine and try and get an extra couple of tenths?
No, you can't do it.
I don't know, come on, let's put it through!
Oh, that's a really tricky part to overtake anybody.
Look at that, he gets cheers from the crowd as Chris Trott takes Joe Scory. We've got the replay, but we'll just give it a couple of seconds until they get on around it. Right, okay, let's see that one again, how you managed to get through.
Yeah, fabulous driving. You look at Joe Scory, it was all about momentum, and then on the brakes into Parker.
Because Scory wasn't expecting him there, was he? He was not expecting a kart there.
He didn't get my memo. You shouldn't be able to overtake him, Parker. There's no discernible difference in speed.
But now the hunter becomes the hunted. And Scory has seen where he can get past.
It's not over, is it?
At this point, this is the chance this year to become the champion. What can he do with this lap and one more? Actually, they might get two more, actually.
Well, there's 22 seconds
really
on the board.
tight. If they get round, they may well get round again, actually.
Yeah, I think they are. I do think they are. 17 seconds on the board. Yeah, they are.
15.
It's going to be...
So they get two more laps.
Yeah, onto the penultimate lap now.
Trott's pulled away. So Scory needs to throw his engine to the wind and just literally go full attack.
I'm not sure he's got anything in the toolkit as Joe Scory. He's had a great day's racing, but when it's come to it, it's all about winning that London Diamonds belt. The London Diamonds Championship belt is what it is all about. And Chris Trott right now is heading towards that. But you know what? It's never over until it's over. Chris Trott, especially in this formula.
I genuinely don't want this to happen to anybody, but I would like to see someone just nip up on the last lap, because that's what used to happen to me.
You mean for tradition's sake?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Just for old memory's sake.
Last lap board. Chris Trott takes the last lap board. He's got one more lap of Whilton Mill. And then it's the London Diamonds Championship belt. That will be his for at least a year. Joe Scory has got nothing left, has he? He's had a great day's racing. He put himself on the pole position for the final, but it was Chris Trott who started alongside. And they've got back markers now. Will the back marker play a part? No, indeed he will not. And they're on the back straight for the last time. Into the boot. And through Pitts Bend, it will be Chris Trott, the first recipient of the London Diamonds Championship belt. And a great win. It really was a great win as well, Nick, because
that was fantastic.
He followed Joe Scory. He gained and gained and gained, and then he just, you know what? He studied him.
Yeah.
He studied where he could maybe get a go at him, and you saw how surprised the body language of Joe Scory was. Like, what did you do there?
Where's that? Why?
Awesome. Let's have a look down.
Fantastic. You go for the results.
Yeah, let's have a look at and see who was in the top 10. We've lost. Hey, there he is, Tom Longfield, on the last lap. Yeah, his engines give up. He's dropping down the order. Chris Trott takes the win. Joe Scory is in second place after starting from the pole. Roy Johnson third. Gary Watling is in fourth. Ben Yeoman's fifth. Adam Wardiel is in sixth. Oliver Scullion seventh. Richard Puddle is in eighth. Ninth was Matt Martin. Leon Dolby 10th. Tim Watts 11th. Stephen Cook Martin was in 12th. Ashley Curtis, great to speak to you earlier on in the weekend, Ashley. He got 13th. Robert Walton 14th. Paul Seymour 15th. Dane Beamsley 16th. We lost Tom Longfield on the last lap. Keith Evans was a lapped 18th. James Verity we lost on lap 12. Martin O'Hara we lost on lap 10. Paul Warren we lost on lap 8. Gareth Hunt went out on lap 7 along with Liam Rabjohns. Duncan McLeod we lost on lap 4, and Lee Gadsby went out on lap 2. Well, everybody, that was the 100 Super, the 100 Super Championship belt, the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt, to give it its full title. It's a one-off karting event during a year, and it holds a special status, and it's the best route forward for this class, I think. I think it's a great idea. You can run these karts towards a one-off annual event. The first one being here at Whilton Mill. You can say that you were the first to see it. And these karts were just phenomenal. Took us back in time, didn't it, my friend? Took us back in time to a time when I too was racing karts and looked at the Formula A formula and thought, they're fast.
Well, Karting One says 2 years in the making this event. He's
oh, really? Well done, everybody.
Team. And thanks to NKC, sponsor everyone involved. Yeah, absolutely. So, fantastic stuff. Great fun. But as time moves on for those historic machines, time moves on for us today. And next up is the Junior Rotax Final.
Well, Sarah, our grid marshal, tells us that everybody's present and correct for our Junior Rotax A Final. Sorry?
Have you done the grid?
All right, sorry. No, I haven't. No, I was too excited for the Super 100 Supers, mate.
That's the wrong one.
It is. We haven't got a grid for the...
Oh, we haven't got a grid for the Junior.
Can we have a grid for the Junior Rotax Final, please? Yes, is the answer. So we'll talk amongst ourselves until that happens. Coming after Junior Rotax is the 100 UK Final, and that's another one I've been looking forward to. Another retro series of karts. But before that, I've just got, coming off the printer now, our final. Let's have a look at the championship, shall we? Junior Rotax being led by Samuel Wyatt, who leads with 400. Thank you very much. No worries, I should have asked. Braden Hill is second, Ronnie Shrimpton third in the championship. And last time out of Rowra, it was Braden Hill who took the win from Mason Perrin, with Samuel Wyatt in third. The grid, I'm just over here across my shoulder that the track is clear, so we'll have a look at the grid now. Bobby Rosier is on the pole with championship leader Samuel Wyatt alongside. Braden Hill, second in the championship, is on row 2 with Ashton French. Ashton French is 6th in the championship, not that far behind. Row 3 is Mason Perrin, who is 4th in the championship with Elliot Thomas alongside. Ethan Wyatt is on row 4 with Tristan Bernard. And then we've got Adam Catling and Ronnie Shrimpton on row 5. Row 6 is Archie Butler and James Rigby. Ben Ficini and Joel Bowden's on row 7. Sam Lloyd, Daniel Whitfield are on row 8. Row 9 is Ollie Morris and Lewis Llewellyn. Archie Lyons and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 10. Row 11, Frank Bourne and Rafi Celentano. Levi Goodyear and Alfie Smith are on row 12. Row 13 is Alfie Bushell and Jack Briscoe. Sophie Hadley and Jacob McDonald are on row 14. And Thomas Hadley rounds off the 29 kart field. There you go, Nick. What do you think of that?
29 cards, we've got 31. Oh no, got two erroneous transponders. We have got 29, that's okay. So Rosier and Wyatt. Wyatt obviously is the current. Is Rosier's not in this, is he, at the moment? He's a new person. Was he a guest?
No, he's not in the championship. He's not
an official guest, so he must be a.
So he must
late
be
entry.
a late entry to the championship, which
Sam
is great
Wyatt.
to have him because he's been really, really hard to beat today, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's looking good.
Really has.
It looks like the juniors are going to show everyone else how they've actually managed to get a start off in the first with their first go. 29 karts in junior Rotax. They come around the pits bend. They will apply some throttle, applying some choke, and they're off.
Yeah, we've got a race start, and look at that, punching right up there into oblivion.
Rosier immediately kind of leant across with Wyatt and took the lead, so I think you're going to see it's the 49 that's leading as they come up the hill.
It's kind of unavoidable coming into some sort of contact in the first turn of a bunched up grid of 29 junior Rotax karts out of Inkermans. And look at the lead he's pulled.
Steps ahead.
Massive lead considering we've only been through the first half of this lap. Into Parker, to left-hander, short straight, and then into Chapman, named after the great Carter character, Gary Chapman.
By, Colin Chapman, but there we go.
No, Gary Chapman.
20, so it is Sammy White back in second. Sammy White wasn't in second. He nipped back into second just coming out of Christmas Corner, so it is back to as they started on the grid, but the loss of distance has been because Wyatt dropped to third around the first couple of corners and has to fight his way back to second again.
So everybody behaving themselves on lap 1 as they've come through to complete one lap. I can confirm Bobby Rosier is in the lead. Samuel Wyatt is in second. Braden Hill, Ashton French, Mason Perrin, Elliot Thomas, Tristan Bernard up to 7th, Ethan Wyatt down to 8th, up 2 into the top 10 has gone Archie Buttle with Adam Catling rounding off that top 10.
And it is a absolute textbook performance by Bobby Rosier. He's got the jump and he's just, working, isn't he? What else can you say? The 49 kart, white, red and green. He doesn't have to bother look behind him. He's got a lead that was just shy of a second. I think now it's over a second as it comes to 1.1 from Wyatt. Braden Hill another second back. The battle now really is the battle for third, fourth and fifth. So let's drift back to the third, fourth and fifth battle.
We've lost Elliot Thomas. He's dropping down the order like a stone. I can't see anybody out there on the track unless this is Elliot coming
Ollie
through
Morris,
now.
Ollie Morris has also got a problem, yeah, so Ollie Morris is running, but he's lost a lot of time. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. Hill, French and Perrin. French gets up the inside of Hill. They come through Chapman.
Yeah, he's made it stick as well, hasn't he?
And Hill's trying back on the inside, going into the entry of the boot, but no, it's some good kart placement by the bright orange helmet of Ashton French.
Across the line then, 3 laps completed for Bobby Rosier. He's pulled out a gap of 1.3 seconds. Sam Wyatt in second place has 2.1 seconds to Ashton French, who has got no seconds whatsoever to Braden Hill and Mason Perrin. They're right on his tail. That's a great battle developing for that third spot. Remember, this is all about a podium as well. Trophies to be presented to first, second and third. So we are really looking towards that a bit of a metaphorical fist fight for that final step of the podium.
It's trophies and points. Points are what really count, but everyone likes to have something to take home to show mum or dad.
Yeah.
Or the rest of the family.
It's all about the trophies. We've got. I thought I saw a bit of consternation in the crowd there. I was wondering what they were thinking about.
Yeah,
Braden Hill. Oof. That's what the consternation is.
Dropped down to 7th.
Braden Hill is down to 7th place. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Problem he's got is the top 4 are really spaced out. So the battle on the screen at the moment is 5th and 6th, which is Bernard and Buttle. Archie Buttle and Tristan Bernard. But as they come now onto the back straight.
Yeah, it's spaced right out now, isn't it?
It's the 15 and the 22. This is the only battle, and Braden Hill, who's dropped back more. Has he? I just missed it. I think he may have. No, I think I've missed it. I think he is hunting behind these two. No, he's not. He's dropped back more spaces. Hill. Yeah, Hill's hit a problem. So it's bad news for Braden. He's obviously got a technical issue, and he's dropping right down the field. Joe. So Braden, who's been one of the front runners in all the previous 3 rounds, and was a front runner here. It's one of those days, just not going to work.
He's second in the championship, Nick. He was the winner at Rowra. He was the winner at round 1 at GYG, Glannygores. So, he's won 2 A finals so far, but this weekend at Whilton Mill is not to be his. He's going to have to relinquish all of those championship points to the likes of Bobby Rosier, Samuel Wyatt, Ashton French, and Mason Perrin, who were first, second, third and fourth. They're well spaced out though, Nick.
There's a huge nibble at the back of Tristan Bernard by Archie Buttle there. That was I'm kind of wondering how hard you have to hit to get your nose to drop, because you gave it a right old clunk. Almost shifted the car off the track, but it was a relatively low closing speed with the key point. Coming up now to Christmas Corner. And
Benficini moving up to 8th there, last time by ahead of Adam Catling. Ronnie Shrimpton now in 10th. No real sort of movers through the field as you would expect in an A final though.
Wyatt there looked at the outside chap. That was a really bad idea because he's lost so much momentum doing that. I think he's going to lose the position actually.
Leader across the line, 7 laps completed. Sam Wyatt, 1.6 seconds the gap between first and second. 4.2 between Wyatt in second and Ashton French in third. But Mason Perrin now moving onto the rear bumper of Ashton French for that final podium position.
Yeah, Battle got through just back up to 5th over Bernard. So we've got this kind of small changes at the moment. Archie Lyons has just hit some problems and dropped several places. So yeah, people are making moves, coming off the track, losing 5 places, having technical issues. Towards the front, it's quite even, I think you'd have to say. People aren't really making massive moves. Rosier's got himself in a comfortable position, 1.6 seconds ahead.
Well, the thing is, you've got Rosier lapping last time by there, 45.766. That's his quickest time so far. However, Sam Wyatt, who just went by there in a 46.1, his quickest time is slightly quicker, 45.750. Came on lap 6 2 laps ago. Ashton French, he's going quicker still. 46.2, Mason Perrin in 4th, 46.0. They are going quicker every lap, but everybody's progressing in the same sort of fashion. Archie Buttle 5th, Tristan Bernard 6th, 7th of Ethan Wyatt, Benficini 8th, 9th is Adam Catling, and Ronnie Shrimpton still 10th.
Yep, this battle is actually the closest one on the entire track, and it is the battle, and it's about to nearly change positions there, which is just actually the Bernard and Wyatt trying to solve their own personal scrap for 6th and 7th. There's no big trophy for that, but there is an extra couple of points in the championship. What a point to make. Oh, the 77 to get there. There's a couple of times where drivers are trying moves that are never going to happen. You think that's never going to work. Why are you doing that? Because you're just going to lose time. Like trying to get up the inside, turning into oblivion, is just a recipe for an accident.
Well, these youngsters do absolutely.
Well, the old people are doing it as well.
Blow me away. Yeah, absolutely. So it's not, you can't put it down to the exuberance of youth, I suppose. Or can you?
I don't know, racing drivers.
Yeah, there's another fastest lap for Bobby Rosier. He continues going faster and faster. 45.7. Crosses the line there, 45.763. He's in that window of 45.7s for the last, 4 laps. He's so consistent.
He's so quick.
So consistently quick.
So Rosier leads, Samuel Wyatt second, Ashton French third, but a long way off. French and Perrin actually looks like being there. So the third and fourth is probably the best battle on the track at the moment. I have literally no idea where they are. They're 3/10 apart.
Yeah, they're in third place. So there's Sam Wyatt just going into the boot there. There's second place Sam Wyatt there. So there's the battle for third now, just on the back straight, heading towards the boot.
Oh yeah, 55 and 30, there we go. 53 and 30, coming on the orange helmet and white helmet underneath Frank now.
Yeah, you've got it, Frank, spot on. There they come across the line. It'll be 11 laps completed for French and Perrin.
So they got
And it's
3 to go.
Yeah, well, we've got a minute and 20 on the clock. They're lapping in 45 seconds.
Oh, I love that. Aston French looked left, right. Every time he looked one direction, Mason was going the other way. So he go, where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
So these junior Rotax karts are lapping at the same lap times as the 100 Supers, but they're producing the lap time in a completely different way.
Oh, yeah.
Still very, very physical, these karts.
Much bigger. More grip, I would assume.
Now, I did think Mason Perrin was kind of just building up the amount of challenge. He's moved on to the bumper of Ashton French. And these two youngsters just coming around the final bend now, Pitts Bend, to...
Yeah, they're going to get a couple more because Rosier will get another lap.
Right.
He won't see the last lap next time round because he's so far ahead of these guys. So there's 2 more laps for them. Them? Actually, might be 3 laps thinking about it. Ashton French certainly mounting a pretty good defence. They've got a bit of back marker. It's Thomas Hadley in the 28, and he's held up very slightly. And he's got a bit of... Oh, dear, no, 28 needs a blue flag because he's absolutely completely in the way of both these guys. I'm not sure if he knows what's going on. He's actually fighting with him in a relatively silly little thing to do. So 28 needs a little bit of a word, and he's got a hard Paddington Bears stare from Mason Perrin, number 30. So if I was the clerk of the course, I would have a little bit of a chatette with the 28 machine of Thomas Hadley, because that's not how you get lapped. He was fighting, and you know, it's hard. It's things you've got to learn. You've got to learn. You know, the young kids, he's looking very small, so she's one of the youngest out there. You've got to learn. This is one of the things you do. If you're getting lapped, you've got to let them through as easy as possible. You don't fight them.
So we look towards the starter for the last lap board to be shown to Bobby Rosier. Bobby Rosier getting mixed right up now in the back markers. So he's on his final lap. Samuel Wyatt comes through 3.2 seconds behind. Then we look for Ashton French. He's still got Mason Perrin behind him.
Absolutely scrapping it up on the camera.
And Perrin knows he's on the final lap. He's going to have to challenge now. If he's going to have that step on the podium to pick up a trophy this afternoon, he's going to have to make a move. Out of Ashby, down towards Parker. As a look, not quite enough momentum there. Out of Parker, now into Chapman. Onto the back straight. The leader almost with us now. Checkered flag being ready. Leader across the line now and takes the win in fine style for Bobby Rosier. Second place for Samuel Wyatt. And there's third place. And it's Ashton French who's hung on to it, Nick.
I'll just say about Bobby Rosier. Bobby Rosier has got a loose nose panel.
Yeah, it's a bit rattly, isn't it?
So is that because it's come undone, or has he had a clunk on the back marker, which may have dropped his nose, losing 5 seconds?
It's been rattling all the time.
Okay. Don't ruin my story.
That's not the nose
No,
section.
I was making a story up. So if he'd had a clunk and an accident that's loosened that panel, it could have done the nose as well. Honestly, you won't let me build Jeopardy, will you?
No, because you're being silly.
1 out of 10 for helpfulness.
Heaven to Betty. I can't wait for Lando.
You'll miss me.
I'll be so professional.
You and Johnny?
Me, Johnny and Paul.
Well, Paul won't help anything. He'll be trying to work out what the hell
Paul
to do next.
is just dying to work with professionals.
Look, he's been working with us since 2006. Why would he want to work with professionals now? He's had 16 years of not doing it.
Exactly. He wants to see what it's like.
No, see, Paul works with professionals. He works with students. It's like a professional, only more demanding with less money.
Right. One of the icing on an already very rich cake for me is the 100 UK class of karts. These are, again, a retro class of karts using the TKM engine, the 100cc single-barreled, air-cooled TKM motor that was around in the 90s. And on the pole position is none other than our good friend Ben Klukas. Jason Parrott alongside. Look at that second row though. Ed Peed and Wesley Graves. Championship leader Graves. Third row of the grid is Ryan Cole and Jordan Kendall. Daniel Mensah, a guest driver here this weekend, is on row 4 with Ross Kernow. Then we've got Ryan Gill and Jamie Crease on row 5. Row 6 is Dominic Pine and Brendan Williams. Liam Hamling, he's had a good day. Getting these carts away is not the work of a moment. Matthew Lawrence is alongside Liam Hamling on row 7. Darren Beavers, Charlie Leonard are on row 8. Matt Ribbett and Andrew Bradley are on row 9. Simon Gamble and Tom Pattle are on row 10. James Cannon, Scott Williams are on row 11. And then we've got Paul Streether and Leonardo Taggio on row 12. Adrian Cauchy and Luke Padley are on row 13, with Sergio Taggio and John Allen on row 14. Camille Suika and Marcus Dory are on row 15. And then we've got Nick Watkins and Lee Jackson rounding off the 32 kart field. Stand by, everybody. This is going to be interesting. We do expect them to get another lap round.
They have got it.
These are very temperamental two-stroke engines. They're air-cooled, so it's very tricky to get them going. So another lap to clear off those engines and get them running to their optimum, ready for the start. Well, Ben Klukas on the pole position. He's gonna have to hold the grid up so that the stragglers will be able to catch up, and he's doing that now as he heads towards the infield left-hander at Parker, and then he will bring them right in front of us on that back straight, little stretch of track there, just across the way from the start-finish straight. Runs parallel with the start-finish straight towards the boot here at Whilton Mill. It is a 20... Let's see, we have 32 karts have qualified, Nick. How many's come past? 29.
29.
So we've lost 3. So 29 karts in this field. Ben Klukas on the pole position.
It's a full
We're
grid.
going to let them go this time. They look pretty orderly. The red lights are on. As they come through the final turn, they'll see the red lights. The red lights are on. The red lights go off. And look at Ben Klukas. What a start. He timed that to perfection.
Wesley Graves did not pick up well. I think he may only have lost a couple of places, but he just didn't pick up well around off the straight at all. He was doing that bouncy thing you're doing, trying to will it forward.
Yeah, he's got Ed Peed ahead of him, hasn't he?
Yep,
and he's
down in
also
fifth,
got Ryan Cole as well. Or is that Jason Parrott?
It's rolling
on the
now.
27.
So I think Klukas in the all black has taken the lead. Is Parrott the white machine?
I think so. We're looking for the 29.
The inside, and then 47 is Peed.
Oh, so what's...
And then 48, or 46 actually, Cole in 4th. Coming towards Frank and the boot.
Right, here they come towards us. Through the boot, we've got a spinner there. It's one of the flex
a
carts.
massive load of problems there.
And carts all over the track to avoid them.
And of course the problem is that these carts don't just start again like a Rotax. So 3 or 4 carts have got going. There's a couple of people trying to bump them.
It's uphill as well for those drivers.
And not massively successful.
We've got
31 car of Nick Watson, quite cleverly, has decided to do it a different way. Wesley Graves officially didn't come across the line that time. I'm not sure if that's a transponder issue.
I'm not sure where Wes is. He's
is that a transponder issue?
Wesley Graves.
Oh, there he is. He was involved in it.
Wesley Graves caused that. He spun in front of the field, and the field just came to a halt. He's
rolling now, Graves, but that's it.
He's not happy with that. It was one of the flex
Daniel
car liveries
as well. Jamie Crease, and Liam Hamley. It's taken out a middle chunk of the quality of this field. Has all been spun around in that instant going through the boot.
Well, it's certainly not over yet with the 4 leaders breaking away. Ben Klukas, Jason Parrott, Ed Peed and Ryan Cole. They've got 1.3 seconds before Jordan Kendall comes through in 5th, Dominic Pine in 6th, Ryan Gill in 7th, Matthew Lawrence 8th, 9th is Brendan Williams, Charlie Leonard 10th. But this battle for 4th, it's going to be a pretty much a high-speed game of chess as we watch the clock tick down. Ben Klukas, 50.6 lap time there, 50.4 for Ryan Cole in 4th place. So the fastest kart last time by was that 4th place kart, number 46 of Ryan Cole, who's gotten ahead of Ed Peed, I've got to say it. Just as I was checking the timing screen there.
Yep.
So Ryan Cole from 4th to 3rd now.
And he's absolutely all over the back of Jason Parrott, the white kart in 2nd. So Cole looking to get himself back up the hill. And now he's going to move out there, and I think he's going to let it happen. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Just
the inevitability of that pass there, and even Jason Parrott could see that. And that will release him to start attacking Klukas. And it won't take him long to make up the half second or so he's behind.
It can't be long looking at the pace he's got there before we see Ryan Cole, who is not really in contention in the championship, just trying to find him. And he's not on the guest list, is he? He is on the guest list.
He's the guest list. So,
so
what he does doesn't matter. It won't affect the point scoring.
Yeah. So
what he's trying to do is win, but that won't affect it because Klukas will still get the points. Now, does Klukas know that?
Probably not. All Ben will see is another competitor. He'll not have time to work out who it is and the fact that he's on the guest list.
Yeah, but he's going to come through.
He's going to fight it, isn't he? He's going to fight
wide,
it.
And into the lead goes Ryan Cole.
And Ben Klukas being nudged.
He's lost out of... He was leading just 3 corners ago. Now he's in 4th.
Yeah, he tripped over. I mean, if he'd known that Ryan Cole's not a championship point scorer, he probably would have dealt with that a lot differently. But now, having tripped over himself and had Jason Parrott just make some what would look like unavoidable contact there, Ed P took advantage as well.
Yep.
He might be one of Ben Klukas' good mates, but it's I'm not sure you can have good mates on a track. You've just got to take everything, haven't you?
Yep.
So Ryan Cole, Jason Parrott crossing the line. Where have we gotten that from? Where's Ryan Cole gone? Who's in the lead there? Jason Parrott in the 27. That's not...
No, 46 lead.
Ryan Cole, I think we've got a transponder problem last time by.
Cole's dropped down and lost a lap, yep. He is leading. I can see him in the green and blue. Oh, we've got a lovely little waft of engine smoke came in there. Very nice. Nice bit of two-stroke.
On the road, Ryan Cole leads this race from Jason Parrott, Ed Peed and Ben Klukas.
Looks like his transponder's completely given up, isn't it?
I'm not really sure.
Klukas was up the inside of Ed Peed there, and it sort of half came together as they sweep round the 47. That's Ed Peed. The 84 is Klukas. Then behind them is the 9 of Dominic Pine. But the thing to remember is they are one place lower than it says here. Cole's actually now lost 2 laps, so Cole definitely got a transponder failure.
Yeah, his transponder's failed. He is in the lead on the road, but he's not in the championship, so that's kind of given us the...
At least it gives you the actual points out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, the championship contention is all the way down to Jason Parrott, Ed Peed and Ben Klukas. And I wonder if, as a guest driver, you're not eligible to take trophies as well.
Normally you can have a trophy.
Is that, Chris, do guest drivers take trophies? They do. So if they come first, they get the trophy. Right. They just don't get the points. Yeah. So that'll be a big galling, won't it, for Jason Parrott?
Oh, I don't think he cares. It's the points.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Jason Parrott at the moment is on schedule for taking maximum. However, Jason Parrott's a guest as well.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right.
So we've got...
Pete and Klukas are fighting for the big money.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And Ed Pete currently 4th. Ben Klukas currently 6th. So it really is going to be one of those situations where they are going to have maximum points haul on the man who led the championship coming into this round, Wes Graves, who, let's find out where Wes is and how his rebuild is coming. Wesley Graves up to 17th. He's on a charge through the field. Here's Wes, the number 2. So he'll be wanting to maximise his points haul as well. Jason Parrott dropping down the order. Are we taking the guests out, by the way? on the timing, we took Ryan Cole's missing. Now Jason Parrott's gone missing. Yeah, doesn't matter because they're guests. Makes things easier for the championship. Yeah, does for you. So bizarrely, the 2 guest drivers are falling down the official timing. which gives us a great view
convenient.
of conveniently tells us who are the championship protagonists at the front of this field. And that one's Ed Peed, currently ahead of Ben Clucas. These two good mates, and look at these. They've not unfamiliar territory in the world of car racing as well, as Ben Clucas says, sorry mate, I'm having this, excuse me, and moves ahead of Christmas Corner. With about 2 minutes of this race to run, Ben Clucas on the number 84 now takes the third place from Ed Peed. We've got Jason Parrott ahead and Ryan Cole ahead of him on the road, that is.
Pete's not taking this line down, is he?
No, he won't. Fierce competitor, Ed.
So the car ahead of them is a back marker, isn't it?
Oh, and look at that. He got tripped up by the back
55
marker.
of Sergio Taggio.
That's allowed Ed to get right on the bumper of Ben. Blue flags flying. And he's got to defend, hasn't he, Nick?
Yeah, Pete looking for the outside, and this is the real chance of being pointed away through by the back markers. Now, it does mean that Dominic Pine could actually pick up a few extra points, because, of course, he is scoring points, I believe.
So this tripping over of back markers is allowing Dominic Pine, and Jordan Kendall is that.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get onto the back.
Sorry, it's Jordan Kendall, you're right, sorry. It's not Pine, it's
Jordan Kendall, yeah.
And so much so that Ed had a good old stare at him as they went through there. So we got 55. I'm not quite sure how far ahead. It's going to be interesting how they're going to time this. Are they going to time this to these guys?
Oh, look at that, side by side. And Ben Clucas just ran out of room there.
Dear, oh dear, he's very annoyed with himself. Let's see that one again as the third place net, but the points. So what happened here? Well, it's a great run in by
It was Ed Peed. Ed Peed got the momentum out of the boot, and then went side by side. He'll be totally unaware.
Oh,
that
water.
Ben,
That was why it was puddle.
Yeah, of
no
course.
grip.
That's where the water is on the curb.
And he just went through, that was it.
He just slid off, contacted the barrier. That's put Ben right down the order and left Ed Peed in a very solid third place. Jordan Kendall, though,
who's leading this race? Ryan Cole's leading this race, but we don't know he is.
Yeah,
in
Ryan
the 46
from
Ryan Cole, and actually
Jason
it's
Parrott.
right. It's last lap. It's fine. He's gone through. He hasn't been scored as the last lap, but they don't realise he's winning. But he has gone through, and it will be last lap now for the leader, who they think is Ed Peed, who I have no idea where he is at the moment. Where's Ed?
Well,
there
Ed
he is.
Peed there,
right, on
number
last
47.
lap. So it's the last lap for Ed here.
Yeah, but he's actually third on the road.
You're right before Harry.
Yeah, we're looking for Ryan Cole, number 46, who is leading. Ben Clucas is going to be a retirement. He's just unable to get that kart going, and that's pretty tragic for Ben. Looking very strong points haul for the championship.
Ryan going around the last couple of corners. One more car to lap, but he takes it. Great guest victory for...
No, last lap board for him.
No, they're wrong. They're checking flag. They've worked out checking flag.
All right, okay. Yeah, he's not hearing his radio, is he? So we should have had the checkered flag for Ryan Cole.
Well, the checkered flag's on the digi flag. So there may be some confusion, but he has actually finished.
Yeah, now he hears it. These carts really noisy. Yeah.
Well, we knew what was going on.
Yeah,
sort of.
Yeah. So the race is finished.
And now you'll find the commentary team feeling smug.
You kept a grip on it, Nick.
Thank you. I always do. Okay, so we're now down to our last couple of races.
Let's have a quick rundown. Ryan Cole has taken the win. You need to wave the flag, mate.
Yeah, he's kind of really failed in his job there, hasn't he?
So Ryan Cole takes the win. Jason Parrott takes second place. They are guest drivers and will not take any championship points. In third place was Ed Peed. Jordan Kendall was fourth. Dominic Pine fifth. Ryan Gill sixth. Seventh was Scott Williams. Eighth was Brendan Williams. And Adrian Cauchy ninth. And rounding off the top 10 was Ross Kernow. It's going to be Senior Rotax A final next up. Penultimate race of the afternoon. Round 4 of the NKC. And when we get the grid in order, we'll be having a look at that, Nick.
No, there's still some people not knowing they finished or not.
Yeah,
Little bit of confusion on this one.
Yeah, a lot of confusion being managing people on and off the track, as carts are still at full pelt on the track. Track not quite being neutralised, but it looks like we are moving on. So moving on to the next final, and that is the senior Rotax. This is the 162 class. It's 162 kilogram minimum weight, and that includes the driver. So it really, you're relying upon your driver, not carrying anything excess, and hence we have a 177 class for the bigger driver.
The bigger driver.
Yeah.
So it's light, followed by shade, or heavier.
Guess who's on the pole, Nick?
For this one?
Yeah. Don't look at the thing.
I don't know then.
Yes. It's Jez Williams.
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. Sorry.
The Chaos Sport driver, Jez Williams, on the pole position. 150 points to Adam Rogers in second on 137 points. I think, barring any kind of issues that Jez might have, I think we're pretty much going to wave bye-bye to Jez. He's had the pace all day, and he's looking very strong to win from pole position. I'd like to say congratulations to Kai Hunter, who has taken a clean sweep victory at the BNL round at Marienburg in Belgium today.
What does BNL stand for?
It's the European Championship.
Oh, well done,
European Championships there. Sorry, it's not the European Championship, it's the Benelux Championship. It's a kind of a precursor to preparation for the European Championship round there. So he's been running with a lot of Belgians and Dutch and Luxembourg. Yeah, the BNL, Benelux Championship. So bodes well for his run at the Euro Trophy, the Rotax European Championships next week.
Is that there as well?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So the number 97 being brought in there, and that is...
Here comes the 14.
Leonardo Taggio, son of Sergio. Just being led in. We've got the grid formed in the collecting area. As I said, Jez Williams and Adam Rogers on the front row. We've got Nathan Chattel, who won the heat earlier on today. Nathan, I believe, is a guest driver, so he'll not be taking any points. Scott Smith alongside him on row 2. Simon Keeble and Paul Ozan. Keep a lookout for the All-Master, former British Super 1 champion, Paul Ozan on row 3. Row 4 is Miles Barthorpe and Luke Evans. Row 5, Lewis Jones, Toby Case, Alex Wannabe and Callum Davies on row 6. Row 7, Thomas Storr and Max Martin. Reese Pope and Jay Lewis, row 8. Paul Moran and Ellis Humphreys are on row 9. Andy Powell is on row 10 with Pedro Oliveira, with Lewis Paul and Tonino Machichi on row 11. Jodie Newman and Jez Owen are on row 12. Tyler Fossey and Sam Elliott are on row 13. We've got Jack Jones and Jodie Fox on row 14. Tommy Lee Davies are on row 15, and James Coston on row 30. I have no information on this grid sheet for the qualifiers from the B final. For some reason.
Four. The last four, aren't they? Aren't the last four?
No,
right.
They're not.
So we've got more than that.
Yeah, so we've got four more drivers.
Tom Radburn, Lewis. In fact, there's so many people. It's bigger than the screen.
Yeah, it is. It's. I'll tell you who we've got. We've got
Lewis Cooper, George Sanders,
Tommy Lee. Not Tommy Lee Davies and James Coston. We've got Lewis Cooper, George Sanders, and Tom Radburn, who've qualified through. But we are one driver missing from the B final. It's okay. We'll get through it. We don't need it. I just wondered if they were picking up on the timing.
No, we've got a problem on the... No, he's going again. There's a problem with the 38, I think it was.
The 38. Who's that again?
They're going to run it round another lap because one of these cars has just lost it a bit.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they all know they're going round. They're going round.
And there's the number 60 moving very, very slowly. I'm not sure why is the answer to that. Just slotting back in the grid. Maybe he's moved forward too much and he's realised he's out of grid position. Toby Case dropping into 19th spot across the line. Let's hope Toby gets into position. I'm just trying to find out where he should be. He should be in 10th. So Toby Case may have a problem there. So Toby Case qualified in 10th place, and he was dropping down the order. I'm not sure if that was indeed a problem for him. We'll keep an eye on that. So the field being formed up nicely behind the Kia Sport driver Jez Williams, who will lead the field round. We're nicely formed up as we head towards Chapman, and then we'll head from Chapman through the right-hand kink onto the back straight, heading towards the boot. It's 10 minutes and 1 lap. The grid nicely formed there. All 34 karts, or at least 33, have taken the start. So one of our qualifiers from the B final. No, 34. Reese Pope was the missing driver. So we got George Sanders, Tom Radburn, Reese Pope and Lewis Cooper to round off the 34 kart field. What an absolute outstanding field of senior Rotax 162s. Heading towards the red lights to go out. They do indeed. And it's Jez Williams leads through Oblivion and into Crook. And everybody else gets through Crook without any incident. I've got a report up towards Christmas. And it's, look at that, Jez Williams absolutely in command already after 2 corners.
And it's Nathan Chattel. So we've got 2 non-scorers again, leading them away.
No, Jez Williams is not a guest.
I keep saying that. I keep thinking he's not. He's a recent rejoin. He's joined in.
He must have registered. Chris, has Jez Williams registered for the championship? He does not. It's just not down as a guest. So
who knows?
We'd love to have him for the last 3 rounds, wouldn't we? If he's watching this back at home, Jez, you're going to have to be here for the next 2 rounds. Hopefully it doesn't clash with anything like you're doing with regards to the Motorsport UK British Champs. So that would be good. Field have gone through. Nick Jez Williams leads. Nathan Chattel in second. Adam Rogers third. Scott Smith fourth. Simon Keeble fifth. Miles Barthorpe sixth. Paul Azan seventh. Eighth is Lewis Jones. Callum Davies ninth. And then 10th is Luke Evans. Oh, really?
So Williams, Chattel. Williams, look how far away he is already.
Yeah, he's gone. I knew he would. 47 seconds from a standing start.
So the battle is now 3rd, 4th and 5th. So it's the blue kart, followed by the red and white one, which is Scott Smith. So it's Rogers from Smith, from Keeble, from Barthorpe, from Ozan, and that's where the real battle is. They try and pick off the lower steps of the podium.
Yeah, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Jez Williams is checked out. The battle
Chattel, though, and he's made a mistake, so I think Chattel's got a chance. Yeah, Chattel's going to drop to 3rd, or he's toughing it out. Yeah. Toughing it out with Rogers there.
Well, he's got the line to Parker.
No, he's toughing out with Scott Smith, I think.
And Scott Smith has come back at him. Who's that through into second?
That is the 37
of
Scott Smith. Yes,
you're right.
It was the red nose and the white body shell.
He was struggling. Now the question is, Nick.
Odds.
Oh, and there's a move down the inside through the final turn.
Rogers got him as well. Yeah. So Rogers got Chattel too. Chattel had a bad lap, and he's dropped to 4th. You've got Keeble, Barnthorpe, Bazan, Jones, Davis, Evans. And there's more buzzing about and some fake moves and some blockery.
So Chattel being shuffled down to 4th somewhat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Jez Williams, 2.9 seconds at the line there. So 3-second gap already.
Kart that sort of broke down. It's the 70 kart that's had a problem. That's Louis Ball, I think, who had an issue.
Louis Ball. The leader already coming round to lap Louis Ball, who gets going again. So whatever the problem for Louis, he's going to have Jez Williams coming through. So it'll be blue flags for Louis Ball very soon. Jez Williams leads, 4 laps completed. 45.9. So slightly slower. Scott Smith slightly quicker. Adam Rogers through in 3rd. Then we've got Simon Keeble ahead of Chattel. Chattel dropping down the order somewhat. Miles Barthorpe in 6th. Paul Ozan 7th. 8th is Lewis Jones. Luke Evans. Max Martin ahead of Callum Davies and inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, it's a hectic start outside of the leader. So Jez Williams has decided to put on a masterclass today. But outside of that, it's a pretty hectic run. Smith just beginning to edge Rogers. Rogers himself just beginning to edge Keeble. But then it's kind of this cacophony of carts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all following as close as they can, a couple of tenths apart.
Field of carts come through across the line. Jez Williams leading. It's the battle for second and third that we can check out now, though. Second, third and fourth to be exact. All these carts absolutely together now. Just look at that on the infield as we have a cart.
A cart's facing the wrong way to Ashby, which is always a frightening thing, facing the wrong way in the fastest part of the track. And I think he's had a bit of damage as well on the nose, but
character building.
Yeah, his tail, his bumper's broken, but never mind. 11 from 63. Sorry, not 11. 37 from 63. Smith leading Rogers. They climb back up the hill.
We've had a movement from Miles Barthorpe. He's moved up to fifth ahead of Chattel. Miles Barthorpe, remember, in contention
Williams
for championship.
Now 3.3 seconds ahead of the guys who are going round the Ashby hairpin.
So championship issues here. Lewis Jones, who came into this round leading the championship by 4 points from Miles Barthorpe. Lewis Jones currently in 8th, Miles Barthorpe in 5th. So it's going to be, he's going to have overhauled some points there. Callum Davies down in 11th, and Callum Davies is 3rd in the championship. So that's how that's shaking down.
It's a very open group championship here. I think we've seen people have luck, have bad luck. We've seen guys who are particularly good at a particular circuit haven't been able to necessarily translate it everywhere, and it's a very, very competitive field where if you're a little bit off, a tenth or so off, you are subsumed by the field, the quality field in the senior Rotax race. Where, of course, don't forget, whilst we've got 34 carts running now, and there were 35 at one point, we left 15 or 17 back in the garage because they didn't qualify.
That's true. Yeah.
So second and third nailed together at the moment. Smith and Rogers. There's a gap to Keeble. They're all a long way behind Jez Williams, but scoring points. And Rogers, literally, it almost just seems like he's following Smith around.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Rogers is just biding his time. I mean, we're inside of the final 4 minutes here, so well inside the second half of this A final for the 162 Rotax class. And Adam Rogers just quite happy to follow Scott Smith in his wheel tracks pretty much, and not really making any kind of attempt at passing. Now, I'm just looking at the body language there. It's not like he might be at his maximum.
He's not really even fainted or
no, he's not.
Thought about it or whatever.
This is why I think he might be just managing this, and he knows that there's plenty of time. Not using all of the road as well. Just staying in his wheel tracks. Quite happy to follow Scott Smith. Jez Williams.
The difference between them is 104 thousandths of a second, so just over 1.1. They're that close together. They are effectively as close as you can be without occupying the same point in space and time.
Plenty of racing all the way down the field, but this is a podium position place that we're monitoring at the moment, with Scott Smith circulating in second, just under 4 seconds. Ahead of him is Jez Williams, very much in command of this senior Rotax final.
Yeah, behind them there's quite a battle royal for 4th, 5th and 5th, about 4th, 5th and 6th, but it's not as close as this. Now you kind of wonder, what is Rogers' concept here? Why is he not trying to get past?
Well,
he's done this now, 4 laps? He's been absolutely in the wheel tracks.
He might just be waiting until the final lap so that Scott Smith has very little time to come back at him. Let's have a quick rundown. We're looking at that battle for Scott Smith in second and Adam Rogers in third. Still got Miles Barthorpe in fourth. Fifth is Simon Keeble. Lewis Jones in sixth. Paul Ozan in seventh. Nathan Chattel finally settling in eighth. Callum Davies ninth and Luke Evans 10th. We've had nobody moving out of position at all that last time by.
Yeah. Getting closer and closer and closer and closer. There's Rogers, but he's just not really looking to get by Smith. And there's the next 3 behind. And you kind of watch those 5 cars flashing through shot. Smith has the biggest lead he's had in the past 4 laps. And that lead is 0.2 of a second.
And time is running out, isn't it? We're inside. We're almost at the final minute.
Rogers needs to throw it somewhere.
Yeah, he does.
Up the inside, round the outside or something.
Well, in the same way that we think Rogers is just quite happy to sit there behind Smith. Smith is quite happy to sit there. He might be running at 9/10. He might really start to pull it out into the final lap.
He's within a lunge of being overtaken.
Yeah, but he looks over his shoulder and he sees where Adam Rogers is, and when he needs to pull it out, and it's about now.
Be 2 more.
Well, there's 47 seconds on the clock.
Oh, they might get
the
3
leader
more.
has gone through, so he will come through when there'll be time on the clock. Yeah. Jez Williams leads now by 4.3 seconds. Up ahead of this battle for second, which is what we're watching.
The gap between 3rd and 4th, which is Rogers and Barthorpe, has been closing down. It's now a second. That was up at 2 seconds earlier. So if Rogers is being slowed down by Smith, he's going to find himself being nibbled up by Barthorpe pretty soon. Because Barthorpe's got 2 more laps after this. We're pretty much certain now.
Yeah, I was thinking that very thing. Barthorpe's closing the gap now to just under a second.
Yeah, he's absolutely bridged the gap between those 2 scraps. And it's about to become a 3-man run.
Well, there's Jez Williams just crossed the line with 4 seconds on the clock, so he's going to get 1 more lap after this.
No, he'll get 2 more laps. He's got this lap. Oh, 1 more, yes. English, Nicholas. Okay.
I tell you what, Nick, Miles Barthorpe, fastest lap of the race, 45.4.
Yep, and he's brought the distance down to to
half a second.
4 cents, yeah. And he's right on the edge with 2 laps.
So 0 time on the clock. Jez Williams will ooze on the back straight. We'll see last lap to go aboard this time by.
What I will say, if Rogers throws it up the inside and takes the lead in the last lap, it's going to be the coolest performance I've ever seen. If he doesn't, I'm going to think, why didn't you?
If he doesn't, he's very soon going to have Miles Barthorpe breathing down his neck.
Because they're about to start their last lap. Jez Williams, been the class of the field, he's won this one easily, barring a disaster. But the other 5 karts battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Smith from Rogers come up towards Chris Corner the last time. And Smith moving around. Rogers not close enough to challenge.
Yeah,
Smith off a little bit.
This is what I thought Smith was doing. Look at that. He's pulled out the stops. He's going to make it impossible for Adam Rogers to make a move because he's absolutely on the edge.
But is Miles going to try something? Will we see 3rd and 4th?
Well,
in fact, it's much more likely now that 3rd and 4th will change than 2nd and 3rd. So Smith goes into the boot for the final time. First of the 2 right-handers. He's got the final. There's our winner.
Flag for the winner.
Well done. And that has been a classical example of just when you think someone's quicker than they are, they're not. And in goes Scott Smith and takes the 2nd place, takes a hatful of points. And Adam Rogers, unless Adam Rogers was just hanging on for dear life, he must be regretting not having a go.
Well, let's talk about Jez Williams, because that really was a masterclass in dominating.
Yeah.
He's dominated that class all day.
Yeah.
The KR Sport driver there taking a win of 4.4 seconds, and he was no doubt managing everything towards the end. Scott Smith, you could say, Nick, that Scott Smith managed that 2nd place.
Certainly did.
Because on that final lap, he pulled out all the stops. That stopped Adam Rogers having a go. Adam Rogers finishes only 0.2 behind Smith, and a similar 0.2 gap to Miles Barthorpe, who finished 4th. Simon Keeble finished 5th. Lewis Jones, who finished 6th, just ahead of Paul Lozano, just ahead. There was 3 seconds in that. Callum Davies finished 8th. Nathan Chattel, the guest driver, finished 9th. Jay Lewis 10th. Luke Evans 11th. Max Martin 12th. Alex Wannabe 13th. And then we had Reese Pope, Thomas Storer, Lewis Ball, Pedro Oliveira, George Sanders, Jodine Newman, Paul Moran, Andrew Powell, that's Andy Powell to me, Tonino Machichi, Tom Radburn, George Walker, Ellis Humphreys, Lewis Cooper, Tommy Lee Davis, Jody Fox, Jez Owen finishes 29th, James Costin, Tyler Fossey, and then we lost Toby Case, Jack Jones and Sam Elliott, who went out earlier in the race. The final race of the afternoon, indeed the weekend, is about to go ahead. It's the Senior Rotax 177 finalists about to go ahead with their A final, and there is lots of them. There is 34 And it's the...
So where did Louis Large end up on the grid after his problems in that
let's-
final heat with the
let's
throttle
have
cable?
a look at where Louis ended up. He ended up in 8th. Not too bad.
Howarth on pole?
Let's have a look at the grid. No, would you believe?
Huh.
No, not at all. Harrison Crook, kart 32, ends up on the pole on 144 points. Nick Skelton is on the front row alongside on 140. Row 2, Philip Hoyth, championship leader, with 139 points. Ben Hitch on 133. Row 3, Michael Mallet and Tim Darlow, famous as he's the husband of Sarah Darlow, the grid marshal. Oliver Smith is in 7th on row 4 with Louis Large in 8th alongside. Alfie Williams and Joe Pfiffner are on row 5. Tommy Austin and Stephen Horner. Stephen will be delighted to qualify 12th for this A final because he's had a horrible NKC season. And here we are, Stephen. I hope this means that we're going to have a run-in on the for the final 3 rounds of the NKC series. Row 7, Thomas Hinton and Richard Evans. Row 8 is Keith Mason and Chris Sivia. Steve Gilly and Tom Thompson are on row 9. Alex Thomas and Loris Hilton are on row 10. Row 11 is Jonathan Harrison and James Yap. Row 12, Rhys Llewellyn and Adrian Smith. Row 13, Harry Rowett and Dan Fleckney. Then we've got Alistair Cunningham and Mark Rowe. And then Zach Bolton qualifying in 29th. Alongside him in 30th, Taylor Adams. And then the finalists from the B final qualifying, Harry Wainwright, Alex Jones, Thomas Childs and Martin Heath. We'll be announcing our driver of the day after the flag for...
Right, flag falls for the driver of the day.
Yeah.
Many contenders, guests and official late entries. Let's go.
Into oblivion. I love seeing that. Into oblivion. And then on to Crook.
I think Howarth.
We've got two carts flying off at the back there. I'm not sure who that was. Was that Harry Wainwright? At the, I'm not going to hazard a guess at that. We'll see who those two were.
Something. I'm just saying.
They were at the back of the field and they just forgot to turn.
Well, that happens to all of us.
Oblivion. Challenge for the lead as that's Philip Howarth
going
through into the lead. Oh, and it's coming back. Oof. But Philip round the outside there didn't succumb to any further challenge from who was that, Nick?
I think it was Harrison Crook, I think.
Was it? It's car number
32.
32,
yes,
was it?
Harrison Crook was in second. He's now in first. So Philip Howarth has stuck himself into the lead in under a lap. And now it's down to Louis Large to reduce the damage as much as possible. They're getting into second.
And Louis up to 5th already. Philip Howarth leads. Harrison Crook 2nd. Ben Hitch 3rd. Nick Skelton in 4th. Louis Large up to 5th. Michael Mallet 6th. Alfie Williams 7th, Tim Dollar 8th, 9th is Thomas Hinton, and Stephen Horner up to rounding off the top 10.
So at the back, it was the 78 of Alex Jones and the 16 of Martin Heath, the one who didn't turn for the first corner.
Right, that's who it was. I was being a bit unfair to Harry Wainwright, thinking it was him.
Well, there we are.
So the two leaders beginning to break away. That'll not be to the liking of Louis Large, who's second in the championship to Philip Howarth. Harrison Crook, Ben Hitch and Nick Skelton lie between these two championship protagonists.
Should we drop back to the third, fourth and fifth battle? Because that's...
Yeah, we really should, because there's going to be movement there, Nick.
So there's Large trying to get past Skelton and Hitch. They come up the hill towards Christmas Corner, and they're fanning out and across and back. Interestingly, it was the Skelton and Hitch who are veering all over the circuit. Large staying on line, and he's going to try and get the inside into Ashby, and he does. There's a real block pass there by Large on Skelton. So Skelton drops to 5th, Large up to 4th.
So consternation there at the line. And look at Louis Large. I'm not sure whether Ben Hitch will have seen that, but Louis Large has just kind of indicated to Ben Hitch, look, mate, let's just go for it. Let's just catch the leaders up. He doesn't want to challenge and start slowing themselves down by challenging for that second place. But I'm pretty sure if Louis finds that the pace isn't quick enough from Ben Hitch, he'll have a go through. And there he is. He makes that move and he's into 3rd place now.
Well, interestingly, I think Harrison Crook just took Howarth back. He did. So Crook now is leading. And so we need to move forward to our leaders now, 1st and 2nd. They just changed places again.
Harrison Crook.
So Crook is taking none of this. I was starting on pole. You've not mentioned this. You've been obsessing about the Louis Large and Philip Howarth, but I've been here all along. Commentator fools, and I can take this back. So after thinking we'd written this script, we knew what was going to happen. Crook is leading, and not only has he overtaken Philip Howarth in this lap, he's actually pulled out a couple of tenths.
Well, I'm just looking for where Crook is in the championship, and I think this is Crook's first race.
So he might have some slightly fresher tyres for the final, but that's take nothing away from his performance, because he was overtaken by Howarth and then took him straight back. Now Howarth and Crook nailed together again. Now the distance back to Louis Large is 1.6 seconds from Howarth to Large. Now Large and Howarth have pretty much been on the same tenth of a second during the last 3 rounds. So making up 1.8 is going to be difficult unless these two start slowing each other up.
Well, that's going to be at the forefront of Philip Howarth's mind, isn't it? Do I start battling with Harrison Crook and slow ourselves down, and that will bring me back into the clutches of Louis Large? I'm pretty sure Philip has no idea Louis Large is behind him.
Well, interestingly,
he hasn't quite got close enough for him to see in his peripheral.
Well, the change of time was 0. It was like a 500th of a second difference in that lap. So Large has got to find a burst of speed he hasn't shown so far this race.
Philip Howarth, fastest lap of the race, that time by 45.9. Louis Large, 46.1. 46.0 for Harrison Crook. So these three absolutely flat out, with coming up to about a half a minute away from half distance. So we've still got a lot of playing out to come.
Crook
and Harrison Crook, if anything, is getting away, yeah. Philip Howarth will be
surprised,
dismayed. I'm pretty sure he'll be aware that Harrison Crook, he'll have looked at that, and he knows Harrison Crook doesn't feature in the championship.
Yeah, but you need to make the most of it when your rival has suffered.
But as long
at the moment,
as
it's
he
not
stays,
a huge gain.
As long as he beats Louis Large, he's going to extend that championship gap.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, winning this race gives you extra points for the bonus of the win.
Well, yes, indeed. Yeah. It's not maximising your points haul, but it looks to me as that all good Philip Howarth has to take to Harrison Crook, who's commanding that style. 45.8.
What's a second and a half between Howarth and Large? Let's see what it is when it comes this time round.
And whether or not we'll see another fastest lap of the race from the leader. Crook crosses the line. 45.8 this time by 46.0. 45.9. So
Large is about a tenth of a second faster, was he, than Howarth?
Yeah, but 2 tenths faster than anybody was Harrison Crook. 45.8, extended the lead to 6 tenths. That gap is going out, Nick. And, I'm not quite sure whether the gap is reducing between Howarth and Large. If it is, it's minuscule. So we've got the fastest 177 drivers in the NKC going at it at the front of this field. And here they come across the line. Let's see what the lap times are as they cross the line. 8 laps completed. 45.8 for Crook. 45.9 for Howarth. Fastest lap of the race for Louis Large. 45.8
behind. He's not going to get there. He needs to gain by a lot more than 0.3 of a second. He needs to put in 3 or 4 of his best laps ever if he's going to get to Howarth, because Howarth is 1.3 seconds ahead.
They're basically lapping hundredths and thousandths quicker than one another. There's just that in it. There's not chunks of time like 0.3 here, 0.3 there. These three drivers, Harrison Crook, Philip Howarth, Louis Large, absolutely flat track.
The only way you're going to make it there is a minor error, a little wiggle. Something that takes you out too wide, a bump, too much curb on one of the corners.
Ben Hitch in 4th, he's no slouch as well, 46.2. Nick Skelton in 5th, 46 dead. So this time by 45.9 for Crook, 45.8 for Howarth, 45.8 for Louis Large. It stays at 1.2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd.
1, 2 and 3 all in frame there. As they turn into Park Up, and now the deceptively tightening Chapman before they get in the back straight. And Harrison Cook, I think Harrison Cook's lost a little bit of his lead this time. Only a tiny amount. He was half a second. I think it's still going to be quite close to that. Perhaps Howarth now rested his tyres, giving it a go. The lead does, in fact, not drop at all. Goes up by a few hundredths.
45.9, 45.9,
Louis Large
45.8.
behind now. Louis Large 1.1 behind with 4 laps, perhaps.
Yeah, but
laps.
that's just
3 or
because
4 laps.
that's just because he's took the 10th out on that lap.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
Large couldn't recover from his. What this is, of course, is the broken throttle meant he started too far back. Because if he hadn't broken the throttle, he'd have started alongside Howarth, or
he's going to have lost a chunk of points in that final heat as well. That go towards the championship. Phil Howarth's dad just in front of us here, pacing like a caged tiger. Look, he's absolutely pacing up and down in front of us, as it looks like Phil hasn't got anything in the toolbox. His dad waves, go on, catch him, and Phil's probably saying, are you kidding me, I'm flat out here.
Yeah, Cook pulls away another 10th. Interesting, Large and Crook are doing the same pace, and Howarth is dropping off a 10th from Crook and a 10th towards Louis Large each lap, but it doesn't matter because there's this lap 2 more.
Yeah,
I would say this lap and 2 more.
Yeah, down to 1 minute on the clock.
So they're going to cross this one with less than 40 seconds, so with this one and 2 more.
They do look like they're coming together, those three.
What's happening is that Howarth is now going right in the middle of the two, which optically makes them look like they're all together because it bridges the gap. As you can see, that Howarth is slightly less behind Crook than he is ahead of Large.
45 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. It's 45 seconds is what they're lapping in. They may or may not get the last lap board next time by. So let's have a look at the lap times there. 46.0 for Crook, 46.0 for Howarth, 45.9 for Louis Large. He is bringing that gap down, but ever so slightly.
9/10. He's doing a 10th at a time. What he actually needs is about a 27-minute final, and then he'll be fine as far as getting to Howarth.
Yeah.
But now he's got the real incentive now of being able to see him, and whether that can drive him on with the lap, what we believe is a lap and a half, he has to do it. I say that Howarth is getting a little bit closer to Crook, actually. But they should get the last lap board. No, they have got last lap. They get the board, they have got last lap. It's last lap.
Yeah, it was
just
absolutely
clicked across. And again, Louis gained a 10th. He's just 0.7, well, it's 2 tenths, I think. He's just 0.7 behind.
Is that
Howarth,
back marker's ahead?
No, that's back marker ahead, as they go up the inside. But look how close they are now.
Yeah, the back marker slowed the leader down. Harrison Crook has lost time.
And it also cost Large. So the distance now between Crook and Howarth, Large has lost that chance really to have any much of a chance to attack Phil Howarth. But Phil Howarth now has one last go, perhaps for a lungette up the corner. They go around the corner. Nope, he's going to settle down. And the final race of this Whilton Mill round for the NKC final from NAVOS, and it goes to Harrison Crook. Philip Howarth very happy, waving there because he's beaten Louis Large. Ben Hitch picks up 4th, Nick Skelton 5th, Thomas Hinton is in 6th. We go with a wait now, make sure I got that right because there's a bit of a glow. And then we have Alfie Williams, we have Richard Evans, Alfie Williams, Joe Fifner, Steve Horner, he brings up the 10th. 11th place should be
Harry Wainwright. From Harry Wainwright,
from the back. Yeah, we talked about Harry
first.
Yeah, I said he'd be on the verge of the top 10, didn't I?
After
the last
unbelievable. I mean, look where Harry would have been there.
Wainwright.
31st, 20 places he's made up.
Yeah, Mallet, Steve Gilly, Thomas is in 14th, Ray in 15th, Harry Wright 16th, James Yack, Chris Scriver, Keith Mason, Tim Darlow, Lawrence Hinton, Thomas Childs, Alex Jones, Adrian Smith, Zach Bolton, Martin Heath, Dan Fleckney, Tommy Austin. Anyway, and then we had Jonathan Harrison, Alasdair Cunningham, Taylor Adams, Oliver Smith, Mark Rowe, Tom Thompson, who didn't make the trip. And now it's time for the awardation of the driver of the day.
I think we've decided to give it to kart number 20 in senior TKM. That's James King.
Okay.
James has come here.
Yep.
He's good brother Steve. He's good brother. His brother Steve King is in hospital recovering.
Okay.
And we hope to see Steve back.
Absolutely.
Considering he's having to contend with his brother being away, he would have normally have been here. James King has kept it going. He qualified. He doesn't run to the front. He enjoys his karting. He's enthusiastic, and just to give Jim and his brother Steve a bit of motivation. Steve, I hope it gives you a bit of motivation to get well soon. We're going to award our Driver of the Day award to James King, Senior TKM Driver number 20.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations, Steve. Well, that is it for NAVOS NKC Cup round 4. And
4 rounds
you've
into.
all got to enjoy the sound of the PAs.
Yeah. I think we need to turn those radios up, boys. We just can't hear them.
Can't hear
on
them enough.
the-
They're just too quiet.
Just not quite.
Some
enough.
people haven't heard all the announcements today.
4 rounds into 6, Nick. It's getting really, really intense now. I know we all of our championships have closed up. Philip Howarth will be delighted with beating Louis there. But, we've got to all get back together at Landau.
Well,
We've got to, apart from you.
We've got a proper commentator.
And then we all, I think everything's going to come down to fullback, isn't it?
Yep,
the final round, which is all you can ask for.
Absolutely. We are
once again. The NKC's delivered.
Heading to a crescendo. A great day. The weather tried to spoil the middle of it, but didn't in the end.
Did not.
Glad to see. We've had a good day. A couple of unfortunate accidents, but we believe both the drivers are recovering. I think quite sore is where we put them. Fantastic to have you. Thank you for being with us all day. We will be back with you. Well, some of us will be back with you on the. What is it? It's the
first weekend in August.
Yes, but I need to know what date that is. We're back on the 7th of August. It's as late as it can be. It's the 7th of August, Sunday, from Landau in Wales. And until then, thank you very much for talking to us, and we will see you very, very soon here on kartinglive.tv.